I guess that runaway priest contacted a Runcandel? Jin was surprised. How do you know my face? But you probably won't answer even if I ask. I'll personally make you spit out the answer piece by piece, Muron. He continued to ramble without any fear. Now that I think about it, you were a provisional knight, so how could you sign a contract in your personal capacity? Jin got annoyed. You're too loud. That vulgar laugh and voice of yours are starting to get on my nerves. Muron said nonchalantly. Right, my apologies. Now then, let's begin. A series of ice spells shot towards Jin. He ducked to avoid each volley, then struggled to lean to the side. The same kind of magic shot towards Dino and Murakan. Dino gritted his teeth, enduring the opponent's brutality. The magic continued to attack the innocent civilians. At this point, Murakan could no longer hold back. You bastard. His veiny fist filled with rage, his anger erupted. A single punch slammed down, shattering the ground and dispersing that power. Murakan ordered Dino, "Hey you, you're free now. Get everyone back and out of the way." Dino hurriedly directed the grieving citizens. "Everyone, hurry." He froze when he saw them stammering, unable to speak. Dino's voice, filled with indignation, rang out. "Muron, you bastard." Tears streamed down his face. "You absolute scumbag, how could you do this? What did you do to everyone? A bastard like you should go to hell." Muron was extremely pleased. "That's right, Dino. That's the face. I've always been curious what you'd look like if you knew about it. I like the look on your face. Oh, foolish Dino, you never knew your place. An ignorant fool who knows nothing but spying and wagging his tail for his master. Does it make you happy to save those beneath you? Look, Dino, the reason these insects ended up like this is all because of you, thanks to your grace." Every single word struck a blow to Dino's pride. Murakan's fist flew forward, cutting him off mid-sentence. I can't stop enjoying the look on. A look of shock flashed in Muron's eyes as the meteor-like punch descended. He declared, "Enough with the self-praise. You can stop spouting nonsense now. We're going to kill you." Jin and Murakan joined forces, determined to eliminate this arrogant bastard. Kazmia observed the battle, thinking to herself that even though he was caught off guard, to be sent flying like that. That's the power of shadow energy. Muron looked resentfully at the shadow energy surrounding the magic circle on his palm. Annoying indeed, this thing isn't mana or aura. It's slowly eating away at my magic, just like the shadows. Shadows. It can't be. How is there shadow energy? The Jin, that guy is. He quickly realized the problem. So he has once again sided with the Black Dragon hunters. He has broken the pact. Jin warily watched his frenzied opponent suddenly vanish. He immediately located Muron. Murakan, Lady Kazmia, up there. Sharp blocks of ice shot down from above. He cursed in annoyance. Damn it, how did I not notice it? Jin explained. He concealed his energy flow, which is why he kept using magic as a distraction. Muron had to admit, as expected, you're quick-witted, Jin. I secretly prepared this move. How humiliating. However, it'll be very difficult for you insects to stay alive now. Murakan charged forward, disgusted by his words. Jin joined him, attacking in unison. This combination made Muron wary. His hand rose, summoning redirection magic, and the falling ice spells all crashed to the ground at once. A stream of shadow energy weaved its way forward. Muron raised his hand to summon his weapon, and the magic staff in his hand radiated a formidable energy. Streams of energy shot out from the center, all converging on Jin. His eyes were filled with a sharp glint. Muron increased his power, declaring, I will use my full strength to deal with you. He had no idea that Jin had already appeared right behind him. By the time Muron sensed him and turned around, it was too late. The shadow shield plunged straight down. He was shocked. What? Another new trick? You bastard. Stay away from me. Muron agilely dodged to one side as something flashed past, tearing through space. He continued to unleash slashes filled with shadow energy. Muron realized, no matter what kind of magic I use, it can completely erase my mana. Is this said shadow energy? He taunted gleefully. This is getting a little dangerous. Muron had activated a magic formation, and giant chains wrapped around Jin's entire body. He was incredibly smug. I've got you now. A flurry of brilliant sword slashes crisscrossed. Jin shattered the chains coiled around him. Muron grew even more excited. You're actually making me feel a bit thrilled, so it'll feel absolutely amazing when I take your life, and it's all thanks to you. This godforsaken mining site can finally shine. How wonderful. Jin tiredly thought to himself, is this guy insane? Is this entire area a magic trap? If I fight back, I'll just exhaust my stamina. I need to evade them. Jin signaled to Murakan and Sir Kazmir. He replied, I know. Murakan then ordered the people, all of you, move faster. Get everyone out of the magic circle's range. Muron crazily announced, it's useless. The spell's range covers every place my eyes can see. With all my sincerity, I've filled every nook and cranny, leaving not a single gap. Now then, Jin, let's enjoy the show. The ground beneath their feet erupted. Jin dodged through waves of dense ice, then froze for a split second in astonishment. A massive barrage of fire rained down right in front of him. Jin remained calm, assessing the situation. A red magical aura enveloped the area, making visibility difficult. Jin was surprised. Is this a land of corrosion? A single touch could turn someone into nutrients for the ground. If that's the case, I have no choice but to confront him directly. He drew his sword, deciding to go all out against his foe. A black aura erupted, as if to tear apart Muron's blazing red power. Thanks to Jin's persistent efforts, that wave of power was repelled, but he didn't let his guard down, sensing something was off. Even for an 8-star mage, how could he control so many spells at once? Is he hiding an artifact somewhere? Muron stood imposingly on the other side, also on high alert. Does that guy understand the magic I'm casting? He recalled a moment ago, Muron realized Jin had dodged the fire pillar without touching the corrosive ground, and then directly destroyed my pillar of fire. That's not something a person who doesn't understand this magic could do. He must have figured it out. Impossible. Jin, you're a magic swordsman. Aren't you supposed to be hiding that fact? Fine, very good. So you were able to do that because you're a magic swordsman. Now I'm certain, you cunning bastard. Thanks to you, this has become much more troublesome. If you also possess mana, then I'll just crush you with even greater magical power. He knew full well that mana backlash is the most severe affliction that can happen to a mana user. It occurs when the magic inside one's body runs rampant, causing internal organs to be damaged and rupture. In a battle between mages, the one with the lower amount of mana will suffer from this symptom. Unlike with swordsmen, this is considered an effective method for ranking mages. Muron gloated. Up until now, those damn black-haired bastards had no mana, so causing a backlash was impossible. That's why, even against such weaklings, we still had to use magic to deal with them. He stretched out a hand brimming with magic toward Jin. But against you, someone who possesses mana, I don't even need to waste time fighting properly. Jin scoffed. What do you think you're doing? Closing the distance with me. Just as expected, Muron. A dark orb floated in his hand. Here's a little gift. Watch closely, its power is spreading. The entire area became brilliantly lit after the energy explosion. My vision went black, I couldn't see anything at all. Is this darkness the power of dark energy? No, it's completely different. That's not what I feel. At that moment, there was a powerful source of light right before my eyes. Jin suddenly recalled the light. That's right, there was a powerful light that blinded me. So then the next attack was Jin's sword, imbued with pure dark energy as he slashed straight toward him. The staff in Muron's hand trembled, and in a desperate, all-or-nothing move, he unleashed waves of power toward Jin. However, he was completely unharmed, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Muron was surprised. An ancient light magic? I didn't see that coming. The power of light and darkness? Have you become the protagonist of a novel or something? Looking at his opponent's injured hand, Jin understood his intention. He had forced the dark energy out of the wound. The senses and reaction speed were less like a mage's and more like a monster's. Even though his mana wasn't as strong as Andrin's, in a one-on-one fight, he was a much tougher opponent. Muron continued to taunt him. Hey, what should we do? Shall we keep fighting? Jin silently considered that given his opponent's extensive combat experience, besides the mana backlash, I'm sure he's still hiding something else. A calculating look appeared on Muron's face, and he began to survey the surrounding terrain. A sinister laugh echoed out, surprising Jin. Muron suddenly vanished, but his voice lingered. Jin, you must think I'm a madman, so you don't want to work with me, right? But I can see we're the same kind of person. Jin saw through his opponent's cunning trick. Are you trying to stall for time by rambling? If so, that's pretty boring. He laughed maniacally. Are you planning to take my life? Huh, sorry, but that's going to be tough, because those demonic minions are still protecting me. Let's see now. So far that's 1, 2, or maybe it's 3. Muron was counting the survivors. Jin warned, don't get ahead of yourself. What exactly are you trying to say? He conceded. Right. So you're a little interested, aren't you? Look at you. No. I mean, people like us do whatever it takes to achieve our goals. You've realized it too, haven't you? That my control magic surpasses even the 8-star level? How is that possible? Watch this. As he finished speaking, Muron fired a blast of power in one direction. Innocent civilians lost their lives, yet he remained arrogant. How dare those blessed by the Jaipo clan? That reporter and those damned insects. However, thanks to them, I can use them as a type of weapon to amplify my mana. Oh my, aren't we done talking yet? They look like corpses, but in reality, there are still a few who are still breathing. Since they're alive, they can help me replenish my mana. Now, Jin, you said you wanted to take my life, didn't you? In that case, you'll have to get rid of these guys first. Amidst the rubble, there were indeed people still struggling to stand up. Muron said excitedly, I told you, we're the same kind of people. the kind who will do anything to achieve their goals. Now hurry up and finish them off, and let's have one final battle. Jin, the surviving girl, bluntly called him out. He's lying. She was Latika, trying to persuade Jin. Everything he's saying is a lie. There's nothing amplifying his mana at all. After torturing us, he found a way to use the holy relic. You were surprised. A holy relic? Don't tell me he already found the Zhuo Guang. A startled Muron defensively questioned, what are you doing right now? She choked out through sobs. All of them have been oppressed to their very core, those of my miserable kinsmen. He could never feel that sorrow. Hey, shut your mouth, you insect. Latika condemned Muron's crimes. They're all dead. He retorted spitefully, shut your mouth. You, B times teach. She bravely exposed him, saying that crazed murderer toyed with everyone's lives. He used us like guinea pigs and discarded us when he got bored. He was just lying to control you, so please kill that madman. With his vile deeds laid bare, Muron was speechless. You. A thick killing intent radiated from his eyes. You little rat who doesn't know your place. Die. Latika stared in shock as an aura enveloped her body. Her pupils reflected the enemy's deadly light. A deep-colored flame soared high, engulfing Latika's body. He roared, you damn brat, how dare you ruin my play. He was supposed to scream tragically after turning over each corpse. That was supposed to be the highlight of the night. I spared you because you were useful. And yet, die. Dino, hiding in the bushes, called out, Sir Jin. Jin was surprised. Dino? He pleaded urgently, you have to save her. She is Latika, the leader and sole elder of the natives here. Please, save her. Looking toward her as she was engulfed in flames, Jin recognized it as the Jippel clan's secret art, the demonic eye's blue flame. I've heard of it before. In the past, Valoria had revealed, Jin, have you ever heard of the blue flame? It's a secret art called the demonic eye's blue flame. It's something only those from Jippel can use. The moment you look into the demonic eye, the blue flame will appear, and it will never stop burning. Even if you struggle to escape, you will ultimately be consumed by it. He had asked curiously, how can I fight against a fire like that? She revealed, burn it. Use a hotter flame that can incinerate the blue flame. The blue flame raged fiercely. Muron was dumbfounded. Jin already had a countermeasure. A hotter flame, huh? He successfully rescued Latika, then blocked with an even more powerful blue flame. Then this should be enough. He was stunned, only managing to utter a single word, Tess. He knew that those chosen by Tess would become the greatest mages of their generation. But the chosen one was just a mediocre swordsman. And on top of that, a black Runcandel, a title I wouldn't even dare to dream of. How dare you obtain it? Latika was utterly astonished as she watched the scene unfold. She realized she no longer felt the heat. Just a moment ago, my whole body was covered in fire, wasn't it? Yet it didn't leave a single burn. It's as if this flame is protecting me. Jin suddenly said, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been fooled by that guy. You can rest now. Latika advised, now is not the time to relax. Although Muron is using the Holy Relic's power, he doesn't actually possess it. He only knows a few scattered incantation words he pried from us during interrogation. The real Holy Relic is in a secret place that only we know. You came here at the request of the nun Lao Sha, right? When the battle is over, I will reveal the Holy Relic's location to you, so please, put an end to this suffering of ours. Jin turned to settle the score with his opponent. Your expression is quite interesting now. Muron, you must be shocked that Tez chose me. The magic trap and those cunning eyes. Have you used all your tricks on me yet? Playtime is over. It is time for hell to welcome you. He thought he misheard. Hell? You arrogant bastard. I was once the lover of the witch Helarum. Muron angrily summoned dark magic. He declared, I was also the one who had the honor of raising a glass with the Dark Sea King. A deep, dark vortex like a black hole appeared. Muron arrogantly taunted, you said hell, right? Now you will see what real hell is. The blue flames slowly converged. Muron launched a blast, but massive waves of blue flame engulfed his dark energy. Muron gritted his teeth and endured it. Is this oppressive flame? He looked in surprise at Tez, who was spewing blue flame. Jin wondered, is Tez angry because of that spell? He felt something intense erupt behind him. It turned out Murakhan had returned. Jin was worried. Murakhan, where are the natives? He reported the situation. I have evacuated all of them. That last spell was an ownership incantation of the Demon King organ, so while Tez is still intervening, you must quickly stop it. Gather dark energy, wrap it around the sword's blade, and unleash it with full force. A dense mass of dark energy formed in Murakhan's palm. He threw it in a straight line toward the opponent. Muron had to endure 2 streams of attack at the same time. Murakhan ordered, Kid, right now, step on the dark energy and run to slash that spatial gate. Just as he followed the series of instructions, Jin was stunned by the result, painfully spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this is horrible. The mana backlash is hitting all at once. I cannot maintain Tez any longer. On Miron's side, he immediately sensed something was wrong. He laughed triumphantly, his gloomy voice echoing. It is time. Miron continued to chant a spell. My glorious and lonely life will end under Helaram's blade, and I will become the one revered by all before the gates of hell. Jin still refused to accept defeat, his hand tightening around his sword. Miron froze, looking at his opponent in surprise. Jin swung his sword high, trailing a ribbon of dark energy. He had understood the mystery within it. Even if he swung his sword 100,000 more times, everything would still be the same as before. Pouring his entire will into the sword, a murderous glint flashed in Jin's eyes. Miron's pupils dilated to their limit, and Jin slashed, a strike carrying his tenacious will descending upon him. The sword energy pierced through the gate, slashing straight into him. He landed safely on the ground as the fierce stream of dark energy wreaked havoc. As before, Miron could only watch helplessly as he was attacked. A ray of light appeared from the very center, and cracks began to form on the shield. It shattered into countless pieces. Miron stood frozen like a statue, unable to utter a word. The light of the blue flame reflected on his face. The blue flame swept over him like a massive wave. When it passed, Miron's entire body was charred. He let out a muffled roar. The light in Miron's staff died out, while the sword in Jin's hand was still shrouded in dark energy. He began to raise his sword. Recalling his earlier action, Jin realized the dark energy released by that shadow was unusual, and this was the first time I have had such a sensation. Was that a fragment of the sword heart? Miron's body trembled as he tried to stand up. The tip of his staff flickered with a faint dying light. He was on high alert as Miron struggled to raise his staff. Up, but he couldn't make a single move. His entire body just collapsed and shattered. Jin sighed in relief, exclaiming, "It's over." He was becoming exhausted. Murakan and Latika were extremely worried. Jin fainted and fell to the ground, and Murakan frantically shouted, "Kid!" But there was no response. Whispers echoed in Jin's ears. The magic staff used by the Tower Master of the Jippo clan's magic tower has a very special function thanks to a small rune on its tip. When someone waves the staff, that rune is activated and sends a distress signal to their own magic tower. So then, someone continued. Does that mean we can't let our guard down for even a second, right? Wake up. Jin had just woken up to see Murakan sitting properly beside him. Jin was surprised. "Murakan," he replied, "you're awake, kid?" Murakan poured a powder from a paper packet straight into his mouth. "Now that you're awake, drink this." Jin was stunned. "What is this?" He covered his mouth and shot up, looking at the pitch-black substance in his palm. Jin was shocked. Murakan explained, "You almost died from mana backlash. You know, you just swallowed a unicorn horn, a special medicine that's incredibly effective for those suffering from backlash." Jin could feel it. "I really do feel much better. My mana has calmed down, but my shadow energy and my aura are still a tangled mess." Casimir chimed in, "Young master, you did very well." Jin's heart warmed. "Sir Casimir, thank you. When did you prepare all of this?" He sheepishly denied it. "It wasn't me. They provided it." The they Casimir mentioned was Dino, who was helping Latika over. Slowly, Jin asked curiously, "How did Dino get it?" Dino recounted, "I went, drinking with Miron, and heard he was holding onto a unicorn horn he'd stolen from his family. After that, Latika went to find it. She began, 'Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Latika Mamutika. I am temporarily filling in as the saintess for Lady Lao Sa. I will never forget what happened here, even if I die.'" Latika bowed gratefully to Jin and said, "The saintess, Lady Lao Sha, would have surely asked for help, but not a rescue in the literal sense. She would have wanted help restoring our holy relic." Jin was surprised. "Restore it? Is it broken?" Murakan cut in. "Hold on, wait a minute. I am a dragon who has lived for over 3,000 years, but I have never heard of a holy relic like that. At first, I thought it was just a lie, but the power that Madman had earlier was elevated to a whole new level. Are you saying he was empowered thanks to your holy relic?" "The master of that relic, the god you people worship, what was their name again?" Latika hesitated. "His name is Clam." Murakan cut her off. "I've never heard of a god with that name." "What generation is that god from?" Casimir advised. "Well then, if this is true, let's just find that relic and get out of here fast. Even though this place is pretty remote, it's still part of the Jippo clan's territory. Who knows when they'll find out what happened here." She remembered, "Well, about that, there is one small problem. To take the holy relic, we have to restore it first. And to restore it, we need the energy of the sun to open the seal." Murakan lost his patience and shouted, "The sun? It's the middle of the night." Latika replied, "That's why we have to wait until noon. After that, we need to perform the ritual with everyone in the tribe, so it will still. We have to gather everyone here." He replied impatiently, "Why is this so complicated? We need to finish this quickly." before the Jippo family finds out. Gone. Suddenly, a shout echoed. Don't just stand there. Get to work, you insects. Jin connected the dots. Hey now, the Jippo family, the holy relic and the light of day. What could it be? Something's missing, something very important. Muron can't do anything anymore. Tess has finished him. Besides, this is the most remote territory. The very place abandoned by the Jippo family themselves. As long as there's no signal, he seemed close to the answer. It's the tower. Jin could confirm it was Muron's magic tower. He is the magic tower master of the Jippo family, Murakhan asked irritably. Yeah, so what? Everyone knows that, Casimir continued. Young Master Jin, how is that possible? He bent down to pick up the staff and reminded them. We don't have time. They'll be here very soon. The dark blue magic on the staff's tip lit up. At this moment, in another dark place, Mito, the vice master of the 7th magic tower, seemed to be waiting for the upcoming guests. Casimir speculated, based on the recorded runes, he is indeed the master of a magic tower. Murakhan didn't understand when he heard that. Hey, explain it clearly. So what if he's a magic tower master? He replied hesitantly. I'm not too sure either, but I've heard that among the Jippo family's master council, they have some special trump card that allows them to summon mages weaker than themselves. He was extremely surprised. Damn, they even have things like that? So what about the descendants of that family? Do they know? Casimir himself wasn't sure. Currently, the Jippo family is still on a path of continuous growth. I'm not sure about the truth of that matter either. Jin suddenly remembered. I heard Sister Luna mention it when she passed by here. He thought to himself, remembering his master's words from when he was unconscious, and now I'm fully prepared. He said awkwardly. Each tower has at least 100 mages, most of whom are 7-star or 9-star. But above all, we must protect the people. If they come in large numbers, it will be a real mess. Latika could only listen silently as they discussed their strategy. Jin suddenly noticed a problem. Hey Casimir, how long will it take for them to get here? He replied. The 7th tower is located at the northern edge of the continent, so even with a teleportation gate, it would take about 2 hours. You look thoughtful. 2 hours, huh? Jin had an idea and immediately called for Sir Casimir. Could I ask you for a favor? He spoke cautiously. Young master, is that plan even feasible? With just a slight delay, everyone, including you, will die. Besides, that guy is neutral. You'll definitely be rejected. Jin asserted, you don't have to worry about that. Even if they're insulted, they won't refuse. There's not much time left. Sir Casimir, I'm counting on you. He had to agree. I understand. I will succeed no matter the cost, so you must come back alive, Jin reassured him. Of course. The group moved to a cave. Looking at the box placed in the middle of the cave, Murakhan asked for an opinion. This should be enough, right? Latika replied. Thank you very much. Well then, now. She hesitated for a moment observing the other's expression, then continued speaking to the people. We will begin the ceremony, restoring the holy relic. He worried. I don't know if we can handle this. Hearing the sound of a cough from Jin, Murakhan turned to look at him, his face pale as he spoke. I must have overexerted myself again. He wasn't pleased at all, and had to say, you crazy kid, who in their right mind calls the enemy's subordinates after killing him? What if he dies? Back in my day, if you lost, there was no one to bail you out. Jin replied, I also called Luna to come. Sir Casimir has also come to pick him up. Murakhan disagreed, that's different. Kiddo, we're trying to protect the world. But will that Casimir guy even arrive on time? Jin said with full confidence. He's using a portal, so it'll be fine. Murakhan didn't argue further. Fine, but if that guy is late, we're screwed. At that moment, Mito's group also arrived at the rendezvous point, riding red dragons. One of the red dragons reported, Vice Captain, the ancient ruins are in sight. Mito ordered, report what you see at once. The dragon replied clearly, the natives are holding a ceremony, and besides them, there are 2 other strangers there. They seem to be outsiders. There's no sign of the master yet. Hearing this, Mito was so furious that a vein on his forehead throbbed. Chen quickly advised, Vice Captain, please calm down. It's possible they've taken him hostage, or something. Mito declared menacingly, if anything happens to my brother, I will make all of them get on their knees and beg me to kill them at my feet. Murakhan looked up at the sky, calculating. Let's see, 6 dragons and about 30 mages. If things go south, I'll just revert to my original form and fight. But the Jippo clan's main force will show up after that anyway. You'd better watch yourself, kid. He then sighed wistfully. I miss the old days, the skies were so peaceful back then. While he was at it, he recalled an old grudge. Temar, you damn bastard. The wound you gave me when you pierced my heart 1,000 years ago. The scar still aches. The red dragons landed with a thud. In a clearing, a mysterious group was gathered. Looking at the red dragons, Jin asked curiously, Murakhan, do you recognize any of these dragons? It looks like they're all fire dragons. He replied, I don't know them. They're too young. And besides, they're not fire dragons, but red dragons, a lesser species of fire dragons. They're probably all Khadun's subordinates. Just then, their leader spoke. I am Mito, Vice Master of the Jipo clan's 7th Magic Tower. Where is Master Muron? Jin replied nonchalantly, How would I know? I haven't seen him. He searched his memories. Mito, in my past life. I've never heard that name. Mito trembled, struggling to remain calm. I don't know why you are pursuing my brother. He has a peculiar personality and easily makes enemies. Or are you one of the dogs from the damned Runcandel clan? Jin remained as arrogant as ever. Why would I tell you? Mito clenched his fists, trying to suppress his rage, and ordered, I haven't asked you to remove your mask or lower your weapon. Just answer the question. Is my brother alive? I'm asking you as his brother. Please, you must have a family, so you understand, don't you? If you tell me the truth, I swear I won't lay a finger on your family. Please, I'm begging. You, just tell me. In the face of his opponent's anguish, Jin said lightly, How amusing. The very beasts who have caused so much suffering to others are now putting on a display of brotherly affection. He coldly stated, Stop your nonsense. Humiliated by Jin, Mito exploded with rage, shouting, How dare you? How can those insects be compared to noble people like us? Suddenly, he froze, struck silent by a realization. Behind Jin was a pride. The body was charred. Mito suppressed his grief and accepted the truth. All right, I understand. I was too late. You damn dogs. You're not strong enough to even scratch my brother. You must have used some kind of trick, right? He ordered his subordinates, all units, prepare to attack, don't shoot, capture them alive. Their gun barrels pointed upwards and the magic circles fired into the sky. Mito thought to himself, letting them die quickly would be too merciful. They must rot away slowly in agony. From each magic circle, corresponding to its color and property, powers of wind, fire, and ice emerged. He was determined to make them cling to his legs and beg for death, using their blood and cries to avenge his brother. Jin could tell they were all 8-star level. He didn't let his guard down for a second, knowing this was bad. Just as the battle was about to begin, a third party appeared. A cold voice rang out, I despise hot things. And so, Mito's magic circles were frozen solid. They froze to the point of turning into blocks of ice, then suddenly shattered into tiny fragments. A giant dark vortex carrying an icy aura appeared right where they stood. The sound of high heels clicked on the cold stone floor. The newcomer who came to join the fun remarked, I came here because I heard my daughter gave a flower to some guy. It seems I'm a little late, aren't I? She was Talaris Endoma, the 51st master of the Ice Palace, someone capable of completely freezing 8-star magic. The air around them seemed to freeze, but she was even colder than the air itself. Mito didn't know who this person was and immediately asked who she was in absolute terror upon seeing such a powerful figure. The Ice Palace Master. The Ice Palace Master. Jin figured it out immediately. It seems Lord Casimir succeeded. Murakhan grew excited. I was just wondering who the Ice Palace Master was. Impressive, kid, he spoke up. The Ice Toad only allows the Chosen One to control it. I never expected that in this era someone could actually do it. She called to her daughter, Sweetheart, go inside and rest. An ice shield began to close, ensuring Ciri's safety, then Talaris began to settle the score. And so, her footsteps started to change direction. A wall of ice suddenly shot up high, then transformed into an ice sphere, enclosing a space. Inside, Talaris observed with interest the young man before her. You're the one my daughter gave a flower to. He introduced himself. My name is Jin. Talaris continued speaking. I've heard a lot about you. How are you still standing? You have external injuries, but your internal injuries are much more severe. Jin reassured her. It's not a big deal. She continued to question him. At least you can talk. Then let me ask you one thing. Are you really the one who killed my toy? Remember? Anara something, that was his name, right? Jin remembered. That was a mission from when he was still a cadet. It seems Ciri couldn't keep her mouth shut. Talaris patted his shoulder, assuring him, I don't intend to take my anger out on you or anything. I was going to deal with him anyway. But do you know any decent men? Introduce me to one. She noticed Murakhan, like the Appa next to you, for example. He smugly complimented her, You've got a good eye. Talaris started to flirt. Well then, Appa, why don't we go for tea sometime? She turned back to her daughter. Anyway, Ciri, take care of your boyfriend. I have to handle a few things. She embarrassedly retorted, Boyfriend, what are you talking about? I already told you he's not. Talaris gently asked, Then why did you give him a flower? She tried to explain, It was so no one else would approach him before we fought. Ciri's asked Jin, You must be very busy. He frankly admitted, Things have been a bit chaotic lately. Letting Jin rest his head on her lap, she continued to ask, Story. You mean Casimir? The one who brought the flowers. He looked like he was ready to sacrifice his very life. At that time, Cat Mia pleaded, the girl you gave flowers to is in mortal danger, so please save her. Palace Master Sirius continued, he even woke my mother up. You have good comrades. Jin completely agreed. That's right, everyone is so kind. I'm not worthy of any of them, including you. She comforted him to ease his burden. You don't need to thank me. I just don't like it when someone other than me injures you. Suddenly, he coughed up a pool of black blood. Sirius panicked. Are you okay? She couldn't even believe it. Black blood? He fought in this condition? He said apologetically. I'm sorry. Sirius took out a healing potion and cut him off. Don't say another word. She couldn't help but wonder. What could have made him fight to this extent? I don't like that. On the other side, Talaris was surprised by her opponent's appearance. Oh, your hair isn't silver. You're not a pureblood, are you? Mito thought to himself. I knew this wouldn't be easy. Luckily, I already notified the clan before I left. If I just stall for time, reinforcements will arrive. He said loudly, I am Mito, Vice Master of the Tower of Seven Mages. I want to ask why you are interfering in the Jipo clan's affairs when you rule the West Sea. She questioned back, the Jipo clan's affairs? It's been a while since I've made a move. Why don't you consider that you're the ones interfering in my business? Mito was speechless at that. Talaris mercifully replied, in that case, I will spare you. Get lost. This disdainful attitude made Chen's blood boil. Palace Master of the Ice Palace, how dare you cause trouble in Jipo territory? Her cold voice rang out. Jipo territory? Is that why you dare to speak to me in that tone? Behind Talaris was a giant serpent. She commanded them, shut your mouths. Chen gritted his teeth, trying to resist the pressure radiating from his opponent, but failed. He slammed his head to the ground, stunning Mito. Third Elder, he hurriedly ordered his subordinates to raise a shield, making sure that the cold wind could not pass through. At the same time, their side began to open fire, firepower from the Red Dragon rushing towards Talaris. She calmly raised her fan, then casually waved it once, and freezing ice spread out, turning everything solid. The surface of the ice began to crack, shattering into pieces. Talaris asked blandly, so, do you want to continue? Mito decided to go all out. Even if we all die here, the world will forget you and the Ice Palace, not us. The staff in his hand fired a targeting beacon at Talaris. She waited to see what trick her opponent would pull. Next, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Mito said triumphantly, this is the power of fire granted to me by the clan head, even you can't escape it. But he didn't expect to still hear Talaris' voice, a spatial explosion. Celiac gave you his power, he must like you a lot. But it seems he didn't teach you the important thing about the Ice Palace. She swung her sword towards him. So I will teach you. Mito froze when he realized he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Talaris was determined to teach him a lesson about ice. Her fan brought a bone-chilling wind. Mito was so shocked he didn't know how to react. Furious gusts of wind blew towards him. Wind. Suddenly, behind Mito, streams of blood splattered everywhere. He looked back in disbelief at his frozen subordinates, their bodies severed. Mito hadn't noticed that Talaris had. Got close to him and exclaimed, oh my, why so surprised? He turned pale with fear and looked back as Talaris said in a cold voice, is it because your clever trap disappeared in an instant? Or is it because your arm has vanished, that arm of yours, which was unconsciously frozen and shattered? He was bewildered. I don't feel any pain at all. Talaris reminded him, this is why mages are such a hassle. Your enemy is standing right in front of you, and yet you dare to look away? Are you arrogant or just stupid? This is a mistake that warriors would never make. Terrified, Mito collapsed to the ground, blaming himself. How could the difference in power be so vast? It's my fault. Forget about stalling for time. Even if the support team arrived, they would only become fodder for this monster. It's completely hopeless. He thought this as he saw Talaris, like a Grim Reaper with an ice sword, preparing to take his life. Beneath Mito, a magic circle began to activate, and he froze, unable to keep up with the developing battle. She stared blankly at this sudden phenomenon. A brilliant golden pillar of light shot up into the sky, leaving only a plume of black smoke on the ground. Talaris was astonished. What in the world is this? She couldn't hide the shock on her face. Talaris looked up toward the source of the light shining down on her. Mito's group had been teleported elsewhere, and he was equally stunned. In front of them, a group of people suddenly appeared, praising, well done, you can leave the rest to us now. The White Knight Society. Ceres was taken aback by this development. She turned and called out, Mother, it's over. Ceres' panicked voice rang out. It turned out the light shining down was a searchlight from the bottom of a flying ship. She guessed it might be Miss G. The ship hovered in the silent night sky. Morikon recognized it. That was the thing those people used during the war. Is that madman really that important to their clan? Jin forced his aching body to sit up and said, Andrin, the Ziffles have attacked again, right after the death of their vice-patriarch. Now they're retaliating for our actions. He thought nervously. That vessel itself is a huge problem, but the people inside controlling it, the White Knight Society, are the strongest squad comprised of hand-picked members from the Ziffel clan. Damn it, from now on, I might just become a burden. Talar is shrewdly made to leave. I'm heading back now. I have no intention of fighting that thing here. Hey, you little black Murakan, I'll move the natives to a safe place, so get ready to leave. Jin refused. No, I can't leave until the ritual is complete. She was left speechless by his stubbornness. A dark, murderous aura from Talaris radiated as she said, "Do I look like I'm asking for your opinion? I'm not here to listen to your complaints." He struggled to push himself to his feet, exclaiming, "If they don't complete the ritual right now, we won't be able to stop the Ziffels in the future, and victims like them will only continue to increase. So, please, to prevent these tragedies from ever being repeated, I'm begging for your help." She was shaken by these words, and Jin awaited her approval. Talaris turned and walked away, giving him only 1 hour to finish everything. "And one more thing, after this is over, your parents and I are going to have a talk." Meanwhile, Latika was still devoutly praying with her people. Tap, tap. Suddenly, someone called out to Latika. She was surprised to see it was Sir Jin. He came bearing grim news. "Is there any way to speed up the ritual? The Jippo clan is preparing for a full-scale attack." Latika begs him, "Please, just go. We know what that thing in the sky is. We cannot put you in any more danger. They cannot kill us until they find the relic's location. You are the only ones who have helped us all this time. Thank you so much." Jean puts his hand on Lat's shoulder. He turns her to face him and says, "I have not been able to help you yet, so I cannot give up yet. I will ask again, is there another way?" Latika looks on helplessly. If Priestess Lao Sa were here, it might be possible, but right now there is no other way. Ceres wonders, is Lao Sa dead? She denies it. No, she is currently in Tick. Ceres has a plan. Really? That is great. The ice toad begins to move. Ceres tells them, "Get on. If she is alive, I can bring her here, no matter where she is." Talaris looks up at the sky and sighs. "Oh God, and now my daughter is using forbidden magic. Oh daughter, you are having way too much fun. I do not know what you are planning, but I need to hold them off as promised, right?" Murakan cracks his wrist to warm up and replies, "Protect them from Jippo's strongest forces for 1 hour. That is a piece of cake. It is not like the kid's date is going to take that long anyway." She is surprised. "Oh my, are you helping me, Black Dragon?" He casually replies, "Well, besides my identity as a dragon being exposed, I cannot use my full power." Talaris grips the fan in her hand, resolute. "All right then, should I borrow your claws?" The White Knight clan addresses the two of them. "We are the White Knights of the Jippo clan. We will get straight to the point. Ice Palace Master, he has only one request, leave. If you hand over the one who killed Muron and the others to us, we will not make a big deal out of it." Talaris is unyielding. "If you want my cooperation, I have a request of my own. Bring me Zeliak." The White Knight clan comes to a decision, then there is no other way. A magic circle with blazing firepower appears. He clasps his hands together to link his power, then orders it to disperse. Streams of firepower shoot forward. Murakan alone must face the giant inferno about to crash down, and he raises his fist. That man uses pure physical strength to punch through his opponent's blazing fire. The aftershock blasts back, causing the ship to tremble. Talaris' sword also radiates a cold chill. She swings her sword, creating an icy wave like a surging tide, rushing towards the target. That immense power gradually approaches the ship. The White Knight clan remains calm, ready to receive it. On one member's hand is a hidden divine magic circle. He summons it and presses it downwards. The bottom of the ship begins to be enveloped in a hazy power. Before the ice wave hits, the magic circle manages to block it just in time. The commander orders, "Prepare for the aftershock and hold your formation. Squad 1, shields up." He curiously observes Murakan. "Who is that man standing before the Ice Palace Master? He countered my magic with his bare hands, without even using mana. He is not an easy opponent." The commander orders his subordinate, "Contact the clan. I am going to use the war cannon." On Jean's side, he knocks heavily on the door. Ban opens it a crack and asks, coming. "Who is it? Is that you, young Master Jean?" He gets straight to the point. "Saintess Lao Sa, where is she?" She steps out and says, "I was waiting for you, young Master Jean." He begins to speak. "Saintess, I will explain. On the way." But Lao Sa interrupted, "I'm ready." She urged without any hesitation, "Let's go now." Meanwhile, Talaris was still doing her best to hold back the enemy. Streams of freezing ice shot towards the target like spears. The White Knight Society attacked and defended simultaneously, raining down a frenzy of firepower where Murakan stood. He was straining with all his might to protect this place. After punching through their attack, Murakan casually rotated his wrist and praised, "You're pretty strong." Suddenly, he glanced down to his side and realized something was wrong. Murakan stared in astonishment as his hand had turned to ice. "Huh? What's this?" Talaris thought. A gift from the Icebow Master is better than nothing, right? He understood her intent and immediately tested the power from his two icy fists. With this support, Murakhan's spirits were greatly lifted. I can't feel my hands anymore, but this is good. His footing also became steadier as it turned to ice. At this moment, Murakhan was so powerful that he could lift a whole boulder with his two hands. His sharp, cold eyes glanced in one direction. The boulder flew straight towards the ship. It was Murakhan who threw it. Talaris thought to herself, how ridiculous. That black-haired kid said the Jupo clan wants this land, so they wouldn't be able to use war cannons. Both sides had to avoid casualties in this battle. At this rate, our side will surely win. The commander of the White Knight Society understood this perfectly. You're thinking that, aren't you? The Icebow Master is really annoying, but I still haven't received permission to fire. But those people are performing some kind of ritual, and two individuals suddenly disappeared. They're plotting something. I can't let this continue. A subordinate reported, an order has arrived from the clan leader. He asked what it was. The order was brief but carried immense weight with just two words. Annihilate them, leaving the commander stunned. Down below, Murakhan felt that something was wrong. What's going on? They've suddenly gone quiet. Did they give up? Talaris was astonished, not daring to imagine anything worse. No way. They were actually gathering a fire projectile, a brilliant golden light shining down below. It emanated from a giant energy sphere. The commander announced, Bowmaster, I've just received permission from the clan head. You know what that means, don't you? This is your last chance. I will count to 3. Bring everyone over and leave. If you don't comply, I will annihilate everyone here. He began the countdown. 1. She sensed movement behind her and turned around to look. As the commander counted to 2, Cirrus appeared just in time. A look of extreme panic crossed Talaris's face. Jin's group, having just arrived, was stunned to be greeted by this scene. The commander counted to 3 and gave the order to fire. She quickly glanced towards the source of the power. The fire projectile, carrying destructive energy, shot down towards this land. It was so terrifying that the entire area was engulfed in swirling smoke and flames. Talaris alone stepped forward majestically to face the attack, the fan in her hand radiating a bone-chilling cold covered in frost. With a single wave of her hand, she unleashed a surging wall of ice that rose violently like a tsunami, rushing forward to block the descending fire projectile. Talaris's gaze was fixed ahead, waiting with determination. The stream of ice tore through the air as the fire projectile continued its assault. The ice cut across the blazing red firepower, desperately resisting the intense bombardment. The heavens and earth shook from the clash of ice and fire, as small fragments shot out in all directions, falling down like meteorites. The ground at the point of impact exploded, causing someone to exclaim in horror. The fragments, Cirrus explained, it's because of its special all-ice attribute. Everything the demon blade's edge touches is frozen, Jin began to charge into battle. The Saintess bowed and pleaded for them not to move. A stream of dark energy erupted from Jin, shooting straight into the heart of the battle, tearing through space like a spear of death. From a distance, Cirrus watched intently, her sharp gaze never leaving his every move. The sword in Jin's hand was now consumed by dark energy, radiating a terrifying pressure. Every sword strike he swung was like an intricate web of death. It shattered every piece of debris hurtling down from the sky. Those fragments, like fiery meteors, were crushed one by one. Jin praised his comrade. Her skills had improved somewhat compared to before. Cirrus was quite surprised. I didn't think you could keep up with me with that body of yours. Jin had to struggle just to stay on his feet. This situation wasn't good at all. I don't think we can easily accomplish anything, even if it's just getting the Saintess to the ceremony. The man on the ship couldn't believe it. He could actually fight on par with my Mother Queen. Those Jipo scoundrels have dragged something quite massive here. The commander couldn't believe it. How in the world can the destructive power of the cannon be blocked by the strength of a mere mortal? He continued to broadcast his announcement. This is your final warning, Ice Palace Master. If you do not comply with our demands, we will kill all of your guests, which means wiping this entire place clean. Tala retorted sarcastically. How ridiculous. What's wrong? It seems you people don't even have the courage to speak of killing me, do you? These words left the commander stunned. She arrogantly trampled on her opponent's pride. I am the master of the Ice Palace, Talar, Laris, and Doma. Even if all of your arrogant clans charged at me together, you would never be able to kill me. Know your place and get lost immediately. You snot-nosed brats. He had a counter-strategy. That's right, killing you is impossible, but do you think you can protect everyone behind you while facing a barrage of cannon fire from our cannon? We will only suffer a little humiliation, but you will have to carry the dishonor from failing to protect your guests. Talar turned back and asked, Daughter, the woman you just brought, she must be the one needed for your ceremony here. Do I just need to get her there? Jin answered instead, If you can do that, we will win. She had a new plan. All right, if that's the case, listen carefully, my daughter. I will block their attack, and you all must find a way to get that woman to the shrine. The Ice Palace or the Jippo clan, one of us will have to suffer a great shame after today. The commander immediately ordered them to load the cannon quickly. Today, we will wipe you off the face of this earth. Jin then proposed that Lady Cirrus please protect the Saintess. She worried. What? What about you then? He had his own plan. I will clear the way. Cyrus was astonished. What? Just by yourself? You saw what happened earlier. How do you plan to handle all that flying debris on your own? You'll die. Jin knew that, but remained firm in his choice. I've come this far thanks to many people. If I don't put my life on the line now, I just can't do it. These words left the other two speechless, so stunned they couldn't utter a single word. A citizen kept calling out, Saintess, 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 please run away now, Saintess. If those Jippo bastards discover the location of the ruins, they'll definitely will do something to her. Saintess, if you die, this worthless one, and even the mission given to us by Glam will all be for nothing. Please, go to a place where they cannot find you. It will be all right. Saintess, please survive and help us by finding a savior for the tribe. Find the Saintess now. The White Knight Society threatened them. You wretched insects, tell me the Saintess's location before I burn you to death. Those people would rather grit their teeth and endure the engulfing flames than reveal anything. This made Lao Sa feel even more ashamed. I told everyone this was the best we could do, but in the end, leaving everyone behind and running away was my choice. Hiding on a small island while gradually losing my holy power, praying to gods who would never answer, simply waiting for a savior to arrive. All of that was my choice. The Saintess before her, Dien, swore to protect this land until her last breath. Even if we have to die, you must get there. Do you understand? Please, put your life on the line. That moment moved Lao Sa deeply. Her voice trembled slightly, but she answered with determination. I understand. At the same time, on the White Knight Society's side, they had successfully condensed a fireball. The commander's voice thundered, Fire. Jin immediately got into his stance, ready to face the enemy. Cirrus stood firmly in front of Lao Sa, her cold gaze fixed on the battle line. Talaris swung her sword. A slash of ice cut sharply through the air, leaving a cold streak of light in the sky, but the enemy's fireballs were already raining down torrentially, bringing a sea of fire straight down onto the battlefield. Jin felt the ground shake beneath him, his legs faltering for a moment, but he told himself not to think about anything. I just need to trust in one thing. I need to believe that every slash from my sword will be just like the very first one. Streams of dark energy from Jin intertwined, forming a solid black wall that blocked every incoming fragment. He looked back, his voice firm as he told the two girls, Keep moving, I'll hold them off. Jin's eyes followed the fiery projectiles raining down. Murakan's voice rang out, full of spirit. Watch this. He landed an icy punch straight onto a fragment. Murakan glanced back, warning in a serious tone. They're swarming in like ants, get ready. From a distance, the commander's voice echoed like a death sentence. Fire. Talaris gritted her teeth in fury as a sea of fire covering the sky descended like the apocalypse. The fiery barrage rained down from above. Murakan yelled, Don't stop, run. The fragments shot straight towards their targets, but they desperately slashed them apart, clearing a path for the two girls to escape. Right behind Cirrus, a fireball closed in, but Jin managed to block it in time. Murakan turned to praise Jin. You're pretty good at fighting, kid. He looked excitedly at the incoming barrage of fire. At this rate? But suddenly, Murakan's expression fell, his eyes hardening as he looked in one direction. In an instant, a fragment of the fireball pierced straight through Jin's abdomen. Cirrus froze, her heart clenched. Seeing this, she cried out in alarm, Jin, the sea of fire is about to engulf you. Jin thought to himself, I was only able to get this far thanks to the help of so many people. If I don't put my life on the line, I won't be able to bear the consequences of the choice I bet on. Lao Sa was starting to get exhausted, her breath coming in gasps during the desperate escape. A hand from behind suddenly supported her. It was Cirrus. Without hesitation, she hoisted Lao Sa onto her shoulder, charging forward while gritting her teeth and cursing, damn it. Every sword strike Cyrus unleashed was filled with her anger and anxiety, accompanied by a pain-filled shout. You fool! Why would you be so reckless? She demanded loudly. Why? But suddenly, a blast of fire swept across, slashing her arm. Before she could recover, her legs were also hit by fireballs, and her strength vanished. She couldn't hold on to Lao Sa any longer. Cirrus used the last of her strength to push her forward. Lao screamed in panic, her voice cracking with fear. Cirrus, through the searing pain, still managed to urge her, don't look back, don't make all of our efforts meaningless. Keep running. It was both a command and a plea. Lao Sa's heart grew heavy at the choice, but she knew she had to leave. In that moment, Lao Sa couldn't bear to watch her comrade fight so desperately, ready to sacrifice everything for her. It compelled her to stand up and press on. Garm, I will no longer wait for your answer. It's taken me too long to realize that nothing will change simply by praying. I've made my decision now. Fireballs continued to bombard the barren land. In his delirium, Jin faintly heard an urgent voice calling, "Wake up!" Yet, he couldn't regain consciousness. A second time, a voice rang out, clearer and more insistent. Jin, his eyelids heavy, finally snapped them open. Before him was a hellscape of molten lava bubbling up, its heat searing the air. Sirius had collapsed on the battlefield, her tangled hair matted with dust and blood, her breathing was faint. Talaris sat in a daze, clutching her daughter tightly as if trying to hold on to her last bit of warmth. From all sides, members of the White Knight clan were closing in. Jin! At that moment, he was just a spirit, frozen in shock at the sight. What is this? A sweltering heat beat down from above, and as he looked up, his heart seemed to stop. Murakhan had been forced back into his original form, his massive body covered in wounds, his breathing labored. Seeing his comrade in such agony, he was shocked. Murakhan? Jin couldn't believe his eyes. Who was responsible? A dragon several times its normal size, cloaked in a brilliant crimson. The guardian dragon of Psychedun, from the Zippel clan. They must be very determined, huh? He murmured in disbelief. So in the end we failed after all? Jin's gaze fell upon his own unconscious body below, and an agonizing question echoed from deep within his soul. You must be wondering when it all went wrong, aren't you? Perhaps you shouldn't have ended things with Muron's death, or maybe the right choice was to help the people of this place escape instead? Neither of those was the answer. Perhaps you shouldn't have helped them in the first place. Aren't these the regrets flooding your mind right now? He denied it. No, this is the path I chose. I have no regrets. The thing that infuriates me is that even in death, the fact that I am weak and talentless hasn't changed at all. Because of me, of everyone, because I was so weak and foolish. The voice replied, I understand. Then do not forget those feelings. Sharp claws began to sprout from Jin's fingers. His spirit was enveloped in a brilliant light. Jin was stunned to find himself in a new place. The being introduced itself. I am Clam, the one who sealed myself away. Inside the mirror with Sodet's help. I've been waiting for you, the toy chosen by Sodet. Jin's soul was terrified. I don't understand. Wait, what do you mean? Clam solemnly repeated, the 1,000-year contractor. There isn't much time left. After today's events, you must have realized the path you need to take and the pain of the people you couldn't protect. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress his erupting anger. I'm truly at a loss for words. Everything is already over, so what's the point anymore? He replied. It has no meaning, nothing has any meaning at all. Let's continue our talk. Outside, Jin's soul continued to travel. He returned to his own body. Immediately, Jin shot up, sitting up. He tried to suppress the throbbing pain in his head. Damn it, how many times have I woken up like this today? Suddenly, Jin noticed something. Wait, woken up? Sirius approached and asked him, did you just wake up? He stared blankly at her, who was still perfectly fine standing right in front of him. Sirius spoke casually, seeing your shocked face. I guess you must really value your life a lot, huh? While he was confused, Murakhan raised his hand and gave Jin a good smack and a scolding. You little brat. Why were you just lying there unconscious? I really thought you were dead. Jin was surprised and called out, Murakhan? I thought you were attacked by Kadun. Murakhan was confused. Kadun? Why are you suddenly mentioning that bastard? And who was attacked? That guy had to retreat the moment he laid eyes on me, you know. Talaris also came over to chime in. You finally woke up. Honestly, I have no idea what you were thinking, but who would have guessed you'd actually cause a god to descend? Jin grew even more bewildered. A god? What do you mean? From his reaction, Murakhan realized. You did it unconsciously, didn't you? The saintess had a god possess her body. And it wasn't just some ordinary god. The moment he descended, he killed all of them. I have no idea what he did, but those white-armored knights are all lying there motionless now. Also, this powerful mana and this barrier, I don't know who it is, but I don't think this is some weak god. Jin was frustrated, but I don't remember anything. From a distance, Clam heard them and called out. Hey, this kid is awake now, so start explaining what you're planning to do. Jin could tell with a single glance that this person was not Saintess Losa. He frankly admitted, That's right, my name is Clam, and thanks to this child's sacrifice, I was able to descend. Jin, the pain and death you experienced today. Just consider it a small lesson that came with what you wanted to obtain today. He furrowed his brow, thinking to himself. So were all of those things just an illusion? It finally clicked for Murakhan. It seems you played a trick on our kid. Huh? Don't act so high and mighty when you showed up late. Hurry up and answer the question. Why did you do this? What do you want from our kid? I mean, this kid right here. A mystical mirror materialized in Clam's hand. He began to reveal the truth. I am waiting for the master of this. Jim was shaken when he saw it. Is that a mirror? He continued his story from the past. I am the creator and the origin of all mana, but I could not handle that power and nearly destroyed the world. At that time, Solderet helped me. He sealed me and my power within this very mirror. Murakhan was shocked. The god of mana? I've never heard of one. Clam gestured to them. Look, this is Solderet's seal. Staring at the dark surface of the mirror, Murakhan understood that it was a seal made of dark energy, but it's grown very weak, so you need someone who can maintain this seal. He confirmed, there is an infinite source of magic within this mirror, and that is me. If this magic were to escape, this world would have been erased. To prevent that, I had Sodet seal me, and the Colon children have protected me for thousands of years. Murakhan angrily questioned, do you have any idea what they've endured to protect you? You should have let someone with power protect you. Clam had his own sorrows. The children back then were very different from the Colon of today. No one could defeat them. But after I was sealed, my blessing couldn't reach them. Then finally, he spoke of Jin. Thanks to you, I can now end everything. It was the 1,000-year shadow contract that Sodet mentioned. Cirrus exclaimed in shock. A shadow contract? Talaris looked at him with a calculating gaze. He even has a contract with Sodet. The mirror in Clam's hand moved on its own. He wants to give it to you. Take it. Use its power to protect the world. You possess Sodet's power. He took it in astonishment. This is, just by holding it, mana is flooding into my body. But every time mana escapes from the mirror, the seal weakens. Did the Jippo clan use this item so recklessly in my past life? Jin figured out his mission. I suppose I have to protect this seal in place of the Colin clan, he replied. That is the duty that the people of Colin could not fulfill. I am not just asking you to maintain Sodet's seal, because that seal is a gift Sodet left for you. Jin thought he must have misheard. This seal is a gift from Sodet, Clam revealed. This is a masterpiece Sodet created with all of his power when he was at his strongest. It is not just compressed aura. This item can be considered a part of Sodet himself. He hesitated slightly. Of course, this item would be extremely useful. But Saintess Lao Sa said she would perform a summoning for me. He fell silent upon hearing that name. Clam thought that it seemed this child had made a hasty promise in her final moments. He never responds to summons. Not even for the black dragon beside you. So how could you? I will apologize to you on his behalf. Jin refused. It's all right. She wasn't expecting anything in return. I am very grateful to her. He grew suspicious, thinking to himself, forgive him. But how did that child know? How did she know you were living a second life? And how did you obtain this second life? Clam stared intently at his hand, which was covered in a faint blue light. He knew that our time was running out. I have passed on everything, so I will leave now. Your decision has ended the painful mission of those children. For that, I am very grateful to you, child of Sodet, our savior. Now I will enter the mirror and bless your journey. With those words, Clam completely vanished before everyone's eyes. Talaris exclaimed in amazement. You really learn new things the longer you live. A god being grateful to a human, that's a rare sight indeed. Are you ready to go? They won't stay like that forever, and we don't know when reinforcements will arrive. Jin composed himself and replied, all right, I will lead the way, then let's get out of here. As for Lao Sa, she was still in a dialogue with the god, I understand. So that's why you didn't answer. Will you continue to live inside the mirror? Clam said apologetically. I am sorry, I could only save everyone by borrowing your body. Your sacrifice saved them, not just you, but all the children of Colin. It must have been very painful. Lao Sa's entire body froze. I made you all carry such a heavy burden. Feeling understood, Lao Sa was moved and bowed her head. Thank you. For listening to our prayers, for finally hearing our words, and for saving us. So please don't apologize, because no one is at fault here. Receiving her trust, Clam breathed a sigh of relief. That's why I'm even more grateful that you were the ones who completed this mission. The elder expressed his feelings. I just hope that people won't only remember our suffering. He hummed in understanding, silently thinking of Jin's name. This strong determination is connected to you, so I urge you to create a world where that pain no longer exists. Outside, Latika told them a story. It said it has been over 10,000 years. Our race has been the losers since ancient times because we couldn't develop any further. So we quickly became a weak nation and were enslaved by the Zippel clan. After that, as you know, if the Zippel clan had gotten the mirror, our sacrifices would have been in vain. It's a good thing that the mirror ended up in your hands. Jin didn't deny their contribution. No, the reason I'm able to stand here alive is all thanks to you, the Cullen people. He knew how serious it would be if those maniacs got the mirror. The world would turn into a battlefield for exterminating mages. That's why Jin decided I will prepare a place for everyone to stay in the Hufester Union. She was stunned. Huh? The Hufester Union? Dino was concerned. Young Master Jin, the Runcandel family's protectorate isn't sponsored by the main house, right? You don't have to do this for us. He handed him something. This is a letter from Lady Luna Runcandel. Just show them this when you get there, and they will help you. Dino was still worried. Thank you. But you, Jin interrupted him, if you're truly grateful, then slander the Zippel clan on as many pages as you can. He was still wrestling with a problem. Will the Zipple clan just sit back and do nothing? They'll surely ramp up their cover-ups, and even if I am my own, Jin suggested. Do you think you're the only one who hates the Zipple clan, Dino Jacqueline? You are the fuse. When people read your articles, those who have been harmed by the Zipple clan will gather together. You will become a great journalist. Be confident. After that, he went to where Terrace was. Jin sincerely bowed his head in thanks. Now I can finally greet you properly. Thank you for your help, Palace Master Terrace. She spoke casually. It was nothing. But I'm still worried that because of me, the Ice Palace and the Zipple clan have become enemies. No. Now, Sairam will have to be more cautious of the Ice Palace because he never expected an ancient god to descend. He probably thinks I've gotten stronger. Jin felt greatly relieved. Well, that's a relief. Terrace continued, and I didn't just help you for fun. I was asked to. You don't need to thank me. Jin offered, is there any compensation you would like? She stated her request. Compensation? Huh. What should I ask of the kid who is Sodet's contractor and a magic swordsman? For a moment, Jin was speechless at this demand. Terrace thought to herself, I figured he'd say that. How much should I ask for? She smiled and decided, how about I let it slide this time, since I also got some important information. My daughter, you want that too, don't you? Cirrus, blushing beet red, replied, why are you asking me? Jin was shocked. Is she really letting it go? Once again, he bowed his head sincerely and said, thank you. Palace Master Terrace replied, well then, we'll be on our way. We've been out for a while. Cirrus called out to him softly, Jin, let's settle the score the next time we meet. This time, let's decide because we don't know each other a thing. Perfectly fair. Her mother chimed in teasingly, kids who've just hit puberty really speak their minds. Was speechless. Cyrus was at a loss for words at Terrace's playful mood. Mom, why have you been acting like this since yesterday? She said goodbye to Jin and then disappeared. Well then, we're off. Bye-bye. Meanwhile, Ken had set up a stove and was cooking a pot of soup that was bubbling away. Behind him, someone approached. That person greeted him. Long time no see, Ken. He was surprised. Why have you suddenly shown up here? It turned out to be Terrace. I'll get straight to the point, she offered. Your youngest son. Would you consider letting him marry my daughter? Meanwhile, Luna had also received Jin's letter. I see. So this is what happened. The Centipede Girl, along with the White Knights and the Master of the 7th Magic Tower. It seems our youngest has gotten himself into some interesting trouble again. So, is the youngest one all right? Dino reported. Yes, it was a fierce battle, but after arriving in Tekin, he had completely recovered before we left. She folded the letter and continued. That's good to hear. Now let's get down to business. Your name is Latika, is that right? What are your abilities? Called out directly. She hesitated. My apologies, Luna said, looking troubled. I can't just provide you all with room and board, even if you are refugees. She asked her nanny, Taimun, to help them find some work that is suitable. Integrating with the people in the territory will help them settle down faster. She replied, yes, my lady, please leave this to me. Once the arrangements were made, Luna announced, I believe this is better than simply receiving aid. Is that all right? Thank you for giving us this opportunity. She then turned her attention to the journalist. And you said your name is Dino, right? He blurted out. Yes. Luna began to cultivate his talent. If you need anything, just let me know. I will provide you with all the support I can. In return, you must deliver the results that our youngest has asked for. He agreed without a moment's hesitation. Please don't worry at all. I will not fail to meet his expectations. 1 month after the Kolan incident, the entire world was abuzz with talk of the massacre of the indigenous people, including how anonymous adventurers had punished the Jipple clan. The ones who caused the massacre, the forces opposing the Jipple clan, including the Runcandels, quickly spread the rumors. Although the Jipple clan had claimed that this was Muron's own doing, a part of the CC was discovered at the scene. This showed that the Jipple clan was deeply involved in this incident. The allied Hufester forces were furious, while the Magic Federation of Lutero did its best to cover up the matter. The Emperor of the Burmal Empire unilaterally declared the Jipple clan innocent, causing the public outrage to gradually die down. As a result, the Runcandel clan, which had revealed this situation, gained fame among the people, and Burmel received the Jipple clan's support. The Jipple clan's image began to deteriorate as they lost both honor and prestige. Dino continued to write, for that reason, Jipple has been quiet for some time, from the death of their second commander to the Cologne massacre. This was truly a massive blow to them. Both young Master Jin and Lady Luna, I always thought that the people of the Runcandel clan were just sword-crazed maniacs, but I was wrong. And to his surprise, he stared in shock at the pile of letters on the desk. Latika explained, do you see this? It's all money and letters of support sent to us. Dinah was at a loss for words. Oh my god, all of this, she announced. After being abandoned for hundreds of years, many people are now paying attention to us, instead of just pitying our plight. Now we are all secretly praying for young Master Jin, until the anonymous adventurer can finally be revealed as the young master himself, Jin. One day, he will become the flag bearer, elevate the status of the Kanan family, and soon bury the Zipful clan. Meanwhile, Calm was walking alone through a desolate, barren, rocky mountain region. He thought to himself, "This is the third time, isn't it? I hope Sir Casimir's writing skills have improved." Khan stared blankly at what was in front of him, where there was a giant block of ice. His jaw dropped, unable to hide his astonishment. "Ice, you say?" Talaris's teasing voice rang out. "Oh my hands moved faster than my brain again. Why are you looking at me like that?" Kiran coldly interjected. "Stop fooling around and answer me. Talaris, did you disturb someone's meditation, just for the matter of marriage? Is that some new kind of taunting technique?" She laughed coldly. "I didn't come here just to cling to you like I used to." Talaris's sharp gaze darted to one side. A blast of ice immediately shot out, and Khan tried to block this attack. Only then did she realize. "Oh my, you're Kiran's man." "Kiran," he corrected her. "It's Khan." Talaris then remembered. "Right, Khan. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Kiran held out his hand and said, "Khan, you're here. Ignore her and give it to me." He obeyed. "Yes, Patriarch." The letter was delivered into the Patriarch's hands. The letter from Casimir to Kiran reported the Kolan massacre incident, stating that Jin personally killed Muron. Kiran was surprised, so it says the kid beheaded Muron. From behind, Khan added, "Not long ago, someone stepped up to help the people of Kolan who were once massacred by the Zipful clan." The article said that an anonymous traveler punished the Zipful clan and rescued the people. During the rescue, the master of the 7th magic tower, Muron, died, and even the White Knights confirmed that they were attacked at the same time, and the young master was also near that area. Kiran understood his son well. "But my youngest isn't that strong. Did you do it?" Talaris replied. "Don't look at me like that. I received a request from. I think his name was Casimir." He wondered. "Yes, but the letter says nothing about you at all." "Casimir, how dare that punk keep information from me?" Talaris asked in surprise. "What? Are you going to scold him?" Kiran indeed intended to. He needs to be warned. She advised, "I don't think that's a good idea. Instead, reward him. Casimir, he's a man who has made it clear who he serves. He isn't loyal to you, but to Jin." He couldn't refute that and finally had to accept it. "All right, I understand. I almost put my youngest in a difficult position, so I'll consider this a favor I owe you." Talaris seized the opportunity to exclaim, "A favor? All right, then what are you going to do about the debt from your youngest son?" Kiran bluntly pushed the problem onto Jin. "Go see him and collect it." Talaris didn't want to waste any more time there. How ridiculous. "Anyway, I've said what I needed to say. I'm leaving. Think about what I said earlier. Your youngest son and my daughter are a good match." Meanwhile, with Jin, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He whipped around to look behind him. "What is it?" Gilly asked with concern. "What's wrong?" Young Master Jin explained. "No, I just got the shivers." Casimir was also surprised. "You too, my lord?" "Young Master, I often get shivers like that too." She said worriedly, "Ever since returning from Kolan, has everyone been getting them because of rapid growth or something? Thanks to the brilliant light, your magical power has increased, so perhaps this is a side effect." "Really?" he replied with a wry smile. "That could be." Jin thought he had reaped great rewards from the Kolan incident. 6-star swordsmanship, 5-star shadow force, and 7-star magic power. He only became a 7-star mage thanks to Zhuo Guang. However, "I can't go any further because it might weaken the seal." Another servant entered and reported to Casimir. "Sir, there is a man who wishes to see you. He says he's an intelligence gatherer for you." He ordered, "Just make up an excuse and send him away." The servant said awkwardly, "I was about to do that, but he claims to know the location of a secret base belonging to one of the 7 colors." Casimir's interest was piqued. "Is he a retired agent of the 7 colors?" The servant reported, "I've already checked, and this is his first time in Tan, even according to the 7 colors. So how could he know our secret?" Upon hearing this, he became angry. "That bastard? Where is he?" Casimir received the reply. "I've asked him to wait at the entrance." Surprised, Jin stood up and looked through the window. "He knows a secret of the 7 colors. Who could it be?" His eyes showed clear surprise. Casimir, beside him, exclaimed, "I've made a fool of myself in front of you, young master. To think we were discovered by someone even the 7 colors guards don't know." Jin couldn't believe his eyes. It was him. He sighed. "Seriously, he looks like a total scammer. It was Z, a man Jin had a score to settle with. Z the shill. That bastard backstabbed me countless times. Remembering it makes me want to strangle him. But because he has a son, I spared his life. Looking at him now, he must be in some kind of trouble." Casimir stood before Z, who was kneeling on the ground, and spoke. "I don't know him." "Speak, how do you know our location?" The man introduced himself. "I am Z. I run an intelligence shop in Aiken." He realized, you're the one from Tessing. Z admitted. That's right, I'm the one who got information from them. For Qin, to stop their tyranny, we plan to destroy them from within. Yes, that's it. Casimir could confirm it. He was sure this was what young Master Jin had done before coming here. He coldly watched the man continue his act. He reminded him, answer my question. How do you know our location? Your fate will be decided by your answer, he revealed. For an intelligence agent, confidentiality is paramount. If you haven't accepted me, I cannot speak. Sir Casimir found this unacceptable and shouted angrily, how dare you put on such an act here? I won't let you be until you confess. Furthermore, men from the 7 colors are conducting an investigation. Z said earnestly, I have information about Wu Zhenyan. Jin began to emerge, demanding, I want to know. Casimir tried to stop him. No, young master, he's just going to lie. Z was shocked to see him. Young master, isn't Casimir the commander of Station T? But why is he so afraid of that guy? Jin coldly greeted his old acquaintance. Long time no see. Z, what are you doing here without my gift? The man stammered in terror. You. Without hesitation, Jin branded him a con artist. Sir Casimir, this bastard is a con artist. He's the one who impersonated Veridon Zipfel. Don't trust him, or Tikan will become the second Tessing. He couldn't listen anymore and yelled, are you insane? How dare you? Casimir's hand went to his sword. Just then, Murakan returned and called out, hey Casimir, why don't I see any ice cream? Didn't I tell you to buy some? Facing him, he showed a look of clear fear. Huh? That. I'm in the middle of an interrogation right now. Murakan recognized Z. Huh? What? Wait a minute, you're the one who poisoned the juice, aren't you? Why are you here? He was also shocked. That's the psycho from before. Why is he here? Wait, he just spoke informally with Casimir about what happened in Aiken. This maniac is that bastard's subordinate. Zur just realized it, so as the highest-ranking person here, he desperately slammed his head to the ground. Oh my god, sir, I was so foolish not to recognize you. Jin understood his opponent perfectly. Good, so this is the kind of person Z is. You don't beat around the bush at all. That's fine, let's get straight to the point. Everything about Spider Legs Alu, he revealed his real name, is Takan Marius, a former cadet of House Duncannon. Jin mused, a Duncannon cadet, Marius. That name sounds familiar. July whispered from the side, young master, Taman Marius, the eldest lady's nanny, that's her surname. He seemed to vaguely guess. Something. Spider Legs Alu came from the kingdom of Delki, a region allied with the Bloodfester power block. With his status as a commoner, he passed the Duncannon cadet exam. Z revealed more information. The name he used back then was Takan Marius. That is, Alu's real name, but it's already been erased. Jin needed confirmation and called for July. She understood and replied, that's right, young master. The nanny Taman also came from the kingdom of Delki. He continued to interrogate. When did he take the exam? He reported. In the year 1766, 20 years ago. Casimir's cold blade pressed against Z's neck, exposing him. 20 years ago, the kingdom of Delki was plunged into civil war. All its people had evacuated because of the war. How could he have taken the exam? Are you lying? He denied it. No, Alu really did. July suggested, young master. If that's true, then someone from House Duncannon must have helped him. Jin speculated, the people in House Duncannon who could do that would be the purebloods, or the nannies who support them. Nannies of the Duncannon clan don't just raise children. Their power increases depending on the status of the child they serve. And 20 years ago was when everyone recognized Luna Duncannon as the temporary family head. At that time, the eldest sister's nanny would have had immense power. If they were really related, then the previous generation hated me. He gradually came to a conclusion, perhaps not, Taman might have acted alone. Then why? Jin asked coldly, have you confirmed this information? He swore an oath. I swear on my life. I went to Delki to confirm it. He ordered, all right, then lead the way. Z froze for a moment. Huh? Jin repeated. We're going to Delki now. He decided to investigate it to the very end. Taman, Marius, and Spider Legs Alu. I'll confirm their conspiracy myself. In the kingdom of Delki, allied with the Bloodfester power block, the heel of Gaber's boot pressed down on his subordinate's face as he cursed. You useless bastard, I told you, didn't I? What would happen if you weren't on time? The other man, cornered, threatened. Don't do this. I'm doing this to feed my daughter. If you keep this up, then I'll report you to the authorities, he replied arrogantly. Huh? Report me? Have you forgotten? I have House Duncannon backing me up. Suddenly, Vid appeared and spoke up. Wait a minute, if you continue, won't things get a little messy? Gaber turned around, stunned. You, why are you here? Wait, then that guy must be nearby too. A wave of pain hit, making Gaber's eyes widen, and he suddenly spurted blood. The man being pinned down by Gaber stared in shock at the blood splattering. in front of him. Quan was the one who had taken him down. How pathetic, getting help from your mother just to live like a thug, like that. The last survivor weakly begged, "Spare me." He kowtowed, trembling in misery. "I'll give you all my money, so, please, spare me. I won't say anything. My daughter is waiting for me at home, please." He looked surprised. "Geez, we're not like those scumbags. Sorry, but we don't need money." The other guy was baffled. "Huh, then what do you need from me?" Voris only said one sentence before taking the opponent's life. "Sorry, I don't hate you. You're just unlucky." "Ah, I'll blame it all on a certain someone. Everything. It's all because of that person." Back with Jin's group, Casimir was reading a letter, revealing that Marius is a very common surname on the continent, but in the Delki Kingdom, only one special organization is allowed to use it, the Sacrificial Orphanage of the Moon. From the outside, it looks like a normal orphanage, but this is where the Day royal family trained orphans to become assassins or spies. They say that the children were allowed to grow close, and then they were forced to kill each other. The survivors would become assassins. But the place was later shut down after the prince's faction won the civil war. 10 of the children were released to the outside, becoming free citizens. Except for the deceased Ailu, the other 9 are still alive as citizens of Delki. He handed Jin a file. "These are their addresses." He was resolute. "Then let's head to Delki immediately." Looking at the file, Jin thought this might be a clue about the Shadow Wing and the bastard who cursed him. He vowed, "I will definitely catch you." Jai sent his regards to them. "Farewell, Sir Jin and Sir Z. May you have a safe journey." The two arrived in the Delki Kingdom through a teleport. Z held the address, looking for the way. The closest living person was Gabber Marius. He was a gangster in a district called Nantara. "It'll take a while to get there. Should we find an inn first?" "No, we don't need to." Jin refused. "We'll go to the western region where 3 of them are living, and then we'll find an inn." Arriving at the first location, he knocked loudly on the door. No one came out. Z called, "Hello, is anyone home?" The door didn't move, which made him wonder, is no one here? Upstairs, 4 people were silently watching the situation. Jin sensed that something was off. He noticed something on the side of the road. A gruesome murder had occurred. The police were already there. The deceased was the man dealt with by Voris and also Gabber, the one they were looking for. Jin was taken aback. This method of using poison and magic to commit a crime was rare in Hewfester. A man in front of Jin couldn't help but curse, "That damn Gabber. I just saw him strutting around a few days ago." Jin inquired about the situation. "Did you just say Gabber?" The man was surprised. "Huh? Are you his friend?" Jin denied it. "No, I'm just surprised you could recognize him from that mangled corpse." The other man replied, "I saw him stumbling past here drunk just yesterday. Not long after, I heard a scream, and then this happened." The other person who died owed Gabber money. What a pity. He deduced that if poison was used, the original target was likely Gabber, and they killed the witness with magic. Strange. If you wanted to kill someone with poison, you'd wait until he was alone. Why were they in such a rush? Wait a minute, a rush. The word rush made Jin think. Z was startled when his name was suddenly called. "Huh? What's wrong?" Jin asked. "Who's next?" He reported the name, Wheatway Marius, about a 2-hour journey from here. Jin urged, "We'll run there in 1 hour." He had a very bad feeling. When they arrived, Wheatway was already dead. Jin stared in shock at the scene before him. He walked over to examine the body. It was poison again. He hasn't been dead for long. His skin tone and the body's posture haven't changed yet. A self-adjusting assassination poison, Jin concluded it was the work of one person. Someone is trying to kill all the people who survived the sacrifice of the moon. Right now, we have to hurry. However, when they arrived at the 3rd location, they were still 1 step behind. Jin silently stared at the blood spreading across the floor. The 2 of them rushed to the 4th location. His footsteps halted. Both were shocked to see bodies lying everywhere. Jin carefully observed the scene for more clues. He easily recognized the traces of level 8 wind magic, Hell Wind. The magic was getting more and more intense, and Z worried that only 2 people were left. "Sir, if this continues, it will be very difficult to catch the culprit, and we'll become suspects for being at the scene. What about reporting it to the guards?" Jin replied, "No. If we report it, we'll also be investigated, and by then it'll be too late." He let out a heavy sigh, his expression darkening. "Even if I'm just a knight in training, how dare they look down on me in Canaan territory? Those bastards, I will catch them at all costs." Meanwhile, Vitus's side was also checking their list. "Let's see who's next." "Oh, are you surprised? Are you the last one? This is more boring than I thought. You guys were trained just like us, weren't you? Why are they so weak?" Kujin arrogantly replied, "Not everyone gets the same training. Vitus, we are the chosen ones. Of course, we're different from those defective products." Their steps halted at the final location. He said lightly, "All right, let's finish this." With slash after slash, he struck the wooden door, and in an instant, it shattered into pieces. Kujan frowned at the scene inside the room. They were too late. The room was empty. He was surprised. Well, I didn't expect this. Jin's group rushed out of the danger zone. The person was successfully rescued. Jenin asked worriedly, "Are all the people from the sacrifice of the moon dead?" He confirmed, "That's right. Someone is getting ahead of us and killing them all. Their killing order starts from the spatial gate and moves outward. That's why we're always one step behind them. We had no choice but to come to you, the one farthest away, and because of that, we were also able to save your daughter." He said in despair, "I'm sorry, but this might be useless. Even though we're old, we survived some very harsh training. There are only 2 people who could kill us so easily. Vitus and Kujan, they're on a completely different level." Jin asked, "Weren't there only 10 survivors?" Jenin denied it. "No. There were a total of 12 survivors from the sacrifice of the moon and the 2 who are hunting us down. They are monsters trained by that person." As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by a force attacking from behind. He immediately turned around, frantically calling for Marius. He quickly pulled his daughter into a tight embrace before collapsing. Vitus calmly stepped out. "Damn, I thought we lost you for good. Jenin, you're really something. How did you know we were coming to visit? Since when did you get so clever?" he asked, unwilling to accept it. "Vitus, Kujan, why are you 2 doing this?" Kujan spoke coldly. "Sorry, but there's no time to explain. We've been up since early this morning." A torrent of lightning crashed down where they stood. Vitus jumped back in surprise. "Huh? Where did that lightning come from? Is he a mage?" he guessed. Jin spoke up. "Did you say your names are Vitus and Kujan?" he replied with interest. "I was just wondering who was messing with my plans. It's a pleasure to meet you." He looked at them grimly. "I will take my time to find out who gave the order. You're causing trouble on the Kern Black family's land." He silently assessed them. They weren't even bothering to hide their identities. Furthermore, she looks no older than 30. That girl is at least an 8-star mage, and not from the Ziffel clan. So who could she be? Voris was curious. "You even have a bodyguard? How did you know?" "Kujan," he replied. "How could that idiot possibly know?" "I think it's the bodyguard who knows." "Ah, let's get started then. Is that so? Then let's turn Mr. Ren into minced meat, and then we'll interrogate his bodyguard after we cut off his limbs." Kujan warned her. "Be careful, Voris. I don't think he's just an ordinary guy." She paid him no mind. "Be careful? Kujan, you're always so cautious." Power began to gather in Voris's hand, and continued, "That's why no one is interested in you." With that, she launched a blast of magic toward him. Jin blocked the incoming surge of power with one hand. Voris was fuming. "Huh? He blocked it? How? Am I too tired?" He analyzed his opponent's move. A 4th-star spell, Windblade. She mentioned she'd been using magic since dawn, so now is she conserving mana? The real problem is that guy. He must be the poison user. Jin's eyes focused on the weapon in the man's hand. A sword? I thought he was just an assassin, but he's a swordsman. Now he could confirm his opponent was a swordsman who used poison. Jin called out to Zet. Zet looked bewildered. "Huh?" Jin commanded, "Grab Ren and run." He stammered. "What? Me? Wait a minute. No, how could I do that? How could I possibly leave you behind?" In that instant, a sword fight erupted. The fight had barely started when Jin realized, "Damn it, this guy is at least an 8-star knight." Kujan figured out his opponent's true nature. A magic swordsman? "Hey, bodyguard, it seems your life is more valuable than that guy's over there. Why don't you hand him over to us and run away?" Jin replied, "My life is more valuable, but I also have greater responsibilities." While holding the enemy back, he yelled urgently, "Zet, hurry up and go." "No," he hesitated, "I'd rather die." "Bok Tran, don't say things like that trouble my heart. Run." Zet immediately grabbed Ren by the collar. "All right." He started to drag both the father and son away. "If you make it out alive, we'll meet again." "Oh my god, I can't watch this anymore. I'm about to cry." Voris was determined to chase them down. "Do you think you can escape? Keep him busy. Kujan, I'll kill them and be right back." Jin took out a mirror and used it. He sent his apologies. "But before you go, shouldn't you get what's coming to you?" Voris had no idea what kind of trick her opponent was planning. Kujan was instantly on guard as a brilliant, blinding light enveloped them both. Voris looked around warily. "I can't see anything in front of me." Her teammate was also on high alert when, unexpectedly, Jin swung his sword down at him. The man's sword hand twisted slightly. Jin hadn't expected him to be able to counter. Kujan swung his sword towards the other side. Voris rubbed her eyes and shouted, "What is this? I can't see a thing. Kujan, where are you?" Her eyes were completely bloodshot. "Damn it, Kujan." He pressed a hand to the bleeding wound on his chest. When Voris saw this, she was stunned, speechless. An immense power erupted from her in a fit of rage. Voris snarled, "You dare. You dare do that to Kujan? You damn bastard, I'm going to kill you." Not wanting her to lose control, he called out, Vorus, calm down, I'm just recovering. Calm down, we've already overexerted ourselves today. If we're not careful, we'll suffer from mana overload. I'll be good now. I understand. Jin wasn't surprised at all. Just as he thought they would, I won't be taken down that easily. Kujin took something out. In his hand was a small vial. The cap of the vial popped off, and inside was a dark blue liquid. As the scent wafted over, he quickly covered his nose. What is that? Kujin tilted his head back and took a gulp. Jin was shocked. This disgusting aura coming from him is a poison? I've heard about this before. Some people increase their resistance by using poison, fighting poison with poison. Although it shortens their lifespan, they gain power commensurate with that price. Kujin had to see him in a new light. A magic swordsman who uses both a sword and magic at the same time. You're more troublesome than I thought. Now you're even enhancing your sword with poison. I've never seen that kind of magic before. Although I have many things I want to ask you. I must prioritize the mission first. I will give up on taking you alive. With that said, he instantly charged forward. The spot where Kujin had been standing was now empty, and a look of astonishment appeared in Jin's eyes. Because behind him, Kujin rushed forward like a flash of lightning. Jin had just turned his head to look when he was already up close. He swiftly used his sword to block the vicious attack. Suddenly, Jin's whole body froze. A single blow from him was so powerful that it sent him flying backward. A sigil appeared on his hand, and a wave of power carrying poison shot towards him. Jin struggled to dodge the attack. He didn't dare let his guard down, staring intently at his opponent. Jin sensed the imminent danger as another relentless attack came at him. His endurance surprised Kujin. This bastard, just what is he? His swordsmanship is only at the 6th level, but his movements are faster than normal. He's definitely much better than that. Jin smirked and said, it seems I have to deal with the mage first. Seeing the blue flame erupt, Vit was terrified. Huh? What? Blue flame is impossible. A torrent of blue flames rushed towards her. Her entire body was engulfed in the raging fire. Kujin, worried about his teammate, called out to Vit. Jin reminded him, you're getting distracted. What a loving brother you are. Dark energy began to envelop the space where the two stood. He looked around in confusion at the endless darkness before him, and panic began to set in. It's so dark. What the hell is happening? A powerful stream of dark energy rushed in. Kujin could only endure it, blood splattering everywhere, until he could no longer stand it and collapsed to his knees. Kujin was terrified, a source of energy that wasn't magic, nor was it aura, an energy he had never seen before. He spoke up, you're a magic swordsman, and you're backed by the blue flame phoenix. I've really run into a tough opponent, but I'm curious. Jin silently waited for his opponent to continue. Kujin said expectantly, I wonder if poison will even work on a bastard like you. The poison spread across his face. He coughed up blood and stammered, this is... Damn it. He lost his strength and collapsed to the ground in an instant. Vit lay powerlessly on the ground, her clothes scorched by the blue flame. Jin struggled, but couldn't sit up. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain invading his body. I have to calm down, or I'm going to die. Jin's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. He planted it on the ground, using it for leverage to stand up. Kujin also gripped his sword. He glanced at his opponent. Both were exhausted. Behind them, a voice rang out. Found you, Prince. I've found them. The soldiers behind them drew their bows. Receiving the order, archers, prepare to fire. Their commander, Laika, shouted, Knights, follow me. I am the 3rd Prince of Delki. Laikata Delki, all of you, drop your weapons. Jin thought to himself, did Z call them here? Kujin picked Varus up. He declared, remember this, well, I will come back for you again. Don't think you'll live safely. The bastard saw them fleeing, so Laika ordered, don't lose them. After them, we have to catch them. With only the 2 of them left, he asked about Jin's background. Hey, who are you? Laika approached, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, are you on their side too? Huh. Jin's body began to collapse. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately shouted, where is the healer? We need to treat him. Hurry. His consciousness started to fade. Damn it, I can't pass out now. His vision began to turn black. After some time of treatment, Jin, who was asleep, suddenly bolted upright. Laika, sitting beside him, inquired, you're awake? He explained, this is my mansion. I brought you here because your identity hasn't been confirmed yet. Jin asked grimly, how long was I unconscious? Laika replied, 3 hours. You're lucky you're not dead. The poison in your system is potent enough to kill an 8-star swordsman. However, if you're a member of the Runcandel family, that's another matter. Observing the young man before him, he sighed in relief. So he really is Jin. It's a good thing I saw him at the ball, Laika asked curiously. What happened to the other 2? Despite a very serious wound on his chest, he still managed to escape from my knights. How were you able to injure a monster like that? He knew very well that the man used to be a 5-star swordsman, and even after growing up, he would only reach 6-star at most. He must have had help from someone to injure that guy. Jin spoke up. First, I want to thank you, sir. Leica said casually. Don't mention it. Saving a Runcandel in HEIR is a matter of course, even if you are a reserve flag bearer. Jin asked about the situation. Have you reported this to City Hall? He bluntly replied. If I had, you would be dead by now. The moment I brought you here, the people in power sent their soldiers to start wreaking havoc in Delki. Jin was shocked. Are they comrades from Tan? He felt extremely guilty. I've caused you trouble, sir. He denied it. Not at all. But may I ask a favor of you? Jin readily agreed. Please, go ahead. He didn't beat around the bush. When you become a flag bearer, please send more guards to Delki. And the shares of the Day gold mine that the Runcandel family currently owns, I want a small portion of it back. Jin fell silent upon hearing this request. A moment later, he spoke. It seems you value my life too cheaply, don't you? I will send double the number of guards here and all the shares of that gold mine. This astonished Leica. That much? Is that even possible? Jin reassured him. Please don't worry. In the future, there will be nothing I cannot do in HEIR. He was stunned. What does he mean by that? Even as a flag bearer, there's no way he could wield that much power, unless he aims to become the family patriarch. Jin's companions finally arrived to visit him. Young master, everyone. Julie said in a panic, it hasn't been long since you ran rampant in Colin, and you're already making me worry again. Murakhan scolded him angrily. You fought an 8-star mage and a knight? Are you trying to get yourself killed? He placated them with a promise. I'm sorry, everyone. I won't do it again. Only then did he understand, and no wonder the Prince of Delki didn't notify City Hall. Not to mention Casmia, but also Lady Quicantle. What a relief. The situation was stable. Kaya reassured them, everyone, please calm down. She sighed in relief. It's a good thing you're all right. Z got emotional. Oh my gosh, for real, you're back. Seeing his bruised face, Jin asked, Z, what happened to you? He pointed towards Murakhan and accused him. I explained the situation to him, but not only did he not believe me, he hit me. Katmia pushed him aside. Young Master Jin, do you know what happened with Zen Marius? No matter how many times we interrogate him, he insists he won't talk until you arrive. He replied, I understand. I'll go see him. Zen had been waiting for Jin for a long time. Jin sat down across from him and got straight to the point. I put my life on the line for you and your daughter, so I'm not going to beat around the bush. Tell me of Kujin and Verisit. Zen pursed his lips, finding it difficult to make a choice. He revealed everything. The first night of Runcandel, the nanny of Luna Runcandel, Taman Marius. That person is our mother. Meanwhile, after hearing a report from Kujan's group, she was disappointed. I have nothing more to say. Not only did you fail, you also exposed your identities to a magic swordsman. You two really have a death wish, don't you? Taimon ordered, get out of my sight. As of today, our relationship will come to an end. Varys was stunned. Lady Taimon, what do you mean? Are you saying you're going to cast us out? She confirmed. That's right. You have committed too grave an error. Taimon's face was ice cold, ignoring Varys's pleas. No. She grabbed the woman's leg and cried out loud. Lady Taimon, no, mother, please. We won't make any more mistakes. There won't be a next time. Please don't send us away. I beg you. She shoved Varys off her leg. Let go. And don't ever seek me out again. Kujin held his poor sister, who was screaming mother, in his arms. Taimon heard him offer a final farewell. Please take care of yourself. Kujin accepted the fact that he had been abandoned. She didn't say another word. The door opened, and Taimon left the log cabin at the edge of the forest, thinking, that magic swordsman is definitely young Master Jin. That dark energy is exactly what that person told me about. He must have already found a clue about me, and he will soon come looking for me with the young lady. Even if they find out the truth, it's not a problem. The young lady can't possibly kill me. What's more important now is the information about young Master Jin. He has dark energy and uses magic as well. That person doesn't know about this either. I guess those hounds weren't completely useless. Meanwhile, Zen asked nervously, did you meet Taken? Taken, you mean Spider Legs? I killed him. He was shocked. What? Jin became suspicious. Or was it that Spider Legs once led a mafia organization, and before I killed him, he referred to the one who ordered my assassination as that person? Was he just referring to Taimon? Zen replied sorrowfully. 15 years ago, Taken said this as he was leaving Deo Gitan. Mother made a deal with someone in a high position within the Runcandel clan, and if anything were to go wrong, then my siblings and I would be in danger, so we must be careful. Jin pressed for more information. Did you hear exactly what that deal was? Unfortunately, the answer Jin got was no. A Runcandel was Taimon's superior. After finishing his questions, he stood up to leave. I have to go now. Casimir asked curiously, where are you going? He uttered a familiar name. To meet Sister Luna. She was asking Latika, are you comfortable here? she replied gratefully. It's very pleasant, thank you. Luna, for your concern. Recently, everyone has found work and we Collins are finally able to live like human beings. Luna was pleased. Heart. Ah, if my youngest brother heard this, he would be so happy. Suddenly she turned to look at the door, saw a figure outside, and Luna was surprised. It was her youngest brother. He was drenched in the pouring rain, and she chuckled when she heard what Jin reported. Luna didn't believe it at all. She trained orphans to become assassins and even ordered them to curse you. Little brother, that's our nanny. Why would she do that to you? That must be fake news. She's traveling right now, so come back another time. Also, Jean seriously interrupted. Sister, I'm sorry. Luna slammed her fist on the table, expressing her anger. She yelled loudly, don't you dare apologize, as if it's the truth. How could she do such a thing? Suddenly, Luna froze. She saw Jin looking at her sadly. Luna knew Jin wasn't joking about this. She figured it must be someone's plot. That orphan you saved must have been lying. And if she really did it, there must be a reason. I shouldn't just sit here. I have to go confirm it myself. Let's go. To the nanny's place, Taemon sat quietly waiting for the siblings to come find her. She thought to herself, Varys Kanujin, since you two have exposed your identities, that person will take care of you. It's no big deal. They're just ordinary hunting dogs. I just need to raise new ones. But how did the young master find out this information? Did that mage make a mistake? If not, then why? Taemon sensed movement outside. She turned her head to look towards the door. The door slowly opened, and Taemon exclaimed, You've arrived, my lady and young Master Jin. Luna asked coldly, I'll get straight to the point. Varys Marius, Kanujin Marius, do you know them? The woman was silent for a moment, then confirmed, Yes, I know them, my lady. She continued, What is the reason for secretly raising assassins? Why did they pick a fight with Jin? Taemon pleaded, Please listen to me. It was not my order. I was also very surprised to find out my hunting dogs were involved with young Master Jin. That's why I'm sitting here waiting for you. Luna was trembling with anger. Do you think you can be forgiven with that excuse? When you secretly raised assassins without my permission. The woman accepted her punishment. Please hand me over to the family court. I will give a full confession there. She couldn't believe it. Are you running away? How could you? You're not the person I knew anymore. Her current actions are incomprehensible. Can't you explain clearly? My lady, I'm sorry for hiding it from you, but the reason I raised subordinates, Taemon replied grimly, is to survive. Luna was stunned. What? The woman turned the issue back on her. Do you not know how many enemies you have within the family? And because of that, no, we have to face danger every single day. Luna was surprised. What are you talking about? How could anyone dare to touch my people? Taemon successfully led the conversation. Just as I thought, my lady has no idea that the servants in the mansion are often replaced in less than a year, right? Do you know why? And all the other guards and servants, too. None of them stay for more than a year, some only last a month. Have you ever been curious about the reason? They were all killed by your siblings, the ones you hold so dear. Luna tried to remain calm. Don't lie to me. If that's true, then why didn't you say a word to me? Taemon gave another excuse. I didn't say anything because I know very well what kind of person you are, my lady. She yelled, That's ridiculous. The woman persisted with her psychological manipulation. Even if I told you, would you be able to lay a hand on your own flesh and blood, my lady? Or would you just give them some minor punishment? It's all for naught. Didn't you give up competing for the position of family head because you didn't want to harm your own siblings? Luna thought to herself, Nanny, I don't want to compete for the position of head of the Kanden family anymore. Taemon continued, The moment you abandoned your duty was also the moment your subordinates were seen as prey. She recounted the past. 35 years ago, for the first time, I felt what true power was. In that dilapidated orphanage, I was originally destined to be a loyal dog for the nobility, but my talent was recognized by the Kanden family, and I became a nanny for that family. Finally, I could live like a human, no longer living the life of a beast. Taemon held the small child in swaddling clothes and said sorrowfully, My destiny is so unfortunate, but you, the firstborn child of the Kanden family, how fortunate you are. Am I jealous? Of course not. On the contrary, I even feel grateful to you for giving me this power. What a warm, tiny gift, Taemon continued, and the Kanden children born after her were all her rivals. However, that was never a problem, because the family head had said that Lady Luna possessed more talent than anyone else. As a child, she held a small sword and happily announced, Nanny, I dueled with everyone in the beginner's class and won every match. Rutsua and Jantia even teamed up against me, but I still won. She gently praised, That's impressive. Please keep up the good work, my lady. Luna replied sullenly, But I don't like fighting, even though I'm really good at it. But Taemon continued the old story. I was once worried about the lady's innocence, but then I gradually realized my worries were pointless. As Luna grew older, she became cruel to everyone. Don't appear before me again, or you'll have only yourself to blame. Luna could casually pour food on someone's head, saying, "Get lost. The sight of you is making me lose my appetite." She even gave orders like, "Trash, lick my feet for the rest of your life, and that suits you better." Her voice held a hint of sadness. Time passed, and when she turned 13, I no longer saw a trace of the innocence she once had, only a commanding presence. More time passed. One day, Taimon heard Luna confide, "Nanny, I'm exhausted. My mother and father, my siblings, and all the clan members, I just want to stop now. I don't want to become the family head." She hurriedly tried to dissuade her. "No, my lady, to become the family head, you have no other choice." But she decisively brushed it all away. "Then I don't need it anymore. To have to kill family members for the sake of the family, that's not the right answer. I must achieve something new that will help the family without having to kill my own kin. I will become the sword that protects this family," Taimon said, stunned. At the age of 19, when the lady's adolescence came to an end, it was also the end of my quest for revenge. Yes, the sacrifices and suffering I had to endure for the past 12 years. I had originally intended to make the lady the family head and use her to get my revenge. However, she was a whale swimming out of a myth, while I was just a starving fisherman who could only watch. At that moment, Taimon knelt and pledged her loyalty. "I will follow you, my lady." That day, she found a new dream. Luna, moved to tears, sobbed. "Nanny, thank you for supporting me," she muttered grimly, but my dream was shattered, and not long after, her younger siblings realized she had changed, and they began to hunt. The insane things they did were so inhumane that even someone like me, who has carried out countless assassination missions, could barely stand it. Taimon decided she couldn't let the young lady know about this, otherwise she would only blame herself. "I am her nanny. I have to handle this myself." "But how?" "That's right. I will raise some loyal dogs, just like the path I was forced to walk. I will select a few useful orphans." Then one day, she was captured, but in the end, it was Tam Moon Marius, the guide and top assassin of the Inguyet Te. The person who captured her spoke up. "I'll get straight to the point. I want your submission and loyalty. If you accept, I will give you everything you desire." Taimon didn't hesitate. "Humph, just kill me." That person replied coldly, "Hear me out first. You always wear a smile, but I know exactly what emotions are hiding behind it. Taimon, don't you want freedom? Don't you despise that witless princess? Come to me, and I will grant you true freedom." She trembled as she continued her story. On that day, the fisherman who had been waiting for a great whale finally heard the sound of salvation. Back then, Taimon wondered, if the young lady heard this, what kind of expression would she wear? Now, she could only say, "I'm sorry, my lady. I had hoped that even if I were to die, you would never know about this." Regardless of the reason, the truth is that I secretly trained soldiers and allowed them to point their swords at young Master Jin. Even if I didn't give the direct order, it is still a crime punishable by death. I must pay the price for this mistake, so I have already reported the entire incident to the main family. Seeing the knights enter, Jin was astonished. The family's execution knights of the clan, Taimon, she had truly made her move first. She left a message. "Well then, I'll see everyone at the tribunal for the verdict." Jin, "It seems you have someone backing you, Tamoon Marius. I don't know who it is, but there aren't many people with enough power to save you at the family tribunal. How could Taimon possibly give that person up?" "You're speaking nonsense again, sir. I only have Lady Luna. Even if I'm executed, I'll just consider it unfortunate," he said coldly. "You talk too much for someone on death's door. For a disposable pawn like you, do you think someone who does whatever they please would lift a finger to save you?" She was speechless. Finally, Taimon bid farewell. "If you have nothing more to say, then I will take my leave." She understood then. Indeed, he hadn't come this far just through luck. That's right. That person has likely abandoned me. But young Master Jin, with the information I have on you, I can save my life. If I use this information to negotiate, then perhaps, the knight beside her whispered, "Tam Moon Marius, that person sent a message for you." The message was only 3 words. "Well done." Instantly, a sword's tip lunged forward, but it was immediately blocked. The other 2 knights were stunned. Luna gracefully walked down the stairs, her somber voice echoing, "How dare a mere knight, whose only duty is to escort a prisoner, attempt to kill my nanny? You bastards! It seems you've forgotten who I am, haven't you?" The overwhelming killing intent caused the 2 men to freeze in place. Jin understood perfectly. So, it has finally come to this. Taimon, the family's execution knights, will not defy his sister, that one. They are merely that person's subordinates, disguised as knights, but threatening them is useless. They are death warriors, and even if it means dying, they will take Taimon down with them. Seeing them all charge towards her, Jin stepped in to help. He coldly looked at the remaining one, who was also on guard and ready to fight. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin charged forward. The other knight moved with incredible speed, but a blade slicing through the wind shot out from Luna. It slammed hard into the target, sending dust and smoke billowing from the floor. Taimun stared in horror at the scene before her. The knight had broken through the barrier to prepare to end her life, but Luna had already closed in on him. She brought her sword down, and he tightened his grip on his weapon, then spun around to counter. However, he was unsuccessful. The knight exclaimed tremulously, "What?" The dagger in his hand is broken, and his wrist is held firmly by Luna. She had successfully subdued the knight. Taimun collapsed to the ground. All danger had been neutralized. Jin said nonchalantly, "I was right, Taimun Marius. Your master had no intention of saving you." Luna's expression darkened, and she asked the knight in a cold voice, "If you want to die in one piece, answer my questions." Her eyes went wide when she saw what was before her. When the mask was removed, the knight's face was completely disfigured, and clotted blood trickled from his mouth. Jin could tell at a glance it was poison. The man had self-destructed before she could interrogate him. Luna angrily threw the corpse down. "You damn bastard." Jin turned to the remaining person. "Now that things have come to this, you should stop playing dumb. Confess everything. Nanny Taimun." Luna looked disappointedly at the woman she cared for. "I trusted you enough to task you with investigating the people who were targeting Jin, yet you had the heart to deceive me like this? How could you do this to me? Why?" Nanny Taimun gave a cold laugh as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She uttered, "I knew this would happen, but it seems I've truly gotten old. I can't believe I fell for such an obvious assassination attempt." Luna's eyes showed clear surprise. She rushed to support Taimun, calling out, "Nanny." The nanny coughed up a mouthful of blood and replied, "My lady." Luna said worriedly, "No, don't talk anymore. The poison will spread throughout your body." Taimun found it laughable that this poison was the very one Kujian had given me. How ironic. It's too late now. That's right, this must be what people call karma. She couldn't bear to watch the companion she'd had since childhood pass away. "No, Nanny, no, this isn't what I wanted." Luna sobbed and pleaded, "Please, Nanny." With a heavy heart, Taimun thought, "I don't want to die. I want to beg for my lady's forgiveness. To keep on living, I just want to stay by my lady's side a little longer." When did it all go so wrong? Was it the moment my lady was no longer the first thing on my mind, but hatred was instead? That's when everything started to go wrong. Then, at the very least, in my final moments, I must do this for my lady. Taimun decided to confess, "My lady and young Master Jin, please listen carefully to what I'm about to say." Luna tried to persuade her, "Don't say any more. Nanny, you'll bleed more." The nanny continued in a weak voice, "Even if I tell you now, my sins cannot be washed away, but I still must tell you both. 15 years ago, the mage who placed the curse on the young master was Kid. He's quite well known, so you'll find him soon enough. And the person who gave me this poison, that person is..." Luna said worriedly, "Nanny, I understand. Please stop." But she still struggled to speak. "You have. The one who ordered me to harm the young master was Joshua Van Canaan, the second in line to succeed the Canaan family. Young Master Joshua, he knew all about the little young master's power and the contract." At this point, Taimun was nearly exhausted. Luna despaired as she saw her spit blood. Nanny, in her final moments, Taimun was filled with immense regret. "I'm sorry, my lady, for harming you. I should have told you sooner. Even though I know that saying everything I did was for you is just an excuse." She struggled to lift her hand. "Please." Images from the past flooded the mind of the dying woman. Taimun remembered an innocent Luna from her childhood, from the moment she cradled the swaddled baby Luna in her arms. Looking at the little girl in her arms, Taimun couldn't resist gently poking her chubby cheek. Every memory of Luna was etched into the nanny's mind. She pleaded, "Please don't remember this lowly servant." Her finger, gently touching Luna's cheek, slowly began to slip. Luna reached out and grasped her hand, as if trying to hold onto the fading life. Luna pulled Taimun into her embrace and sobbed. At that moment, she truly called her mother. In another mansion, a man snorted coldly, stubbing out a cigarette in an ashtray. Joshua guessed that Taimun Marius must be dead by now. He thought it was good that Taimun Marius died an easy death. Outside, a subordinate announced, "Lord Joshua, Taimun's hounds have come to see you." He then ordered, "Bring them in." He asked the two before him, "Did Taimun send you away?" Voris replied, "Yes." Joshua asked again, "Why have you come to me?" They wanted to pledge their allegiance to him. "Lord Joshua, we will do anything you command. Please, return our mother's heart. Without our mother, we are nothing. Please, Lord Joshua, please." Kuzan stopped his sister, who was losing her composure. "Voris, that's enough. Please help us. We will do anything you ask." He shot up from his seat, surprising her. Joshua walked towards them step by step. He raised his hand to touch Voris's cheek and said nonchalantly, "What a pity. I can't help you. It seems you haven't heard the news. You said Taimun was in a great hurry to send you away. It wasn't because she didn't love you, but because she wanted to save you. She was murdered by an anonymous magic swordsman. Timon told me she was in danger and asked for my help. I sent 5 knights to assist, but they died along with Timon. Voris slammed her head on the floor, begging, "Who is that magic swordsman?" She was filled with hatred, muttering, "I'll kill you, kill you, kill you." Joshua began to pin the blame on Jin. He has a contract with Solderet. There is no other information. Where he comes from or who he works for is unknown. Kuzan was so enraged his eyes turned bloodshot. "I will find him. I will risk my life to avenge our mother." Joshua stood up, feigning regret. "I understand how you feel, but now is not the time. Soon, he will come after you too. You must seize that moment. Can you trust me and wait? Because I also have a score to settle with him." Kuzan's eyes burned with resentment, and both of them knelt down. "Thank you, Lord Joshua. Please entrust this to us." Joshua thought with contempt. They're not even blood-related, yet they want to get revenge for her. How ridiculous. You raised these hounds well, Timon. And I must also thank my youngest uncle for killing Timon and giving me this gift. Outside, another urgent report came. "Lord Joshua, there's an urgent message. May I enter?" He agreed. "Come in." After hearing the report, Joshua said in a cold voice, "Is that so?" Kuzan looked up to ask Lord Joshua what was wrong. "What is it?" He replied that something unfortunate has happened. "All of you should return. I'll arrange a place for you. Just wait there for my orders." They offered that we could help him. Ratsua refused. "There's no need. It's just a family matter." Outside the mansion, his guards were being attacked. One of them tried to stop her. "What is this?" "First flag bearer." "Even if you are the first flag bearer." Luna shouted, "Silence. Answer my question." She was furious, wanting to find the mastermind. "Where is Ratsua?" A guard threatened. "Back off now. You are violating the clan rules." Luna grabbed him tightly by the neck. "Clan rules? Don't you dare say that word in front of me ever again. This is an order from the first flag bearer. You do your job, and I'll do mine." She stomped her foot hard on the stone floor, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire area around her. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. Luna continued to increase her power. The entire group of guards realized they couldn't move. An invisible force radiating from her sent them flying backward, and the whole group collapsed to the ground. Luna asked coldly, "Are you done?" "Then get out of my way. I'm starting to lose my patience." Ratsua finally showed himself. "You've arrived, sister, but you didn't give me any notice. Are you in such a hurry? You have such a grim expression, older sister." She looked at his guards with contempt. "You're truly pathetic, Ratsua. You're so afraid of me that you have to hide behind those black knights. How did you know I'd be coming for your life?" He remained calm. "Don't say such scary things, sister. It seems you've encountered something sad. If you're okay with it, you can tell me. I'll listen to you. We're family after all." Ratsua thought smugly. "That's right, sister. The younger brother you want to kill is standing right here. Don't hesitate. Draw your sword, because the clan will be on my side." She let out a sigh. "Ha," and then sheathed her sword. "Younger brother, what a pity. I didn't come here to kill you. I came to give you one last warning. When that child returns, you won't be able to fight back. If you plan on hiding like you did today, you'd better just run. Because if you don't, you'll regret not dying today." He wasn't scared at all. How sad. The strong sister I once knew can now only make empty threats. Luna said pitifully, "Poor thing, just like when we were little." Ratsua silently watched his sister leave in the pouring rain. He held a grudge. "Keep being so distant. For now, I'll leave you alone because of the Jippo. But when this is all over and the Black Fang is mine, I'll finish you off first." Jin asked with concern, "Are you all right, eldest sister?" She reassured her younger brother, "I'm fine." "Thank you, Jin. It's because of your advice that I was able to hold back my emotions." He reminded her that if she lost her cool, Ratsua would use it as an excuse to control her. Luna understood well. "Yes, just as you said, he kept trying to provoke me while hiding behind the Black Knights." Jin was surprised to hear the name of this organization. The Black Knights? The Black Knights? Among the countless knights in the clan, only the 10 most elite are allowed to join. The Black Knights are supposed to only follow the orders of the Patriarch and Matriarch, so how are they on Ratsua's side now? Damn it. I don't know how he managed to persuade Father, but it's clear the Black Knights have already sided with him. Timon was buried with care. Jin looked at her grave in horror. What a terrifying poison, to think it could even melt a corpse. Luna was extremely heartbroken. "I couldn't even give my nanny a proper burial. I can't believe that those close to her also had to suffer from this poison, which is why she ended up betraying people. It's understandable that she always cherished me. No, that's not it. It's all my fault. If I had known how to make her feel at ease, this wouldn't have happened in the first place." He had anticipated that even if she betrayed them to his sister, Timon was still true family. As for Joshua, her brother, he was now a mortal enemy. Who could possibly comfort Luna's heart now? She confessed that since childhood, she had hated the infighting between siblings. No, she was afraid. afraid of the feeling of hatred and hostility among those who shared the same blood in the past. She was afraid that she and her younger siblings would repeat that past. Yes, that's why she became the sword that protects the family, and thanks to her, none of us had to die anymore. Yes, she thought she had accomplished that. But how foolish was I? Now she understood. She had just been running away all this time because she was afraid to fight, and this was the price she had to pay for that cowardice. From now on, the family's guardian sword is no more. Jane called out in doubt, "Sister." She swung the sword in her hand high. Luna plunged her sword firmly into the ground. At this moment, she declared, "If others dare to target you, I will take their heads, and if you wish it, I will destroy anything that stands in your way. From this moment on, my sword is yours." After speaking, Luna collapsed to one side in a daze. She was filled with self-blame, thinking it was all her fault. Tai and Jesua, if only I had been more composed, this wouldn't have happened. So from now on, I will help Jean with all my heart, even if it means turning my back on all my other siblings. This is the price for my cowardice. He planted his sword parallel to hers, expressing, "I will also stand by your side. I will stop anyone who wants to harm you, and even if I have to kill our own flesh and blood, I will not hesitate to strike. Do you remember? No matter what you do or who you become, I will always support you." These words stunned Luna. She was moved by her youngest brother. No matter what you want to do or who you want to become, I will always support you. Droplets rolled down Luna's cheeks. It was unclear if it was rain or tears. He pulled his sister, who always had to pretend to be strong, into his arms. "The day I return as a knight will be the day I protect you. Because we are family." She finally no longer felt alone. Yes, this arrogant youngest brother was her family. "I will stop at nothing to help you become the family head." Murakhan flew into a rage after finding out, what? They invited a mage to cast a curse? That bastard Jesua. No matter how many years have passed, this is still something unprecedented since the dark magic era. The usually gentle Julie couldn't help but curse. "I'm still in shock over here. That damn dog Jesua. Forgive me, I misspoke in front of you, sir." The young master stomped his foot in anger. "It's fine, beard cake. Bottling up your anger will only make it worse. Repeat after me. That bastard Jesua." She asked doubtfully, "Beard cake?" Murakhan let out a sigh of relief. How refreshing. Julie asked curiously, "More importantly, why would Joshua want to harm you?" Young Master Jain replied, "There are many reasons, but the most important one is that he remained completely unfazed even after knowing I had made a pact with Sodet." With that, she understood. "That's right, he even broke the rules of the Thunderstorm Arena to harm you, but in the main house, he did nothing at all. He waited calmly. We'll find out the reasons soon enough." He thought to himself, if the hypothesis, my guess, is correct, then he must be targeting my contract, considering what happened to Enya and the Jipo clan's ability to steal contracts with gods. However, even Joshua couldn't be that close to the Jipo clan. Does that mean there's another way to steal a contract? Casimir entered and announced, "Young Master Jin, I've found the location of the person you requested." He took the file that Casimir handed him. "It's done already?" Casimir confirmed, "Yes. He's a rather famous mage who is currently retired in the state of Mentador on the eastern continent. Ever since joining the Advanced Magic Academy in Jipo, he has always used the alias Aman. It's said that he is still researching some kind of magic." Jin asked the trio, Julie, Murakhan, and Sir Casimir, "I have a request. For the next 3 months, please don't look for me, okay?" In a rather crowded tavern, Gita wore a hood pulled low to hide his identity. The tavern door opened, and someone new walked in. The patrons in the tavern watched curiously, as a person in a heavy cloak, leaning on a staff, appeared. That person walked inside step by step. Arriving at the table of Gidat, the person asked, "Excuse me, are you a man?" The old man was startled. "And you are?" He introduced himself. "I am an ambitious mage called Hilwell, and I'm currently on my way to enroll at the Mentador Magic Academy, the prestigious one. But I heard that a very noble sage resides here, so I came to pay my respects." Gidat mumbled, "An ambitious mage, you say?" Unable to stand the scrutinizing gazes, the old man angrily slammed the table, then shouted loudly, "What are you all looking at? Huh? You insects!" A blue flame erupted in Gidat's hand. "Get lost, all of you, before I turn you into nothingness." Once the crowd had left, the old man slowly retracted the blue flame in his hand, then resumed the unfinished conversation. "All right, who are you?" He replied as before, "I am an ambitious mage." Gidat, annoyed, exposed him. "Stop kidding around. Your disguise is sloppy. That body belongs to someone who has spent their entire life training with weapons, and within this disgusting body exists 7-star innate magic. An ambitious mage? It seems you underestimate me. Reveal your identity, or I'll make it so this body can never use magic again." He calmly replied, "Then allow me to reintroduce myself." He removed his hood. "My name is HEIR, the last surviving member of the HEIR clan." The old man jumped up in surprise and asked, "Her? What did you just say? You're from the HEIR clan, the only clan that could rival the Jipo clan in magic? You're lying. They were all massacred by the Jipo clan." Hill took a book from his clothes. "Please, take a look at this." He held it out and explained, before he died, "The mercenary captain who raised me as an orphan revealed my origins to me and gave me this magic book. The author of the book is Sujil HEIR." The old man eagerly tried to snatch it. "Quick, let me see." Hill pulled it back. "I can let you see it, but you cannot touch it. I made a vow that without my permission, no one is allowed to touch it. If you want to touch it, you'll have to kill me first." Gidat impatiently urged him. "Fine, then you turn the pages yourself. Hurry up." He placed the book on the table and turned the pages one by one. The old man thought to himself, "Oh, this cipher. This magic book truly belongs to the HEIR clan. I've been searching for clues about them my whole life, from a past life, so I would definitely recognize it. I must take a closer look." Kaidas suddenly asked, "Hey, have you decided where you're staying for the night yet? Follow me, I'll treat you properly." The old man led Huel to his secret base, and they sat comfortably in the living room. Kaidas introduced, "This is where I conduct my research. No one knows about this place and it's heavily guarded. Now, will you tell me, how can a person with the surname HEIR still be alive today?" He slowly recounted, "I was raised by a small mercenary named Grey Owl as an orphan. Although I've wielded a sword since I was young, I have no talent for it. But when it came to magic, I grasped it instantly, as if I had known it all from the beginning. After finding out about the family's history and the clan leader's last will, he realized it was the record magic of the HEIR family, a power that could even threaten the Jipo clan. For those skilled at manipulating history with it, this could explain this sudden achievement." Well continued, "But since then, the Jipo clan started hunting me, so I plan to enroll in the Magic Academy and hide my identity." Kaidas replied, "Even 300 years ago, the Jipo clan would not leave behind anything that could cause trouble, let alone a member of the Esther family. The bounty on your head must be at least 10 million gold coins. Make your choice. Either you live like this for the rest of your life, constantly hunted by them, or you will become my disciple and make your mark on history. My real name is Kaidas Honorable. I am known as Kaidas on the Counterflow." Well jumped up in astonishment. "Really? Are you truly Kaidas Han the Counterflow?" The old man was surprised by his reaction. "You know of me? Before a wet behind the ears kid like you was even born, my name was already legendary for a long time." Huel said with great admiration, "How could I not know? The story of how Master Kaidas became a 9-star mage without the help of the Jipo clan is a legendary tale. I heard you even fought against them and displayed a bold demeanor while teaching the Jipo soldiers a lesson." The old man cleared his throat and admitted, "Himph, that was me. You don't need to flatter me anymore. If you become my disciple, I will pass on to you the magic called Counterflow, which I named myself, and by following in my footsteps, you will carve the name Counterflow into history. Now, make your choice, and will you become my disciple?" Kaidas wrote in his journal, "The rare magical family, HEIR. A long time ago, I accidentally discovered traces of them and have been chasing them my whole life since, as if I were enchanted by them. But at some point, the trail of clues was cut off, and just when I was about to give up on everything, well, yes, he appeared before me. With his grimoire, I will be able to develop my counterflow magic even further, and if I pass the completed magic on to Huel, to my disciple. If so, my legacy will live on." The old man handed him something, an orb that was radiating a blue light. Huel carefully observed the object in his hand. Kaidas looked at their bond and said excitedly, "Excellent. I think we can move on to the advanced counterflow system now." He was very moved. "Thank you. It's all thanks to your teachings, master." Suddenly, the old man remembered, well, that HEIR grimoire, can't you show it to me one more time?" He refused. "No, I can't." "Impossible," Kiat asked. "Why not?" Well stated the reason. "As I've said, it's because of my personal beliefs." The old man was extremely annoyed. "You and your beliefs. If I wanted to forcibly take that book from you, it would be easier than a piece of cake. Even so, I have always respected those beliefs of yours. Hand it over now." He looked coldly at the person before him, his determination unshaken. Kiat had to concede, "My apologies, I misspoke. Just forget what I just said, all right?" Huel suggested. "Then how about this? Master, let's share our beliefs with each other." The old man was surprised. "Beliefs? How can we do that?" He tempted. "You should also entrust me with something as precious as your own life. Please entrust me with the Book of Reversal." Kiat was shocked to hear this request. Huel used a soft approach. "In that case, I will." The old man hastily agreed. "All right, but you must wait. The Eternal Vault in Vankella Castle, the Book of Reversal is currently stored there, so I must go retrieve it myself. Understand?" Huel replied, "Yes, master. While you wait, study the advanced reversal system." The old man silently mused. "The Book of Reversal is the essence of my magic. I had intended to pass it down on the day I leave this world. But then, before that, what's the point of seeing the magic of HEIR? The magic of HEIR, if only I could obtain it, I would have surpassed the Jipal clan by now. Kiat instructed his disciple. Then wait here. Well, I will be back soon. The old man left with a burning desire, and I will be able to make my name live on for eternity if I have it. Kiat didn't know that behind him, Well suddenly let out a cold smirk. Someone's voice called out, "Hey!" Well saw him coming out and greeted him. "You're here." Master Kiat asked Huel, "Have you read the advanced reversal magic system?" Huel demonstrated for his master, "Yes, this power feels so natural, as if I've always known it." The old man was secretly pleased. "Just as I thought, this child is a genius. Well done, here is what you wanted." Huel then took the book. "Master, I will bring it right away." Kiat instructed, "It will take time to decipher, but that doesn't matter." "Well, you can also read the Book of Reversal as much as you like." He was satisfied. "I have not yet reached a level where I can understand the profound meaning within your masterpiece." "Master, being entrusted with it by you is satisfaction enough," the old man instructed, "if that's what you wish. Oh, by the way, since you've started learning the advanced reversal system, we should begin comprehensive, real-world practice with living creatures. What do you think?" "Well, want to try it on insects?" He was astonished. "Are you talking about this insect? Can reversal work against non-human opponents?" Kiat evasively brushed it off. "Huh? Well, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the insects that live in that town and look just like us." Huel listened silently as the old man continued. "Those things that are alive and scurrying about are perfect practice targets for us. When I was young, I often used them for real-life practice. They're just trash who can't use magic, but their outer shells are all the same." He had an idea. "In that case, Master, I have a request. Before we practice, please use reversal directly on me. In a real combat situation, wouldn't feeling it on my own body be more effective?" The old man's spirits lifted. "You make me very proud. Well then, if we just rush in and kill them, the knights from the capital will come swarming over here. So, watch carefully. What I am about to show you is called reflex tolerance. With this magic power, I can steal magic from an opponent and activate reflex. Now I will absorb your magic, so focus and feel it." The old man felt something was wrong. Why wasn't the reflex magic working? Don't tell me Huel's magic power has allowed him to break through to the 7-star level. No, this isn't that level. His power is even higher. At this point, Kidus knew the strength of the person opposite him was even higher than a 9-star. He suffered a backlash and coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. Kidus couldn't accept it. "Well, how?" From his chest, he took out an item. "Look at this, Master. This is a relic called the Luminous Orb. It contains an endless amount of magic. Thanks to it, even when I was attacked by your reflux, I remained unharmed. In fact, if they could have, the Jipol clan would have abused it and brought much suffering to this world." Huel rummaged through his pockets. "And me too." He took out a vial and poured it over his head. His true appearance was revealed, a shocking plot twist as this person was actually Jin. He said coldly, "Because of you, I was prepared to live the rest of my life in misery." An old story was unearthed. 1 year ago, do you remember the child you cursed at the Thunderstorm Arena? My name is Jin, and I have returned from hell to kill you today. Kidus stammered, trembling, "You can't, it's impossible. Even the mercenaries I hired confirmed it." Jin confirmed, "That's right, because that was the story of the real survivor with the surname Hester." The old man probably still didn't understand the root of the matter. He lifted his foot and pressed Kidus's head to the ground. "It's been 44 years, after enduring all kinds of contempt and humiliation, even overcoming death. It took me 44 years to get here. Don't have too many regrets. This reflux book that you poured your entire life's devotion into, I will use it very well. You won't regret that, will you? The reflex magic that people say you created actually belongs to the Hester family, right?" The old man was astonished. "How do you know?" Jin declared. "I will let the whole world know that this is Hester's magic, and then all of your achievements will disappear. You can look forward to it. You will die in disappointment." Kidus frantically retorted, "No, that's impossible. I will be remembered forever." The old man's eyes bulged as if they were about to explode, and indeed they did. Blood splattered everywhere. Jin mused, "The request and the curse you cast were the beginning of everything. You should be grateful that I let you die a peaceful death." He calmly sheathed his sword, but then noticed a series of intricate sword slashes carved into the wall. On it were etched the words, "You will not die a good death, Jin Gray." Jin was certain, "You won't succeed, Yosua." He left the place. Just you wait. This is where it all begins. Over at Jin's palace, on a windy day, July was airing out blankets. Murakan, in his lazy cat form, sleeping on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. While she was sighing, "Young master, you went to find that mage Kidus 3 months ago and still haven't returned." He was surprised. "Has it been that long? That kid is really cold-hearted. After becoming my disciple, he said he would wait for the right time to defeat me. But sometimes I think that kid is really cunning, July said worriedly. I feel uneasy every day. I wonder if the young master can handle him. He always makes me worry about unnecessary things. Does he know that every time he does? Do you have any idea how worried I was? She lifted Sir Murakan up. Murakan tried to console her. Don't worry, strawberry pie. When the seven-colored peacock investigates this, won't they find out that Kite has trusted Jin completely? Jin will probably get past them then. So there won't be any problems. That old geezer listened to whatever Jin said, so rest easy, strawberry pie. Jin, who was listening to them from behind, chimed in. It sounds like I made that old man Kaida's fall for me or something. The two of them turned in surprise toward the voice. They were incredibly moved. Young master, kid. Julie tossed Murakan away behind her. You've returned. I'm so glad to see you're safe and sound, he replied. I'm back, Julie, and you too, Sir Murakan. Jin showed them the book. This is the magic book I got from him. Help me translate it. Meanwhile, in the dining hall of the Sword Garden, the group was eating in silence. Next to them was a letter. Jin, the main suspect in Kaitis' murder. Who are you really? Why did you kill Kaitis? And for what reason are you living in hiding? Unfortunately, the essence of reverse flow magic is believed to be stored in the eternal repository in the Holy Kingdom of Vanilla. Jin Grey. One of the Tona twins asserted, I'm sure that's our youngest brother's flag-bearer name. The other Tona reminded his brother. Our older siblings are right here. He still couldn't keep his mouth shut. Don't tell me it's really our youngest brother? The name Jin Grey is pretty common. The Tona next to him whispered a reminder. Hey, our youngest is skilled, but Kaitis was a 9-star mage. There's no way that could happen. So please. Across from them, Mew angrily slammed the table. She yelled at her two younger brothers. You foolish little brothers. You've never even met a 9-star mage, yet you're spouting nonsense. Who would believe that in just a few more months, you two will become flag-bearers? Anne, who was next to her, asked. What's wrong, Sister Mew? The way our brothers are talking nonsense is kind of cute. So cute, I want to kill them, Mary reminded them in a low voice. All of you, shut up, you're interrupting the meal. Someone spoke up. Sister, are we not even allowed to talk about this? She said coldly. I told you to be quiet, Mew said resentfully. Why didn't you say anything when the Tona brothers were talking, but waited until I spoke to tell me to shut up? Diff also ordered, that's enough. Mew, if you say one more word, I'll. Joshua, sitting at the head of the table, spoke up. All right, that's enough. It's been a while since we've all eaten together, let's not get heated. And I also think that our youngest brother could have killed Kaitis. Mew was startled. What? Eldest brother, even you? He continued. Of course, the youngest couldn't have done it alone. If that child named Yona helped our youngest, it might have been possible. Mary's gaze sharpened. Vancha listened to their argument in silence. Defus slammed his hand on the table, showing his anger. He was frustrated. That's enough, eldest brother. You're being wary of Jin. A young flag-bearer? And now you're dragging Yona into this too? I'm sick and tired of these schemes, Mary added. Eldest brother, can you take responsibility for your words about Yona helping our youngest? He replied with a harmless expression. It's just speculation, so there's no need to take responsibility. A 9-star mage is dead, but the cause of his death hasn't been revealed yet. This is something very few could accomplish, unless it was done by the Nameless. The Nameless Guild is currently the #1 assassin organization in the world, and it's been a while since Yona joined that organization on father's orders. That's what I think. Our youngest brother wanted to attract everyone's attention, so he made a deal with the Nameless. And Iona, who felt abandoned by the family, helped Jin pull the youngest son to her side. Mary didn't believe it. That guy has been hoping for something bad to happen to Yona for a long time. But now you're saying it so bluntly. Why would she suddenly get involved with the youngest son? Mew shared the same opinion. I agree. If Iona really helped the youngest son, then the missions he carried out as a cadet make a lot more sense. As for that cunning Yona, she's currently in the Nameless Society, but I'm also curious what she thinks about the family. As soon as she said that, Mary landed a punch on her, and watched in horror as Mew was slammed into the wall with one hit. She lunged forward and grabbed her by the face, raising her other fist. Defus stopped her from behind. He warned her, don't go overboard, Mary. The more you react like this, the more everything will play out exactly as Joshua wants. Rankia calmly sat and listened to Mary curse. Damn it, Devos persuaded her. Of course, as the 7th flag bearer, I can't possibly go against the 2nd flag bearer. She turned to glare at them. But all of you remember this clearly. If we harm Iona, father will not stand by and watch, and just kept watching his cousins. Defus reminded Joshua. You should be more direct sometimes, eldest brother. If you're afraid of Yona, just defeat her and make her your subordinate. Stop using threats to incite our younger siblings like you did today. That's not the Runcandel way, the man challenged. Then you should draw your sword. He laughed in surprise, then asked in confusion. Why would I do that? The dining room fell silent. The two Tona brothers knew to keep their mouths shut, lamenting internally. Youngest brother, we miss you so much. That night, Dante and his group were also discussing the matter. A 9-star mage was assassinated, and the name Jean Grey was left at the scene. If it's Jean Grey, then it's definitely him, Veridin replied. You think so too, right? In that case, Dante, could you spare some time for me? He was surprised. Time? Right now? Veridin denied it. Not right now. Tomorrow or sometime after would be fine. Let's go meet Jin, Dante asked expectantly. Do you have a plan? Veridin was very confident. Of course I do. Listen up, he responded enthusiastically. My plan is for you to lock it in right away. That's plan 2, right? Then let's start tomorrow. Their conversation was reported. Dante and Veridin were talking in the banquet hall. It was reported that the relationship between the Zipfel and HEIR houses isn't very good. But with this news, we have confirmed that the Zipfel house is involved in Kidet's death and that Veridin provided information to Dante. Perhaps the Zipfel clan is looking after its allies more and cutting ties with families who don't share their views. Kidet is a prime example. Russ ordered his subordinate. Whether this is true or not is irrelevant. This will be a good excuse to hinder the Zipfel clan's movements. Leak the appropriate information to the press, the man replied. Yes, I understand. Russ thought in annoyance. Those bastards from the Zipfel clan are acting so hastily, which is very unlike them. It's as if someone is pulling their strings. I don't know who it is, but keeping up with them won't be easy. Meanwhile, Julia, the little girl, hugged him tightly, trying to stop him. No, don't go. Brother Jin, please play with Julia. Casimir had to comfort her. Julia, young Master Jin is very busy. Please understand him. Julia wiped her tears and said with a broken heart, Young Master, I'm just a servant. Your situation is so sad, my lord. You don't even get to rest properly. Who would have thought we'd have to leave immediately? And young master, you have to go to the village of the nameless organization in Samel? Why would you go to such a dangerous place? Jin replied, I need to retrieve something, and there's someone I want to meet. She froze. You know someone who lives in Samel? Julie suddenly remembered something. Yona was currently sitting alone and lonely on a mountaintop. She mumbled, I heard that after becoming a flag bearer, a member recognized by father, she left the clan to train. But the things that the young master has accomplished are truly astonishing. I really want to know how strong he is. I wonder if he's going to Samel too. Yona held up 2 fingers, excited. I want to play with him. Gafmia hugged his daughter and said, Young master, when you leave, I won't be here either. Jin asked, Is something wrong? He hesitated. Well, I forgot something in bond. Jin thought to himself, so that's why father took him in. He replied, All right then. Have a safe trip. Just then, the door was kicked open. Murakhan shouted, Kid, I finished the job you needed. Jin thanked him. You've worked hard. He beckoned, Come here so I can write on your back. A light flared up in the dark room. Murakhan looked with satisfaction at the blue fire and the inscription on Jin's back. Good. With this, you'll be able to use Cat's magic. He shared his experience. It feels like I just got an epic weapon in the blink of an eye. He revealed, while transferring it to you, I took a close look and there's a lot of useful magic. Even if an entire guild of 7-star mages attacked at once, with a single spell you could defeat them. Jin put his shirt back on, playing along. That's amazing. I'll give it a try right now. He proceeded to release his dark energy, and an orb of darkness condensed. Energy from all directions seemed to be drawn towards the center. Murakhan was overjoyed. It's activating. Enya, who was behind them, was terrified. Young Master Jin was surprised to see the newcomer, Lady Enya. Oh no, did she get caught up in it? He quickly asked. Are you all right, Lady Enya? She was emotional. That was so cool. I almost died. I'm fine. Do it again. Enya was so over the top she even knelt down and begged. He greeted the person next to her. You've arrived, Lady Quicantle. She hoisted her limp sister onto her shoulder and grunted. It seems Enya has been bothering you. She's often like this in the morning. It's my fault. When she wakes up, I'll come and apologize. Jin casually replied. There's no need. She seems to enjoy it. Besides, I heard you're planning to go to Samel? He didn't hide anything. Yes, I'm sure you already know. Quicantle revealed. Actually, Samel is the training ground for the Nameless Guild's assassins. Travelers can't move around freely because they're likely to be assassinated. Right now, you might be able to block attacks from the cadets, but the longer you stay in Samel, the stronger your opponents will become. Eventually, the most powerful and ruthless killers will target you. Jin answered, I understand. I never knew about this before. She continued. I can't guarantee that you or even your sister could survive against a true assassin from the Nameless Guild, so take this. He was surprised. He looked at the item in his hand. This is. Quicantle explained that it was a treasure of the Nameless Guild. If you're ambushed and can't handle it, just show them this, and you'll be spared. He felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you, Lady Quicantle. I don't know how I can ever repay you. She had her own interests to gain. If you do well, my provisional contract will become much easier. Okay. When you get back, please help Inya with her training. He agreed. After their exchange, Jin announced, well, I'm off. On May 4th, 1796, a carriage sped down the road. Inside, someone was wearing an all-concealing outfit. The carriage stopped at the gates of Samu, the city of assassins, southern gate. The person inside stepped out. A guard stopped him. Halt. You can't enter without a nameless guild token. The token was presented. The gatekeeper, Kanji, questioned, so you have the token? What's your purpose for coming here? He replied. I just want to gain some experience. He let him pass. Humph. You'll certainly get plenty of life or death experience. Now go on in. You'll get your token back when you leave. Token. Jin suddenly spoke up. I have a question. Kanji asked bluntly, what is it? He voiced his suspicion. Since the travelers set foot here, do they also have to follow the laws of the Nameless Guild? He hesitated. That's correct. Correct. At that moment, someone appeared suddenly and tried to assassinate Jin. He leaned back, dodging a fatal blow. While the old man was still stunned from missing, Jin counterattacked with a punch, and the assassin's body collapsed to the ground. He stepped on the man's face and said, it seems you had the intent to kill me, didn't you? You've been leaking killing intent this whole way here. You have absolutely no talent for being an assassin. You should change professions. He turned to the gatekeeper and asked, are you planning to attack me too? He replied, we learn assassination, not martial arts. I would never fight anyone head-on. Jin pulled up his hood and said, I see. The gate slowly opened, welcoming him to the city. Is the symbolic color of the Nameless Guild white? Because they're confident they'll never leave a bloodstain, even while wearing pure white clothes. He observed silently, I can see the people in front of me, but I can't sense a single shred of killing intent from them. This place is more beautiful than I imagined, but that just gives me the creeps. In a city this clean and quiet, anyone could be an assassin. The cadets will improve their skills after a long period of training if they can survive here. They probably live in that towering nameless building over there. All of them see each other as rivals and slaughter one another daily to reach a new level. Therefore, there's a risk of assassination even at an inn. I don't want to struggle like I did during the family's competition. So, what should I choose now? He went to an inn in this city of assassins, and across from him was the owner, Tomi. He frowned and asked, Strange, you want to rent a room? Are you planning to compete with the nameless cadets in Samu, where assassination is permitted? Jin confirmed. That's right, Tomi wondered. Then why didn't you go to the inn? You have your own reasons, but I don't want to entertain uninvited guests at night. It's very impolite. Jin knew exactly what the other man was thinking. You won't be able to survive here. He was definitely thinking that. Tomi agreed to let him stay. Come in, I won't take any money because you'll be paying with your life. Your room is upstairs. And don't worry, I won't attack you while you're in there. Even after sitting on the bed to rest, Jin remained vigilant. Are there any traps? At least I can get some proper rest. I need to make a plan. Suddenly, a thudding sound echoed, and he immediately prepared to draw his sword to defend himself. In the silence, a clapping sound rang out. Jin tensed up. I can't sense anything at all. Behind his back, something faintly appeared. It turned out to be a person hanging upside down behind him. That person thought to themselves, I almost got caught. I saw a kid who looked just like. My youngest brother was wandering through the city, so I just followed him to see what was going on. But the moment I got a closer look, I was beyond excited. It really was my little brother. Jin plopped down on his bed, still bewildered. Am I mistaken? It was clear that there was a clapping sound from the roof, or maybe I'm just being overly sensitive and hallucinating. Iona was still hanging upside down from the ceiling. She thought to herself, the kid is very vigilant. It makes sense. This is Samu, the territory of the Nameless Association, so he has to be careful. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with surprise, and Iona instantly leaped down to the spot right beside Jin. He whipped around, sensing the movement, but the space beside him was empty, while Iona lamented to herself, good grief, did this kid just sense my presence? It seems. His mind's eye is already halfway open. To reach this realm at such a young age, I'm so proud. As his older sister, I can't pass up this opportunity to test his skills. I'll have to play with him a little. Ah, no. I need to train him properly. Little brother, just you wait. Your big sister will come play with you. Help you become stronger. 4 days later, Tomi ordered, you can leave. Jin asked for confirmation, do I need to pay for the room? He answered, from the moment you arrived, I already told you. Jin asked curiously, then why are you suddenly kicking me out? It's simple, Tomi said bluntly. I give up. You want assassinating you. I admit my defeat. When I saw you use the nameless token to enter, I just assumed you were the successor of a famous martial arts clan, a highly talented young man, but I never imagined you would be this powerful. I couldn't find a single opening in your guard. I acknowledge that I'm not in the same league as you. You are truly a strange one. This is the first time I've ever seen someone like you here." Jin remained silent, his face betraying no emotion as he listened to these words. He thought back on recent events. For the past 4 days, I've been trying to gather clues, remaining vigilant only because of that inexplicable presence as well. That's why he said he couldn't find any openings, because I haven't gone out or done anything else. Tomi furiously slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Failing to assassinate the traveler who came here is a huge black mark against me. I have an upcoming promotion test too. Since I've given up, I want you to go. But I haven't improved at all recently. Thanks to you, I've learned a thing or two. So, I'll give you a piece of advice. When you face an assassin, you must treat them like a mage or a trickster, which means you must always be on your guard. The moment you step out of this house, they are the kind of people you'll have to face. Good luck." Jin was genuinely grateful. "Thank you. Farewell." He thought to himself, "Advice? Huh?" As he stepped out of the room, Jin noticed something was amiss. Looking at the objects on the ground, he wondered, traps, who set these? He remembered what Tomi had said when facing an assassin, you must treat them like a mage or a trickster. Just then, on the rooftop, there was an assassin trying to kill Jin. He blocked the incoming hidden weapon with his sword. The assassin on the rooftop instantly vanished, sneering, "You bastard, you think?" His figure moved like a flash of lightning, disappearing without a trace. The sound of footsteps was heard, landing on the ground. Jin was now facing a whole guild of assassins. The man controlled the strings in his hands, and instantly, those traps were pulled upwards. He was stunned. The traps on the ground are being lifted. Jin gripped his sword tightly, preparing to attack. The sharp blades swept across the saw-toothed traps. He suddenly grew annoyed at the tricky situation. Before his eyes, his sword was like a magnet, clamped tightly by those traps. A voice rang out, "That sword is useless. It's over." They all attacked at once, but Jin crushed them completely. They couldn't believe it. Doubt filled one of the men's eyes as dark energy erupted from his hand. The assassin quickly begged, "Wait, I surrender." The wall behind Tomi exploded, and as the thick dust settled, it revealed several traps on the ground. Seeing the imposing figure, with his defeated opponents at his feet, the man was shocked. "What is this?" A small pouch was thrown towards Tomi, which turned out to be a bag of gold coins. "He's so skilled. Take this. I'm not the type to be indebted to others." The man was astonished. How strange. He never expected that he would reduce high-ranking cadets to this state, and here I was, an intermediate, deluding myself. Jin sheathed his sword and coldly turned to leave. "Farewell, I'm really leaving this time." Just as he stepped outside, an arrow appeared out of nowhere and shot towards him. He sliced it in half with his sword. Jin was annoyed. First traps, now arrows. I don't know who is doing this, but this is really pathetic. He looked up in shock as a rain of arrows poured down, forcing Jin to dodge. One by one, a volley of arrows slammed into the ground, causing explosions. He moved quickly. Damn it. I wonder how many people are targeting me. The situation is too unpredictable. At this point, instead of hiding, I should get to higher ground and find the enemy. The group of assassins didn't let Jin get his way, surrounding their target. An assassin struck from behind, but Jin spun around to counterattack, and a few basic sword strikes were enough to send them flying. He landed safely on the ground, while those assassins crashed face first. Jin didn't slow down for a second, raising his sword and charging toward his goal. Behind him, a rain of arrows poured down, so many that Jin had to curse. Damn it, just how many of them are there? Yona sat high above, watching enthusiastically. She was thrilled, as expected of my little brother. This kid adapts to situations faster than I thought. Spending the past 4 days testing his abilities was definitely worth it. You'll have to work a little hard, little brother. If you keep this up for a week, your mind's eye will open completely. But if you're weaker than I thought and die halfway through, I'd probably be very sad, but it can't be helped. Dying during training is a common occurrence. Try to survive, little brother. Arrows pinned themselves to the adjacent wall. Some assassins had already fallen. The ground was littered with bodies and arrows. Jin grabbed the hem of his cloak and casually let it fly in the wind. He realized they were highly organized. The entire cadet corps was acting on a single person's orders. Whoever that bastard is, I'll definitely find them and teach them a lesson. Jin didn't know that the person putting him through this merciless trial was hiding nearby. He noticed something in the air. It was a floating piece of paper. Jin caught it, and after reading the contents, he chuckled. Looks like things are going more smoothly than I thought. To be able to mobilize a group of assassins like this, I figured it had to be a top-tier assassin from the Nameless Guild, but it turns out it was you, Sister Yona. A few words were written on the paper. Let's play again tonight. Jin was secretly delighted. Even better, now I have an excuse to demand what I want after enduring all this nonsense. For instance, the all-cure antidote elixir, or maybe I'll even be bold enough to ask for more. There are too many poisons in this world that I can't handle, even with the innate poison resistance of the Kanden clan, a prime example being Teomun Kujin's hound. His poison is extremely lethal. So what I need is the all-cure antidote elixir. It's a divine potion passed down only among the best assassins of the Nameless Guild. Those who, drinking it will make you nearly immune to all poisons. The youngest among the top assassins of the Nameless is Yona. She has it too. She was born with a poison-resistant body, so she had no need to drink this wine. Thus, she was tricked by Anne into giving up the 100 poisons antidote wine to her. Anne would naturally side with Jin, of course. It was the same in my past life, so I have to obtain it before this thing becomes a resource for the enemy. Taking what's useful and weakening future enemies is something I have to do. But to do that, I have to get past Yona's pranks. He had been playing and sparring with Yona for 2 days. A flash of light shot out just as Jin was in the middle of a fight. It turned out to be a massive iron chain. The hook of the chain clashed against his blade. He powerfully drove his sword into the ground and then grabbed the nearby chain. Jin's eyes flashed with a ruthless coldness. He single-handedly pulled hard on the chain. The panicked assassin could only watch helplessly as he tightened his grip, pulled harder, and then violently slammed it onto the ground. The area behind the assassin was turned into a desolate pile of rubble. Jin charged forward with his sword, and his opponent was so scared, he broke out in a cold sweat. Jin immediately stomped down on the assassin's position, causing the surrounding earth and rock to explode. The assassin was sent flying into the distance, his body slamming hard against a wall. Jin remained calm, his expression as cold as ice. He entered a room to find it empty. Jin frowned as he scanned his surroundings. After a moment of thought, he turned in one direction and commanded, "Hey, stop hiding and come out. You two don't look like nameless cadets. Are you outsiders here, just like me? I'm a little agitated from being chased for 2 days, so it would be best to show yourselves while I'm still willing to talk nicely." The two people peeked out, smiling as they called out, "Hey Jin, long time no see." Seeing Veridin and Dante, he was at a loss for words. Jin angrily pointed at them and scolded, "What's wrong with you two? Why are you here?" Veridin retorted brazenly, "Why are you being so cold? Do you know how hard we looked for you?" Dante chimed in, "Yeah, I even had to use my secret stash of money to get a nameless token." He whined as if he were a jilted lover. "You heartless bastard, Jin." He continued to pile on. That's right, that's right." Jin couldn't be bothered to argue. "Whatever," he said. "I know the real reason why you two are here." Their response made him grimace. "What do you mean?" "We came to see you. I missed those nights we spent fighting on the battlefield." Jin decided to let it slide. "Fine, we'll go with that. So what are you two doing here?" The eyes of both of them darted away evasively as they stammered, "Well, about that. We spent all our money to quickly get the nameless tokens, so now we have no choice but to." He thought to himself, "Aren't these two supposed to be spoiled brats from notorious families?" Out loud, Jin replied, "Right away. I get it. I'll treat you too since you came all this way to find me." One of them asked happily, "Really? Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. In return," he said, "you two will have to make yourselves worth the money." A group of assassins burst in before them. Dante prepared to draw his sword. A single slash flew toward the newcomers. Jin simply stood aside to watch his two new hires at work. Blue fire radiated from Dante's body. He then asked, "Will this be enough?" Looking down from above, the roof of the house they were in now had a massive hole in it. Yona wondered curiously, "What in the world are these kids doing?" A voice next to her asked, "What's wrong, Yona?" She turned to see who it was and recognized him, Owl. He was the 85th king of the Nameless Owls. "Listen here, Iona. Even if it's you, we cannot accept another commotion. Do you have any idea how many cadets' homes were affected?" Iona couldn't have cared less. "That's not important right now." "Mr. Owl, I was having fun playing with my little brother when some bastards from who knows where showed up and bothered me. Don't you believe me? Who would dare bother our Iona?" She tattled, pointing over there. The Owl's eyes sharpened as he glanced in that direction. "Who dares?" His eyes widened in surprise, because the Owl recognized the person. In front was Iona's younger brother, and the ones following him were the next family heads of the Jippo and Han houses. Iona impatiently jumped down. "I'll handle this myself," but he grabbed her by the collar, holding her back. "Wait, if you go, they'll die," Iona said grimly. "That's what I intended." The Owl firmly objected. "Absolutely not." Hearing that, she threw a tantrum. "Why not? This is the first time my little brother from the clan has come to see me, and those guys had to ruin our fun. I haven't even had a proper talk with my little brother yet." He offered a suggestion. "If you want to kill them that badly, how about this? Iona, let's play a game. A game with their lives on the line. Starting tonight at dawn, for a total of 3 times, send a real assassin, not a cadet. If they die, you win, and if they live, you lose." She questioned it. "Then won't the chances of my little brother dying with them also increase?" If possible, I don't want my little brother to die. Playing with him for the past 2 days has been fun. He's very kind. He hit a sore spot. Then there's no other way. You'll have to watch those three play together. Iona decided to just bite the bullet. Fine, a game it is. But no matter what happens, Mr. Owl, you are not to interfere at all. I'll be the one to choose the assassin. He revealed that she didn't need to worry. But before that, do you know how many houses in Samu were destroyed yesterday? Iona looked clueless. I don't know. The owl informed her. 37. It was all because you sent cadets out to play with your brother. Remember to write a self-reflection report. The door slammed shut behind her, followed by a rushed voice. I'm busy. He heaved a sigh of relief. At least I stopped Iona from going herself. The fate of our nameless organization was almost in jeopardy. If those 3 kids died, I'd be done for with their 3 families. So, I should act quickly. Meanwhile, Veridin and Dante were sleeping soundly. Jin sat to one side, muttering to himself. The moment they heard there would be no attack in the morning, they fell right asleep. Dante, your body is still weak, but your swordsmanship has become much sharper. After learning the Han clan's secret technique, you must have leveled up. But as for this bastard Veridin, I have no idea what he's thinking, that genius. Bastard was so out of reach in my past life, yet he came looking for me for no reason, and even said he'd buy me food. He might actually die here. How am I supposed to both use and protect them from now on? Sister, Iona will start sending stronger assassins. How should I prepare? Just then, the owl appeared before Jin. Seeing, the man appeared without a sound, and he was shocked that he couldn't sense any movement as the man approached. Is he the best assassin from Nameless? No. Besides Iona, the other assassins have no reason to test me, challenging him. That being the case, Jin took the initiative to greet him. The youngest son of the Black Vankin clan greets the 85th Nameless King. The owl easily noticed, you don't look frightened in the least. That courage will serve you well. Lord Ken is old, yet he's found a precious gem. But for you to recognize me and still not correct your posture is a bit much. He explained that he was afraid the king would take his life, so he had to act brave. Because the people of the Black Vankin clan do not bow to death. The man deemed him a truly cheeky brat. Jin wondered why the man was here. For a king to come here, what reason could there be for a king to come in person? He voiced his speculation. Is it related to something involving Sister Yona? The owl coldly reminded him. Here in Samel, even, Lord Ken has to watch his words. How dare the lowliest of bastards like you mentioned Yona? An immense pressure enveloped him, making his throat constrict. The man roared, you insolent cur. You caused this mess and yet you dare to be arrogant. Just because Yona has your back? Jin was stunned. He had merely mentioned Sister Yona, and the man had such an extreme reaction. But why? Jin submitted. Dropping to his knees at the owl's feet, the man declared magnanimously, even if I were to rip you to pieces right now, it wouldn't be enough to appease my wrath. But out of respect for Lord Ken, I shall spare you this once. Jin smirked inwardly. The first time he mentioned my father's name was as a justification, and now, no matter what mistake I make, he'll have an excuse to spare my life at least once. Jin slowly got up and replied, please forgive me. I am still too naive and I dared to say such offensive things. I am ready to accept any punishment. The owl commanded. Starting tonight, true assassins, wearing white masks, will be targeting you. I do not care what happens to you, but those other 2 must not die, so listen closely and follow my words. Jin was suspicious. Instead of cadets, you're sending actual assassins to punish me. The man explained, this is a game, Yona's game, and the targets are the lives of those 2. Jin couldn't understand. Is he planning to interfere in Sister Yona's game? But why go about it in such a complicated way? Don't tell me. Is it possible that even the Nameless King himself cannot stop Sister Yona? What kind of existence is Sister Yona to the Nameless King? No. To the entire Nameless Association, the owl revealed the assassins will attack you a total of 3 times. The 3 of you must travel together and find the center of the citadel. If you do so, you will at least be able to survive for a day. Furthermore, once the morning of the day after tomorrow arrives, you must do whatever it takes to get those 2 out of this citadel. Jin understood instantly. So, you mean I'm the only one who should stay? Will my life be in danger? The man enticed him. Do you want to receive a reward? Jin requested, please give me the myriad poisons wine. The owl snapped. You're crazy. That's impossible even if Lord Ken himself were to ask for it. If so, fine. Consider it a price equivalent to your life. But remember, you must save the 2 future clan heads lying over there. Jin guaranteed, I will absolutely keep my promise. The man added in a low voice, I will give to you one final piece of advice. If we so wished, we could kill anyone in this world, But do you know why we do not wield this power recklessly? He replied, it's because the more powerful a weapon is, become even more terrifying when wielded by someone. And if used carelessly, they will become an even bigger problem for the user themselves. The owl was suspicious. If you already knew, then why did you mention Yona? Speaking of which, he suddenly realized, could it be that this brat doesn't know about the relationship between me and Yona? A moment ago, he really just wanted to ask if I came here because of Yona, and I lost my temper and accidentally threatened a kid. How embarrassing. Realizing his slip of the tongue, the owl cleared his throat. All right then. Your answer was very good, so I'll see you in 3 days. Only a puff of smoke remained. Jin thought to himself. He ran away. He pondered for a long time. Since Jin had decided to call off the deal with that person, I need to make them go home. I'm sorry, but I have no reason to listen to you, Mr. Owl. The three of them ran with all their might until dusk began to fall. Jin gave a serious order. You two listen up. From today on, we will be targeted by real assassins, not cadets anymore. You both need to focus. Dante was skeptical. Hey Jin, no matter how strong our opponents are, we haven't even seen anyone yet. Why do we have to be in such a hurry? Veridin, at the back, shared the same opinion. That's right, it's only gotten a little dark, that's all. He explained that when I fought the cadets, as soon as the sun set, I could sense their presence, and the moment it got dark, daggers would fly towards me. But right now, Jin thought to himself, I can't sense anything at all. Actually, it's not that I can't sense anything. I can't sense their presence, but I can tell that something is approaching us. This feeling is like being hunted by a hunter. I already knew there was a difference between cadets and assassins, but this is on a completely different level. Yona sat on the owl's shoulder for a better view. As expected of my youngest brother, he's already on the move. The owl was not pleased with her unilateral decision. Did you send out high-level assassins already? Are you really planning to kill your own brother? Yona denied it. Of course not. The owl reminded her. Your brother is quite sharp, so he's running away now. But when they begin their attack, he'll be dead before he has a chance to do anything. He thought to himself, if that happens, then the two behind him will die as well. Yona wasn't worried at all. That won't happen. My youngest brother's mind's eye is already open halfway. The owl was astonished. What? He couldn't believe it. He's that young and he already has a mind's eye, she pointed out. It looks like he's just moving on instinct, but that's not actually the case. I'm sure that he has sensed something, even if it's just a little. Over the past few days, his mind's eye has begun to open. Therefore, his true strength is also different from before. Carefully observing Jin's every move, the owl had to admit, you're right. Yona's eyes showed satisfaction. I'm so proud. The owl was speechless, thinking to himself, this is the first time I've ever seen Yona react like this. His name is Jin? Huh. Maybe I should place some expectations on him too. On Jin's side, they began to encounter obstacles. A team of assassins suddenly appeared, shouting, stop, in front of the trio. A thick cloud of dust billowed up from their abrupt arrival. Jin stared stunned at the thick smoke in front of him. He sensed danger and immediately turned to push his two companions back. Veridin was shocked. Hey Jin, what are you doing? The words had barely left his mouth when hidden weapons flew out, and Jin quickly faced them all by himself, pulling his comrades to escape the barrage of hidden weapons. Countless of them were now embedded in the wall. From within the thick smoke and dust, the first assassin revealed himself. He used a dagger, preparing to stab Jin from behind. Jin sensed it immediately. The assassin's eyes held a hint of astonishment. His dagger had been blocked by Jin's scabbard. He was stunned. Could he really sense my presence? From behind, Jin's two comrades quickly cast a spell to assist. The assassin's head was instantly frozen into a block of ice. Dante cheered from the side. You did great, Veridin, he said excitedly. All right, now we just have to deal with this guy. Jin's voice was filled with seriousness. We don't have time for this. And just as he said, cracks began to appear on the block of ice, and then it shattered into pieces. The assassin was completely unscathed. 3 sharp spikes appeared on his hand. Then, the assassin lunged toward his target. Jin stepped forward to block him, and reminded his comrades, if we stay out here too long, the other assassins in ambush will converge on us. We don't have time to fight them one by one. Dante got the message. I get it. Let's hurry to our destination, of ours. Veridin still had the energy to taunt their opponent. The Nameless Guild isn't as strong as the rumors say. Huh? You call yourselves assassins and you can't even catch me. Even Jin was suspicious of their actions. It's strange. Why are they keeping their distance? Instead of chasing us down? Don't tell me the ambushing assassin has already appeared. He was astonished to see, and the opponent's blade right in front of his face. Jin reflexively leaned back to dodge. The sword in his hand was put to good use again. He unleashed a sharp slash that struck the assassin. At the same time, a volley of hidden weapons flew toward them. Veridin was caught and restrained by an assassin. Jin called out his comrade's name in worry, but Veridin just said sheepishly, I didn't know things would turn out like this. Jin cut in, stop talking nonsense and get ready, quickly use your strongest magic. Veridin chuckled at the request. He agreed, all right, just buy me 10 more minutes. The magic staff in Veridin's hand began to radiate a brilliant energy as raging flames erupted from it. The spell was being prepared. He announced, I need to concentrate to prepare this spell. This spell is called Annihilation of 10,000 Flames Unity. The assassin was terrified. What terrifying magic? This is bad. Jin was surprised. Annihilation of 10,000 Flames, did he really learn it? The previous head of the Zippel family, who earned the title of Magic Queen 200 years ago. This is the spell that Leon Zippel only used once in her entire life. From behind, Veridin called for help. Jin, help me, because an assassin was charging at him with a dagger drawn. Jin appeared in a flash, using his sheathed sword like a shield to block the opponent. Observing the man before him, he wondered, is it just one person? Impossible. Then the others must be. Just as Jin feared, they had surrounded the last member of their group. He urgently shouted, Dante. The muscles on Dante's body began to bulge and ripple. Dante unleashed his secret technique as the assassins stared in awe at the spectacular sight before them, Emperor's Sword. Dante's dragon sword armor materialized like a giant cocoon, sending the assassins flying. The sword in one of their hands shattered into pieces. As that power swept through, the secret technique sliced through their flesh like a hurricane. Jin could now focus on facing his opponent. The man frowned suspiciously, glanced to his left, and decisively swung Jin's sword downward. As for the boy, it was still pondering as he looked at Dante. I've never seen that sword technique before. Did he use mana to create it? A secret technique that can not only defend but also counterattack. Since our last meeting, he has definitely trained very hard. Not only Dante, but Veridin has also become much stronger. At his age, can he really control such a large amount of mana? Could he possibly use the legendary secret art that has been passed down? Veridin regretfully announced, Hey, sorry, I think I messed up. The magic he was trying to maintain dissipated into smoke. Jin was stunned, not expecting things to turn out this way. Even the assassins showed up. Dante was speechless, looking at the embers floating before him. Jin, who was nearby, warned, Run, I'll hold off the assassins. So grab Veridin and run. You have my apologies, I'm sorry. Veridin, while spitting out a mouthful of blood, said apologetically, It's been a while since I last used it, so I must have made a mistake. I messed up. I can feel that I'm about to suffer from mana overload. Dante, the one bearing the brunt of it, yelled, Shut your mouth. Don't spit blood everywhere. Jin commanded, Dante, don't stop. Keep running to the place I told you about. He replied, Got it. An assassin ordered, Don't let them get away. Capture them even if it costs you your life. If tonight we let them escape, Iona will train us herself. The bright moonlight shone down. Iona seemed lost in thought. Mr. Owl asked with concern, What is it? She hesitated. Mr. Owl, may I ask something? He replied, What is it? Iona exposed his trick. Did you help them? Is that right? It's strange. How did they know? To run to the central safe zone of Samu City, the place where the special individuals and families of the unnamed assassins live. When Dante arrived, he breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, It's true. The assassins have stopped attacking us. Unless there's an enemy invasion or a similar emergency, the assassins of the unnamed, no matter what happens, will adhere to the tradition of not using weapons there. Veridin asked curiously, Hey Jin, how did you know about this? Is this a test? He said vaguely, something like that. Iona was suspicious. This is absurd. If no one revealed it to them, how could they possibly know about that place? Mr. Owl firmly denied it. What are you talking about? That's not what happened. Anyway, have you finished writing your self-criticism report for the sabotage? Iona gave a cold smile. You're such a blatant liar. You were the one who broke your promise first, weren't you? She made her decision. So, next, it's my turn to act. The Owl King of the Unnamed, the strongest assassin organization. To him, Iona was more precious than a daughter. She possessed unparalleled talent that no other assassin could match. People had given her many nicknames, such as the one born to be an assassin and the god of slaughter incarnate. The few who had witnessed what lay dormant within. Her body described it as a blade steeped in chaos. Iona spoke in a low voice. As I said, I will personally fight them. You broke your promise, so you are not to interfere. The owl did not object, I understand, because he knew full well. There's nothing I can do now. I can't stop the girl anymore. I can only hope that Jin can help the next heads of the Han and Zippel clans leave this place. The sun was about to set, and Iona reminded him, Look, Mr. Owl. Owl, it's getting dark. It's time for the two with my little brother to die. Will you go with me? The owl was calculating. He's very smart, so he'll follow my orders, since he also understands how serious the situation is. I feel guilty that he has to face Yona, but there's no other choice. That's why he agreed. Yes, let's go. The owl held on to a sliver of hope. Maybe Yona will go easy on him. After all, she likes her little brother. And from the very beginning, I could have prevented all of this from happening, if only he had listened to me. Glancing at the window of that room, he was astonished. A look of shock appeared on the owl's face. The two young men inside the room were sleeping soundly, oblivious to the world. He wondered why they were still asleep. Yona said excitedly, "It's great that they're all gathered in one place like this. I can kill them easily." The owl noticed something and stopped her. "Wait, Yona, hold on." She flew into a rage. "Those damn bastards! How dare they chat and laugh with my little brother right in front of me? I haven't even had a chance to talk to him yet. I'll kill them." Just as she said that, Yona choked on her words. She glared ahead, then protested, "Lord Owl, stay out of this. Don't pretend you don't see its light shining from the window frame." The thing her little brother was holding was the silver dragon's claw. Jin, inside the room, held up the silver dragon's claw, wondering why they weren't reacting to it. If things were going as I predicted, the assassins should have spoken up after seeing this. No matter how many times I've been through this, it still gives me the creeps. We're standing in the same place, but I can't sense them at all. Jin spoke up, "You've both arrived. Long time no see, Yona, and I'm honored to meet you for the first time, 85th Nameless King." The owl was shocked. I knew he was smart. He praised him. "Indeed, you are quite perceptive to have recognized me." Looking at the two sleeping soundly, the owl pieced it together. "It seems you knew we were coming. You gave your friends a sleeping potion." Jin confirmed, "Yes, because it wouldn't be good for them to know too much." The owl then said, "Then I'll ask you directly. Where did you get the silver dragon's claw?" He answered truthfully, "A silver dragon that I met during my travels gave it to me as a gift." The owl replied, "Seeing as you were holding it high while waiting, it seems you already know how to use it. If you show this to an assassin of the Nameless, then no matter the situation, you will be allowed to live." Yona added, "Yeah, that's because our motto is that in this world, there is no one we cannot kill." The owl face-palmed in exasperation. "That's right, if you give it to us, your life will be spared." Jin negotiated, "Before I give it to you, there's something I want to ask." The owl waited. "What is it?" he asked. "I'm wondering why the ones sent to kill me were actual assassins and not cadets. Is it because you don't trust me since I'm a Blackkin commoner, Yona?" She denied it. "No." The person beside Yona cut in. "Stop, let me explain." The owl held a grudge. "This bastard is truly untrustworthy. I told him not to let Yona know I helped him." He began. "Actually, Yona and I made a bet with each other. I bet that your friends would survive, while Yona bet they wouldn't, and thanks to you, I've won." He added silently, "And the fact that I'm not telling you this is certainly not for your own good." The owl announced, "So from now on, no more assassins will be tailing you. And all assassins of the Nameless, including me and Yona, will not harm the three of you. We will keep this promise for the next 10 years, and as long as your clan does not attack us, this decision will not be revoked." Jin was shocked. 10 years. A huge variable has been eliminated. I no longer have to worry about the Nameless organization trying to assassinate me while I'm fighting my siblings. The owl continued with the benefits. "Additionally, since you've obtained the silver dragon's claw, I will reward you." Jin bowed solemnly. "Thank you, sir." The owl patted Jin's shoulder. "We can discuss the reward you want later. For now, you two siblings must have a lot to talk about. This is the first time since you came to Samu that you two have met. Talk as much as you like." Jin was awkward and didn't know how to react. Then, Yona extended her hand, surprisingly hesitant. "Hello, my little brother." In a certain castle, a group was gathered in a meeting room. People had received the information. A provisional flag-bearer of House Runcandel is apparently close with the next heads of the Jipal and Han clans. Perhaps not even Wa could have predicted this. That's right, and there's even more good news. There's definitely some kind of connection between Yona and the provisional flag-bearer. Now that it has been discovered, more evidence will surely surface soon. The rank of the assassins targeting the provisional flag-bearer is steadily increasing. We don't know the specific reason why, but it appears to be a form of high-intensity training. The master has warned that the provisional flag-bearer must not be allowed to die. All of you must pay close attention to this matter. The others answered in unison. An assassin stood by the wall for a long time, with cigarette butts scattered at his feet. Back with Yona, the conversation was continuing. "So, little brother, I don't want to control you. Really, I actually want to help you become stronger." "Oh," Jin cut in, "is that why you sent dozens of assassins?" She explained, "It's not like that. Right? Come to think of it, who were they?" He introduced them by name, Veridin and Dante. Yona was surprised. "I see. A Runcandel being close friends with members of the Jipal and Han clans. You truly are one of a kind." Jin asked, "Do you regret not being able to kill them?" Yona replied, perhaps, but the silver dragon's claw was more important. So from that, he concluded, then I suppose you'll report to the clan that I'm friendly with them. That surprised her. Why would I do that? If I told them about this, you could get hurt or even die. Jin was curious. Isn't that your goal? If not, you wouldn't have sent those assassins in the first place. I'll ask again, why did you do it? Yona said anxiously, I just wanted to play with you. Upon hearing this, Jin furrowed his brow. So you see me as a toy? Yona's eyes widened in shock, and she shouted loudly, that's not it. Yona's over-the-top reaction stunned him. His sister began to sob. No, it's not like that. Jin was bewildered. What's with this reaction? Does she really think she was just playing with me? He couldn't believe it. What up? Are you crying? But why? Even Yona herself didn't know. I don't know. The tears just started falling on their own. Jin assessed her based on what he knew. Aren't you the best assassin? You must have been trained to practice controlling her emotions. She denied it, saying she never learned such a thing. At Nameless, when I was first brought here, our mother said I was so good at killing people that I didn't need to learn it. From that, Jin could deduce that she had already killed someone before coming to Nameless. Jin thought to himself, when she was sent here, wasn't she only 12 years old? Iona recalled, I think I was about 8 years old then. At Lo Vu Dai, a cousin kept bothering me, so I killed him. After that, the governess in charge of my education disappeared. Although at home and at Lo Vu Dai, I only had my brothers and sisters around. I was forbidden from dining or living with them under the status of a cadet, so during that time, I thought killing my cousin was wrong and that I was being punished. But it turned out that wasn't the case. Here, I was tasked with killing people. Jin now understood the full story behind her innate talent for assassination. The reason father sent everyone around Iona away was probably to prevent younger children from being killed. A cold laugh echoed in his ear as she brightened up again. But it's really fortunate that I get to talk to you like this. I didn't care where I was sent, but to be honest, I was sad that I wouldn't be able to see my siblings again. Jin wasn't surprised at all. Just as I suspected, my sister is anything but normal. It seems she feels no guilt whatsoever about killing, but that doesn't mean she's devoid of emotions. Back then, this was probably father's only option to protect his other young children. But was abandoning his own daughter like this really the right thing to do? Iona asked hesitantly, Little brother, are you angry with me too? Jin reassured her, Not at all. Have you ever thought that this is incredibly unfair? She asked. What's unfair? He brought it up. Since you were a child, you've been treated like a tool for killing. Iona didn't understand. Is that a bad thing? Jin confirmed, yes it is. She immediately guessed, I see, so you still haven't killed anyone. When you were fighting, I got the sense that you were trying not to kill anyone. I was born this way, so what can be done about it? Jin probed for more information. You say you were born this way? Did you make a contract with a god? Iona was taken aback. Of course not. He grew even more confused. Then what exactly do you possess? She firmly refused to say. You don't need to know. You have your own secrets, don't you? Jin grew fearful. Does she know about my hidden weapon? Iona added. Let me give you a hint. I'm very wary of that power you have. Or more accurately, there's something inside me that's afraid of you. From the first moment I saw you, something in here has been crying out to me to kill you. You confuse me a great deal. Let's just say I like you enough that I'm suppressing my instincts. That's why I hope you'll like me too. Jin stated bluntly, there are no memories between us to establish a sibling bond. Iona had a solution. In that case, I'll just threaten you. You have to like me, or else I'll kill you. What if I do that? Normally, that would just drive us further apart. How about I give you the universal antidote? After all, that's the only reason our siblings ever come to see me. Isn't that why you came to find me too? I don't need it, so just take it. Jin refused, I don't want it. Even if she gave him the universal antidote, even if you poison me, my answer won't change. Iona began to emit a murderous aura. So what do you want me to do? What do we have to do for you and I to become closer with our family? He suddenly suggested. In the moonlight and Sam is very bright. Shall we go for a walk? Because through conversations like this, we can build a bond between siblings. She stared blankly at the hand offered before her. Iona placed her hand gently on Jin's, as he also had his own agenda. I need time to sort out my thoughts. This pitiful yet irresponsible sister of mine, how should I treat her? Just as Jin said, the moonlight outside was indeed very bright. The streets were a mess of rubble from the recent battle, and the two of them walked together. Jin spoke up, there's no one here. Iona explained, because this is our time to hang out as siblings, everyone else is under curfew. She pointed in one direction. Over there, that's a place I like. Do you want to go see it? Actually, guests aren't allowed to visit there. We're almost there. We just have to climb up. He asked curiously, what's up there? Iona answered succinctly, flowers and a cliff. Looking at the height made Jin dizzy. I'm feeling a little lightheaded. She smiled beside him and asked, do you think I'm going to push you? Why would I do something so pointless? Even if you fell from this high up, you wouldn't die anyway. I'm just kidding. The two siblings walked to the cliff's edge, Iona's secret hideout. Blue rose petals fluttered in the wind, gently brushing against Jin's cheek. He was stunned by the beauty of the rose bushes. Are these blue roses? She confirmed. That's right. They're usually considered weeds, but they look so beautiful when they absorb the moonlight. They're my favorite. Even if they're trampled on or not watered often, they can still survive. And even if they die, new flowers will soon sprout in that very spot. A blue rose that Iona had picked herself was now right in front of him. Her smile was full of innocence. Here, this is a gift for you. Jin was stunned. This isn't the first time I've received blue roses as a gift. In this life, I've already received them a few times, and I'd forgotten that, in my past life, someone would sometimes leave blue roses in my room, 2 flowers on a single stem. Even on the days I was tormented by my siblings, she hoped that these flowers would make me feel better. You not only survived, but you also opened your mind's eye. Jin vaguely began to realize something, and on the day I was kicked out of the sword garden, when I was at my lowest, they were in the pocket of my cloak. He tightened his grip on the stem in his hand, which had only 2 blossoms. Did she already have a bond with me back then? Jin praised them. They're really beautiful up close. You think so too? I only give these to people I like, you know. Hey sister, how have you been? All those conversations we couldn't have before, please share them with me now. The atmosphere between them grew still. Iona's voice rang out softly. Okay, I once tried to kill the nameless king. I think I was 14 years old. I was severely scolded by the Owl Lord and had to write an apology in my room. After that, I tried 2 more times and failed both times. Did you do it because he scolded you? That's right. Back then I failed, but if I were to try now, I'd probably succeed, he said in admiration. To go against the king of assassins, you truly are my sister. She then asked curiously, by the way, who is this silver dragon that gave you a claw? Are you too close? Jin replied, yes. Yona boasted, I'll kill that dragon. I'll pull out all its claws and use them. He sincerely but advised, please be nice to my friend. They could become your friend too. She smiled brightly and exclaimed, I was just kidding. You're really not scared of me, are you? Besides my father and the owl, this is the first time I've talked so comfortably with someone else. Jin shared his personal opinion. I think you're better suited to be a flower shop owner than an assassin, or perhaps from now on you could learn about flowers. If you open a flower shop in my territory, I'll stop by often. She considered the idea, thinking it wasn't bad at all. He slowly stood up and continued. Of course, you can't kill your customers. Of yours. Now, I'm going to see the nameless king. Yona immediately said something outrageous. Where are you going? If you leave, I'll kill you. Jin refused. No, that's enough, she suddenly remembered. That's right, I have a mission today too. He looked bewildered. What? Jin quietly waited for her to continue. Yona prepared to leave. Well, I'll leave first then. You can take your time. She smiled radiantly and said her goodbyes. See you later. With that, her figure shot downwards like the wind. The conversation went so smoothly. Jin let out a sigh of relief. The 2 roses in his hand were still vibrantly blooming. He went to find the owl. He noticed the footsteps behind him. You've arrived. It seems you finished your chat with Yona, and you also knew that I was waiting for you, Jin replied politely. Yes, I apologize for being late. The owl stubbed out his cigarette and then said, before we start the game, I've already prepared what you requested. Even though you didn't follow my orders, both future family heads are still alive, and I received a claw from the silver dragon. Everything went smoothly, so I've decided to listen to your request. Jin was surprised. I didn't expect you to be such a show-off. The owl reminded him, displeased. You cross the line sometimes. Do you think that just because you've gotten close to Yona, you can be arrogant? Jin said tactfully, I was a bit disrespectful because I want to get closer to you as well. Because I believe that you and I both want the same thing. For at least 5 years, I can delay Yona's return to her family for that amount of time. I'll make up an excuse. The owl needed assurance. Can a temporary variable like you really pull something like that off? Can you take responsibility for your words? Jin responded immediately. Of course. The owl asked directly, and what is the reason? Jin fell silent, organizing what he needed to say. Finally, he dared to express his thoughts. She is very well suited to be a flower shop owner, but as you know, someone with so many emotions like her is not suited to be an assassin. She's simply more talented at killing people than others, instead of being used by the family when she returns. I want her to be with people who can understand her, and I think that after she's no longer an assassin, she would be better suited as a flower shop owner. I want her to be happy. The owl agreed. Very well. You have disappointed me 2 times already. You must have a plan thought out this time. What do you want? He proposed. Just 1 time. I want to receive your help when I need it, as Jin Gray, not just as Jin. Ken. And I will also be leaving Samel. I will be taking Dante and Veridin with me, So from today on, we will no longer cause you any more trouble. He approved the offer, telling them to get out of his sight quickly. 1 week later, Khan led Casimir behind him. He meticulously observed the place. This is the Dark Sea. It's very chaotic, but the surrounding area is strangely clean. Did someone clean this area? Khan exclaimed. We've arrived. They're all here. Talorus was surprised. What is this? Why is that married man here? Casimir might as well say her prayers. She's finished. Talorus thought to herself, Casimir and the Nameless King, too. It would be very awkward to talk about the kid's marriage now. The owl had his own thoughts. The Ice Palace Master and the Sword Demon, it would be difficult to bring up Jane and Yona now. Casimir herself was also in an awkward position. Lord Talaris must be here to talk about the marriage proposal. Who is that other person? Ken began to break the awkward situation. He politely invited, Sit down. Casimir, I deeply regret calling you here, only to receive you so poorly, Talaris said. The uninvited guest in this gate isn't the Sword Demon, but rather you and the owl. Casimir thought worriedly, the owl belongs to the Nameless. Did something happen to young Master Jin? But wait, young Master Jin only arrived in Samel a short while ago. What on earth happened in such a short time? The owl spoke up. It seems you already had an appointment, he replied. I called you here to have a drink together, but we'll have to wait until these old friends leave. I hope you can understand. Casimir was stunned. Understand? I don't mind at all, Sir Ken. By the way, is the youngest doing well? When I came here, young Master Jin had already left for Samel. His reason was to train in preparation for dealing with assassinations and poisonings. Talorus wondered, why does that kid only go to dangerous places? If he keeps wandering around like that, what will my daughter do if he gets himself killed? The owl, sitting by the fire, began to speak. Actually, I came to see you because there's something related to him that I need to discuss with you, but this shouldn't be said in front of the Ice Palace Master and the Sword Demon. Ken casually requested, Go ahead and speak. The Ice Palace Master is one of the few people I consider a close friend, and the Sword Demon is very tight-lipped, so there won't be any problem. He agreed, Very well, sir. So after hearing that story, Ken burst out laughing. The Silver Dragon's claws? Interesting. It's understandable that you didn't expect it. So what request from the youngest did you follow? The owl replied, He asked me to erase all records of his visit to Samel. More specifically, except for the residents of the small kingdom and the cadets and the assassins of the Nameless, he said he doesn't want anyone to remember Jean Grey or Jean Runcandel. So, contrary to the peaceful scene where they were in the past that he recounted, a bloody battle had taken place. Bodies littered the ground. The survivors were utterly shocked. Where are they attacking from? Don't panic. They're just assassins. Everyone hold the formation. The captain engaged in another round of bloody slaughter. The astonished opponent questioned, How dare you? Aren't the Nameless afraid of retaliation from the Runcandel clan? I don't know why you're doing this, but the patriarch of our Runcandel clan. Before he could finish speaking, another man fell dead, and the assassins also stopped. The owl continued, We've killed all the guards who were chasing the temporary carrier of fortune. It seems that youngest carrier of fortune realized their presence, which is why he made that request. Ken understood. Is it because the kid was worried that I would make him take responsibility for them? He admitted. It's a bit embarrassing, but that's how it is. We didn't just kill 1 or 2 guards. He replied, I understand. That brat saw the purge, did he? Don't worry. If that's the case, it doesn't matter even if you killed 100 people. The owl bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you for alleviating my junior's worries. He thought to himself, I wonder if he's proud of me or not. He brought up another matter. But Sir Ken, there is one more thing I wish to discuss. He asked suspiciously. What is it? The owl took a letter from his breast pocket. Please read this note. The temporary carrier of fortune left it behind when he departed from Samel. This matter absolutely cannot be revealed to the Ice Palace Master or the Sword Demon. Ken fell silent. This was from Jin's side. He looked helplessly at his comrades who were still fast asleep. These two were really sleeping like the dead. I only came here to get the sword before meeting the Nameless King. Besides, did I use the wrong dose of the drug? Oh well, just get some rest. As soon as you two got here, you had to work hard, so of course you'd be tired. Casually putting his hand in his pocket, he found a piece of paper and a small vial. Jin was extremely surprised to see the contents. Could this be a letter from Yona? Hello, Jin, my little brother. This is the myriad poisons wine. If you drink this and fully open your mind's eye, no assassin will be able to kill you alone. Even I would find it difficult. When that day comes, I won't be able to give you a surprise like this anymore. What a shame. Well then, see you later. Take care of yourself and happy birthday, your beloved older sister. Thanks to that, he suddenly remembered his own birthday. That's right. I'd forgotten about it while I was here. Jin wrote a letter. Although it's a bit early, I'll give you a gift too. Sister, addressed to the Nameless King. Sister Yona has given me the myriad poisons wine, so please negotiate with my father in secret. Since it is an item of equivalent value to the myriad poisons wine, this should be enough to request a postponement of Sister Yona's return to the family. Although this method isn't very honorable, but I have kept my promise this time, so I hope that you, nameless king, will also fulfill your promise to me. After reading this letter, Ken asked in a low voice, "Is this real?" The owl replied, "Yes, sir. If Yona really wanted to hide, even I would have a hard time finding her, and I also happened to discover that I had been robbed. Besides what's written on that note, he has surprised me a few more times." But before he could finish speaking, he burst out laughing. Ken exclaimed, "An innocent child like him managed to trick you? Don't tell me you were the one who planned this because you wanted to keep Yona here." The owl replied, "I wish that were the case." He instructed, "It's not just you. I'm involved in this too. I will officially send you an invitation, so come visit the Garden of Swords soon. We will discuss this matter again then. Casimir, I also want to hear the news you've brought." He began to recount, "Yes, sir. This news is about the death of the great mage Kiat some time ago. I wish to report to you that this was caused by young Master Jin." Both the owl and Talaris were shocked. Ken crumpled the letter in his hand, replied, "I understand. Now, the uninvited guests should leave. I want to have a drink with the sword demon." The owl tactfully stood up and left. "Then this junior will take his leave first, while you, ma'am, are being difficult. I can stay, right? I also already know. It's all over." He refused bluntly. "No, you should go too. Terra still has a fighting chance. Come on. I'll go spread rumors about the power your son used." The father and son duo shouted in unison, ordering him to leave. "Don't talk nonsense anymore. Just go back quickly." On his side, Veridin and Dante were determined and united. They refused. Jin was fed up. "Good grief. Don't you two ever get tired?" There's no way he would agree. "Finding you was hard enough. After finding you, it's been even more torturous. If you have any conscience, you should hang out with us for a few more days." The guy next to him chimed in. "That's right." Jim was helpless against their persistence. "Just do whatever you two want." He deliberately brought up their status. "Hey, aren't you two the heirs to your families? Is this really the time to be wasting? Why are you two just hanging around here?" Veridin retorted loudly. "That's exactly why. Once I become the family head, I'll be too busy to see you. Besides, my family and yours are going to be at each other's throats. So that's it." He threw a bucket of cold water on the other's burning spirit. "Why don't you worry about becoming the family head first?" "I'm not worried about such a trivial thing. What's there to worry about? My position is so secure that no matter what I do, I'll still become the family head. As for Dante here, he's personally supported by his grandfather, who is also the one who leads the Heirin family." He confirmed, "That's right. Jin wasn't as carefree as them, but unfortunately, he wasn't like those two. I'm very busy." Veridin remembered, "Oh right, didn't you kill Kidart Hall a few months ago?" He played dumb, who knows. "I already said I wasn't the culprit." Hearing this, he flared up. "Why are you drawing a line so clearly between us again?" Jin retorted immediately. "Have you ever considered that you're being too nosy?" This left Veridin speechless. "Hey, how long are you going to be this mean?" Dante, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "When you become a flag bearer, we won't be able to see each other often anymore, right? Just like Veridin said, once we become family heads, we won't be able to meet anymore, especially you." Veridin put his arm around him and continued, "So before that happens, we just need to have as much fun as we can together. To become a flag bearer, you need a reputation, right? If you say you didn't kill Kid Hall, then we'll let it go. But let's travel around together. We'll help you build your reputation." Dante intentionally asked, "How about we go help other people?" Veridin played along. "Sounds good. Let's hunt down some notorious villains together. For example, the Mammoth Kings or the Mad Jack Glow in western Vermont, remnants of the Dark Magic Society or WAC, the Knight of Destruction from the Vanilla region. Although that place is really far from here. Oh, right, and there's also the Hucam tribe." Hearing him clearly reveal his intentions, Jin let out a long sigh. He lifted his mug of beer, took a sip, and then asked, "You want the three of us to go on an adventure? Stop talking nonsense." He slammed the table excitedly. "Great idea. Let's go on an adventure. The three of us are friends, so let's go together." Jin considered it for a moment, then sighed and said, "This is ridiculous." When he woke up, his face was filled with shock. Looking at the chandelier on the ceiling, Jin was surprised. "Huh? When did I fall asleep?" He must have been forced to drink by Veridin as he saw the two drunkards muttering, "Adventure? Let's go on an adventure. I don't want to go home." He asked someone nearby to please send both of them back, Vermont. Jin remembered throwing both of them into the teleportation gate, and that's all he could recall until he returned. Thud. What happened, and why does my body feel so strangely comfortable? A voice called from outside, "Young Master Jin, you're finally awake." Seeing the person beside him rubbing her eyes as she woke up, he was shocked. "Enya," she asked with concern, "how are you feeling? Were you able to absorb the panacea antidote completely?" Jin was bewildered. The panacea antidote? A memory of drinking the antidote flashed through his mind. He wondered, after drinking the panacea antidote, did I pass out? Enya confirmed, yes, I even thought you were dead. After you fainted, every few minutes your body would turn dark and then return to normal. But even that side of you was really cool. The second person to enter the room was Quantel. She spoke up, you're finally awake. Jin was curious. How long was I unconscious? Quantel revealed. You slept for 5 whole days. Usually, after taking the antidote to all poisons, you need at least 1 month. But it seems, thanks to the gifted constitution of the Runcandel family, you woke up sooner. He sighed in relief. I'm glad I woke up early. She replied, just think of it as getting a few days of rest. Jin asked, did anything happen while I was asleep? Quantel said casually. Not much, just that Casimir returned shortly after leaving. Enya added, Gilly was also away for a bit. I heard that there was an urgent summons from the family, so she used the teleportation gate to go to the Runcandel clan early this morning. She said she'd be back soon, so it's probably nothing serious. Well then, I'll go let everyone know you're awake. A bowl of bubbling purple liquid was placed in front of Jin. He asked Murakan suspiciously, so you want me to drink this? He urged, it's not anything weird. Just think of it as a celebration for waking up healthy, so hurry up and drink it. Come on. Jin reluctantly lifted the bowl, which was bigger than his face, and drank. The taste was quite disgusting. He gagged. What is this? Murakan was eager to hear his reaction. So how do you feel, kid? Jin touched his abdomen. It feels a little warm here, but that's it. Hey, what was that stuff just now? He said nonchalantly. Just a little poison I had that bastard buy from the black market. It's a potent poison. Anyone below 7-star would die instantly from just 1 sip. Jin couldn't hold back his anger and yelled, what did you give someone who just woke up to drink? Quantel interjected, that prank of Murakan's was foolish, but thanks to it, one thing has been made clear. The panacea antidote has been quite completely absorbed by you. Congratulations, there's no poison in this world that can instantly kill you anymore. That's right, so it's time you kept your promise. He grunted, remembering the deal for her claw. I promised to help Enya train, didn't I? She confirmed. That's right, Enya is trying very hard to train. But I only help her with theory, so she lacks practical experience. The day will come when she needs to defeat her rival. But right now, Enya has too little experience to prepare for this. Jin was still concerned. Do we really have to make Enya do that? Quantel was displeased. What are you talking about? Everyone here are your companions. That means in the future, when you fight against your siblings, I will fight by your side. Even when that time comes, will you still think Enya doesn't need to fight? He thought to himself. It might sound like she's scolding me, but she's probably also saying this for Enya to hear. And it was true. She was outside listening as Quicantel continued. Enya must become stronger, only then can you. Call her your companion. Jin reassured her, don't worry, I've already decided on my next destination. I'm thinking of improving my countercurrent magic by fighting mages, so bringing Enya along would also be a good idea. Enya's eyes lit up and she burst in, I get to go alone with young Master Jin. Isn't this a date? She subtly reminded her, I'm not going to tell you to act with dignity, so please just don't go overboard. Meanwhile, a discussion was taking place in the Sword Garden. I've just heard about a rather interesting incident that happened in Samel. If you have anything to explain, say it now. Kieran was questioning his son, Joshua. I will ask you again. Because of you, Yona had to delay her return to the family. Do you have anything to say? Joshua replied, I only acted for the benefit of the family. At that moment, he raised his iron gauntlet and landed a thunderous slap across the man's face. Joshua's cheek began to bruise. Kieran demanded, what were you doing? His expression turned grim as he ordered, straighten your back, Joshua. The young man obediently braced his hands on the table for support, his spine becoming ramrod straight. Joshua assumed the proper posture of a son of the Kieran clan. Kieran followed with another slap and then another, raining blows down on his face. Joshua's cheek began to swell up. Julie and the owl stood outside the door, silently listening to the scene unfold. Kieran commanded, take off the black gold armor. You are no longer worthy to wear it. Humiliated, Joshua undid each clasp and placed the black gold armor on the table. Its master was no longer worthy of this armor. He continued to lecture. The second knight of this family was defeated by the youngest child, who was merely a reserve knight. Furthermore, I certainly warned you and all the others. Kieran asked coldly, what did I say? Joshua knew the answer was about Yona. He repeated the warning from that day, do not touch Yona. And you knew, yet you did it anyway. He showed no mercy, punching Joshua squarely in the gut. The blow was painful enough to make him drop to his knees. The owl was astonished. I never expected this meeting to be about Joshua. The patriarch is punishing him too harshly. This is a warning that Lord Kieran is giving to me. If something similar happens to Yona again, then regardless if it's the firstborn or even me, all of those involved will be held accountable. Kieran was lucid enough to understand, I know you had no intention of defying my command. That's why the armor your mother gave you 17 years ago is still in one piece. Cowardice, that is what you have shown. Remember my words. If the day comes that I must summon you to the Black Sea, I will strip you of your status as a knight. Now go." Joshua slowly propped up his aching body to stand. A knight helped him leave. Mary, who was outside, witnessed the entire pathetic scene. She couldn't help but smile smugly. Joshua seethed with hatred over this humiliating moment. The rage on his face was impossible to conceal. Kieran called for Julie. "Yes," she replied. He inquired, "Is my youngest doing all right in that assassin village, Julie?" "Yes, my lord. He left Samel not long ago. Jin has consumed the panacea of 1,000 poisons that he acquired there and is currently resting." Kieran picked up the black gold armor, ordering her to deliver this and recount everything that happened here today with it. "That is why I summoned you here." She bowed her head to accept the order. "I will tell him everything for the sake of the Kan Den people, for the sake of the young master." When Jin heard this, he was surprised. The Nameless King was there too? Wait a minute. More importantly, Father punished Joshua himself? Jin even reenacted it. The final blow was an uppercut. That's right. It was very intense, but also so satisfying. Unbelievable, right? Young Master Joshua will have to self-reflect for a period of time, and you have received that black gold armor. Young Master Jin remembered this item. 30 years ago, the legendary blacksmith Pickle Minch created this unparalleled armor. It was a spoil of war that Uncle Zay brought back after the victory against the 5th magic tower of the Zippel clan. He looked thoughtful. "This is a test." She was surprised. "A test?" Jin replied, "My father, he wants me to be different from Joshua as a provisional flag bearer. I need to return with the armor nearly destroyed after fighting these strong opponents. Not only that, I'm sure it's also a warning to others. Don't use Yona to negotiate with me anymore. If my father isn't pleased, he can do anything that no one can stop. This is also something that I and all the other flag bearers must pay attention to. I suppose I'm also on my father's warning list," Julie exclaimed. "Oh my, so everything the patriarch does has a hidden meaning." He was curious, but why would he go to such lengths? Is it because he feels guilty about his poor daughter? Recalling what Yona once said, "Everyone has their own secrets, right? Could it be that Sister Yona still has many things she hasn't told me?" Julie spoke up, interrupting Jin's train of thought. "Speaking of which, I heard that you have decided on your next destination." He confirmed, "I plan to go to a place of magic. I want to eliminate the remnants of the Dark Magic Association." She knew about them. The Dark Magic Association, a group that was defeated and thought to be completely wiped out 200 years ago. He admitted, "That's right. Although they don't have many members left, the association still exists. Enya will help us. This is a good opportunity for me to test the counter-current magic I just learned." Julie hesitated. "But that place is." Afterward, Jin's group arrived in the southern region of Belado. Enya, disguised with a scruffy beard and a deep hood, exclaimed, "This place brings back old memories. I never thought I'd return to Belado. What do we do now?" Jin raised a hand to stop her, then immediately pulled her into a small alley. Pinned against the wall by him, Enya was surprised. "Young master, why did you suddenly do that?" Jin reminded her, "Have you forgotten why we came here? Then remember carefully not to use my real name, you understand." She was embarrassed, blushing without a word. Enya's knees went weak and she sank down, replying, "Yes." Her face was bright red from their close proximity just now. Jin called out to Enya in surprise. He knew about the Dark Magic Association, an organization that had reached its peak 200 years ago. True to its name, this organization worshipped magic from the dark world, and during its time at the height of power, its influence over the entire continent plunged everyone into a state of fear. The one who disbanded this organization was Luna Zippel, and the first and only time she ever used the unified magic spell, Myriad Flame Annihilation, to kill the leader of the Dark Magic Association. Luna Zippel was the previous contractor of Solderet, and in his past life, Solderet wanted him to follow in her footsteps. The entity once instructed, "After you become stronger, go meet Mage Run. But only if you can overcome the trial she left behind." She spoke up. "Young Mast, no, brother. The remnants of the Dark Magic Association are all bad people. After hearing the rumors, and it seems they are kidnapping children and making people wonder if this place is truly peaceful. Perhaps the reason everyone here has such a gloomy expression is because of them." Jin explained that it's actually more likely because of the nobles. "You live in the capital, so you probably know very well that no country has better public security than B. Although they can solve crimes quickly, they intentionally ignore organized crime. You don't understand why, do you?" He replied that both the criminals and the victims want to take advantage of the nobles' way of thinking. "The reason I think B doesn't wipe out the Dark Magic Association is to give the mages from the Academy a chance to act." Enya asked curiously, "The Academy? Does that mean the Academy is on its way here?" Jin revealed that it was a possibility. "But those old geezers are notoriously lazy, so it will be a while before they arrive." It's the mages from the academy. Two luxurious carriages rolling down the road drew looks of awe. Look, the mages from the academy. The nobles have arrived. The wheels slowly came to a stop, and the passengers stepped out, facing a whole group of people waiting. The townspeople were excited. It's the mages. The capital has finally sent mages. Jin blended into the crowd, thinking to himself, they acted faster than I expected. I have to stay as far away from them as possible. Everyone was overjoyed. They're here to exterminate those scoundrels from the Dark Magic Association. They're done for. Hooray. He considered that anyone from the academy is extremely arrogant, so if I get involved with them like in my past life, things will get complicated. Amidst the cheers of "Long live the academy," Jin coldly stated, they're all going to die. They can't possibly exterminate the Dark Magic Association. The two moved to an eatery, and looking at the delicious food on the table, Enya exclaimed dramatically, "Oh my gosh, no way, brother. Can we really eat something this expensive?" Jin reminded her, "Listen, Enya, almost all of my companions are as rich as I am." She looked bewildered. "But I'm not rich," he instructed. "Between the Central Bank of Tikan, the Iron Dragon Bank on the continent, and the Vankela Eternal Vault, choose one and open a personal bank account. I'll give you some spending money." Enya was deeply moved. "Thank you, brother. Young Master Jin is so cool." She then remembered. "But, brother, what did you mean by what you said earlier? That all the cadets from the academy are going to die?" He said nonchalantly. "It's exactly as it sounds. All of those cadets are too young and weak." Enya wondered. "But those mages have received high-level training. They're probably all 4-star mages, so dealing with those remnants shouldn't be a problem." Jin stated calmly, "That's precisely why. The scoundrels from the Dark Magic Association are all veterans who have lived lives full of villainy, while those cadets have no actual combat experience. According to the Seven Colored Rainbows investigation, the association currently has about 50 members, and their average level is 4-star. Furthermore, we can see about 30 cadets, and even though both sides have high-level mages, the Dark Magic Association's side still has a huge advantage." Voices echoed in my ear, and I was getting pissed. It turned out to be a few students gossiping, and listening to the flattery from the local lord made me lose my appetite. Just look at him wringing his hands and begging like that, plus that pig-like face, it's just perfect. Kunma continued, "Whatever, the senior said the food here is delicious." "Hey, owner." He realized you could tell they were academy cadets with just one glance. "Let's go. Austin, it's not good for us to get their attention." Seeing Enya sitting motionless, Jin called out to Austin with suspicion. This was the name she used for her disguise. Seeing Enya's face filled with hatred, he was shocked. Austin, the memories of being bullied by this group of people flooded back into her mind. To Enya, they were beasts in human skin. He tried to pull her back to reality, calling Austin. Jin blurted out, "It couldn't be them, could it?" Enya hesitated. "Young Maz, no sir." "Yes, they're the ones who bullied me back at the academy." Anger welled up inside him. "Those scumbags." "Then that's all the more reason we shouldn't get their attention." Jin called out to them, "Hey." Baskin asked coldly, "Who are you? Why are you looking at us like that? You two don't look like servants." "Hey, answer me now. Why are you on guard against us? Don't tell me you're a member of the Dark Magic Association." He replied, "Why do you want to know?" Kun Ma laughed from behind. Baskin slowly stood up and said, "You commoner, how dare you?" "Fine, I admit I was being rude. I'll ask again more politely." He aimed the tip of his staff at Jin and asked, "What organization are you from? Why are you being so slow? Answer properly, or else I'll drag both of you out of here for interrogation." The owner, seeing trouble, rushed over to mediate. "Oh dear, gentlemen, please calm down. They told me they are just travelers, and instead of fighting in here, please take it outside." A staff slammed straight into the owner's chest. "How dare you interrupt me? It seems the Southern Territories don't know how to treat nobles. Today, I will punish these bumpkins once again." Jin clenched his fists. He delivered a solid punch to the arrogant bastard's jaw. Aber and his companion jumped up, shouting, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Without saying a word, Jin turned to leave. The man shouted, "Freeze. You think you can run?" Turns out, he was just going to close the door. The other two were stunned for a moment. Jin nonchalantly spoke. "Bond Special Division. Team 1, Group 3, Cadet." A murderous aura radiated from him. Jin gave a command. "Attention." Enya was confused. "Special Division? What is Sir Jin talking about?" Aber was shocked. "You, what nonsense are you spouting? The Special Division? Team 1, Group 3? You madman. How dare you impersonate them?" A blue flame appeared in his hand as proof, filling them both with fear. Aber felt a sharp pain as the blue flame hit his shoulder. The two of them groaned in agony. He begged, "Withdraw it, please." He was surprised. Just a tiny bit of magic and you're already suffering from mana backlash already? You're making a fuss over the slightest sign of it. And these useless scumbags are the ones who bullied Enya? Jin gave an order. "Get up. If you keep overreacting like this, I'll drag you to the interrogation room. You've not only harassed innocent civilians, but also interfered with the work of the Special Division. If word of this gets to your families and the Academy, a terrified Baskin pleaded, please give us a chance to make amends. I will do anything you want, just please don't tell our families. He replied nonchalantly, make amends? Fine, I will give you a mission. We've been dispatched to oversee the extermination of the Dark Magic Association. Since an error has occurred, so I have no choice but to borrow your help to complete the mission. I will disguise myself as one of the attendants and observe the situation right by your side. Blue flames flared in his hand as a threat. Answer me now. The three of them fearfully agreed, yes, sir. Jin, let them off for now. All right, now pack your things and return to the base. Hey, Austin. Hearing him call, Anya was stunned. Yes? He came up beside her and whispered, how was my acting? Go on. It's your turn now, my lady. His explosive handsomeness and that action made her maiden heart flutter. Anya turned her attention to the other three and yelled at them, you scoundrels, still haven't snapped out of it. Get a move on. We're busy. Hurry up and apologize to the owner here and clean everything up. They obediently complied. We're sorry, sir. Jin then handed the owner a bag of money. This should be enough, right? The owner was moved. Yes, sir. I haven't had any other customers today. 5 days later, on October 22nd, 1796, Odin gathered the group and gave an order. We will now begin the mission of complete extermination. All cadets must understand and follow the orders of the mage leading each squad. That is all. They obeyed. Someone whispered, hey, I heard they have a 7-star mage. Will we be okay? They're just remnants of a fallen organization, right? If anything happens, Lord Odin will step in. He blended into the crowd, mentally calculating there were nearly 50 enemies hiding in the forest, yet everyone was so relaxed. This situation isn't good at all. No traces have been found yet. The people from the Dark Magic Association must be very confident. Usually, they should send out scouts to gauge the enemy's strength. Suddenly, a shout rang out. We're being ambushed. A horde of orcs charged out from the forest. He shouted to control the situation. Don't panic. Squad 1, use attack magic. Squad 2, quickly erect a protective barrier. The mages began their formation, and the orcs were struck by magic and fell one after another. Odin wondered, did they tame these orcs? They're so weak. Is this all they've got? Perhaps this Dark Magic Association isn't a big deal after all. We'll rest here for a bit. Jin was shocked. Is he crazy? Resting here? He ordered Pascal, Cadet Chip, tell him we can't stop here. This place is perfect for an ambush. He asked, trembling, what? I have to tell him myself? Jin whispered the name of the interrogation room. Pascal obediently agreed. Sir, Odin replied, stop talking nonsense. If you're worried, you can put up a protective barrier and then rest. He breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't agree. He still felt uneasy. Something wasn't right. It was obvious those weak orcs were just used to make them lower their guard down. But he chose such a wide, open place to rest. Even for a 7-star mage, it's impossible to pay attention to everything. Pascal asked curiously, is Lord Odin suspicious? Jin reminded him to stay in character. Don't talk so politely to your own attendant again. I'll kill you. Aber revealed, come to think of it, this morning I saw Lord Odin eating meat. He was confused. What's wrong with eating meat? The man whispered. His lordship is a vegetarian. Walking a little further, Otan announced, before us is what's believed to be their main base. All cadets must be prepared to erect a barrier, a protective barrier at any moment before entering. He ordered, Captain, wait here with squad 4 and 5, then join the other squads and follow us. The group entered the cave, and as they walked, they discussed, I heard they only have about 50 people, but they managed to build a place this big. Are they trying to build a fortress or something? Or maybe they're hiding a secret weapon in the cave? Whatever it is, Lord Odin will handle it all. That's why he's here. Suddenly, the cliff wall beside them exploded, and the cadet's face showed utter shock. An orc burst out from behind the wall. It's an ambush. Sir, what should we do now? Please give us your orders. Odin remained unnervingly calm. What should you do? Behind him were countless orcs, just quietly become our test subjects. The cadets faintly realized they had been set up, and seeing the hideous smile on Otan's face, they shouted in panic. Run! He ordered their capture. Kill them all. Enia reminded, brother, we should get going too. Those people from the academy are such fools, they don't even recognize their own teacher anymore. No, it's the sculptor's ability that's truly astonishing. At the top of the cave, a circle emitted a brilliant blue light, its power shining down on the panicked faces of... What? It can't be like this. Could it be? Jin reminded his teammate, hey Enya, things are about to get a little tough. Make sure you stick close to me. He couldn't accept this failure at the last second. Kitten's backflow? The blue flames engulfed the horde of orcs. Bekan suffered from the backlash of overexertion, while blue fire swirled around Jin. his overwhelming aura and power growing by the second, intensifying. In midair, the backflow vortex remained. On the ground lay the strewn corpses of the oars, and Jin let out an interested sound as he looked ahead. So a few of you managed to endure it. Looks like you too are 8-star rank. Huh. O and Z still hadn't recovered from the shock. Ron strained so hard that veins popped out on his forehead. He angrily demanded, Are you a disciple of Kidden? How can you use backflow? Jin gave a backhanded compliment. Oh, so you recognize backflow? You've got a sharp eye, Ron retorted, unconvinced. You're only smug because you managed to ambush us, aren't you? Don't be so shameless. I've already figured out you're only a 7-star. My name is Ron. You must have heard my name before. I am not someone a 7-star piece of trash like you can look down on. Jin realized he had gone too far, and on the surface, he said, I have indeed heard of Kodao's half-brother who has mastered earth magic. This artificial cave must be your handiwork. Truly magnificent. Ron was surprised. You already figured that out? In the Dark Magic Association, there are 9 other mages just like me. Even if you're lucky enough to escape, my comrades will hunt you for the rest of your life. But I am a generous man, and because you have talent, I will give you a chance. Join the Dark Magic Association. Jin snapped his fingers, summoning darkness. It seems you're so astonished, you're speechless. If you submit to me now, you'll soon become an important figure in the association. Looking to the side, a scroll, an orb of darkness surged forth, stunning Ron. What? Enya thought. He looks like a pretty powerful mage, but to see him screaming like this when he's so close to death, he must be crying out in pain while mixing in other energies too, increasing the power of the counterflow sphere, that shadowy stream of energy. Don't tell me you are a disciple of Kidden and an aura mage who has made a pact with Sodet. He reminded him, You're just an 8-star mage in name only. Suddenly, a noise came from behind. It turned out the orcs had gotten back up. Jim was shocked. Oh my god, the orcs are all ready. Be careful. Austin, it's not your place to worry. She easily took it down. Enya asked with concern, Are you all right, sir? He replied, I am fine. She sighed in relief. The orcs suddenly moving startled me. Jin was pleased, thinking, Luckily, she's doing better than I thought. This is probably the first time she's witnessed something like this, but instead of panicking, she handled the situation very well. Enya asked impatiently, Sir, what do we do now? He first listened to the sounds around them. The entire cave suddenly began to shake, and rocks on the ceiling trembled. The giant claw of a beast stomped on the ground. Gontep of the White Wolf tribe looked around with interest. What is all this? This place has become a complete mess. Damn it, even Zoe lost. This is insane. You damn human, did you do this? Enya trembled beside him. Sir, that is. Jin thought to himself, looks like today is a day of one surprise after another for Enya. It shouted loudly, even though you're just a mage, you've got sharp eyes. Shouldn't you be showing a little fear? He replied casually. After I hear your name, I'll decide whether to be scared or not. You from the White Wolf tribe. A nearby boulder suddenly fell. Gontep let out an excited howl. It couldn't contain its excitement. Excellent. You're completely different from the ones I killed at the cave entrance. I'm starting to like you. My name is Gontep Halep. Now that you've heard my name, you have to fight me, but I'll give you a chance to survive first. He provoked, if you're going to say the same thing as that other guy, you can just stop right now. It offered, join Kinzello. Jin knew of Kinzello. Isn't this the Dark Magic Association's den? Gontep said awkwardly, how should I put this? The Dark Magic Association is a small branch of Kinzello. Kinzello only accepts knights, so mages are in the Dark Magic Association. He pondered, thinking back, the guys from the White Wolf tribe I met when I was in the Cadet Corps were also members of Kinzello. Is there some connection between the White Wolf tribe and Kinzello? It continued. That's why I'm telling you to join the Dark Magic Association under Kinzello. Since you managed to kill Zoe, I'll give you a reasonably high position. It seems Kinzello is seriously short on members. You can just give away high positions like that. If you want to turn this world upside down, you can never have enough people. He gave it an opening, but since you're inviting me to such a high position, perhaps we can negotiate a little. Enya, worried from behind, said, Hey, young Master Jin. He began to bait Gontep, but what should I do? I can't work under someone weaker than me. It gritted its teeth, trying to suppress its anger at the insult, and readied the weapon in its hand. It slashed a wave of power straight toward Jin. Seeing him block it with a shield, Gontep said, I see. I won't hold back anymore, mage. It taunted him. How long are you going to hide behind that shield? Show me your power, mage. Enya used her magic staff, trying to maintain her spell. Every stream of flame she unleashed was crushed by Gontep. She didn't falter in the slightest. Instead, she switched to a different type of magic. A barrage of green light beams shot out, and he frowned as he watched the scene unfold. Enya was shocked by Gontep's words. Your skills are terrible, just like your disguise. I have no interest in you. You little brat, I'll kill you later, so stay out of this. You, step out from behind that shield and prove yourself. The moment he finished his taunt, his calf was slashed, sending blood splattering onto his face. Jin's blade flashed with sharpness. He was shocked. A sword? Wasn't that a staff? I see. So it's a magic sword. A magic sword, things just got more interesting. I won't kill you. I want to bring you before our leader. Jin challenged, don't let your guard down, just come at me. You wolf, it's been a long time since I've fought one of the White Wolf tribe, so I want to enjoy this fight. A tense confrontation unfolded with deadly streams of power, clashing against each other, and the blade continuously struck out. His silhouette stood tall, raising the sword that was now glowing with power from the clash. Gontep's jaw dropped in amazement. Jin's sword twitched, and his eyes revealed his utter surprise. Gontep barely blocked it with his staff, the impact of their weapons sending sparks everywhere. He was only now beginning to understand. So that's it. You're still hiding quite a few tricks, aren't you? The aura I sense from you is only at the 7-star level, but the strength and fighting spirit within that small body of yours far surpasses it. Among humanity, there are those who reach this level. The Black Cane Clan. You bear the bloodline of the Black Cane Clan. Now, you must at least state your name. That vandal of the Black Cane Clan. Let's wager our family names on this battle. Jin didn't hesitate to reveal. You, the one, from the White Wolf tribe. I am Jin. Gontep growled the name of the warrior, Jin. The hammer in his hand was raised. Hi, Gontep declared. From this moment on, I, Gontep Halep, will stake the honor of my entire clan to face Jin. You shall be reborn as nourishment for Javier's soul. You will fight for honor. An imposing hammer strike came crashing down. Though he had swung his sword tens of thousands of times, he slashed through everything as if for the very first time. And also, for the very last time, the entire space was plunged into a dark, crimson glow. Gontep's hammer fell to the ground, and Jin watched him kneel in defeat. Jin spoke. Up. If I spare your life, will you agree to tell me about Kinzelo? Gontep burst out laughing. It seems you know nothing of the laws of the White Wolf tribe. A traitor has no honor. The laws of the White Wolf tribe. Huh, Jin replied nonchalantly. So your laws are more precious than your life. Gontep flew into a rage upon hearing this. Among the White Wolf tribe, there are no cowards. Why would you insult the warrior who dueled you, Jin? Jin relented. Very well, from now on, if I meet another member of your tribe, I will behave accordingly. Therefore, I hope you can forgive my rudeness this time. I will remember you. Gontep Halep, as blood trickled down his face, replied. Gontep will do the same. I too shall remember you when I return to Javier's side. As he finished his words, his body was sliced in two and collapsed to the ground. He sheathed his sword, his face devoid of any emotion. Enya called out softly, Brother. Jin asked Austin, Are you scared? She said admiringly, That was amazing, I respect you so much. He replied shyly, It wasn't a big deal. He thought to himself, I don't know how big the power difference is among the members of the White Wolf tribe, but he was definitely stronger than the one I met when I was still a cadet. Even so, the recent battle wasn't too difficult. Jin asked Enya, Hey, is this your first time seeing so many dead people? Enya admitted, Yes. I actually feel a little dizzy, but I think this incident has made me realize once again what kind of people my companions are, and what I need to do to not become a burden to everyone. He suggested, Hey, if you still feel hesitant, you can continue to stay out of the fights. Pascan, who was nearby, coughed to get their attention. Sir, please save me. I'll never harm the people again. Jin looked at his pathetic state in shock. Chip, so you're still alive. Enya quickly walked up, her voice turning cold. Chip's hood had been pulled down. Enya asked, Do you remember me? He remembered. How could it be her? Enya replied, If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. You know that, don't you? Remember this. Chip Pascan, the ones who saved you are Jin Gray and Enya, the future Archmage, the one who signed a contract with the God of Time. And what's more, I won't just be helping trash, like you, but from now on, I will also help the precious companions who once reached out to help me. Un emerged from the water. He tried to move his body but was helpless against the ropes binding him. Un couldn't hide his astonishment. What is this? He tried to search his memory. I remember luring those scumbags from the academy into the cave after getting past them. Finally, Un remembered the most important thing, Fan Lu. At that time, Fan Lu was floating above his head. Un asked the person in front of him, Are you a disciple of Kaiden? It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Kaiden is in the same association as us, so why did you ambush us? The person held a small knife, speaking with interest. An ambush. Then they suddenly stood up. To Un's amazement, the opponent said contemptuously, I thought you were some big shot. but you're just a piece of murderous trash hiding in a small, weak country. Someone who wants to use the Academy's cadets as test subjects shouldn't be saying such things. The serial killer from Mater. He laughed coldly. I don't know how you found out my identity, but you're making a huge mistake. If you lay a single finger on me, the association will not. Before he could finish, Un's mouth was covered. The person raised the knife. You talk too much. The blade plunged down, stopping just inches from his eye. In Un's eyes, there was only terror. The person said coldly, you just need to answer my questions very slowly, while experiencing the pain of those you've killed. In the crowded living room, Alicia's voice was heard. According to the rumors, the headquarters of the Dark Magic Association is in. Casimir repeated the name, startled. Oterium. Murakan asked impatiently. Isn't that the capital of Vankella? She confirmed, yes, it was the old capital, about 500 years ago. While you were asleep, the Holy Kingdom of Vankella changed its capital. He was surprised. Why? What happened? Quanto revealed, they were invaded by the demon tribe. Since its founding, Vankella has guarded a demonic artifact for generations. That invasion was to reclaim the Eye of Jito. Around that time, the Kandon and Jippo clans had dispatched knights and mages to support Vanilla. The Holy Kingdom War was also the only war where the Kandon and Jippo houses joined forces, ended with Vanilla's victory and the demon tribe being driven away. There was no way to rebuild the devastated land, where mountains had been flattened and the sky torn asunder. Therefore, Vanilla later relocated their capital. As for Oyam, it remained a place where monsters lived. The legacy that Jean was looking for from Leon Jippo was also there. The Magic Queen's secret grimoire of the annihilation of 10,000 flames. Things were about to get complicated. How could they have occupied that land? He asked for more information. When did they establish their headquarters there? Alicia estimated it was probably about 50 years ago, and the Dark Magic Association should no longer be called just remnants. We have confirmed 3 9-star mages among their ranks. She listed out each name. The Great Elder of the Bon Fon Hensk Academy, the Matriarch of the Lilista clan, Suzanne Lilista, and the Archmage of Anzu, Chu Connor. Casimir exclaimed in frustration. This is insane. I can't believe so many 9-star mages have gathered there like that. Jin easily guessed the outcome. If the Dark Magic Association has become that powerful, then we won't be able to do anything to Kinzello, their mastermind. He thought to himself, now I understand the reason why my clan, Jippo, and Bon just stood by and watched while Kinzello committed these atrocities in my past life. There are too many prominent figures involved, so we can't afford to carelessly provoke them. Alicia revealed more information, and while it may sound hard to believe, it seems Kinzello has a shapeshifter in their possession. The one who transformed Mado Becker into Melson is named Booba Gaston. He had been waiting for his name to finally come up. He suddenly remembered. Wait a minute, Booba Gaston, isn't that the name that came up when you asked me to investigate Bisco Ivliano? He admitted. That's right, Murakan asked skeptically. Are you sure it was a complete transformation and not just a disguise? He transforms other people instead of himself? Quant was surprised and said, this is the first time I've heard of a human who can alter appearances. I thought shapeshifting was a blessing reserved only for us dragons. Alicia continued, even that Mado Becker guy doesn't know the exact details of how it works. After drinking a potion and waking up, his appearance had already changed. Jin then told them, come to think of it, when I was young, on the day I left the storm platform, there was a time when extremist followers of Jippo transformed into guards and targeted me. I think we should go meet Booba Gaston ourselves. Casimir knew immediately. You want to go alone, don't you? He reassured him, please don't worry. I'm planning to bring someone with me. Please send the 7-colored rainbow to investigate the relationship between the White Wolf tribe and Kinzello. Sir Casimir. He replied, I understand. 1 week later, at the Han clan's mansion. To wipe out the remnants of the Dark Magic Association, the Academy had recently gone to the southern lands, and as a result, nearly 20 cadets died. Sitting on the throne was John Han, the patriarch of the Han clan. Ross reporting that 2 6-star mages and 1 7-star mage are dead. He was surprised. Oh my, did their plan fail? He continued his report, saying that wasn't all. According to the surviving cadets' testimony, the 2 mysterious individuals were disguised as the guards Jin Gray and Austin Gray. They claimed that it was those 2 who defeated the Dark Magic Association. It seems the older one, Jin Gray, used magic, while the younger one, Oteen Gray, used a sword. Joe wondered, so what is the reason you've come to see us? He glanced, signaling his subordinate. A wooden chest was brought in. When the lid was opened, he gasped in amazement. This is... Dante was utterly stunned. Russ explained, this appears to be a fragment of a weapon used by the White Wolf tribe. Looking at the cross-section, you can tell it was done by a high-level swordsman. Young Master Dante Harron, do you recognize anything from this? He suddenly burst out laughing, surprising the man. Sir, Joe explained for him, it's true that Dante's swordsmanship is advanced and he is extremely talented, but the boy can't make a clean cut like this. It seems only an 8-star knight could accomplish this. He admitted, "That's right, you heard him. I haven't reached that level yet. It seems your trip here was a waste of time." The man excused himself. "I understand. Thank you for the cooperation of you both. We'll be on our way now." Dante thought gleefully. "Jin, you've gotten that strong already? Now I have something new to discuss with Veridin." Russ was still pondering the name Oten Gray, a person with a small stature, a loud, clear voice, and high-level swordsmanship. The estimated age is between 10 and the early 20s, someone who could perfectly cleave a White Wolf tribe's axe in half at this age. The only person who perfectly matches the description is Dante Heron. He's hiding his abilities. He ordered his subordinates to monitor Dante Heron's movements outside his family's domain. On October 30th, 1796, at the transfer gate of the Khan Kingdom, an announcement rang out. "The transfer gate will be opening shortly. All passengers, please remain in your seats." As Jin was reading a book in the waiting area, someone approached him and asked, "Excuse me, could you move your bag somewhere else?" He immediately complied, his mind still preoccupied with his thoughts. "I heard Booba Gaston's workshop is located in the ducal territory. I've wanted to find that guy for a long time, but I never had a good reason. Investigating the Dark Magic Association has given me the perfect opportunity." The girl next to Jin rested her chin on her hand, staring blankly into the distance. Then, all attention started to focus on him. Jin looked at the scene before him. "Is that Booba's workshop? I arrived late because I had to visit other workshops to avoid arousing Kinzello's suspicion. According to the other workshop owners, he is the most elite among the sculpting geniuses. Isn't he just a transformation mage?" Under the sculpture was a sign that read, "Art is an explosion." Jin considered, a sculpting genius? Should I just blow it up? He pounded on the door, the sounds echoing rapidly. Inside, Booba angrily opened the door, yelling, "Stop it! Stop it! Who the hell is it?" Seeing the person outside, the old man let out a surprised, "Huh?" Jin greeted him, "Long time no see, Booba Gaston." Feeling a bit awkward, the old man sprinkled some salt on Jin, asking curiously, "How dare you come here?" He brushed off the salt from his clothes and reminded him throwing salt on people is rude. "Today, I've come as a guest." Booba flew into a rage. "Guess my foot, I don't serve your kind." Jin brought up the past. "Didn't I save you once? Is this how you treat your savior?" The old man was stunned. "Huh, my savior? Let me tell you something. If my siblings had heard the ridiculous nonsense you were about to spout at the banquet, you would have been killed on the spot. But luckily for you, it was me, so you managed to escape." Booba angrily raised a fist and lunged forward, yelling, "Shut up, mouth." He threw a punch and knocked the old man down in an instant. Jin warned, "I'm being nice here." Someone stepped out from inside to demand an explanation. "Booba, what's all that noise outside?" "Jin is outside." He immediately shut his trap. The two greeted each other at the same time. "Young Master Jin, Bisco." He was curious what brought him here. "Young Master Jin, aren't you currently a provisional flag bearer?" Booba grabbed his pant leg, begging, "Sir Bisco, please kill him. He humiliated me so much at the party and now he's come here to cause trouble too." He thought with annoyance, "This filthy pig is just as I expected." Bisco refused the plea, saying, "Sorry, Booba, I don't know what happened, but young Master Jin isn't the type to do something like this, without a reason." The old man couldn't believe it. "Why? It's true, I attacked him first, but he deserved it." Jin interrupted, "I will apologize. I came to ask you to make a bust sculpture for me, but now you've put me in a difficult position." Bisco asked directly, "I see, a bust sculpture, is it? But it's strange, apologizing just for a reason like that. You're completely different from the young Master Jin, I know. You came here for another purpose, didn't you?" He admitted. "Yes, in fact, I came with another, less pure intention. The person I wanted to see wasn't Booba, but you, Bisco." He guessed. "Me? Don't tell me you intend to fight me under the guise of being a provisional flag bearer." He was quite surprised that he knew right away. Jin continued, "It's embarrassing, but that's correct. I can't visit the house of Ibriana without an invitation with my current status, so I came to see Booba, who is currently staying with you." He refused. "I will decline. I came here to rest." "You're being very rude, young Master Jin." He tried to persuade him, but just then, a thread of light flashed past. Bisco turned to leave in disappointment. "If you can't even react to a surprise attack like that, then how can you possibly face me? Just leave." Jin thought to himself, that was really dangerous. "I almost countered." He said, "No more. Understood, I'll be leaving then." Booba cursed loudly from behind. "You think carrying the Runcandel name means you can get everything? Know your place. If you keep acting so arrogant, you'll be killed long before you become a knight." He didn't let the old man ramble on, immediately pointing his sword at him. Bisco growled from behind, "Young Master Jin." Booba trembled in fear as the sword was pressed to his neck. Jin exclaimed, "Bisco, I admit I was rude and arrogant, but insulting. The Runcandel name is another matter entirely. Would you stand by and watch the Ibriano name be insulted right in front of you? He stammered. Well, I would not. In that case, I have no choice but to stop you, young Master Jin. Do it, young Master Jin. You could die. He didn't back down. Even if I die, I will protect the Runcandel name. He knew he wasn't joking. Damn it. I should have stopped Booba's reckless mouth. I want to kill this pig. Right here and now. But to complete my work, I need his ability. So, Bisco ordered his man. I will. Count to 3, Booba. In that time, get on your knees and apologize. He reached 2, but the old man was unwilling. Why should I? What did I do? He wouldn't hear any more of it, his expression turning grim as he ordered, Kneel, Booba. The old man was terrified at this command, and finally Booba complied, kneeling down and saying 2 simple words, sorry. Jin made it clear, if it weren't for Bisco, you would have died after apologizing. That's what you get for daring to insult the Runcandel name. Bisco, your subordinate has been very rude. If you want, you can hit me until you're satisfied. He sighed helplessly. It's all right, what you did wasn't wrong. Young master, please leave now. He left immediately after, saying goodbye. Boobaba, who was behind, was still fuming. Why did he even come here? That damn bastard. Bisco scowled and called out to Ba, ordering him to be quiet. Let's go inside. There's still a lot we need to discuss. Inside a private room, Bisco announced that the leader has declared they will sever the alliance with the Jippo family, so the rest of the civilizational resources we receive from the Jippo family will also be cut in half. From now on, gathering the remains of the Death God will be more difficult. However, according to the terms of the alliance's termination, we will get something back that we gave to the Jippo family. Booba Ball lost his cool and shouted, the compass, we have to get the compass back. With it, we'll be able to find living gods and use them as ingredients. He promised, all right, I understand, we will definitely get it back. Suddenly, Bisco noticed a movement outside. He rushed to the window, threw it open, and then carefully scanned the area outside. Seeing this, Booba Ba asked in surprise, what's wrong? Bisco replied, it's nothing. He figured he must have imagined it, then announced, this conversation is over. Jin was walking silently through the dark forest when a sword suddenly struck down from above. His opponent had chosen this very moment to assassinate him. He deftly blocked the attack with his sword. She hadn't expected Jin to be so agile. He spoke up, even though this forest is deserted, there's no need to make such a scene, is there? Jin immediately guessed that the attacker was his older sister in disguise. My dear sister, she replied, looks like the favor you asked of me went well, didn't it? Since it was you who asked, of course I had to do it. It was tough pretending not to know you. Tossing aside the bright red wig, Yona smiled warmly and said, little brother? Earlier, an owl had found Yona and delivered the letter to her personally. Here's your letter. Reading it, Yona was overjoyed. It's Jin, she announced. I'll be going out for a few days. The man tried to stop her. Are you planning to just leave? If Sir Ken sees you with your brother, the boy will be killed. That's why the owl had given Yona the thick wig. Don't let anyone find out. Be careful on your journey. The letter Jin had sent read, Sister Yona, I'm planning to meet a sculptor named Berg Gustin, so I need information about him. It doesn't matter if it's something he mutters to himself or says to others. Could you eavesdrop on him for me? The two of them returned to a log cabin. Jin was impressed, so Canzello has terminated their alliance with the Jippo clan. As expected of you, sis. In such a short amount of time, you've gathered more intel than even the Cannon family's special archives. With this information, I can figure out what they're plotting. Thanks, sis. Yona hesitated, but that fat bastard, Jin guessed. You mean Booba Ba? She replied, yes, him. I think he's the same kind as me. Jin didn't understand. The same kind? What does that mean? Yona kept her secret. I can't tell you that just yet. Little brother, you have your own secrets too. He then showed her his secret. My secret? Are you talking about this? A blazing red aura gathered like the eye of a storm as killing intent radiated from her entire body. A memory fragment flashed through Yona's mind. In a dark, silent room, someone had fallen, their back covered in blood. She hugged Jin tightly, and a murderous aura from Yona began to erupt after she screamed. No! He was terrified. This killing intent is terrifying. She's reacting to my aura. She pleaded with a trembling voice. No matter what happens in the future, please don't ever use that power in front of me again. Jin said guiltily, yes, I'm sorry. Iona asked curiously, why did you show it to me? I thought you would keep hiding it until you became a flag bearer. He explained, you never gave me a reason to trust you, and you weren't a sister I could rely on. I thought the same way. I had planned to hide this power until you gave me that blue rose. Iona was astonished to hear this. Jin confessed, to me, the blue rose is the flower that brought me great comfort when I was struggling and is also a symbol of trust. That was more than enough for me. So from now on, I won't hide anything from you. She asked worriedly, but what if I have the same reaction as before? He reassured her. Don't worry. I will become so strong that no matter what we do, you won't be able to kill me. She suggested cheerfully. You're exaggerating again, so you'll play with me now, all right? Recalling Ken's gloomy face as he ordered, never use Iona again. He forced a smile, then just playing for a little while is fine, sister. Meanwhile, Ken was also inquiring about their situation. What have those two been up to for the past 2 days? Khan reported. The young lady seems to have just been playing around. He probed further. Did the youngest one ask or request any help from Iona? He replied, according to what the guards have confirmed, no, sir. The patriarch warned him directly, so he wouldn't dare do such a thing. Ken knew him all too well. That boy doesn't know what fear is. The owl was nearly killed a few times, and even Luna avoids that child. The youngest one is certainly interesting. Khan presented a letter, and there's this. It's a letter from Kazmir. The letter's contents surprised him. The youngest had defeated Gontep Halep, a warrior from the White Wolf tribe. Hapalep. It's been a while since I've heard that name, he asked. You know of him, sir? Of course, Ken knew. The leader of the Hapalep, a clan of the White Wolf tribe, once came to challenge me. He was a powerful foe, one that's hard to forget. When he fought against me, he lasted a full 5 hours. The Hapalep warriors all possess abilities far beyond those of the average White Wolf tribe. For the youngest, this victory is quite significant. And it seems that Jin was muttering something about splitting Gontep's axe in two. Khan guessed, I believe it's just a habit of his. He thought to himself, that's not just a simple habit, it's exactly as it was recorded. Spells, swords, and hidden weapons. A light sword, a secret technique that hasn't been used for 1,000 years. That was also the sword skill of Lord Taima, the first patriarch of our family. Has the boy truly become a magic swordsman even stronger than myself? I want to fight him at least once at Tikan, Kazmir's residence. In the living room, after hearing Jin's account, he was stunned. The fact that the Jippel clan and Kinzilla were allies was already shocking. But for you to say that the reason this alliance ended was because the demon god's stone possessed by Andre Jippel was shattered? The image from that moment flashed through his mind. Jin replied, that's right. And the person who created the replica of the demon god's stone was Bua. He used the artifacts of dead gods and the ruins of an ancient civilization, along with a special ability called sculpting, to create dangerous artifacts or transform people. Alicia knew all too well that is the very core of Kinzello. He agreed, correct. So, Murakam was still pondering. Are the relics of the dead gods things like the tears or blood of Numerous? Now I get it. Jin thought to himself, while Murakam exclaimed, hey kid, there's actually something I haven't told you yet. I went to Duke Kurano's territory once to help the cadets on your side, right? Jin replied, that's right. Murakam continued, at that time, a graveyard giant that had been hiding for 2,000 years reappeared, and I secretly took care of it. I still didn't understand why a graveyard giant would appear there, but now I think it was probably the work of this Booba Gaston guy. Quentel suggested that he seemed to have some connection with Quay, the god of sculpture. He was startled. Quay, the god of sculpture? This is the first time I've ever heard of him. Murakam revealed, that god has already vanished from the currents of history. Of course, you wouldn't know. He added, Quay was the being who contributed the most when the gods created the origin stones, but as time passed and the origin stones were destroyed, he also lost his status as a god and was turned into a human, and the golem that Quay created to protect the tomb. He continued, the place where gods exiled as humans rest is the graveyard giant, but we dragons have already exterminated all the graveyard giants. Thanks to this information, Katmia had an answer. Do you mean Booba Gaston made a contract with that dead god? Quentel refuted. That's impossible. But if it wasn't Quay, then there's no way to explain what happened. Jin added, not only that, among the holy relics he created, it seems there's also an item that can find someone who is contracted with a god. Murakam replied loudly, what are you talking about? Unless a contract directly reveals its power, no one can know about it. Alicia exclaimed in fear. Don't tell me you're looking for Julia for Jin to confirm it? That's right, it seems they call that thing a compass. Luckily, it seems the compass's function isn't fully perfected yet, because they kidnapped the guardian dragon Lachi instead of Julia. From that, Quentel deduced, I see they must be using the compass to find the contractors first, and then use the demon god stone to absorb them. He brought the news. And this is also the reason why we must get that compass. This coming June, the Jippel clan will return the compass to Kinzalo. That period of time is our chance. We have to get the compass. Katmia couldn't help but ask in amazement, what are you planning to do? Jin looked at him seriously. Until the Jippel house returns the compass, they will try to find as many fake contractors as possible to investigate the matter. To be safe, we should go somewhere secure. Katmia agreed. He's right. Holding 3 fake contracts without belonging to any major faction in Tik is very dangerous. At this moment, Quentel stood with his arms crossed and spoke up. He replied, We should leave here before the compass finds us. Yes, I will request protection from the Ice Palace. A moment later, he proposed a time. Then let's meet again in March at the Belle Fief. After that, we'll infiltrate the pirates' territory where they conduct their trades. Katmia, worried for Jin's safety, asked, "So where will you be in the meantime, Jin?" Murakhan closed his eyes and smiled. "This kid, I have to find a different path," he asked. "Is there any place safer than the Ice Palace?" He then opened his eyes, the corners of his lips curling up. "Of course, the safest place in this world." Flashing back to before the discussion. A few hours ago, Murakhan suddenly said to Jin, "Kid, head to the land of the royal family. I was planning on taking you there anyway, so the timing is perfect." He was surprised and asked, "The land of the royal family?" July looked down at the cat on her lap and gently patted it on its back. "The royal family, isn't that the legendary tribe that defeated all the beastkin?" Murakhan exclaimed gleefully. "That's right, Whiskerface." She hesitated, then said, "But they fell into decline 5,000 years ago." Hearing that the place was in decline, Jin was filled with doubt. "How can I go to a land that's in decline? Does it even still exist?" Murakhan then jumped off the table. "It still exists somewhere in the Great Mica Desert, the territory of the beastkin. Except for the 1,000-year contractor, no one can go there, not even a descended god could." He stared intently at it. "Explain it in a way I can understand." Murakhan explained briefly. "Just understand that there's a pact between Solderet and the royal family. It's a land born exclusively for the Dankinen swordsman, a place that anyone who wants to become a true swordsman must visit. Go there." A figure appeared in a place surrounded by year-round snowy mountains, the southern border of the Doan Kingdom, a place located between the border of the Beastkin territory and where I carried out my first mission as a cadet. To get to the Ma Desert, I have to cross this mountain. Jin moved forward resolutely, thinking he would ask for the help of the White Wolf tribe. But of course, I'll run into trouble if I risk climbing the mountain. Even though there's no bond between us, should I try asking for their help? They're kind, but their instinct to avoid predators is second only to the catkin. Standing before Jin now was a rowdy group of green creatures, the Dark Flame Water Tail tribe, who asked curiously, "Are you the person from earlier?" "Huh." Then they slowly approached Jin. "You poor thing, you look like a wanderer." One of them shyly offered him a grilled fish. "Poor thing, eat this. It's a gift. Is the human hungry again?" Jin immediately denied it. "No." He smiled, holding a large fish and a bag of money in his hands. "I came this time to repay you for the fish last time." The Dark Flame Water Tail tribe initially stood at a distance from Jin, then slowly closed the gap. They all took the large fish he offered and joyfully tossed it into the air, as if celebrating. A long while after leaving that place, Jin asked, "Is there a path that only you guys use to get there?" Dark Flame led him along, asking in surprise, "The Mica Desert. Where is that?" "You know about it." Jin looked down at the one accompanying him. "I've heard of it. I plan on checking it out." At this, the creature warned him seriously. "That place, if you go, you'll lose your life. If it were me, I wouldn't go." Jin shook his head, acknowledging the kind warning. "Thanks for your concern, but I can't just keep hiding forever." Dark Flame didn't argue further and quickly led the way. Soon, a vast place would appear. Inside, a dark cave, a clear waterfall cascaded down. "Did you really dig this?" It shook its head. "No." The catkin did. The two approached the waterfall, and the creature pointed, reminding Jin, "Get some water, go through the market, and you'll reach the desert." He held a water flask in his hand and held it out to collect water. A moment later, they arrived at another cave, a cave sparkling with the dazzling light of gold. Jin quickly walked past a few members of the Daofu tribe. "Is this the Gold Dust tribe? It's my first time seeing them." Taka appeared from nowhere, shouting, "Hey, what are you doing?" It said angrily in one long breath. "Why did you bring someone like that here? We agreed that this path was only for us to use." "You're breaking the rules, Dark Flame. Why did you make that promise? To keep your word, right? Don't you see how wrong that is?" Stood in front of him, fumbling awkwardly. "I know this is the first time, but still." Jin watched them and thought to himself, they look so cute together. He helplessly held out a gold coin and said, "Trust me, my friend, he's the one who gave it. Take it, he'll come." The Mica Desert. Taka's eyes sparkled as he looked at the gold coin in his hand. "I believe him." "Oh my gosh, you should have said so sooner." He quickly ran towards the door. "I didn't realize such an esteemed guest had arrived. I will escort you." Jin wondered, "Does this door lead outside?" Taka said while bowing respectfully. "Yes, when the door opens, you will arrive at a general store, and outside is the Yucca market." "Yucca." Black Flame then waved his hand, his eyes filled with suspicion. "The Golden Dust tribe will guide you, but they're very dirty, but never mind that. They are very trustworthy. Honest, they won't trick you." He turned and waved. "This is as far as I'll see you off. Goodbye now." Jin was deeply moved. Thank you for everything. Before we part, may I ask your name? He looked at him. I am Black Flame. Jin smiled, repeated the name, and was about to introduce himself. Black Flame of the Watertail Tribe, I am. He cut Jin off. You don't need to say it. I know Jin Runcandel. I've seen the Runcandel cloak before. Then he exclaimed, You're a really amazing leader. Jin asked, You won't tell anyone, will you? He said firmly. Don't worry, Black Flame is tight-lipped. Jin carefully placed a hand on his chest in his salute. All right, then the next time we meet, as a Runcandel, I will repay you. Then he waved, watching his blue friend gradually disappear from sight. Taka stood cheerfully on the table. Welcome, have you come to the Mica Desert? Then I can guide you. Jin walked past, tossing him a gold coin. I can go alone. Thanks for opening the door. Taka bowed solemnly. Please come again. He raised a hand to pull the scarf over his face, thinking to himself, the Golden Dust tribe is trustworthy and honest. Huh. A noisy, bustling market gradually came into view. Come on in. The Yuka Yuka market has everything. The tall customer over there, please come have a look. Jin stated his purpose. I'm heading to the Mica Desert and need a trustworthy guide. Then he looked at the other person with sharp, cold eyes. Can you find one? The shop owner also looked at him, silent. Before him now was a vast desert, the entrance to the Great Mica Desert. The two guys from the Chusei tribe laughed heartily. Thanks to you, I arrived quickly and safely. He continued on the path ahead, the land of the royal family, a place where sword light is passed down through generations, and if I die here, my body will never be found. Jin was now walking step by step across the desert, the Great Mica Desert, a vast desert surrounding the center of the land of mutants. Since ancient times, somewhere in this mysterious underworld, there has been countless gold, civilizations, and resources. This was once a place that explorers always wanted to conquer. However, even the native mutants couldn't find this underworld, and crossing the Great Mica Desert was to seek death in the most remote corner of the continent. Moreover, no one has ever survived after setting foot in this desert. Jin firmly looked ahead. The Shadow Sword is here. Returning to the conversation from that day, Butterfly told him. The guardian of the Shadow Sword, the Mi-Wang Sword Clan. 5,000 years ago, they were a mythical race that maintained peace for the mutants during the Golden Age. Jin exclaimed in surprise at the swift downfall of the Mi-Wang clan. What? They disappeared in a single night? Nas sat on the table across from him. Yes, they were very arrogant. They didn't believe in the power of the gods, so they made a mistake when they challenged the holy god. You've witnessed the power of the demon stone before, haven't you? Jin replied, yes. Then, Butterfly continued, a fake primordial stone is just as powerful. The power of the primordial stone was created by a god, powerful enough to slaughter them all in just one day. His pupils trembled. It can't be. It continued, but not all the gods turned their backs on them. There was one god who took pity on them. Julie then spoke up. That would be Sadet. Murakan rubbed against her affectionately. Exactly, you smart cookie. You're so knowledgeable. Then he glanced over at Jin. Sadet saved a few members of the Mi-Wang tribe and made a pact with them. I don't know what that pact was, but besides them, you can't learn how to use the Shadow Sword from anyone else. An image of a confident swordsman appeared. Tema learned from them too. Tema Runcandel. He was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Even though he was the first patriarch of the Runcandel clan, very few records about him still exist. The Ziffel clan erased all records of Temur. He was the founder of the clan and the greatest hero. But he doesn't even have a tombstone in the Sword Garden. Returning to the present reality, he was surrounded by the desert. But if I can meet the Mi-Wang tribe, I might be able to hear stories about the first patriarch. Night had fallen. Jin sat before a fire. One day had passed. The sunlight shone on a lone figure moving forward. He nibbled on something to fill his stomach. 2 days had passed. Hot gusts of wind blew against Jin. I can feel the desert air all over my body. Before, fighting a strong opponent was easier. Crossing this desert alone takes a lot of courage. Out here, it's just me and nature. I'm fighting against myself. Time flew by. 1 month later, on December 1st, 1796, I haven't eaten or drunk anything in a while. Finally, I've come to realize that death here is also a natural thing. My footprints are disappearing. I can't even turn back. I have to endure. I've never felt so desperate. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind Jin. We finally found you. He turned around, unable to hide his shock. 2 blurry figures spoke continuously. You have no idea how much we wanted to see you. Thanks to you, our time at the main building was so boring. The sword representing House Runcandel gradually appeared. Daytona and Haytona smiled mockingly. Long time no see, youngest brother, Jin thought to himself. The Tona brothers, am I seeing an illusion? Daytona quickly lunged at him with his sword, a wicked smile on his face. All right, show us your skills. The sword suddenly plunged straight into the dry sand. At that moment, the two were locked in a struggle. and he couldn't help but be surprised. This sword strike is so heavy. Then another sword shot straight at him. Tona taunted. You're surprised, aren't you? Jin assessed the situation. His instincts could feel it. If I don't block or dodge it, I'll definitely be cut down, he sneered. We waited until you were exhausted. As he fought, he realized this was no ordinary illusion and said, It's been a long time since we last met, and yet it has to be like this? My dear brothers. The Tona brothers attacked. It's precisely because it's been so long that we're doing this. Youngest brother. The swords were about to reach Jin. They were too fast. He quickly turned to parry the attack. Why don't you look happy? Daytona's sinister laugh came from behind. I'm over here. He glanced behind him and quickly raised his sword to block. Jin fought continuously. They coordinated perfectly, covering each other's weaknesses, but he held on, slammed his sword into the sand, and then quickly swung it to slash at his hand. That was it. A white sword shot toward Jin. He didn't turn his head, decisively raising his sword to cut it down. That white sword flexibly coiled around Jin's blade, then yanked him down. None of their techniques were strong. At that moment, Jin recalled events from the past. He wondered if they were even this strong back then. It was infuriating. Even though these two were so weak, I still had to kneel before them. He had longed for this for so long, something he had always wanted. A burning desire to take them both down. A sandstorm appeared, created by Jin's powerful swordsmanship. The two Tona brothers lay struggling on the sand. Jin slowly advanced toward them. He held his sword, but why? Just then, Tona spoke. Youngest brother. The two of them, filled with panic and fear, pleaded. Please spare us. Tona said. Wait, we're sorry. Tona added. Just spare us this one time. Jin wondered to himself, am I hesitating? Why? Memories came flooding back. Youngest brother, are you okay? One of them had questioned Jin. Why did you do it? Father said he would spare you. He looked down coldly. Did I hope this relationship would be different than in my past life? But I have to strike them down, for things to get better. As he raised his sword to strike, Tona suddenly started cursing loudly. You damn bastard! And Tona screamed in anger. How can you even call yourself our brother? Scum. He brought his sword down coldly, without any hesitation. I am a Runcandel. The sun slowly set over the desert dunes, vanishing. Jin, now devoid of emotion, repeated, disappear. His lips were parched from the lack of water. Why? Looking at the two lifeless bodies before him, why didn't they disappear? He sat there, his expression cold. A day had passed, yet his brothers still hadn't disappeared. His hand touched the sand mound. Perhaps they weren't. He then plunged his sword into it. Jin slowly turned his back to leave, from the place where the two graves would forever remain. After Jin had left, someone's footsteps approached softly. He said, That's right, to kill. Your own flesh and blood is an incredibly painful thing, but how many of your other siblings would have to suffer as you are now? If you hadn't done this, my lord made a very wise decision in choosing a child like you. Solderet. He had lost track of the days in the desert. He was huddled in a corner in the dark, clutching his sword and leaning against a large rock. Suddenly, a scorpion approached and stung Jin through his boot. His eyes were now sunken and dark from many days of exhaustion. Jin grabbed it, crushed it, and then put it in his mouth to chew, thinking to himself that if it weren't for the all-purpose antidote potion, eating this would have been extremely dangerous. His thoughts wandered, wondering if his sister Yona was all right, and his other siblings right now. Jin immediately started to cough. It was the foulest taste in the world. He raised his water flask to pour some onto his lips, which were completely dry. But then, the flask yielded its final drop. His eyes were lifeless, filled with exhaustion. Jin threw the flask away and quickened his pace. There was truly nothing out here. On a hot afternoon, December 11th, 1796, I wonder how much time has passed. It was the same thing over and over. I don't know, I just keep walking and walking. But what's the point? He collapsed to his knees. I can't even remember why I'm here anymore. Did I come here from the very start, just to kill my siblings? A figure approached Jin, holding a staff in one hand and a flask of water in the other, silhouetted against the sunday, and then slowly, a clean hand held the water flask out in front of him. Jin instantly lunged and grabbed the person's arm, and turned, placing his sharp sword against the person's neck. He struggled to speak, full of caution. Who are you? The woman chuckled and said, The first time we met, you also greeted me with a blade. You haven't changed at all. His eyes widened in shock. This voice, it can't be. She slowly took off her hood, and of course, your skills back then were nothing compared to now. He couldn't help but exclaim, Master Valoria? She smiled gently. Hello, my disciple. Jin recalled the memories of his past life. Valoria HEIR, the sole heir of the HEIR clan, was a 7-star mage and my master in my previous life. She was the first person to tell me, the biggest fool of the Black Can Dome clan, that I had talent. She was the one who helped me continue to live. She was my savior and my trusted companion. The first time I met my master was when I was wandering aimlessly after the Black Can clan had exiled me. He stared in shock, without blinking. But that all happened in my previous life. I have never met her in this current life of mine. Jin glanced around. How? There's a whole coconut forest right in front of me. When did I get here anyway? He closed his eyes and exhaled sharply. No, that's not right. Master's appearance now is the same as the last time I saw her in my past life. She's 2 years younger than me, so this doesn't make sense. Jin could no longer hide his fatigue and spoke up. Valoria. No, Master. I think you're the second illusion I've seen. She replied, It seems so. Then she offered Jin some water. Here, drink. He bowed his head and refused. No, Master. If I want to drink that water, I'll need to fight you for it. Valoria tossed the water flask over. That's right. But are you planning to fight me in your condition? My first blow would be more than enough to kill you. He felt helpless. Why did it have to be you of all people? Is there really no other way? She replied, You should know better than anyone else, shouldn't you? You've become stronger after reincarnating. Your will is even stronger than mine, my disciple. So drink up. You need to be ready to fight me. Jin opened the flask and asked, What am I to you? Valoria answered without hesitation, You are my only disciple. I hope you won't disappoint me. He clenched his fists, showing no emotion. If it were really you, you would say the same thing. A hint of sadness appeared in Valoria's eyes. If it were really her, she would love me even more than this. She would probably even kiss my forehead. Jin immediately drank the water. It's like I'm hearing my own words, so I don't feel very comfortable. She said coldly, Then don't ask anymore. Defeat me and move forward. You can use anything you want. Shadow Energy Sword. He wiped his mouth with his hand and refused. I don't need a sword. Valoria smiled. You've become more arrogant since the last time I saw you. You'll regret this. Jin bowed his head and muttered, I'd regret it even more if I used a sword to defeat you. You are the one who taught me all my magic, and you always will be. Valoria raised her staff high, and a surge of power descended. I quite like this reckless side of yours. Then she looked up and reminded him, You should prepare yourself, my disciple. A barrage of lightning bolts shot down towards the forest of coconuts. He looked up in astonishment as it located his position, then formed a current of electricity that pursued him. It's lightning. Spears? Jin raised his hand and used his power to block. She really wants to kill me. I've sparred with Master over 100 times, but I've never won. Even so, there's never been a time when Master truly wanted to kill me. Valoria praised, You're good at dodging. He seriously analyzed. Each of those spears contains the power of 7-star magic, but with Master's current mana, she can't keep using them. She seemed to read his thoughts. Look at that gaze of yours. It seems you've finally decided to fight seriously. Are you analyzing how much mana I have left, my disciple? This is your last chance. Pick up your sword, or you will really die. Jin used his power. Whether I die or not, we'll only know after this battle is over. Master. Valoria coldly assessed mana counterflow. It seems you found a new master. You said I was your only master, so is this all you can do? Jin replied. I have nothing left to say to you. Then he suddenly realized she was deliberately saying those things to hurt him. That's right, she's that kind of person. Once she's determined to kill someone, she'll stop at nothing. With my current counterflow burst, I can't even absorb the mana from a single one of those lightning spears. Jin told her confidently, You won't be disappointed. The only way is sky counterflow. I need to buy some time. He said seriously, I will use the way you taught me to fight. I have to hold out. She was pleased. I'm looking forward to it. Jin quickly created an explosion as a diversion. I need 3 minutes to complete sky counterflow. Of course, Master will be several steps ahead of me, but I'm also your disciple. Master will launch her next attack. He immediately seized the opportunity. Right now, Valoria is standing in a magic circle. Jin was thrown back in astonishment. A magic circle can extend this far? His legs were wrapped in shackles. She couldn't possibly have enough mana to both cast a magic circle this large and maintain those 5 spears. He screamed in pain as he realized everything. So that's how it is. All 5 spears flew towards Jin. Among those 5 spears, the number that actually contained mana, he was certain there was only one. Valoria looked happily at the phoenix behind Jin. It's test. She reminded him, But my disciple, in your current state, how much longer do you think you can hold out? He thought silently, That's right. With the mana I have left, I can't last much longer. But I just need a little more time. Tess quickly dove towards the magic chains. Valoria slowly curled her lips into a smile. The magic chains wrapped tightly around it, and it screamed, releasing a burst of power, then slowly faded away with each passing minute. Thanks, Tess. She opened her mouth and said, You probably know this, but mana counterflow only happens to those who aren't good at controlling mana. What are you hiding, my disciple? Jin lowered his head, not revealing any openings. I'm not hiding anything. I've lost. There's nothing more I can do. She thought. Just think. Even now you are using a huge amount of mana. How can you possibly withstand sky counter flow while also using so many types of magic? Valoria agreed. You're right. No one else could do that. But don't come any closer. You definitely still have some trick up your sleeve. He walked forward through the lava flow. You know what? I've never said deceive you. She tried to stop him. Stop. If you take one more step, I will have to attack with my full power. Jin kept moving forward. Valoria, I want to see you one last time. Valoria shouted angrily. I told you to stop. He endured that torrent of power for just one chance. Veins bulged on his neck. The orb of celestial reverse flow, a stream of opposing currents, was just a tool. To find the real spear, numerous lances shot toward Jin. He quickly dashed forward. It charged straight at Jin relentlessly. A burst of power erupted instantly. The lance, containing the true mana, finally appeared. Valoria, cold and ruthless, attacked again, lunging straight for the glowing lance. Jin, holding a magic-infused dagger, rushed in and quickly threw it straight at Valoria. Her eyes widened in shock. He mentally explained his actions. The reason I said I wouldn't use Bradamante was for this final attack. I imitated my master's method of deceiving an opponent and making them lower their guard at all costs. The dagger pierced through Valoria. This is my way of showing you respect, master. A whirlwind kicked up, a cloud of dust. Valoria lay there, clutching her chest and smiling. So this is why you didn't use a sword from the beginning, huh? He knelt and bowed his head. Because I understand you so well, she praised him. You've grown stronger. I'm so proud, my beloved disciple. A boundless power flowed through Jin. He recalled, ever since my power returned, I've been able to feel it, that this was all just an illusion. In my past life, she and magic were all I had. I was completely serious with that finishing blow, because otherwise I couldn't have won. That's why I'm in more pain than ever before. I killed my only master with my own hands. Jin slowly opened his eyes again to a new scene, surrounded entirely by swords. Is this also just an illusion? From a distance, someone was using their power. Jin raised his hand to block the blinding light. The figure in front of him became clearer. Father? No, that's not my father. It's him, he was met with. This murderous intent, this terrifying pressure. Jin's hands tightened around his sword as the other person retracted their magic. Then, Jin slowly was charged at his opponent. Jin couldn't help but be surprised in this situation, his weary eyes widening. He's too strong. A feeling was surging in his chest. He immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling as if he were just a tiny creature standing before a god. Jin was still lost in thought. Is he trying to make me kneel? If I was going to do that, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. You're just a human like me until I reach that place. He stood up. I just need to keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. His eyes filled with anger as he resolved to bring him down. This is my purpose. Tima suddenly broke into a smile. Mizia then whispered his name. Tema. She reached her hand toward the mirror. Did you just smile? But the figure quickly moved away. Did you really just smile? Mizia couldn't touch him. Tema returned to his usual state. No, you definitely smiled. I haven't seen that smile in 1,000 years. I have longed to see it. Why? Why did you smile at that kid? Jin stood up, coldly advancing. I'll cut him down. I'll cut him down. I'll cut him down. Mizia crossed with her arms. That child, yes, even I find that child worth looking forward to. His will is incredibly strong. As he kill his own brothers, even if he were to kill his own master with his own hands, he would be sad but would not hesitate. She showed clear admiration. He's got potential. Tema plunged his sword down, stopped testing him. A surge of power immediately shot out, and Jin endured this power in agony. The woman beside him couldn't help but worry. Tema, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill him? Mizia was shocked. The test is over. She stammered, looking at him. Tema, you. Misha flinched and glanced behind her. Jin slowly stepped out of that power. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his neck, and said, I understand now. You think he's like that person, don't you? Mizia watched intently. All right, I will continue to observe the child, who made you smile, to see how far he can develop. Tema raised his hand and continued to use his power, one by one. The swords gradually lifted off the ground. He smiled, pointing his hand towards the boy. Jin, being hit by a relentless attack? The boy was furious. I will not stop. I will go there to take you down, even if it means I have to kill my brothers and my master, of mine. Anyone else would do the same. That is my will. The very thing that makes the first patriarch and are ultimately the same, even if it happens 10,000 times. I am a Runcandel, no matter what stands in my way. In my way, I will destroy it. Jin quickly grabbed his sword and charged at Tema. He couldn't help but be surprised. He disappeared before I could strike him. Ugh! He furiously called out in his mind, Tima. A tooth suddenly fell out of nowhere. he thought to himself repeatedly. Then he roared, "I'm here to take you down." Suddenly, the man spoke. "Wrong, think carefully. The reason you are here." Jin was momentarily stunned. "The reason I'm here," Tema said. "Hey kid, go to the royal family's territory. You think you came to meet the royal family and learn Aura Sword. But where did that sound come from? Is it also an illusion?" The image of Borderfly was recalled by him. "When the third illusion ends, release your shadow energy. If you do that, you will meet the royal family." He gradually realized he had forgotten the previous battles, that the illusion of his smile had to appear 3 times. "While crossing the desert, I wasn't able to stay conscious. Since the third illusion has ended, I must release my shadow energy. Will I get to meet the royal family?" It had been a while now on the night desert, but nothing had happened yet. Was it just a legend? No. There's no way Murakami would give me false information. Could it be the voice I heard earlier? Wasn't that a hallucination? It came from somewhere around here. Jin gripped the sword tightly with his scratched hands as a fierce beam of powerful light struck down. Right in front of him now appeared was a figure. Jin's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at the person. Tantio had a smile on his lips. The contractor. "Sodet certainly doesn't disappoint." Then he gave a thumbs up. "You passed." The boy was taken aback in surprise. "What?" He laughed loudly and said, "I don't know what Sodet was thinking, but the only condition for recognition is to show a spirit that fights until the very end. But you did more than that. You even cut through Sodet's barrier. That's truly surprising." Jin hesitated for a long moment. Then he angrily swung his sword. "Are you messing with me?" A swift surge of power was freed by him. Tantio praised him with delight. "This is what I like best. You're completely different from the humans in my memories. My name is Tantio. I've been waiting for you for 1,000 years, child of Sodet." A wave of darkness enveloped the two of them. "Welcome." A moment later, a magnificent and splendid palace appeared before them. They had arrived at Perosa. Jin couldn't help but be surprised, thinking hesitantly, "This is the territory of the royal family." He smiled and handed over a flask. "This is Perosa. The city is considered a dark paradise by humans. You worked very hard to get here." Jin took it, drank from it, and immediately spat out a large mouthful of water. "What the heck? This is alcohol." Tanteo, feeling no guilt at all, said cheerfully, "How is it? Woke you right up, didn't it? That's crystal liquor made from refined diamonds. It helps you recover your mental and physical strength." Jin felt a strange sensation in his body. "It's true. It feels like my head has cleared up. You should recover your energy before going to meet your brothers." Jin looked up, his face full of questions. "Brothers?" He slowly entered the royal domain, his mind filled with thoughts. The city and its residents have a standard of living so high that no one would think it was built 1,000 years ago. I now understand why so many adventurers search for this land. The buildings made of gold are splendid and luxurious, and every door is adorned with jewels. Jin glanced at him and asked Tanteo, "The thing on your chest and the decorations on the doors, what kind of jewels are they?" He placed his hand on the gem and replied, "They aren't just decorations, they are our hearts. If the homeowner is alive, the jewel on the door will shine brightly." He fell into deep thought again. Hearts? Now that I think about it, even though we've walked for a while, I still haven't seen any royalty besides Tantio, and none of the jewels are shining. After a moment of silence, Jin spoke up. "How many members of the royal family live here?" Tantio looked away. 77, including the god of war and the 12 battle kings. Jin was startled by the small number, thinking to himself, "That's it." Then, he asked curiously, "The god of war and the 12 battle kings?" Tantio chuckled and looked down at Jin. "They are the ones who will pass down the Aura Sword to you as the contractor of Sodet. Everyone is waiting for you." He stood frozen in place, Aura Sword. By now, the two of them were standing before the palace building. Tantio sighed in relief. "We're finally here. This is the temple of the god of war, the place where the Aura Sword will be passed down to you." True to its name, it symbolized the god of war. Jin was shaken, sensing a strange and terrifying energy, a pressure similar to when I stood before TA. "If I hadn't overcome the 3 illusions, I wouldn't even be able to move." Tantio's voice rang out with a warning. "If I can give you one piece of advice before you enter, you should be careful how you speak to the brothers. Unlike Sodet, they don't care about you." The two of them slowly vanished. A moment later, Gammon was the first to speak. "He's here. He looks pretty cute, doesn't he?" Boris smiled brightly. "How old are you? Have you eaten? What's your favorite food? What do you think of Perosa?" Tana waved his hand to interrupt. "Brother, come on, we're done for. I told you so many times, you shouldn't." Barrow appeared before Jin in a flash, asking, Where is it you?" "Our disciple has arrived. It's been 1,000 years since TA left." 1,000 years! Before he knew it, she was carrying him on her back. Jin thought to himself, "She's so strong." Bell said joyfully, "You can't meet the god of war with such a filthy body. Who will bathe the second disciple in history?" Jin frantically refused in an instant. "What? Who needs you? I can do it myself. The whole group clamored excitedly. Me, let me do it. Give me a chance. Her eyes lit up as she suggested using rock, paper, scissors to decide. The last one standing will be the winner. In the magnificent castle, the sounds of competition echoed continuously. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. After a long while in the luxurious bathroom, Jin was sitting inside the bathtub, washing himself. Burst stared at him with amusement. A human knows how to wash themselves clean. That's really hard to believe, but I'll choose to trust you this time. You have to wash out every last grain of sand from your ears. He raised his hand to rub his eyes and thought to himself, what era is their perception of humans stuck in anyway? I almost got caught up in it. Well, it has been 1,000 years since the era of Lord Tema. People from that time probably wouldn't know what bathing is. Jin crossed his arms and looked up. But is everyone in the royal family this big and strong? Those bodies are blessed by the gods. It's not for nothing that they're called the warrior race. Tanteo stood looking at him in a traditional outfit, praising him endlessly. Very good. You've washed yourself very clean. And our traditional attire also suits you well. Jin silently said to himself, I never thought there'd be a day I'd be praised for knowing how to bathe myself. He smiled brightly. It won't be needing the clothes you were wearing before. So we burned them all. Jin spoke seriously. Then, will I now get to meet the war god and the combat kings, the ones who will pass down the aura sword to me? Tanteo turned around, a smirk on his lips. We will now go to the temple. The brothers of the combat kings you met earlier are also waiting there. You cannot bring weapons in there. So remember to hand them over to the brothers. They will hold on to them for you. A moment later, the two of them were walking towards the temple. Jin glanced at the other man's chest. Tanteo's heart was shining more brightly. Now, before, when he was with the other members of the royal family, it didn't shine this much. Could that be due to the influence of the war god inside the temple? In front of them was the door leading into the temple. He spoke up to remind him, once you step inside the temple, you are only to answer what you are asked. The brothers of the war god only need to say one word to be able to send you back. You must be careful with your words and actions. This time it's for real. Jin sighed. You're saying that again. All right, just open the door. The door slowly opened, and inside were the members of the Emperor royal family, standing on both sides with the war god in the center. He looked at the scene inside, so this is the source of the energy I felt while standing outside the war god's temple. The 12 combat kings, 7th combat king Barizer, 8th combat king Gamun, 9th combat king Bama, 3rd combat king Palem, 2nd combat king Lumora, 1st combat king Bantir, and 10th combat king Kai, 11th combat king Nata, 12th combat king T, 6th combat king Danpia, 5th combat king Boris, and 4th combat king Lin Fa. The war god, he looked smaller than the other members of the royal family, but his aura completely overwhelmed the 12 combat kings. That's right, this is the true successor of the aura sword. At this moment, Ban spoke up, unable to hide his surprise. Of course, it's strange. Your appearance is completely different from Tima's, but your energy is very similar to his. Ban glanced over. It must be so. His energy is similar to Tema's. Lumora, standing nearby, waved her hand and smiled, but it's unclear if he could become an even greater warrior than him. Nata taunted, it's hard to find a warrior who can satisfy us like Tema. Shouldn't we lower our expectations? Barizer laughed, refuted, but after all, he's the only one to arrive here in 1,000 years, which means he's a qualified vessel. Jin then thought to himself, is that the Battle King I met earlier? Is she speaking up for me? I'm very grateful to her, but it seems most of them only see me as the shadow of Tema. That's understandable, but I have no intention of letting myself be treated as a substitute. A moment later, he said seriously, don't you all think that you're focusing too much on my ancestor? My name isn't the successor, it's Jin Kanan. Ko said angrily, you insolent brat, do not speak unless spoken to by the brothers of the war god. Ban then waved his hand, that's enough. He had no choice but to bow his head in silence. The Lord slowly said, that's right, you are Jin Kanan. We have spoken too much of the past and forgotten that there is a new successor here. My name is Ban. We don't use honorifics like humans, so you can just call me Ban. But until everyone in the royal family acknowledges you, only then can you become one of our brothers. He nodded, I understand. Then he thought to himself, just by looking at their faces, I know they will never acknowledge me. But those who have already shown their stance are easy to deal with. The problem is Dien and all the other battle kings who give no clues, whose emotions I can't read. That includes the highest of them all, the war god. He reminded him, the succession ceremony will begin tomorrow. Until then, you are not to use your own sword here. Instead, use this sword. He looked at the sword that was thrown to him. The war god's sword? For a sword used by the war god, it looks too ordinary. Jin looked at the sword in his hand in surprise. Is it absorbing my dark energy? The Lord coldly explained. It is called the energy-devouring sword. You've probably never experienced the feeling of having your dark energy drained from your body, have you? He smirked. This feeling is indeed very strange. Then he thought to himself, the more I try to make it stop, the more intensely it absorbs my dark energy. Ban said lightly, your ancestor Tenma overcame the energy-devouring sword rather quickly, so you should be able to as well, right? Just like how you so boldly declared your name. Veins bulged on Jin's hands as he chuckled. I'll show you the results soon enough. He lamented, this is going to be trouble. The Lord then changed the subject, reminding everyone, that will be all for today. All of you may leave. The room now had only 3 people left. Burr said, Lord War God, I believe having the successor face the energy-devouring sword at this time is still too soon. Ban asked, why do you think so? She explained seriously. Only after mastering the first stage of the Aura Sword was Tenma able to overcome the energy-devouring sword, and he was over 20 years old at that time. Gaiman quickly interrupted, that's enough, Burr. I understand why you wish to protect the first successor to appear in 1,000 years, but do you think the War God is unaware of that? How improper of you. Bear looked angry, but Tenma passed away 1,000 years ago. The Lord suddenly spoke. In this land, time has stopped, but in the outside world, it has not. We are the successors with the duty to pass down the Aura Sword. It is also our duty to test whether the bloodline of the Kanon clan has grown stronger than it was 1,000 years ago. Finally arrived. The next day, Gamun asked, did you sleep well? Jin Runcandel, with eyes full of exhaustion, found himself lost in thought. Because my spiritual energy was drained, I couldn't sleep at all last night. Tormented by the soul sword, I was exhausted, with not a single drop of spiritual energy left in my body. He began to introduce himself. I am the 8th Sword King, Gammon, and I will be the first to teach you. Jin seemed to recall, you're the man I met at the gate. Gammon nodded. That's right. I heard you bathed on your own. A lot of time must have passed. You look quite clean, although right now you don't look so good. Jin frowned and said nothing. Then, he continued, before we begin training, there is something I must confirm. I do not acknowledge you yet. Swing this sword 10,000 times. Can you swing this sword 10,000 times? Prove it to me. If you can't do it, then you will learn nothing from me. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smirk, his expression otherwise unreadable. Jin began his training. 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. The sound of powerful swings echoed. 5,000. Veins bulged on Jin's arm. 6,500. Gammon was endlessly surprised. 7,000. His voice rang out. 7,400. Some soldiers began to notice. Hey look, the whole crowd in the stands is watching him. Captivated. Seriously. Is he at 8,000 already? They started buzzing with discussion. No way. It looks like he might actually pull this off. With a powerful swing. 9,001. Then, memories of his past came rushing back. The curse of my previous life, where I was inept with a sword, has been lifted. And now in this life, I've been reborn into a clan of swordmasters. See with the eyes of your mind. For those who live by the sword, he remembered Luna's teaching that achieving the mind's eye is more important than anything else, and to absolutely never open your eyes. He held the sword, looking at the pure stone with his sister Luna's teachings in mind. This was the pure stone training that every pure-blooded Runcandel must go through. Back in the present, it was a training regimen to ensure that every swing is identical to the first, and it embodies the spirit of the Runcandel clan, passed down from the first patriarch. Jin mustered his strength and yelled, 10,000, then thought to himself, to me, this is just an ordinary test. If your goal was to scare me, you've made a grave mistake. 8th Sword King Gammon. He was stunned by Jin's power. I never expected you to actually do this. Even for a Runcandel, it's extremely rare for anyone to complete this task so perfectly. I never considered this situation. In the stands, everyone burst into cheers. For real, did he finish that quickly? He truly is the once-in-a-thousand-year successor. Jin, dripping with sweat, asked, Gammon, are you there? Why are you so quiet? The man stroked his beard in praise. Magnificent. Not only did you swing with consistent force, but I also never imagined you would finish so fast. Jin looked at Gammon intently and said seriously, no, that's not what I want to hear. I don't need half-hearted compliments. He asked, then what do you want me to say? He stated plainly, for you to acknowledge that I am ready to be taught by you. In the stands, everyone's eyes shone as bright as stars. Very well, I acknowledge you. You are worthy of my teachings. Gammon, one of the 8 Sword Kings, of the Underworld King clan, you are ready to learn the secret of the Soul Sword. The people above were cheering, wonderful, how marvelous. The 8 Sword King, it's really him? 8 Sword King, 8 Sword King, 8 Sword King. Gammon raised his hand to signal them. All right, everyone step back. We will begin the official training session right now. He slowly reached into his pouch, quickly revealing the tip of a sword and holding it in his hand. Gammon said, "Now we shall begin this serious training." Jin looked over. "Is this a sparring match?" He laughed mockingly. "You really overestimate yourself. Sparring can only happen when both sides are on the same level. You ask what the difference between you and me is? What is it, you ask? You can't even lift my sword?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jin quickly grabbed his sword and rushed forward, putting all his strength into an attack on Gammon's sword. A few small sparks flew where the swords met. He said coldly, "What are you doing?" Jin smiled and replied, "I was just testing it since you said I couldn't lift your sword, but that's not the case." Gammon was furious. "That's not what I meant. I meant that no matter how many times you strike, you won't make my sword budge." "Oh, so that's what you meant. Don't you get it? I feel like there's something off." He thought to himself, "You're a very interesting person." Gammon got serious. "Come on, this time use all your strength to strike my sword." Jin quickly stepped back. "Understood." This time, he focused all his strength and rushed forward like a flash, striking the opponent's sword, and he couldn't help but be surprised. "What is this? It feels like I'm striking a fortress wall." Jin exclaimed, "It's not just about strength." Gammon solemnly held out his sword. "I told you, you can't lift my sword." He said with determination, "I'll try again." He smirked. "Be my guest." A sword strike was about to be unleashed, but the spirit energy couldn't be focused into a sword aura. This is a technique that can't be used in a real battle. While the enemy is gathering their focus, can you afford to wait? He swung his sword with all his might, and a powerful wave of energy radiated from them. Even the surrounding rocks began to crumble. Veins bulged on Gammon's shoulder as he strained, while Jin gritted his teeth, holding onto his sword tightly. Suddenly, he was thrown far away, but he quickly regained his footing. Blood started to trickle from the corner of his mouth, and Jin couldn't help but be astonished. Is the power difference really this huge? Just what kind of monster are you? Gammon, in turn, was astonished by that power, feeling a pain as if his hand was about to be torn apart. Hasn't it been 1,000 years? Is this power at level 8? I had assessed it as a 7-star. Is it because of the unique power of the Black Gan clan and the achievement gained after crossing the Great Desert? So strong. Even after having his spirit energy stolen, he still reached this level, truly something to look forward to. But I, Gamun, the Battle King, can't praise you just yet. He spoke up, "Jin Black Gan, I will give you 1 week. You must deliver a strike powerful enough to make the great sword tremble." He wiped the blood from his lips. "Aren't you going to show me how?" Gammon reminded him. The 3 illusions already made it clear. Belief. The belief that nothing in this world is impossible. Transforming that belief into spirit energy is the focus of this training. Jin suddenly understood and asked curiously, "So that's how it is. How long did it take my ancestor to succeed?" He smirked. 2 days. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Jin struck Gammon's sword fiercely. A piece of the sword instantly broke off. He quickly caught it in his hand, amidst the thick dust from the powerful strike. Jin's silhouette appeared, his eyes sharp and cold. 7,560. Gammon remained silent, looking at the chipped spot on his sword, and immediately placed the flat of the blade on the ground. He looked at the piece that had now crumbled in his hand. "It took me 1 day longer than Tema. If I had focused a little more, I would have succeeded yesterday." He broke out in a cold sweat, stunned. "I actually thought a week would be fast, so I had estimated it would take a month. I never expected you to finish in just 3 days. Of course, it's still slow compared to me. But if Tima were holding the sacred fire spirit sword and underwent this training, could he have finished in 3 days like Jin?" He just stared intently at the thing in his hand and sighed. What a pity. No need to tell Jin, but this is truly an extraordinary achievement. Indeed, just as the Battle God brothers said, Bant's words came to mind. We must confirm whether the Runcandels are stronger than they were 1,000 years ago. That is our mission. Have the Runcandels become stronger than 1,000 years ago? Perhaps there isn't much left to teach. Gammon laughed heartily. The second successor. Jin Runcandel, you have finally moved me. Jin looked at him with cold eyes. So you acknowledge me now, don't you? He admitted, yes, I believe that even the factions that previously kept their distance from you will now open up, because they won't be able to ignore the pure and powerful soul of a warrior. He closed his eyes and gave a wry smile. That's good to hear. At this moment, Gammon spoke up sheepishly. And there is something I'd like to ask of you. Jin asked, a request? Then he asked hesitantly, may I be the first to taste the achievement you have attained? He seemed confused. Taste. The achievement? What are you talking about? Gammon's eyes sparkled. Answer me. Jin smiled and held out the sword fragment in his hand, although, I don't know what it is, please go ahead. He gently took it and said politely, thank you, then if you'll excuse me. Then, he quickly put the sword fragment into his mouth and an aura of light immediately radiated from him. He widened his eyes, unable to hide his surprise, thinking to himself, Are you chewing a piece of the sword? After chewing, he laughed loudly and praised, Indeed, indeed, this flavor suits Raprasa perfectly. Jin was horrified. What's wrong with you? A voice echoed throughout the castle. Jin Runcandel. Well done. The next training session will be tomorrow. An exhausting day passed. Night gradually fell. He was now sitting on a high step, gazing at the scenery. I was so focused on training that I never got a good look at the night in Raprasa. It's beautiful. How can a place like this exist in its own dimension? A land prepared exclusively for the legendary swordsmen of Runcandel, those who made a pact with Solderet and me. The successor after 1,000 years. Am I worthy of this place? Tantal slowly approached. Jin, what are you blaming yourself for? The first training session must have been difficult, huh? He turned his head to look at Tantal. Difficult? It was manageable. He laughed. Manageable? I heard you didn't sleep and trained for 3 straight days. Jin lowered his head. Actually, it hurt like hell. It would have been a bit easier if I had some energy. With that said, Tantal offered the piece of bread again, but this is a lesson that needs to be overcome. Eat this. He stared blankly at the bread in the other's hand, his face filled with suspicion. This isn't alcohol like last time, is it? I'm suspicious. He chuckled, tossing the cake into his mouth. Last time, I only had alcohol, but this time, it's a traditional cake of ours called a kato. Even though it's not as good as a jewel fruit, it has the effect of restoring vitality and also helps soothe aches. Jin opened his mouth to eat it. In that case, this cake is pretty good. It really does have a restorative effect. Raprasa sure has a lot of strange things. I'll have to bring some of this grass cake back with me when I leave. Tantio said cheerfully. Of course. After a moment, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Hey, what's the ranking order for the War Kings? Does a lower number mean they're stronger? Tantio put his hands on his hips. No, the number is just simply the order in which they became a War King. As a rule, besides the 2 war gods, there are no rankings. Even though we use honorifics as a sign of respect, the War Kings are considered to be on the same level as warriors like us. Jin got his answer. That's surprisingly egalitarian. A shadow flashed closer. That's right. Unlike humans or other beastmen, we've never raised our swords against one another, so there's no need for a complicated hierarchy. Jin quickly turned, his eyes widening in surprise, then pivoted and gripped his sword, ready to draw it. His voice was wary. What? Who are you? Boris pushed down the tip of his sword. Are you that surprised? Jin Rankanen couldn't help but marvel at the man's incredible speed. So fast. The man laughed heartily in praise. That's a good, tense reaction. Then he slowly introduced himself. I am a War King. My name is Boris. Jin remembered the person he saw when he first arrived. You're the one I saw at the entrance with the Pantu King, Garamoon. Boris grinned. That's right. You have a good memory. Suddenly, as if he noticed something, he paused and lifted Jin's face. Hey, why are you missing a molar? Jin's mouth was forced open, and he thought to himself, he's so fast, he was right in front of me, and I couldn't even react. He pushed the man's hand away and answered meekly. It broke. Boris asked curiously, how? Jin held his jaw where the tooth was broken. During the final test to get here, I used all my strength to strike the illusion of the Rhino God, but right before my sword made contact, the illusion vanished. Because I was so frustrated, I clenched my jaw hard enough to break a tooth. The man laughed loudly. That's awesome. I didn't expect you to be so tough just by looking at you. The teeth of the Rancanen clan are stronger than most magical beasts, you know. Looks like you need a new tooth. Saying that, he quickly pulled out one of his own teeth, much to Jin's confusion. A new tooth? Boris held out the tooth. Here, look. This is a tooth our royal lineage is proud of. It can chew through rock, steel, and even diamond. Of course, you need to have a strong enough bite for that, and you're plenty strong. Now, I'm going to file this tooth down and stick it where your molar is missing. How does that sound? Jin was horrified. He had only one thought. This guy is insane. With that said, the man quickly left. I'll get right on it then. After he left, Jin turned to ask Tantio. The royal family's teeth are really tough, just like how we saw the Pantu King, Gaomun, chew up a fragment of the sword, but implanting it into my gums? Tantio was just as astonished. Has this ever happened before? No. This is the first time. Another night passed. The next morning, Jin walked into the arena from yesterday. It was only then that he noticed something. I didn't realize it yesterday, but the floor here looks unbelievably hard. Slowly drawing his sword, just how hard was it? He then quickly slashed at the floor. But it wasn't even scratched. This was no ordinary stone. Jin silently assessed that it was probably as hard as the ancient iron used to the Bradamante sword and black armor. On this hard ground, there were so many sword marks. I wonder how grueling their training must have been. Jin stared intently, especially at those marks. The sword marks were so numerous they covered the entire training ground. These marks were definitely left by Grayman, he thought as Grayman stepped in, interrupting his train of thought. Even though we were in the same training ground yesterday, I'm only just now noticing the marks on the floor. Ah, that's great. It means you were very focused on your training. Those sword marks were left by your ancestor. Jin had guessed as much. I knew it. He held the sword in his hand. If you master the first form of the spirit sword, you'll be able to do this as well. But I'm not sure if you can leave behind a sword soul that large. Jin shot a cold glance. You don't think I can do it? Graham chuckled nonchalantly and said, That's right. Seriously, I'll surpass it this time. What is the first form of the spirit sword? He quickly urged. Good, let's start right away. The first form of the spirit sword is called Soul Slash. Jin couldn't help but be curious about the strange name, Soul Slash. He didn't waste words. That's right. Soul Slash is the beginning and the end of the spirit sword. Instead of explaining, it's faster if you just watch. Don't be surprised. Watch closely. So how was it? What did you see? Jin was silent for a moment, then spoke up. See what? Graham held the sword, which radiated a spiritual aura. I use spiritual energy too. Aren't you surprised? Look, my spiritual energy is very dense, isn't it? Jin let out a sigh. Grayman, you said I'd be learning the first form of the spirit sword, right? If the person teaching the spirit sword can't control spiritual energy, how could they teach it? I figured you received power from said. Hurry up and show me Soul Slash. He agreed. All right, then he thought to himself, he's even colder than Tema. In that case, I'll show you for real. Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. The first form of the spirit sword. A powerful slash was unleashed, creating a ring of shockwaves. Jin watched intently without blinking as another powerful move was struck. Soul Slash. The sword swiftly struck the floor. A crack split the ground all the way to where he stood. Jin raised his arm to block. This is Soul Slash. It's like Sister Luna's slash with the red moonlight. He continued to ponder. The power might not be equal, but it's much faster and seems to consume less energy if Soul Slash can be used continuously. Warriors below level 7 would have absolutely no way to deal with it. I must master this technique. Grayman rested the sword on his shoulder. So, how does it feel after seeing the first spirit sword technique? Jin looked at him. I'm very surprised. It's fast, spectacular, and powerful. He looked at the cracks on the floor. That's right. What I just showed you was only at about 50% of its power. Therefore, even the sword soul is only a fraction of what Tema left behind. Jin glanced over and asked, Have you ever heard that Soul Slash is the beginning and the end of the spirit sword? If so, does that mean leaving a sword soul the size of this training ground is the limit of the spirit sword? Graham explained in detail. If you only master Soul Slash, then yes. However, when you reach the pinnacle of the martial art known as Spirit Sword, Soul Slash will no longer be a sword technique but will become an authority. Jin couldn't help but be curious. An authority? Why is the name of the first form Soul Slash? Do you know? He said, Soul Slash means it cannot be dodged or blocked. That means even if the opponent has absolute power, but if his will is weaker than yours, you can take the opponent's life at any moment. Jin was silent for a moment before speaking. That can truly be called a power. To perform the Soul Slash, we should start from the beginning. Raman brought his sword, filled with spirit energy, his expression serious. To be able to perform the Soul Slash, you must first feel the sensation of your spirit energy and the sword becoming one. He pondered the sensation of spirit energy and the sword becoming one, then said, I have a feeling that I'm already familiar with this. His master didn't understand and asked, What did you say? Jin rubbed his chin. The feeling of spirit energy and the sword becoming one. If it weren't for the spirit-sucking sword, I think I could imitate it in a similar way. Ramon couldn't hide his curiosity. Really? Try explaining it to me. He calmly said, The first time I felt that sensation was when I fought Muron Jipo, when he used the soul possession curse of the demon beast king, Organ, to open the gates of hell. Something like a curse appeared in my mind. A series of images flashed, and no matter if I swung my sword 10,000 times, the final result would be the same. I had to pour all my will into the sword and slash, Jin continued. After that, when I slashed the axe of the White Wolf tribe called Gontep Halep, and even when I cut through the illusion of Lord Tema in the Mica Desert, I felt the unification of spirit energy and the sword, along with the belief in my slash. Ramon snapped his fingers and smiled. That's right, that's the feeling. As expected, since Jin often faces fierce battles, it seems he has coincidentally achieved the first form of the soul sword, which is transforming the belief in your slash into an incantation. That's right, let me show you again. Jin was taken aback. Huh? His master began to channel his spirit energy. I will cut it. I can cut it. Veins bulged on his face as a powerful surge of spirit energy erupted, shaking several nearby buildings. The sword quickly slashed down, a cloud of dust obscuring everything. The crack was even bigger than the last one, extending all the way up to the spectator stands. Raman, his eyes gleaming, exclaimed joyfully, The power is even greater than before. This is it, I finally understand. He sighed. Aren't you supposed to be the one teaching me? It seems like the roles have been reversed. He awkwardly looked away. No way, it must be just a feeling. Jin interrupted. Raman, you just said, now I understand. Anyone can clearly see that you just had an epiphany. He hesitated. The thing is, actually, I'm more used to the Underworld King's sword, so I almost never use the Spirit Sword. For me, using spirit energy with the Spirit Sword is too inefficient. A questioning voice rang out. What do you mean by that? Are you even my master? Raman laughed heartily and waved his hands. If I get stronger, isn't that also good for my disciple? So don't be too angry, and focus on overcoming the spirit-sucking sword. Once you get past that, you'll easily complete the first form of the Spirit Sword. After that, we'll immediately start training with the brothers of the Asura King. Jin said angrily, I feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick, so show me the Underworld King's sword that you are so familiar with. The laughter died down now. I can't. He asked, why not? Because you are not yet one of our brothers, and besides, the Underworld King's sword can only be used with our Heart of Light, so even if you see it, it will be of no use, Jin said. Who said I would use it? I'm just curious to see it. Then he thought, the real reason I want to see the King of the Underworld's sword is else. He recalled the night before last, when Tantio said that after finishing training with the Satu King brothers, he would start daily sparring matches with the regular warriors. Before that, it was best to convince Gamoon brother to see the sword of the Nether King at least once. Jin turned his head to look at the man. If you just show me, Tanteo. He waved his hand. Don't make things difficult for me. If the brothers find out I showed you the sword of the Nether King, I'll be in a lot of trouble. Only the Satu King brothers would get away with this, right? Back in the present, he thought happily to himself, I was planning to wait for a suitable opportunity, but it seems the chance has already arrived. Then he shrugged, feigning a threat. There's no other way. If you don't show me the sword of the Nether King, I'll spread a rumor that you're not qualified to be my master and that I've learned the first form of the Spirit Sword. The man became enraged. Are you threatening me, Gaman of the Battle King clan? Jin said seriously, yes, this is a threat. What are you going to do, Gaman, heir to the Spirit Sword? He stammered, just one time. Jin agreed. One time is enough. The gem in the center of his chest began to glow. Fine, I'll show you the most basic part of the sword of the Nether King. First, we must control the flow of energy within the body. Suddenly, Boris rushed in from out of nowhere. Look, Jin, I've adjusted it to fit you. Jin broke into a cold sweat. Boraz, of all people. At a time like this, he held out a tooth, some parts of it sparkling with gold. Jin, you're going to love it. Jin tried to speak as his mouth was held shut. How am I supposed to use this? Boris held Jin's mouth firmly. You'll understand once you see it. It'll be over in a flash. Jin couldn't help but marvel. I really need to learn movement techniques from Boras later. He slowly inserted the tooth. All right, let's see. Jin thought in silence. Still, even though it's been carefully processed, is it really okay to accept something that used to be someone else's tooth? Finally, Boris spoke. It's done. The tooth was now in his mouth, but something felt wrong. A strange sensation emanated from the tooth, and an image of the Battle King appeared before Jin's eyes. It was a type of memory transfer magic. Jin realized in shock. Inheritance magic. I've heard about this from my master in my previous life. A memory of Valoria holding a book on inheritance magic surfaced. That's an impossible field for modern mages. Memory erasure magic is one thing, but this is different. In the Jippo clan's land of inheritance, there is a memory transfer tool, but it's an exclusive artifact created only by our ancestors. He couldn't help but be amazed. But now, information about the sword of the Nether King is appearing in my mind. It turns out the sword of the Nether King isn't just a simple sword art, but all the martial arts used by the Nether King's lineage. Jin asked the one who had just fitted the tooth for him. Crow King Boris, what kind of magic did you place on the fang you gave me? He laughed. That's a secret, but it's not magic. Jin asked, if it's not magic, then what is it? Raman spoke up at that moment. The power that you humans call magic is indeed like that, but we don't have the concept of mages like other races do. Instead, those who know how to control mana all become blacksmiths, like the Osu King brothers. Jin was surprised. Boris is a blacksmith. That's right. In the history of the Nether King's lineage, the Osu King brothers are the greatest blacksmiths. In the old days, all the brothers would form long lines to receive items from them. Boris replied to Jin's emotionless expression. That's right, yes. It was just like that back then. That was before our time stopped. After time stopped flowing, peace came, and there was nothing left to do. He laughed heartily. That's right. Maybe that's why my body is getting antsy. I don't know what he did with the fang, but seeing Jin so astonished, it seems he hasn't shown his talent in a long time. The two of them laughed and joked. That's right. He thoughtfully watched the two goofs in front of him. That was magic beyond all imagination. The magical civilization from 500,000 years ago was still far superior to the magic of the current world. They could challenge the gods not just because of their legendary feats. Jin closed his eyes and gave thanks for the gift. Boris, I will use it well. Boris laughed cheerfully. If you've received something, you must also give something in return, right? Isn't that right? I've given you this fang, so you should give me a second glorious deed. He couldn't help but be surprised. A glorious deed? I don't know what feat I'll achieve, but I'll try my best. Boris was delighted. That's the spirit. Let's start training right away. The days passed faster and faster, and Jin remembered them all clearly. May 20th, 1797, 1 month had passed. During that time, I learned Soul Cleave from Gammon of the Fan clan and how to use my body more effectively from Boris of the O2 clan. The training sessions, how to lighten the body, practice, how to attack, how to control power, how to generate power that surpasses limits. The martial arts of the Pluto lineage that Boris taught me were both wild and mystical. During training, I achieved something incredible. It was the formation of an energy heart similar to the luminous core of the Pluto lineage, even if it was only a half measure, and then an energy heart that radiated immense power. Jin held a dazzling golden sword in his hand and quickly slashed down at the floor. The sword of the Pluto king. Boris said regretfully, "Ah, what a shame." Jin looked up. "It's not easy," he said. "Of course not. It would be strange to succeed on the first try. Besides, it's incredible that you even made it this far. It's truly amazing, Jin. You formed a gem heart like ours using Aurea power and are trying to wield the sword of the Pluto king. Not even Tema could have thought of this. That makes things all the more interesting." He said nothing, silently thinking to himself. Perhaps Tema hasn't received the memories from King O2. If I didn't have the memories from the Fang, I probably would have never thought to try this. Boris laughed cheerfully. But Jin, what you're doing now must be kept a secret. If the kinsmen who haven't acknowledged you find out you're using the sword of the Pluto king, there will be those who oppose it. He agreed. Yes, I understand. Then he thought, after practicing it, I don't think I need to hide it anymore. Creating a domain shaped from Aurea is something anyone who has reached a certain level can do. The problem is whether it can function like the heart of the Pluto lineage. The Pluto lineage is born with a heart of light from Aurea, allowing them to use Aurea power freely. By human standards, all members of the Pluto lineage are at least level 9 or higher. In other words, they are weapons from the moment they are born. So does that mean a human like me can't use the sword of the Pluto king? At some point, Graman approached. Brother O2, how's the training going? He said politely. Brother Fan, you've come at the right time. The training with me is over. The Satu king will be here soon. He was delighted. Is it already done? Boras pointed at Jin. Initially, I planned to call him after he completed the soul sword test, but watching Jin train, I figured there's no need to wait. Graman asked, really? But he could guess the other's intention. It seemed he wanted to fast-track Jin's achievements. He then turned and asked, what will I learn from the Satu king? He answered, from the Satu king, you will learn the second part of the soul sword, a continuation of the first part I taught you. Jin couldn't help but be intrigued. Soul sword part 2, how intriguing. Boris stood behind him, placing a hand on his neck and rubbing it. Also, the Satu king can't speak. He turned to look. He can't speak? Graman spoke up. Don't let Jin misunderstand about the Satu king. You have to explain it clearly. The Satu king isn't mute. He's practicing a vow of silence, and we also don't know why. But it's been quite a while, ever since time stopped for Ralph LaRosa. Jin nodded. A vow of silence? He wondered. I understand. But then how will he teach me the second part of the soul sword? Boris pointed at the figure approaching. There he is now. Jin watched the person who was gradually getting closer. That was the king who had shown no emotion during the Battle of Myths. Grammon was easygoing. Boris had been friendly to me from the start, so he was easy to approach. But seeing Lin Fa's cold gaze, this didn't seem like it would be easy. He introduced himself respectfully. It's an honor to meet you. I am Jin Runcandel. Suddenly, a swift gust of wind blew past, startling him. A line of text appeared on the floor. Jin exclaimed, so fast. Even Boris found it difficult to follow with his eyes. Lin Fa, is that his name? Grammon then spoke up, Satu King. Isn't this the continental language? I don't know what he's been holed up in his room doing. I never expected it was to prepare for the second heir. He only moved his finger slightly, and a cloud of dust quickly grazed the side of his face. He widened his eyes. Since when? Lin Fa held a sword, his stance ready. Jin found it hard to believe, but why? The injured Grammon sat on the floor, covering his mouth. He quickly gripped his sword and charged angrily at the Slaughter King. A wave of spiritual energy radiated powerfully. Both Lin Fa and Grammon were poised to attack. The veins on his hand began to bulge and tighten. A flurry of sword strikes as fast as lightning. Boris suddenly charged in as well, leaping up to grab his sword and then quickly kicked Lin Fa away onto the fighting floor. Boris's powerful and decisive movements came down hard. He witnessed the scene with a stunned expression. So this is a battle at the level of Battle Kings? The thick cloud of dust slowly dissipated, revealing a pair of boots. Boris stomped his foot angrily. Seriously, is the Slaughter King trying to have a showdown with the 8th Battle King? Lin Fa remained silent in embarrassment. Just put up with it for the victor's sake. Then he shook his head again and again. The 8th Battle King's mouth is only good for starting trouble. That's nothing new. He hesitated for a moment. Because of that, Graman, who was now sweating, spoke up. I was just saying, I was wrong. Lin Fa prepared a sword-drawing motion. Boris then turned and waved his hand. In any case, the business is finished. I'm leaving the rest of the fight to the Sat Battle King brothers. Keep the Bat Battle King alive, and I'll be back to play later. Jin watched them go, silently assessing them. As expected of a warrior clan, they become so brutal in the blink of an eye. To leave. But what's so shameful about me learning a few continental letters? For brothers to fight like this, is this really okay? He was suddenly reminded of Yona. Why are they so similar? I'll have to treat them like I treat Sister Yona. Just then, a strand of her hair stood on end as she rubbed her eyes, having just woken up. Little brother? The person from the Shwaivi tribe next to her also rubbed their face. My little piggy. Yona happily hugged him. It seems I didn't mishear. Jin remembered the past days clearly. His training with the Slaughter King Lin had begun. To be more precise, only Jin was the one being trained. He didn't ask the Slaughter King about the second form of the Spirit Sword, and since he didn't ask, he wasn't taught. Was it perhaps because of that? Just like his sister Yona did the first time, the man treated Jin like an interesting new toy he had just found. Every time he focused on channeling his energy, the man would suddenly appear, demonstrate the second form of the Spirit Sword, and then disappear. He would flash by with a swing of his sword, or when Jin performed Spirit Cleave, the man would look at him with a dissatisfied gaze, occasionally swinging his great sword for a single strike. Each time he endured the crushing pain throughout his body, the Slaughter King would give a satisfied smile. It was unclear if he was pleased with his own strike or if he found it amusing that Jin was so good at parrying. If he hadn't awakened his mind's eye, his head would have probably been chopped off 5 times by now. But Jin never once asked him why he did it. With people like his sister Yona, you had to let them satisfy their own curiosity before they would approach you, because Jin didn't want to pay it any mind. Time flew by, and 10 days later, the words that Lin Fa had just written were left on the floor. Jin spoke seriously. It's not that I'm not curious. You don't say anything, just leaving a few words on the tile floor. But before that, he had asked, can you tell me the reason for your vow of silence? I heard that you haven't spoken for a long time, and even your brothers don't know why, but these past few days I've seen you still communicating with me. Can that really be called practicing a vow of silence? Hidden in the depths of Lin Fa's eyes were a few hints of restlessness. Jin continued, in my opinion, practicing a vow of silence must have a clear purpose and completely cut off communication with others. It's only meaningful if people looking on can see it as a model of discipline. If that's not the case, then what you are doing is simply being silent. It can't be called practicing a vow of silence. Raman and Boris were sitting in the stands eating popcorn and watching them. He assessed the situation. It looks like Jin hit the nail on the head. He looks both embarrassed and flustered. Yeah, it does make sense when you put it that way. Jin continued his questioning. You're asking why I don't ask about the second form of the Spirit Sword, right? I don't want to learn anything from someone who's all for show. Therefore, I don't ask, nor am I curious. If you are the true successor of the Spirit Sword, then instead of this meaningless practice that no one knows about, you should pour your heart and soul into teaching me the way Gaiman and Boris did. Gaiman was astonished. He never expected Jin would dare to speak so directly to the Slaughter King. Boris held his popcorn. Is this going to be okay? Jin bowed his head. If my actions were out of line, I ask for your forgiveness. After saying that, he turned to leave. Then I'll be taking my leave to continue my training. It was then that Lin Fa finally spoke. Don't do that. He removed his scarf, revealing his face. It's not like that. In the stands, the bag of popcorn unconsciously dropped. Both of the men in the stands were gaping in disbelief. Gaiman called out, Brother Slaughter King, while Boris shouted, Brother Lin Fa. The man raised his sword, which radiated with spiritual energy. I will teach you with all my heart. I will show you something amazing. A sword strike as fast as lightning. In a flash, Lin Fa gently generated spirit energy. He slowly bowed his head to where the spirit energy gathered and slowly closed his eyes, feeling the feather-light whisper of the spirit energy, and then gently swung his sword. Jin was astonished, beyond belief. The sword strike that Gaiman had demonstrated was completely different. Each time he swung the sword imbued with spiritual energy. The sword paths intersected as if reflected in a mirror. It was a strike from 2 directions at once, something only a dual wielder could accomplish. Whether from left to right or bottom to top, the result was the same. The greatsword formed from spiritual energy and the greatsword that Lin Fa was wielding continuously intersected. He watched the man, thinking to himself, this is the second form of the spirit sword. His footsteps lightly touched the water, and and each powerful, beautiful strike created a vortex of spirit energy. Grauman laughed loudly, saying that, as expected, Slaughter King Lin always uses this move. Boris clapped enthusiastically, finding it truly surprising to witness the second form of the spirit's sword. How long has it been since our brother, the Slaughter King, has used this technique? Lin Fa paid no attention to the other two and asked Jin how he felt seeing the second form of the spirit's sword. Jin exclaimed that it was incredible, both powerful and beautiful. It seems you haven't shown its true power before. Lin Fa said shyly, "That's right." Grauman stammered, "What's with that kind of talk? Are you all right, brother Lin Fa?" He sighed reassuringly. "I'm fine, brother, so please don't make a big deal out of it." He laughed heartily. "If that's the case, we should let the other brothers know." Boris agreed with the idea. "Yes, that way. Before the successor leaves, they can talk with Lin Fa." We couldn't say a single word when Tama was here. The two of them quickly dashed off. "Let me go call the brothers." A moment later, Lin Fa spoke. "Gaui." Jin turned his head in surprise and asked, "What was that?" Lin Fa explained, "The name of the second form you just saw is Gaui." Jin complimented that it was a very fitting name. Jin smiled in surprise. The blades of spiritual energy intersect like a pair of scissors. This is a technique I've never thought of or seen before. Lin Fa asked, "Can you imitate it?" Jin closed his eyes and sighed. A technique like that isn't easy to imitate after seeing it only once. Plus, there's a problem with this sword. It continuously absorbs spiritual energy, which is why my progress with the first form of the spirit sword has stalled. Lin Fa stroked his chin. The energy-absorbing sword doesn't just absorb spiritual energy, it also helps you refine it. Jin couldn't help but be curious. Refine spiritual energy? Then he quickly explained, "That's right, I don't know if you'll understand this, but think of this sword as a scabbard. Just as you draw a sword from its sheath, you will draw spiritual energy out from this absorbing sword. If before you were using spiritual energy recklessly, then through the process of mastering this sword, you'll be able to use it much more efficiently. I believe you can do it. Master this energy-absorbing sword, and when you hold your own sword again, you will be able to control your spiritual energy with much more freedom." He held his pose, pointing at Jin, unsure of what else to say. Jin then burst out laughing. "Slaughter King Lin Fa, unlike Gammon, you are very talented at explaining things. You're very suited for the role of a master, so why did you choose to take a vow of silence?" His expression darkened. "As you said, it is not training, it is my punishment." Jin fell silent for a moment, then spoke. "A punishment? You haven't told your brothers, which means there must be a reason you can't tell them. It must be. You must have had a hard time being so lonely for so long. Although I'm not your brother, if you feel comfortable, please tell me your story." The sky had turned red, and Jin's voice echoed. "So that's how it was. You warned them not to challenge the gods, but no one listened." Then he pondered thoughtfully, shouldering the responsibility for the fall of the Nether Emperor clan. He blamed himself for being unable to stop his brothers, so should I call it his pride or his foolish encouragement? No, perhaps that's just the mindset of someone from the Nether Emperor clan. Lin Fa glanced over and said softly, "Thanks to you, my punishment ended surprisingly easily." Jin smiled. "Do you have any regrets?" The man shot to his feet. "No, I feel relieved. Thank you. You seem to possess a power that moves people's hearts." Jin also got up. "I'll take that as a compliment." All the brothers quickly swarmed around the Jia Battle King. "Brother Lin Fa, you finally ended your vow of silence. What happened? I thought you'd never be able to speak again." He looked at the man surrounded by others and thought, "Jia Battle King Lin Fa. Normally, when people don't listen to you, you blame them. I think from now on, he'll be easier to approach." A voice made him jump. "Hey, what?" Boris smiled gratefully. "Since you made Brother Lin Fa speak again, I'll take the credit for it as promised." He slowly opened his mouth, the second achievement. "Though the other brothers don't know." "You knew, didn't you, Boras?" His smile vanished. "What are you talking about?" Jin said seriously. "The reason the Sabattle King had to take a vow of silence, and that it would be me, not someone from the Nether Emperor clan, who would make the Sabattle King speak again." Jin trained earnestly following the instructions. After the lessons concluded, Lin Fa helped him immensely, not only by helping him master the spirit-absorbing sword, which comes after the first technique of the sword spirit, but also teaching Jin how to perform the second technique of the sword spirit. In less than 2 weeks, he had learned the method for that move. Of course, he had only learned the method and hadn't completely mastered it, so it was a given that he would continue to practice non-stop. His proficiency with the sword spirit was just a matter of time. A few more days passed, and in May of the year 1797, he held out the sword. "Now that I've mastered the spirit-absorbing sword, you have to return my sword to me, right? You said I wouldn't need to use my own sword here, didn't you?" Tano laughed loudly as he took it. "But starting today, You will need it. After you finish your training with the Satu King brothers, you'll begin sparring with the regular brothers. Jin asked. Right, it starts today? Yes, everyone will gather this afternoon to watch the match. The first Battle King brothers are probably choosing your first opponent right now. He smiled. So I finally get to fight the Nether King clan? From the first day I arrived, I've been wanting to have a real match against them, Tana replied gravely. Frankly, I think it's still a little too early for me. Jin looked up at the other person. It seems you're certain I'll lose, aren't you? Are ordinary warriors on par with the White Wolf clan? He suddenly laughed out loud. The White Wolf clan? They are far beyond average, the Red Fox Lord. And the First Combat King brothers don't like you. They'll surely pick a tough opponent for you. He raised a hand to his chin. That's right, by human standards, most of the Nether King clan are 9 stars or higher, so none of the opponents are easy. Tantio interrupted. But I'll still be rooting for you. Have you taken my advice? Jin looked curious. What advice? He said, I told you to look at the sword of the Underworld King at least once. He averted his gaze. I've already seen it. Then he thought to himself, of course it was only from the memories I received from Boraz, but I'll get to see it in person during this match. With that, Tantio turned and waved, saying, Good. From now until this afternoon, you should rest in the waiting room. Jin nodded. I understand, Tantio. In a beautifully decorated room, a figure glided past, the bright and brilliant scenery shimmering with a golden hue. Boraz walked towards him as he was cleaning his sword and asked, Jin, are you ready yet? He turned his head and said with a smile, You're here? There's nothing to prepare for. When the opponent is chosen, I'll just have to fight, Grauman said. All right, you're strong enough? No, he's truly amazing. It's hard to believe he's just a human boy. So don't be discouraged. It's okay. Boraz raised his hand and rubbed his own head. I'm just worried. Jin seems like the type to be deeply hurt by a major failure. Lin Fa added, Those who are always successful tend to be that way. He placed a hand on his shoulder encouragingly. But Jin, you also have to learn how to get back up after a failure. He shrugged the hand off. Why is everyone like this? Tantio said that I would lose. Now you're all looking at me as if I've already lost. Boraz spoke up to explain, We're just worried you'll end up like Tema. That kid surprised you. Tema? That's right. He crossed his arms. Tema had never lost a match out there. But at Laffel Rosa, he repeatedly failed in his first match. Jin suddenly asked, How does Tema's skill level compare to mine? Lin Fa answered honestly. Compared to you now, he was a little stronger, but he couldn't even beat an average warrior for a long time. Boraz continued, Even after that first match, Tema stopped eating for a long time. He fell into a complete depression. I think you're similar to Tema in that regard. Jin was lost in thought. They've completely misunderstood. What's the big deal about losing once? Unlike Tema, before I came here, images of my past life started appearing. I've experienced countless failures. And he slowly opened his eyes, exhausted, finding himself lying in a pile of rubble. In my past life too. Jin smiled to reassure them. If that's the case, then don't worry. I won't be like Tema. The roar from the stands was more fervent than ever. The first tournament in 1,000 years. How could it not have betting? Brothers, how many moves are you betting on? I'm betting it ends within 10 moves. Me too. Same here. Come on. Place your bets. Bet on how many moves the match with the undefeated warrior will last. He silently judged. This race really loves to make bets. The sound of footsteps slowly approached. The Saku brothers are entering the arena. Everyone shouted chaotically, It's Saku, the lightning of the battlefield. Saku, Gaku. He spoke up and asked, Undefeated warrior, are you ready? Jin drew his sword. There's no need to be ready, but if you can, attack me with the real intention of killing me. Saku, filled with anger, blurted out, What the hell? He sneered. If you just see this as a match, you'll lose focus. You'll think that no matter how you fight, you won't die, right? The scabbard quickly dropped to the ground. He laughed loudly. In any case, I have to acknowledge your confidence, but it's too much. There's rarely anything in this world more annoying than a loser. You who knows no humility. The heart light in the center of his chest quickly appeared. You'll soon have to acknowledge other things as well. Saku was endlessly surprised. You? That's the Nether King's sword? Who taught you the Nether King's sword style? Jin replied, It doesn't matter who taught me. I just know that your swords are magnificent. He stood there as the boy charged forward. Impossible. The Nether King's sword style can't be used just by learning it. Dian agreed. Recalling it, that's right. The Nether King's sword style is a technique that only the Nether King clan can use. Even though he had created the Heartlight, that alone still wasn't enough to use the Nether King's sword style. But he had found from within his memories that the most important thing to use the Nether King's sword style was the attribute that could activate the Heartlight. He believed that the fang he received from Boraz was the key to it. And every day after finishing his training, he repeated and practiced like a madman. He repeated it frantically, never giving up. That was the only thing he could do. A loud explosion resounded in the arena. Grandmon Linfa and Boraz both watched intently, and Bantir also turned his gaze there. Ban was no exception, watching them seriously. Saku parried his sword. A human using the Nether King's sword style, he shouted. "O2 clan brothers." Boraz replied. "What?" Saku asked. "Your special fusion skill, you still have it, right?" He nodded, saying, "Of course." Veins bulged on his forehead. "I see." With that, from his chest, Saku's gem began to glow brightly. His eyes filled with rage, and Jin couldn't help but be surprised. Saku bent down, feeling the surge of power, then shouted, unleashing the surging energy. The energy was released with a powerful, heaven-shaking blast. He growled, "I'll make you pay for daring to use the Nether King's sword style so carelessly. Undefeated warrior." Jin then seriously prepared to counterattack, summoning a magic circle, but then he suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned to see the magic circle had shattered into pieces. "Can't I summon Lord Test? Is it because I can't enter this dimension created by Lord Said?" Saku quickly charged forward. "Looks like things aren't going so smoothly, huh?" Jin turned back, his gaze cold as he looked at his opponent, then swiftly dodged the attack. Jin thrusted his sword, searching for an opening. His eyes flashed as he swung his sword in a blur. Saku sneered, parrying the attack, and a wave of power radiated out, knocking Jin back. He quickly regained his footing. Both of them then charged forward, their two torrents of power, neither side giving an inch. Jin was constantly in awe. The speed was one thing, but he couldn't penetrate the shield and couldn't find any openings. He raised his hand, thinking if that's the case, I'll aim for a weak point that humans can't possibly train. His finger went straight for Saku's eye without hesitation, but Jin's finger was instantly injured. "What is this?" Saku sneered mockingly. "Our eyes are as tough as our hearts, didn't you know?" Jin broke into a cold sweat, silent. "It's not for nothing that we are the strongest race. Before our downfall, how many like this were there? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of beings like that existed. So how could that be?" The gem in the center of his chest began to glow brighter. "Now that I'm warmed up, I'll show you something interesting." Gripped his sword tightly but couldn't stop shaking. Saku rushed forward and grabbed the sword, taunting, "What's wrong?" Finding it hard to hold your sword straight. This is called normal suppression, a technique that creates a gravitational pull on the sword, making it impossible for the opponent to control his sword with his mind. Jin glanced over, sensing the killing intent, reached for his own sword, and hastily dodged Saku's brutal attack. He gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't use his sword accurately if he got too close, so he had to maintain maximum distance. The man turned his head and smirked, and Jin quickly put his plan into action. He was chasing him from behind, so fast, but I have to create an opportunity to unleash the first form of the spirit sword. He dashed forward faster, farther, then suddenly stopped at a distance, turning around to prepare his swing. Spirit sword first form, soul cleave. Like a flash, he rushed forward, blocking Jin's attack. "Did you think I would give you time to use the first form of the spirit sword?" With that, he swung his arm back, grabbed Jin's shirt, and pulled it down, throwing a lightning-fast punch to his chest, sending him flying as blood spurted from his mouth. He spoke up, "If you wanted to experience the Underworld Sword, you should get a full taste of the Underworld Sword's fist techniques." Jin quickly collapsed heavily to his knees. Blood trickled endlessly from the corner of his mouth as Saku's fists relentlessly rained down on him, as fast as lightning, leaving no time to react. A powerful punch sent Jin tumbling. He raised his leg, preparing, and kicked him hard, sending him flying. Jin crashed heavily onto the arena floor, shattering it. A relentless arm suddenly lunged forward. The arena lights shone down. Saku gripped Jin's neck in his hand and picked up his sword. "Just as I promised, I will sever your limbs. I hope you'll have a more humble attitude in our next fight." Jin said nothing, a smile playing on his lips. In a flash, he struck. Jin heard a voice, "All right, Brother O'Toole. While healing the successor, transfuse my blood into him. But Brother Battle God, a human won't be able to withstand the blood of a battle god. The slightest mistake and he'll die." He slowly opened his eyes. "What is that sound?" Ban spoke up. "This child is different." Boris scratched his head, at a loss. "If Brother Battle God has said that much, then I have no right to refuse." He quickly inserted the golden needle into him. "Then let's begin the blood transfusion." A stream of blood was transfused into him. "Let's pray that Jin can withstand it." Every blood vessel in his cells gradually felt the abnormality. In his consciousness, a faint voice echoed. Jin couldn't hear Soda's voice. Something was wrong. If Jin couldn't withstand the blood and died, just as the war god brothers said, that's right, perhaps this child's death could lead to the complete annihilation of our race, but even if you die, that is our fate and yours. He felt like he was sinking. The cold water engulfed Jin's body. Everything would end. Something in his eyes had changed. An image of Yona appeared in Jin's mind. That is the 10,000 poisons elixir. If you drink that and awaken the divine eye, at your peak, no assassin will be able to kill you. That thing is also a test for me. At that time, even gifts like this, I won't be able to give any more. What a shame. Anyway, see you again. Jin, remember to take care of your health. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Who dares to decide my fate? I still have many things to do and many things to protect. In the middle of his chest, a stream of light appeared. My destiny will be decided by me. On March 16th, 1797, Jin awoke from his coma. Did I make it through? It seems about 1 month has passed. Time flew by so fast. I have to get back by May. If it weren't for Van Dock too, I might have never woken up. But what is this? This light and this feeling of being filled with power. He was startled as he looked at the new foreign object in his body. This is the heart of the underworld clan. No way. What is happening? Does receiving blood from the war god mean I now possess the heart of the underworld clan? Suddenly, someone approached and said, "You're awake?" The successor, Jean, sighed and lowered his head. War god, I don't know what to say. Boris gave me his fang, and now you've given me a heart from your blood? You didn't even ask for my opinion. Ban calmly asked back. Do you wish to refuse it? He looked over helplessly. Do I even have the right to do that? At the very least, you should have warned me I'd be getting another heart. You knew I was conscious before you gave me your blood. Ban turned away. If you are displeased, then I apologize. Jean said in a low voice, I'm not saying this to make you apologize. I was just surprised by the heart suddenly appearing. I will try to understand this as having made a pact with a god, one who is also called the war god. Is that right? Hearing this, he threw open the window. How surprising. I thought you would get angry and question me. He calmly replied, If you were my enemy, I probably would have. But possessing this heart doesn't mean that I've become one of your brethren, right? Some members of the underworld clan might have a favorable impression of me, but those like Saku who dislike me will surely object fiercely. Ban showed no reaction. Perhaps. Jane's voice was hoarse as he asked, Then let me ask you one thing. Realistically, without your help, would I have been able to get everyone to accept me during my time here? Ban's gaze shifted slightly, noticing the restraint in his clenched fist. He asked gently, If the answer is yes, would you intend to destroy this heart? Because it's a power you didn't obtain on your own. Jean's eyes sharpened. You saw right through me, but this heart is still something I earned. Even if I didn't ask for it, if I hadn't met your standards, you wouldn't have given me your blood. I just see this as a form of succession. Ban asked in a low, questioning tone. Then why would you intend to destroy it? Jean replied with a firm tone. Because what I have earned, I can do with as I please. If this were purely an act of your kindness, I would never think of destroying it, because it wouldn't be entirely mine. He gave him a hint. Even without my blood, you could still gain the recognition of the brethren. At that, Jane finally showed a satisfied expression. Then I will make the best use of it. And one more thing, I absolutely must return this May because I have something important to finish. After that's done, I can come back here. Can we adjust the training pace? He calculated for a moment. That's about 2 more months, right? Very well. In the mornings, you will train with the brother of the 7 warlords, Barizer, and in the afternoons, you'll spar with Saku. After that, Jean finally stood in the training arena. And so, 49 days passed. As expected, some members of the underworld clan showed hostility towards him for possessing the radiant heart, but because it was the war god's choice and not his own desire, the opposition soon subsided. The underworld clan is so strong. If only I could have closed the gap between us as soon as I got the radiant heart. He had fought Saku 49 times and lost all 49 times, but every time he failed, instead of getting discouraged, he just wanted to spar again soon. Because the more he fought, the more he realized his perspective was changing every moment. After 10 matches with Saku, he thought that he was as strong as his sister Luna. After 20 matches, he began to doubt his own assessment. By the 30th match, he had completely dismissed that idea. By the 40th, he believed he could at least sever one of Saku's arms, and his goal was finally coming into view. His skills had improved at a frightening pace, which was why he always felt excited about his sparring sessions with Saku. Although each time, he had to have Boris heal his severed limbs. At some point, the members of the underworld clan stopped mentioning Tema's name in front of him. Moments later, in the arena, countless people were cheering. Jin shouted, You have to win today. Make Saku suffer a bitter defeat. Go, go, go. The boy looked on, confused by his frustrated expression. Why do you look so annoyed today? Are you tired of fighting me already? Saku laughed and denied it. It's not that. It's just that through our daily sparring sessions, I've grown fond of you, and it's getting harder to bring myself to cut you. But the sword in Jean's hand was already glowing brightly. I've told you countless times, if you face me with such half-hearted emotions, it won't do either of us any good. But, cheer up, I understand how you feel. Saku sighed helplessly. All right. Just then, someone asked Bant, the war god brother, What's going on? Is the Brotherhood falling apart? He looked up and said, I heard the successor is about to leave La Florosa, and it's time to accept the successor as our brother and give everyone else a chance to spar. Brother Saku's kept him all to himself for far too long. Another person agreed, that's right. The brothers who truly care for the successor have only been able to watch from a distance. Let's give the other brothers a chance. The man calmly looked down at the arena. In that case, we will need everyone's consensus. So Ban stood up and declared, everyone, listen up. The successor has about 2 weeks before he leaves. To allow him to spar with everyone during his remaining time, we should accept Jane as our brother right here and now. What do you all think? If any brother objects, speak up. Hearing this, Ko also reevaluated the boy. Although he didn't want to admit it, the boy had helped Garamond master the first form of the soul-slaying spirit sword. Boris had given him his own fang, an event unprecedented in the history of the Underworld clan. The fact that he had completed Lin Fa's vow of silence training was also evident. Despite being acknowledged by the war god, he wasn't arrogant, and even though he had his limbs severed daily, he never faltered, persevering to the very end. And despite failing time and time again, he never despaired. At that moment, Bant suddenly stood up and declared heroically, I, Bantir, the #1 fighting king, acknowledge Jane as our brother. A proud smile spread across his face. Boris was startled to hear this, and he and Gammon turned to look at each other. They exchanged a knowing smile, then stomped their feet in unison. The two of them shouted, we, the 8th fighting king and the 5th fighting king, also acknowledge Jean as our brother. The others no longer hesitated. One shouted, I, Tan, the gatekeeper of La Florosa. The next person was not to be outdone, and I, Saku of the Thunder, also acknowledged Jane as our brother. The boy's initial shock at the resounding cheers slowly turned into a contented smile. This was how it was meant to be. At that moment, the last person stepped forward, standing before all the brothers in the arena. He declared, so all the brothers have agreed. We declare, from this moment on, Jin. Ban raised his hand towards the Sunday, then his 2 hands clapped together in a ceremonial gesture. His calm voice rang out, you are now officially one of our brothers. Jin had stayed in this place for a while, and since becoming a member of the Underworld clan, things had progressed very quickly. The brothers who wanted to spar with him had to slowly decide on the order. Once the order was set, 1 day, 2 days, he was still sparring. Whether it was morning or noon, he fought continuously from afternoon until early the next day, with matches against each warrior of the Underworld clan taking place one after another. Even though Jin lost most of them, he still wanted to fight back. His last match was with Saku, and he wanted to give him a good punch. But as soon as his blow grazed him, Saku yelled that he had lost, which was nothing short of a taunt. He felt angry, but in a situation where he had been defeated by every member of the Underworld clan, hitting Saku was pointless. He calmed down and ended it. Now, with only 9 days left, he decided to fight the champions next time and chose to train more instead. Finally, the 64 matches against the Underworld warriors came to a close. On the last night, they held a party. Tan raised a jug of wine and said, Jin, my brother, you did great, have a drink. He resisted again. Wasn't this the gem wine from the first day? No way, it's too strong. But he still shoved the cup into Jin's hand. Hey, don't be like that, just try it. It tastes different this time, he asked doubtfully. Really? Jin looked at it suspiciously for a long time, but finally didn't refuse and raised the cup to drink. The taste was surprisingly good, mildy sweet yet rich. Was it a different wine? Boris laughed and explained, it is the gem wine. Because you've obtained the heart light, the taste you perceive is different. Jin finally understood. It was different because of the heart light. How amazing. Saku threw an arm around his shoulder. Of course, so have a drink with me too. He didn't hesitate to go all in. Cheers. The two of them downed their cups in one go, letting out a satisfied breath at the sweet aroma. The others rushed to pour him drinks. My brother, Jin, me too. Over here, me too. Causing him to chug an entire basin dry. Everyone cheered and celebrated, drinking until they passed out, but they didn't stop. It was much later when Jin finally managed to leave the party room. He let out a satisfied sigh, feeling quite exhausted. Unexpectedly, on the balcony, there was someone standing there. Jin was a bit surprised. Burr, he couldn't see her. So you're out here, what are you doing? When Burr saw him, she smiled and said, you seem to be having a lot of fun. I was just looking at the sky. Even though this place was recreated by Sodet, it's exactly like the place I used to live. Jin also looked up at the sky. Is that so? Living here, do you ever wonder about the outside world? I came from the outside, but no one has asked me about it. Burr didn't seem bothered at all. That's because since our time stopped, everyone knows that we can never return to that world. He became even more confused. Wouldn't that make you even more curious? She laughed sadly. Perhaps. But what's the use of hoping for the impossible? Even if we reminisce, there will be no beloved brethren left there. Jin felt he had touched a sore spot and said, I'm sorry, I was so thoughtless. Burr waved it off. It's fine. It's just that one of my brethren once mentioned it. He looked puzzled and asked what she meant. She smiled, explaining that over half a millennium had passed in the outside world, so perhaps they had developed some kind of magic or device that could get us out of here. He zoned out, thinking, unfortunately, as far as I know, there's still no way. It's understandable, really. Even the Fire Realm, home of the immortal phoenixes and a place familiar to humans, has no way to connect with the mortal realm aside from summoning a phoenix. Most magic involving other worlds is considered dark magic and is strictly forbidden by the association. It's unlikely any related spells will be developed in the future. Jin asked seriously, is there no way for your brethren to get out on their own? When your brethren came to get me, didn't they manifest in the outside world? Bear spoke slowly. That only happens when a successor appears near the Great Desert. And that's it. So, if it's not too much trouble, could you look into a way for us to return to the outside the world? Jin agreed without hesitation. Sure, if I get out of here, I'll definitely find a way for all of you to escape. The next morning, by a fountain, he contemplated while cleaning his sword. The mission to retrieve the compass was drawing near, and this time, he had to seize the opportunity. The fact that Yana managed to get that treasure from Granny Boo's workshop was a stroke of luck that was unlikely to happen a second time, so he absolutely had to succeed. Suddenly, someone approached and asked, you seem to have a lot on your mind. Brother Jin, is there a problem? He tilted his head and said, Sir Ban, I was just about to see you to discuss that important matter we brought up. Ban understood and recalled, you mean the matter of you having to return in May? Jin nodded. That's right, I need to return. For a mission with my comrades, but I'm not sure if I'm strong enough. The man didn't react, but questioned, hearing you say that is laughable. Do you even know who you've been fighting here? Jin stood up to face him, saying, I know they are warriors who have reached a divine realm. I wouldn't be this worried if I were on their level, but I've never defeated a single one of them. I'm not afraid of getting hurt myself, but I worry for my comrades, some of whom are even weaker than I am. Ban firmly dismissed that notion. It seems you don't truly understand yourself, do you? You are the only one who can save us. Therefore, your hesitation is also the hesitation of the entire Netherworld clan. Take this. I came to bestow this sword upon you. Jin was stunned as he took it. He explained, this is the Wind Thunder Sword, Shichmun. It is my personal blade. The blacksmith Boris reforged it so you could wield it. For the time you have left, you will train directly with me. Jin was so startled he thought he'd misheard. Spar with you? But I still haven't completed my training with the Battle King Brethren. Ban cut him off. Didn't you just say that? Time was short? I will inform the Battle Kings. In the time you have left, I will help you steady your resolve, ease your anxieties, and train you, so that you can see yourself for who you truly are. Before me, you will only draw your sword when you feel you won't die. Jin looked down at the blade in his hands, deep in thought. All I have to do is draw Shichmun. At first, I didn't understand what that meant, but when I faced the god of war in the arena, I understood instantly. Just by standing still, power radiated from him. He clenched his fist, and the moment he drew his sword, I knew right away that I would die. I thought of every possible way to avoid death. But whether I used my fastest speed or my strongest technique, it was impossible. Impossible. I was sure there had to be a moment I could draw my sword. Even so, the pain that made me cough up blood still hit me. I'm screwed. It seems like Jin has no chance at all. Why? Why can't I find a single opening? Even so, the sparring continued relentlessly, and it wasn't until the 5th day that I had a chance to draw the sword Jichman. During those 5 days, I had died 90,000 times, creating only a single opportunity to attack. When the dust settled, Jin was finally able to point his sword at him. Ban calmly pushed the tip of the sword away, saying the move was quite good, and that he could have used it from the start, so why did he hesitate? Jin's entire body was drenched in sweat. I drew my sword because I felt that this time I might not die. I guess it's still not enough, huh? He reminded him not to despair, because before time stopped, not many people could even land a single blow on us. 5 days ago, you could have used this move to fight me. Your strength was sufficient, but because you didn't understand your own abilities, you lost faith. And that's why you had to endure thousands of failures. Only then did he understand the meaning of the words, believe in yourself. This fight was for me to realize that again. I had realized it before your illusion, but then I forgot it. Ban nodded. That's right, anxiety makes us lose ourselves. If you hadn't ultimately realized that you couldn't draw Shichman, I was planning to take the sword back. Jin clenched his fist. Now, no matter how many times I try, I can only exchange one blow with you. Ban explained that it was because he had now confirmed that it was possible. And just like that, during the remaining 4 days, he learned a sword technique of the war god from Ban, a technique that only the master of the divine sword Shichman from the Netherworld clan could learn. After the sparring, Jin sheathed his sword, and now all that was left was to meet his comrades again. Ban Hailong smiled. That's right. I hope you can exchange blows with me the next time we meet. The brothers are waiting for you in front of the Hall of the Combat King. Just go greet the brothers and come back. He bowed respectfully. War God. Thank you, but he replied, raise your head. There's no need to keep score between brothers. The brothers will remember the achievements you've made here and will be waiting. Have a good journey, brother. Those words made Jin smile warmly. Yes, the time had finally come. On the 17th of May, 1797, after saying goodbye to all the brothers, I left La Ferosa with a promise to meet again. Strangely, except for things from the Netherworld clan, I could take other materials out of this world to the outside. Bringing the teeth was definitely possible thanks to the new suit and cloak that Boris had prepared, along with a lot of wine and cakes, returned to the old path, and crossed the Mica Desert. I don't know if it was thanks to the dreamlike training at La Ferosa or thanks to the precious jewel heart, but I didn't feel tired at all despite the harsh Sunday. In just 3 days since leaving La Ferosa, I reached the exit where I had parted ways with my guide. On May 25th, Jin entered a forest. The Watertail tribe saw him and greeted him. A human who has crossed the Great Desert, Jin was delighted to chat. Hey Huo, what a coincidence. How have you been? Why are you guys here? They explained that they had finished their trade with the Gumon tribe in the west and were returning to Yucca. Yucca, he nodded. I see. The Watertail member asked curiously. You didn't die, human. That's so lucky. Everyone was worried, heartbroken, and miserable. You got over it, right? Jin replied. I got over it. It's a long story, but it was truly a valuable experience. It's a good thing we're heading in the same direction. How about we chat on the way back together? But Heihu waved his small hand. No, can do. I'm going straight to Yucca. Was confused. We can't? He stammered. I told you a few days ago. The Red Tiger tribe is dangerous. Let's turn back. We can use the Mecha route and pay the toll at the market. Jin paused. How long will it take to get through the Red Tiger tribe's territory? Blackfire calculated for a moment it would take 3 to 4 days. He said with regret, that won't work. It'll be too late. I'm in a hurry. Don't you guys have a secret path around here? He pointed in a direction. There's none on this side. Jin immediately urged him. Then let's just get going. Seeing him start to walk, he reminded him, be careful. They might pick a fight. They might even kill you. The human laughed reassuringly. Don't worry, Blackfire. He spoke with such conviction that it left him stunned. I'll handle it. They traveled together until they encountered the guards. This is big trouble. What's a human going to do? If we pay the toll, we should be fine. A human probably won't be allowed. Jin made a plan. I'll follow behind you. You go in first. All right then. See you on the other side. So they could only let him go ahead first. Please be careful, human. The fox guards looked at the Watertail tribe with satisfaction. This Fishtail tribe's tribute is pathetic. All right, go on through. Then they threw something at a member of the Watertail tribe's head. Jin put on a menacing expression and growled. While I'm still speaking nicely, return everything you've stolen from the Beastmen tribes until now. Hearing those words, the beast knew at once that the opponent before him was no ordinary foe and began to thinking, what is this? This human, what in the world is this kind of aura? It's too dangerous. Without any further hesitation, it lunged at him. Ready to devour the thorn in its side, it thought, if I don't kill him right here and now, this will be very dangerous. But it seemed that display was nothing to be concerned about. Jin glared menacingly and uttered a single phrase, get lost. The beast was immediately hit with such a terrifying killing intent that it was stunned. I can't breathe. Its companion couldn't take it and collapsed onto the ground. Seeing that, it knew full well that this was more than it could chew, so it began to kowtow desperately, begging for its life. Oh heavens, please, spare me. He maintained his superior attitude, stepping forward and planting his foot on the failure on the ground and continued his threat. If you don't get him out of here by the time I count to 3, you're all dead. Jin immediately began his count. 1, 2. Not waiting a second longer, it grabbed its companion and fled in a panic, shouting, we're going now. As night fell, the stars began to shine brightly. He brought the goods he had just recovered over to the Watertail tribe. Here, this is the fish you worked so hard for. They were overjoyed and thanked him profusely. Thank you, human. Filled with gratitude, they showed their concern, urging him, please rest for another day before you leave. The human, the fire, the Watertail tribe, the feast, he appreciated it all, but his mission was urgent and the road ahead was long, so he had to decline. I'm sorry, but I have urgent business and must leave immediately. Jin looked at the heap of gold, silver, and jewels in front of him and gave them careful instructions. I've recovered your goods and money. Please return to their rightful owners. Before leaving, he didn't forget to offer a final farewell. Take care and see you next time. The Watertail tribe didn't try to hold him back, instead taking out a fish and urging him, well, eat before you go. Here, you can grill it and eat it now. Jane couldn't help but be surprised by such a warm farewell. He gladly accepted their charming hospitality, saying, "That's great, I was just getting a bit hungry anyway." And just like that, inside a small chilly cave, a warm, crackling fire appeared, along with the sound of Jean and the Watertail tribe laughing as they enjoyed their food. Perhaps because he was hungry from exerting so much energy, he devoured the skewered fish in his hand with great gusto. While eating, Jean asked, "Oh right, HEIR, in the Yucca market, do they sell dye?" HEIR was a bit confused by the sudden question. Seeing this, Jean confessed honestly, "I need a disguise to go to a certain place." Hearing this, the kind-hearted HEIR offered a better suggestion. "I see. In that case, then you should use the Golden Snow Tribe's transformation technique. It's better than dye." Without even waiting for Jean to respond, he made the decision himself right then and there. After they finished eating and left, Taka saw him returning and gave him a warm welcome. "You've returned safely?" he asked with concern. "Thank goodness. I heard you need a disguise. Is that right?" Knowing his customers' needs well, Taka quickly got down to business. "In that case, let me first introduce our dyes." He held up his price list, his eyes sparkling like stars, as if he were welcoming a high-class client. "The prices start right here. You might think it's expensive, but our dyeing technique is completely different from that of other tribes. We use natural essences from innumerable herbs and floral extracts. This not only provides a wide range of colors, but also has a captivating aroma. Once you try it, you'll definitely want to use it forever." HEIR, who seemed all too familiar with this sales pitch, frowned. "Cut it out, don't oversell it like that." While he was at it, HEIR clearly introduced his companion's identity. "My friend, the human who defeated the Red Tiger tribe." After saying this, HEIR and the members of the Watertail tribe joyfully showed off everything Jane had helped them retrieve. "Look at this, we got it all back. Everything that the Red Tiger tribe stole from the Beast tribes." After hearing this, Taka realized that Jane wasn't just an ordinary customer, but their benefactor, and he grew flustered. "Why didn't you tell me, HEIR? You let me go on with that long explanation. Are you trying to make me look like some money grubber? You think it's enough for just you to know? Is it really?" Jean, on the other hand, didn't seem to pay it any mind, thinking to himself, "Why does this scene feel so familiar?" Taka continued his ranting reproaches. "I almost became a greedy merchant trying to rip off our benefactor." HEIR listened to his long-winded tirade and seeing no end in sight, grew weary and tried to concede. All right, that's enough. I get it." He stopped haggling and did a complete 180, adopting a different, respectful posture as he bowed to show his profound gratitude. "So you're the benefactor who defeated the Red Tiger tribe? Thank you. The merchants of Yucca will surely be overjoyed." With that, Taka gestured toward the small house behind him and announced, "It's completely free of charge. Please, our honored benefactor, this way. We will provide you with a perfect disguise using the special transformation art of the Golden Snow tribe." A dark scene appeared. The last day of May, year 1797. In the afternoon, in a small city that visibly exuded danger, in the southern island of Port Balado, Jean walked cautiously, carefully assessing everything around him. This area still hasn't changed a bit, a place full of addicted mercenaries and homeless people. Most of them are those who lost everything after joining the arena. Pausing for a moment, he turned his attention to a magnificent palace in the distance. In contrast, the northern part of this island is a completely different world, a disguised haven for the wealthy young nobility to gamble in secret, and that's where the compass will return tomorrow. Faced with this scene of ruin, Yuka made Jin feel even more anxious, wondering if everyone had arrived on the island safely. Information about him was revealed through his new appearance. Young Master Jin Danken, with his dark skin from the Golden Snow tribe's special disguise technique, suddenly saw a passerby smiling bizarrely. This successfully caught his attention. That man must have gone to the arena and lost his mind too. But before he knew it, the man had appeared right beside him, startling Jin. The strange man secretly shoved a long, dark brown object into his hand, then adopted a beggar's tone like all the others, but his face held a knowing smile behind it. "Oh heavens, please spare a coin." Jin immediately sensed that something was off and became alarmed. "What the? Is that Rhett?" He generously tossed him a few silver coins, earning the man's profuse thanks. "May you be blessed." Jin silently watched from behind as the man left, leaping with joy, and couldn't help but reminisce. "The setting is perfect. Meeting before his grave was the right decision. In my past life, we were truly fated enemies." He opened the item that he had just been given. It was a piece of a letter with a few lines of instructions. "Long time no see, Bill." The nailed-down plank under the bed in room 203 at the Miner's Bird Inn. The inn's exterior matched its name 100%. Faintly from within, a few announcements echoed. "We're full. Find somewhere else." Jin didn't leave immediately, but slowly approached with a greeting, or rather, he was reciting the code he had received earlier. "Long time no see, Bill." Contrary to his earlier claim that they were full, the receptionist, Upon hearing this, immediately handed over a key with a message, "Go to room 203." The room sign showed a few numbers scrawled on it. 203. He found an old box and a letter after prying open a floorboard. Hidden really well. Jin picked up the letter, taking a moment to consider the current situation. The carefully hidden contents of the letter were revealed bit by bit. "Sir, it has been a while. The other comrades have already arrived and settled in at various inns. Kinzello and Jipo don't seem to have noticed anything yet. This is confirmed information. On Kinzello's side, there is a Grand Mage, Ju Connor of Anzu, along with 5 mages presumed to be at the 8-star level. In addition, there are 3 White Wolf Tribe warriors of Assault Captain rank. Along with them, it seems there are quite a few assassins, archers, and other talented individuals." Jin seriously absorbed every detail of the letter. As for Jipo, there's no specific information yet. It seems they will reveal themselves on the day of the operation. Then he found the most critical piece of information yet. However, there is a possibility that Jipo's masters have also disguised themselves and are already hiding here, just like Kinzello. The details of the plan were meticulously written out. The time of the operation remains 10 p.m. on June 1st. The location is the casino inside the Grand Mansion on the northern side of the island. The old box he had found earlier contained an invitation, and the letter provided detailed instructions on how to use it. "Please bring the ticket placed in the red wooden box that accompanies this letter." After reading the final lines, Jin had a full grasp of the situation. He understood the entire situation and the mission at hand, so he quietly set them down. After completing the mission, escaped to the predetermined location. The letter also revealed many other useful things, like the locations of the inns where his comrades were hiding, was written on the back of the letter. Additionally, with the consent of Lord Casimir and Lord Murakan, Lady Ceres of the Ice Castle will participate in this plan. With her experience in espionage, assassination, and guerrilla tactics, she will be a valuable addition. It turns out the appearance of that strange beggar earlier was no coincidence. I will return to Tan after delivering this letter to you. I will convey your regards to Miss Julie. Good luck. The letter was long enough that Jin had to concentrate deeply to process everything. 1 9-star Grand Mage, 5 8-star mages, and 3 captain-level warriors of the White Wolf tribe would be on the raid. The Zipfuls would surely bring a comparable force. He gazed out into the distance with a look that seemed to see through everything. Tomorrow night, this filthy playground of pirates will become a battlefield of the stars. Meanwhile, inside the infamous Casio Casino, the games were in full swing. Ceres was now disguised as a chic lady with the new alias Zelia. With the huge winnings she had just effortlessly secured, she spoke in a challenging tone. "Oh my, what should I do? I've won again, young master." Gillian announced, that with Enya beside her, who was disguised as someone else named Austin. "Young master, are you all right? It seems you've lost about 1,000 gold coins." It turned out the young master they were talking about was Jin. He was frozen solid, facing reality. It was June 1st, 1979, at the casino in the Grand Villa, on the north side of the island. Jin slowly walked step by step into the casino's grand hall, drawing the admiring attention of the other ladies. "Look," one lady exclaimed, her infatuation obvious. "Oh my, I've never seen such a handsome young master before." His dashing appearance made many people whisper, "Who is he? Should I try to approach him? I want to go out with him tonight so badly." "That's right, just looking at him is a treat." Ceres confidently praised him. "I've never seen this side of you before. You've lit up this gloomy casino." Jin quickly realized the person before him was a disguised Ceres. She didn't waste any time and introduced herself. "I am Zelia." He then turned his attention to the black cat lying in Ceres' arms. If it weren't Murakan, he almost wouldn't have recognized him. Jin immediately resumed the noble demeanor from before and played along with the introduction. "It's a pleasure to meet you," while also making a quick assessment. Although it can't compare to Booba's art of makeup, the disguise techniques from the Ice Palace are truly amazing. Ceres took the initiative and suggested one of the typical casino games. "If this is your first time here, would you like to try Baccarat first? It's the most popular game here." He cleverly declined right away. "Thank you, but I'd like to look around a bit more before deciding." Jin had already figured it out. That means the other allies are at the Baccarat table. Ceres showed a playful attentiveness. "You're very cautious." "All right then, let me introduce you to another game first." The two of them, a man and a woman, walked forward together as she gave a brief introduction. "Are you familiar with Sickbo and other dice games? You can check them out in the left corner over there." But what she was actually implying was something else. The left side is where the disguised Zipful and Kinzello members are. Ceres continued, "If you remember me while you're playing, come to the Baccarat table." She cleverly embedded a secret message into her seemingly normal words. Himself. After a quick look around, Jin cleverly caught on and smoothly played along, replying, "All right, I will come." Before he left, Ceres didn't forget to add a reminder. "It's getting dark, so don't be late." In reality, What she wanted him to understand was that he needed to prepare thoroughly so no one would be suspicious. Get a move on. Jin flashed a brilliant, good-natured smile in response. I understand, milady. He quietly left to observe the surroundings. Just as Jin's intel indicated, the Kinzelo faction was waiting in disguise. Jin's eyes saw through them all. Never mind Kinzelo, but even Jippel had made quite the elaborate preparations. One by one, he saw through those pretending to be engrossed in the money before them. For those notoriously arrogant people to actually disguise themselves as common gamblers, Jin silently passed by each table, and just as he'd predicted, they were all top-tier operatives. Suddenly, the White Wolf was startled. He clenched the glass in his hands so tightly it looked like it would shatter to pieces, and slowly approached him, calling out, Hey, you over there, come here. Jin stopped, directing his gaze toward the source of the voice. He then saw Gep of the White Wolf tribe ordering him again, Come here. This summons made him wonder in surprise. Could he have sensed the aura of the Pluto tribe? I thought I had it completely concealed. Instantly, Jin put on a rare, foolish expression and gushed with praise. Oh my goodness, is that a member of the White Wolf tribe? I can't believe I'm meeting one in a place like this. Acting like a complete fool, trying to hide his identity, he went over and started patting Gep's body. I've always dreamed of talking to a member of the White Wolf tribe. Wow, it's just like they say. The fur is magnificent. The beastman growled threateningly, Get your hands off me. Jin's fool act successfully concealed his true identity. Just a fool. I thought I sensed something dangerous. He quickly removed his hands and smiled sheepishly to apologize. I was rude. I'm so sorry. But did you need me for something? Completely deceived, Gep casually dismissed him with a few words. It's nothing. I was mistaken. You can go now. Jin continued to play his part perfectly. I hope you have a wonderful day. As he spoke, his eyes turned dangerous and he silently reminded himself that was almost a huge hassle. I absolutely must wipe out all of these beastmen during this mission. Enough wandering around, it's time to head back. Meanwhile, in a corner of the casino, various conversations could be heard. She won again? It's fun just watching. As Cyrus was playing, she heard a voice call out, Lady Zalia. She immediately put on a familiar, flirtatious act typical of a noble woman. You've returned, my lord. Could it be that you miss me? Ceres took the initiative to approach Jin, her hand caressing his handsome face as she lamented. Thinking back, I only told you my name. Won't you tell me yours as well? He ignored her advances, his sharp gaze directed downwards, where Murakhan produced a slip of paper from its mouth. The cat quickly passed it to Jin so he could read the information on it. 10 o'clock at night, the goods will be exchanged at the card table on the second floor of the central area. After absorbing the contents, he returned to his usual demeanor and commented, What a cute cat. This fake compliment seemed to anger the creature as it swallowed the paper back down. Jin gently placed a kiss on her hand and introduced his false identity. My name is Ben, milady. Cyrus played along gracefully, her voice seductive. Come, Sir Ben, join us for a game. Here until evening. Jin looked dejectedly at the group before him. With his vast experience, he recognized that all of them were in disguise. The one-eyed man was the knight Casimir, and the girl was always attentively scribbling something in her notebook was Enya, under the new identity of Austin. Finally, the tall, completely cloaked figure was Alicia. Ceres spoke up, breaking the tension with a suggestion. Well then, let's place a bet. The small balls began to roll. The wheel spun powerfully to determine its next number, amidst the eager anticipation of the surrounding players. And then, it completed its journey on the number 17. She looked over and said in a challenging tone, Oh dear, what to do? I've won again, young master. Casimir, sitting across from him, chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Young master, are you all right? It seems you've already lost 1,000 gold coins. He looked at the result in front of him, completely stunned. Jin immediately made another proposal. It would be a bit humiliating to end it like this and go back. How about we switch to a different game? Cyrus was sharp enough to catch the hidden meaning. Are you more confident in another game? Very well, then you can choose the game this time, young master. Jin accepted the challenge with an unusually stern gaze. Let's play cards. When it comes to cards, you won't be able to beat me, young lady. She stood up immediately. The card games are on the second floor. Please follow me. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. This is getting intense. We can't miss this show. Come on, let's all follow them. Casimir politely excused himself. We'll continue to have our fun here. See you later. But in reality, he intended to stay behind and monitor the situation on the first floor. Meanwhile, Enya, sitting nearby, was lost in her own thoughts. Is there no way to score a big win just once? Cyrus caught the signal and replied cheerfully. All right, I'll be back before 10 o'clock. Be sure to have the next game ready. But the true meaning of her words was to be ready to initiate the plan before 10 o'clock. The clock was ticking away as time slowly slipped by. The onlookers gathered around, whispering amongst themselves. Hey, young master, are you doing okay? Watching the game unfold, they couldn't help but comment. It looks like he's lost again. Meanwhile, Jin stared at the cards in his trembling hand and muttered a few curses. Damn it. Finally, though reluctant, he threw his hand down on the table. He slumped over, accepting the result. I lost. I can't beat you. Young lady. The sound of discussion grew noticeably louder. He lost everything, didn't he? How pathetic. Some felt a bit of pity and chided. What a mistake to go against young Lady Zelia, the most famous gambler here, without knowing his place. Ceres quickly stood up, preparing to leave. What a shame, young master. I'm getting bored as well. She calmly breezed past him, offering a few words of feigned concern. Well then, have a safe trip back. Seeing that the show was over, the crowd around them also began to disperse. Let's be on our way. Yes, let's go. Ceres offered Jin a few more words of comfort, but her gaze was deep and meaningful. Don't be too discouraged. After today, everything will be all right. The face that had been feigning defeat suddenly revealed a terrifying gaze. Jin silently watched the crowd disperse. The clock had struck the designated hour. It was time. More than anyone, he knew just how important this moment was. This opportunity would not come again. He absolutely had to succeed. Amidst the noisy chatter of the surrounding crowd, a suspicious individual was reaching into their pocket to prepare, taking something out. Jin's eyes caught every movement. It appeared. A golden compass was taken out, shining with a captivating light. He channeled mana into his hand, his resolve firm. From now on, the plan. To reclaim the compass, Jin stomped his foot hard on the ground as a pivot, revealing his truly dangerous identity as he moved forward. With terrifying power in his hands, the operation officially began. 10 minutes earlier, a man arrived with his bodyguards. He walked straight toward the crowd, passing by Jean, who was playing cards off to the side. A white-haired man greeted him. So, you've arrived? It must have been a long journey for you. The speaker was the representative from Jipo C. The other man replied coldly, skipping the pleasantries. Why is it so noisy? He was the representative from Kinzello, the absolute master of the and Duplains on the northern continent, Chukoner. Kak shrugged. Aren't all casinos like this? Don't mind it and take a seat. He sat down, his expression still grim. I'm getting old, so everything annoys me. But isn't this a robber planted by your people? Kak raised an eyebrow, displeased. What are you talking about, Sir Chukoner? This has absolutely nothing to do with us. They're just gamblers. If we were going to take the item back, we wouldn't need to do something so complicated. We could have simply not returned it. Chukoner coldly called his bluff. Stop the charade, Kak. Even your side has to be careful, which is why you orchestrated this play, right? If you returned it officially, wouldn't that make Dan Kanan suspicious? And if you didn't return it, we would leak the information to Kanan and Ben. Kak couldn't help but look at Chukoner in a new light. You're quite sharp. Chukoner continued without flinching. Your side was the first to break the terms of our alliance, and you haven't even offered an apology. So shameless. It's hard to guess what scheme your father is cooking up. Kak laughed it off. If you get the chance, you should ask him in person. But I doubt you have the nerve to approach my father. Chukoner glanced at his watch. How adorable. It's time. Bring out the item. At another table, Jin struggled to contain himself. The moment was approaching, and this was a chance. He could not miss. He had to succeed. Their words reached his ears, but they seemed to fade before his ultimate goal. The moment the man reached into his bag, Jin reacted instantly. There it was. He saw it. The compass. Instantly, energy gathered in Jin's hand. The operation to reclaim the compass began as Jin burst forward at full speed. As if on cue, it began. The light was so blinding that no one could react in time. The two men making the deal could only stare blankly as someone charged at them. Earlier, while discussing the plan, Jin had said, the moment I see the compass, I will use ancient light magic. Murakan, surprised, had asked, ancient light magic? Isn't that just a bright flash of light? What good will emitting a light do? Katmia mused. Since the opponents are mages, you want to block their vision. Is that right? The young master nodded. Correct. There will definitely be a 9-star mage present at the deal. All of them are protected by defensive magic that even 8-star mages or other warriors would find difficult to penetrate. If we attack head-on and trigger their defensive magic, we risk a counterattack before we can even grab the compass. This is the only way. After the flash goes off, no one will be able to see for 10 seconds. In those 10 seconds, we must retrieve the compass. And so, between seconds 10 and 9, all the bodyguards were taken down. At the 8th second, Jin immediately spun around. With 7 seconds remaining, they started suspecting each other. Sir Chukoner, what trick are you trying to pull? Damn it. 6, 5. The other side shot back in fury. You people really dare? 4. With 3 seconds left, Jane had reached for the compass. At the 2-second mark, a magic diagram appeared on his hand. until the final second, his gaze. Jin charged forward decisively, and at the same time, the explosion drew the attention of the others. Cirrus also turned back in shock to look at Jin. She didn't hesitate to run upstairs, witnessing a chaotic scene. What's happening? From within the smoke and dust, a gleaming object caught Cirrus's attention. The golden compass had been thrown out. She was stunned. It was a success. Cirrus immediately grabbed it, then looked at the chaotic crowd whose attention was on the upper floor. She didn't hesitate to take out a bomb, throwing it towards the crowd. To create a diversion, the bomb exploded, creating a huge cloud of smoke. Everyone was terrified. Enya, providing support below, felt something being placed in her hand. Cirrus had signaled her beforehand. At that moment, the guards arrived. There's an ambush. Block the entrance, kill all suspicious individuals. Cyrus seized the opportunity for Enya to escape. Although this wasn't part of the plan, it was enough to cause chaos. So she used magic to create a chaotic scene and then shouted, "For Jipple!" The others also shouted, "For Jipple!" slaughtering friend and foe alike. Only after a while, when the smoke and dust began to clear, did Jin stand up and hear the crowd shouting, "Damn it, where are they?" He drew his sword, still thinking that was almost a failure. If it weren't for the standard martial art form of the Pluto royal family, it would have been too late. Chukan coughed from the smoke and dust, yelling, The item has been taken. The top priority is to retrieve it." Jin mused, "Soon they will recover their vision completely." Jin gripped the hilt of his sword. "If so, I should end this before that happens." That man was extremely furious. "Jipple, how dare you pull a stunt like this? But of course, you people also don't know what happened. Sir Chu, Khan, this wasn't us. Look over there, there's lightning." "Lightning?" Hearing that, he turned his head. "Lightning, you say? What?" Just then, a beastly leg appeared. The beastman roared. "Chu Khan, are you all right?" Suddenly the leader noticed something. They looked at Jin in terror. It was the aura of that fool. They only saw him preparing to draw his sword, the wind. Lightning sword, crimson flash. Its brilliant light could in no way outshine its master. Jin swung his sword down. Pluto's sword. Opening form. A bolt of lightning instantly descended, its power destroying the entire second floor, turning the surrounding space into a pile of rubble. The White Wolf leader roared, "Snap out of it, you fools. The enemy is just one person. State your name, human. My instincts are telling me to fight an honorable duel with you." But Jin lightly lifted his foot, a gentle step landing with the force of lightning. His voice echoed like the call of death. "Didn't those instincts tell you to run?" The White Wolf warriors froze. Even though this was an aura they had never felt before, I am certain they were trembling in fear. He could only look at the sword in his opponent's hand. This fear was surely engraved in his blood. As white wolves who have lived as predators, we could never have known it. The moment Jin used the Pluto sword's ultimate technique, they knew what it was, the fear of death. The thing that greeted those white wolves was a brilliant golden light, a judgment, a sword intent like a lightning spear hurtling towards them. The White Wolf leader knew well. This wasn't something that could be blocked by any hammer. But before he could speak, the two sword intents had already swept past. "Daruka, Meadow, get out of the way." The White Wolf leader turned back in horror, his eyes widening in shock, only to see his two comrades had turned to dust. "Daruka, Meadow, this isn't reality. This can't be true." Then he suddenly remembered something. The White Wolf quickly looked up. He saw Jin advancing on Chu Kan and thought with determination, "I will fulfill my mission as a White Wolf warrior." He lunged to attack Jin from behind. Jin had also noticed his presence. The light of a sword suddenly flashed, and he unhesitatingly unleashed the Hades sword technique. A single blow sent the White Wolf flying. He hastily braced himself against the force, but the weapon in his hand had shattered. The White Wolf was horrified. "My warrior's axe? Just what kind of monster is this?" Only then did Chu Kan notice the commotion beside him. His eyes widened in fear, but the Grim Reaper was already too close. The White Wolf shouted, "Chu Kan, it's dangerous." Jin leaped up to attack again. A brilliant light from the sword flared in an instant, and he quickly reacted by setting up a protective barrier. The White Wolf attacked once more, but was repelled upon hitting Jin's sword, the shockwave blasting away all the dirt and rocks. The White Wolf still braced himself with all his might. "Be careful, Chu Kan." But that brilliant golden power was so strong that even the protective barrier could barely withstand it. He thought in terror, "Impossible. My defensive magic is cracking. Could he have reached level 9? This is a dangerous individual." But in the end, the barrier shattered completely. Chu Kan assessed if he used Myriad Ice, he could be Talaris of Baigung. If he used the Tyrannical Killing Sword or the Mind Sword, one might guess he was a Black Knight from Runcandel or Luna. But the thing he used was lightning. As far as I know, no family uses lightning. The Jippo clan was an exception. but they were wiped out long ago. Could this be the complete version of the demonic human that VN is experimenting with? I just can't understand it. He tried to negotiate. Why are you doing all this? Reveal your identity and who you serve. Jin replied coldly, you want to know, Chu Kan? He growled in frustration. It's been a long time since I've felt this uncomfortable. My opponent knows me, but I don't know them. A magic swordsman, perhaps? Jin didn't want to talk, whether I'm a magic swordsman or something else. It doesn't matter, because today you will all die. Chu Kan grew even more furious. This guy is bluffing. I don't know where you got your information, but return what you stole, or else you won't have an easy death. Suddenly, there was the sound of applause from the side. Kars stepped forward, interrupting the conversation. I like your guts, charging in without any fear. Ancient light magic, lightning, a magic swordsman, and you even defeated a white wolf warrior of captain rank and a force of level 7 and above. What an astonishingly powerful person. Chu Kan suddenly felt something was wrong. What are you doing, Kars? The man bowed respectfully. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kars, master of the 4th magic tower of Jippo. I'll be direct. Whatever you desire, I guarantee I can give you even more. Become one of Jippo. Chu Kan couldn't contain his rage. Kars Jippo, he roared. You bastard. The man looked displeased, covering his ears. Please don't shout so loudly. Mr. Chu Kan, please calm down a bit. Hasn't the compass already fallen into his hands? Killing him to silence him is a reasonable course of action, but look around. Honestly, I don't think I'm capable of dealing with him. Instead, making peace and bringing him to our side would be more beneficial. He glared angrily. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Kars replied with a gentle demeanor. If you find this unpleasant, Mr. Chu Kan, why not try recruiting him for Kinzilo? Mine? Suddenly Jin spoke up. How ridiculous. The proud clan of Zipful is resorting to recruitment instead of force. That means there are no White Lights class airships around here, right? The old man was stunned. What? How do you know about C? Now that I look closely at your helmet. Just then, Kars realized, I remember now. It was you who killed Miron and destroyed half of Kaz. The testimonies of Midor Elner, along with the White Light mages at Colin. The old man angrily drew his weapon. That appearance, it's definitely you. Then he tightened his grip on his staff and attacked. Why did you come to Colin back then? Just how much do you know? Countless ice crystals appeared, surrounding Jin. He calmly raised his sword. I have no reason to tell you anything. Jukan said, now is the time for you to choose. The compass is no longer here, and your comrades, including the White Wolf clan, are all dead. It must be a difficult situation. If you're not a fool, you should understand what I'm implying. Kars couldn't hold back and brandish his staff. What kind of trick are you playing, Dai? But he just gently pointed his sword up, and with a single light slashed downwards, countless lightning bolts shattered the ice. Sword King, Thunder Force Awakening, causing the old man's technique to vanish into thin air. Next, Jin leaped up, wondering, I didn't expect a master of a magic tower to be so incompetent. Or were you just caught off guard? But even Kars didn't expect his technique to be dispelled so easily. The staff in the old man's hand trembled, and then Kars' hand was suddenly severed, the pain causing him to drop his weapon. The staff shattered just like that. The old man still glared resentfully, only to see Jin gently remind him, don't despair too much. If you activate the rune, you'll be in trouble yourself. Then Jin turned to Jukan and asked, isn't that right? He thought pensively, you've saved me some trouble. If the rune were activated, reinforcements from the magic tower would swarm in and both Dio and B would catch your scent. You truly see through my mind, but you are still just a naive one. Kars' staff was just a final protective measure. Without it, he can still use magic. As a magic tower master of Zipful, you've underestimated him too much. Sure enough, despite his injury, the old man stood up. You bastard, I'll make you pay for looking down on me. Struggle in the undying flames until your entire body is completely incinerated. Then a sea of fire surrounded Jin, but then something terrifying happened before their eyes. Kars and Jukan were also stunned. Wasn't that the ruler of the blue flames and the true master of the fire element, Tess? Someone who possesses both the lightning sword and a sharp intellect. And now Tess too. Who is he, really? Kars nearly collapsed, screaming, You, what in the world are you? Sir Jukan, are you just going to stand there and watch? Then a flash of light pierced the old man's shoulder, causing Kars to fall in pain. He turned back and asked in despair, Ju, why? The man hadn't even pulled his hand back yet. It's only natural. Our alliance ended the moment the compass disappeared. And weren't you just planning to backstab me a moment ago? I'm simply returning the favor. These words left the old man in disbelief. Jukan then satisfyingly kicked the old man away. As expected, our cooperation is very smooth. The leader of the Ondu grasslands is truly different, so perceptive. Jukan lifted Kars' body. It's just mutually beneficial. He continued to praise, You live up to your reputation as an experienced man, not letting your years go to waste. Who knows, maybe your leader would prefer capturing cars over the compass. The man narrowed his eyes warily. You even know about our leader's existence. You're truly no ordinary person. Just as he said, the retrieval of the compass has completely failed. We've lost all 3 members of the White Wolf clan and 8 high-ranking members. At least we need to capture you to save face in front of the leader. Anyway, Booba's other goods are already loaded onto the ship at the port. This was just an unexpected incident that no one could have foreseen. Compared to Jip, who lost everything, we're still lucky. They'll understand. Subordinate, carry this old man up. Let the leader handle things from now on. When he hears the report, he will surely find a way to recruit that guy. I've gathered enough information to track him down later. The subordinate turned and left. Kid, our business here is done. See you next time. Just then, Murakhan jumped out. Kid, I saw everything. He excitedly hugged Jin. Just how strong have you become? I'm so moved I could cry. If our little cream puff saw this, she would have cried for sure. Jin quickly poked his head out. Yes, Murakhan, you've endured a lot in that cat's body. You were a big help. A very big help. What about the compass? He put an arm around Jin's shoulder and said, one of your biggest fans protected it carefully and got it off the island safely. Jin breathed a sigh of relief. His efforts over the past 6 months weren't in vain. What about Cirrus, Casimir, and Alicia? Didn't we agree to regroup when everything was over? But Murakhan scratched his head. Well, the situation is a little unfavorable. A little bit, Jin asked sternly. What do you mean? Is anyone hurt? He explained. No, the 3 of them are currently distracting the other forces. Jin was confused. Other forces? What do you mean? Murakhan pointed out the window. Look over there. The sight horrified him. Murakhan looked over with a grim tone. It's the Black Cane's Special Task Force B and also warships from Bellato's vassals. Jin couldn't help but frown. This is insane. At night, outside the fortress, someone was running over in a hurry. Captain, that person called out to his sleeping Seamus. Captain, we have big trouble. Ugh, he groggily sat up. What's with all the noise? Grimo reported urgently. Warships from Bellato's vassals. Warships are approaching in droves. Seamus asked in a low voice. What? Has the time to execute our plan finally come? The soldiers reported. All the ships carrying the noble's children have departed. Good. Now don't let anyone else leave this island. We received information that illegal forces are gathering on the island. Before Bellato's warships arrive, find the evidence or the person behind this. Understood. Inside the Donat Casino, Murakhan explained, those are the Dan Cannon Knights. That's right, looking at the speed of their actions, it seems the news was leaked early, and they were waiting nearby, using the chaos at the casino as a chance to intervene. Luckily, Enya got the compass and retreated safely, so they won't know the details of the transaction. Jin frowned, calculating. Now we just need to retreat without revealing our identities and we'll be fine. The sailors on the ship were shouting, Attack! There are only 3 Dan Cannon Knights. We have to protect the ship no matter what. The ship is our life and soul. Our soul. We'd rather die than let it fall into their hands. Jin asked pensively, Do you think we can win against the Cannon Royal Knights? Just then, Cirrus's group entered. Jin, are you safe? Jin smiled and said, Everyone's arrived right on time. Looking at the situation, everyone probably understands. Our escape route is blocked, Casimir replied, but it's not like there's no way out. We can move to the other port before the warships surround the island. How about that? Jin nodded. I was thinking the same thing. Let's move out immediately. Unexpectedly, they started using cannon fire from outside. An explosion destroyed several structures, shaking the large ship and blowing away. Quite a few sailors, Murakhan exclaimed in horror, but they're destroying the entire ship. Jin also understood their intention, was to destroy all the ships so no one could leave the island. Alicia said worriedly, At this rate, we won't even make it to the other port, even. No matter how fast we are, it will take at least 30 minutes, and by then the port and all the ships will be destroyed. He immediately decided there's no other way. The only option is to fly away with me. We already agreed that would be the final option, but Jin remained calm. But if you reveal your true form, even if we escape, every major power in the world will be chasing you. Just as Murakhan was about to transform, he said, But we have no other choice. Suddenly, a voice called out, Wait, Casimir intervened. From transforming, causing him to snap angrily. What are you talking about, you lowly commoner? But Casimir simply looked up at the sky. The entire island was enveloped by Bayman's Grand Chain Barrier. Murakhan didn't understand. What's a Grand Chain Barrier? Casimir explained. It's a type of barrier magic developed by the mages of the Ben Royal Guard specifically to deal with dragons or flying magical beasts. Alicia confirmed, that's right. When the barrier detects a flying creature, it will unleash thousands of red beams of light. Sir also reminded him, Black Dragon, even if you can withstand the barrier, we cannot. Casimir urgently advised, young Master Jin, you must abandon the idea of escaping by air. Jin growled, damn it. Suddenly, Jin noticed something. He thoughtfully realized it was the pirates who had been anxiously protecting their ship earlier. Why are they here now? Very suspicious. Jin immediately thought of something and signaled, everyone, follow me. The group followed the pirates to an alley, where they disappeared. Casimir investigated and said, it looks like they went down this well. Jin ordered, we're going down too. Everyone immediately jumped in. Casimir was a little surprised. There's a tunnel in here. Jin stated firmly, I don't know who these pirates are, but they've definitely prepared something down here. Let's keep moving. Further down the tunnel, there were dozens of pirates gathered together. Suddenly, the pirates heard a voice. Just how many of you are there? Jin's group emerged from a side passage. Just as expected of pirates, all gathered here scheming. The pirates cursed loudly. On high alert, who was the last one to enter? We've been followed. Luckily, there aren't many of them. Captain, what are your orders? First, we kill them all. But another voice roared, silence. A man stepped out from the crowd, growling, that voice is familiar. Very familiar. Jin smiled and asked with certainty, you must be the captain, right? The man roared in fury. That's right, that voice. Jin Gray, you bastard. I finally found you, you scum. Jin feigned ignorance, showing off his new, lavish attire. Jin Gray? Who might that be? But the captain was certain. You think I could ever forget that voice? Because of you, I'm still drowning in debt. Grimo recalled, Jin Gray? Isn't that last year's champion? He still remembered the man's desperation. Back then. Damn it. Those accursed nobles. Grimo was startled. So he's the one who caused the captain to fall into debt? Cosmos roared in a rage. That's right. The odds on him were 1 to 3, yet Veridin bet a whole 100,000 gold. That devil. He comes to collect his debt regularly, without missing a single time. Jin couldn't help but laugh. That's just like him. Well then, no. Need to hide it. I won't beat around the bush, Simos. You must be aware of the situation outside. The fleet of the small nation of Bellado is surrounding us, destroying every ship. How do you plan to escape? He angrily shouted, shut up. You think I will help you. Attack, attack. Kill them all and we'll escape. But before Simos could finish, a fist flew at him. Jin easily took him down. The pirates were stunned and cried out, Captain. He smiled and pulled the captain up by his collar. Why so hostile? Who said I'd guide you for free? This is a deal, Simos. If you help us get out of here, I'll pay off all your debts and give you a bonus on top of that. Not bad, right? But he was extremely wary. You think I'd believe that? Dream on. You could just kill us right after we escape this island. Jin coaxed in a low voice. That won't happen. I swear on my honor and my family's name. I am Jin Runcandel. The Runcandel clan always keeps its word. Simos was horrified. Runcandel, so it was you, not Pac. He confirmed. That's right. Pac is Dante Heron. Did you think it was a coincidence that Dante Heron and I met in your arena? Now, his suspicions were answered. I've been wondering for a long time why the Zipfuls were helping the Runcandels. Now I understand. If it was to save Dante Heron, it makes sense. Besides, if it's the Runcandels, their word is trustworthy. Simos immediately changed his tune. All right, I accept that offer. Follow me. This is a good deal. Jin's group was led to a large ship in a cave. This is our secret weapon, our very soul. This is the order ship number 7. We will use it to escape. Jin wondered, so how exactly are we going to get out of here? There's no way this thing can move. After introducing the ship, Simos signaled to everyone, just get on, you'll see once you're on board. The pirates were also moving their things. Be careful, move the cargo aboard. We're about to depart, hurry up. Gatmia was still worried. Young Master Jin, can we really trust these pirates? There isn't enough water here to lift the ship, and how are we going to float it from a basement this deep? He optimistically reassured her. I'm sure they have a way we haven't thought of. They need to survive too. First, let's get ready to board with everyone else. Remo reported, Captain, we're ready. He gave a satisfied thumbs up. Excellent. Jin came up beside him and asked, Simos, is this really going to work? He asserted with even more confidence. Don't worry, just watch. Then, Simos gave the order, detonate it. On the ship's deck, Grimo held a torch and shouted, yes, Captain. Then he lit some kind of fuse. This fuse led all the way to the cave wall, and in an instant, everything exploded, startling Siri's group and leaving them dumbfounded. At the same time, a huge wave of seawater gushed out. Jin was startled as he finally understood. He saw waves pouring in from the hole created by the explosion, invading the space. Is seawater pouring out from there? As the wave was about to hit, Simos reminded them, hold on tight. Jin's eyes widened in alarm. He clearly saw the ship being caught by that ferocious wave, which used its incredible force to push the ship out to sea so powerfully that it felt like the vessel was about to take flight. Jin watched in horror as the sea spray flew up, only to see the ship shoot forward at an incredible speed. He shouted in panic, "Seamos, is this really okay?" The man laughed heartily, "Just trust me." But everyone else's face was pale with fright. They were terrified by this insane method of setting sail. Murakhan cursed loudly, "Good heavens, this guy." In contrast to them, the pirates were extremely excited. Awesome. The ship rushed along the churning current, heading straight for the cave entrance. Seamos laughed joyfully. This is the feeling of creating a ship of order. The sight of the ship rushing out sea shook spectacularly. "Fly, order ship number 7. And it really flew over the heads of the soldiers below, and they could only watch helplessly as the ship escaped, haunted by Seamos's laughter and his bruised face. The ship soared past a fleet of other vessels. Dian panicked. "Flying is not a good idea." He laughed reassuringly. "Don't worry, this isn't actually flying, so it won't be affected by the Empire's magic." Indeed, the ship easily passed through the magical barrier. "See, now the ship is falling. Hold on tight." Just like that, the ship slammed down into the sea, sending water splashing everywhere. A captain among the soldiers shouted in alarm, "The pirates are escaping. Don't just stand there. Turn the ships around immediately." Seamos confidently clenched his fist. "Out at sea, not just the vassal states, but even the Empire's fleet can't catch up to us." He ordered, "Hoist all sails." I'm not called the Pirate King for nothing. He was even friendly enough to fire off celebratory fireworks. See you again. On June 18th, 1797, in the free city of Tan, Julie and Enya ran out to greet Jin. "Young master," he greeted them. "Julie, is everything all right?" She was moved and overjoyed. "I'm so glad you've returned safely." Jin smiled reassuringly and said, "Enya, you've worked hard too. What about the compass?" She was struck by his handsome face, her heart skipping a beat, and replied sweetly, "I've kept it very safe. Please come in, I'll show you." Enya watched with delight, her smile very dangerous. Entering the mansion, she took out the compass. While waiting for young Master Jin, I tried to study how it works. It's no different from other artifacts. You just need to infuse it with mana to activate it. He immediately gave it a try. In a flash, the compass emitted a brilliant golden light. A 3D projection appeared before everyone. Casimir was stunned. Could it be that these red dots are all contract holders? Jin frowned and said, "It seems so." "Sir Casimir, it's clear most of them are concentrated in Jipal and B." Murakhan found it strange, "But why aren't there any red dots in Tikan? There are 3 contract holders gathered here." But Enya pushed up her glasses and explained, "I've run some tests and discovered that for some reason, the locations of contract holders in Tan are all concealed, except that young Master Jin wasn't detected even before he arrived in Tan." He shrugged as if it were nothing strange. "That's obvious. Jin has a contract with the God of Shadows." She once again turned into a fangirl. "How amazing. He's truly the best of the best. Even the compass can't detect young Master Jin." Quick and Tell coldly spoke up. "Jin is one thing, but even Enya and Julie aren't being detected. It seems there's something special about Tikan." He thought of something. Could it be because of the fountain of mana? Murakhan turned in surprise. "You mean that mirror?" She also understood. Indeed, that mirror possesses the sealing properties of both the god of magic Column and Solderet. Enya didn't spare any praise. "Thanks to young Master Jin's grace, Tan is also safe. It's so touching." Casimir felt relieved. "In any case, we can rest easy now. Once the compass is in our hands, we no longer have to worry about surprise attacks from the enemy." Jet burst through the door. "Sir, have you seen today's newspaper? You've become a famous figure now. Here, everyone, take a copy." The paper says, "A mysterious figure appeared on the pirate island of the vassal state Bellado. A mysterious figure wearing a black magic hat appeared and wiped out the pirates. According to witness testimonies, this person's name is Ben, a young man with shimmering blonde hair and a mesmerizingly handsome face. This person uses the power of lightning and is believed to be the potential new contractor for the storm god Fithi. If he truly is Fithi's contractor, this would be the first time in 288 years that a storm contractor has appeared, with the birth of a new star stirring up the entire continent. His next moves are being closely watched." Murakhan grumbled irritably. "A contract with Fithi? What kind of nonsense is that?" Casimir reassured him. "All this nonsense from the media is actually good for us." He snorted coldly. "So, kid, you're a rising star now." Jin feigned helplessness. "I think the rumors spreading was unavoidable, but this is so embarrassing." Meanwhile, Enya happily put the newspaper away as a souvenir when Jin suddenly noticed something. He paused. "Wait a minute. On the compass, it seems there's also a contractor in Hufester." Yuli was startled. "What?" "That's right. I can't see the exact location, but it's pointing somewhere in Hester. In another mansion, the atmosphere was strangely gloomy. Someone was also reading the article about Jin, the black magic hat, and the power of lightning. Rua asked his subordinates, "What do you all think?" Kujin replied, "I think it's possible he's the contractor of Sodet we've been chasing." Barrett scoffed. "Or, just as the newspaper says, he could be Fidi's contractor. And this little kid here is just a fake." The one who was called a fake, Yuli, remained silent. Yuli looked up at the person beside him, and she didn't hesitate to return a provocative smile. Then, Ruiz spoke up, making him turn pale. "That's enough," he asked coldly, as if interrogating him. "Yuli, can you defeat 3 captains of the White Wolf tribe in the blink of an eye?" He lowered his head, breaking out in a cold sweat. "No, I can't." Ruiz suddenly smiled, looking at Yuli like a piece of merchandise. "In that case, perhaps it's time to enhance your power." Meanwhile, in the Black Sea, a man pulled his sword from a monster's corpse. Ken read a report and then asked, "I heard the matter concerning that Benfellow is causing quite a stir outside. Have you heard anything?" Khan, standing opposite him, replied, "Yes. He was mentioned during the family meeting. They say he killed 3 White Wolf tribe captains on an island in the vassal state of Bellado. It's possible he's the one who signed a contract with the thunder god Fethi." He seemed proud. "If they knew it was our youngest, everyone would be floored." Khan was shocked upon learning the truth. "What?" But Ken ordered to keep this matter secret. At the same time, "Do something so the knights don't pay too much attention to this." He bowed his head and replied, "As you command." But Ken was still pondering. Casimir, he didn't write down the reason why the youngest didn't go to the island, did he? In the end, is he Casimir's man and not mine? Suddenly, he read something and immediately burst out laughing with great amusement, making Khan curious. "You seem very pleased, my lord." Ken showed it to him. "You won't be able to hold back your laughter either when you read this part." On the paper, it was written, "Dear Lord Ken, last night, young Master Jin said something while drinking wine. I can finally spar with my father now. This is truly an astonishing and miraculous event." Khan looked indignant. "Ghostblade, it seems he's finally gone mad, even if the young master really said that." But he was suddenly cut off. "Have you ever heard of the Pluto tribe?" he asked again, startled. "What? The Pluto tribe? Isn't that the race of mysterious beasts that was defeated by the world 500,000 years ago?" Ken nodded. "That's right. It seems the youngest met the Pluto tribe through a trial given by Ses, and among them, he mentioned a god of war. Jin said that his power is on par with mine. Because he dueled that person, the boy thinks he can do the same with me." "Me?" Khan seemed unconvinced. Perhaps the youngest master said that because he's still inexperienced in martial arts. Should we invite him to the Black Sea? Ken dismissed the idea. "No need. This time, I'm also very curious to see if the kid can actually back up his words." A letter was sent to the Anti-Mountains. He replied respectfully, "Yes, I understand. May 21st, 1797, in the free city of Tan, Z's mansion was looking for someone. Sir Casimir, an old woman says she wants to support us. You should meet her in person because she doesn't seem ordinary." He asked, confused, "What do you mean, not ordinary?" Z then explained, "She brought a large sailboat filled with gold here." Casimir hurriedly stood up. "What? Where is she? Take me to her." At the same time, Quisel also sensed a strange aura. "What is this? This unsettling feeling, it's clearly similar to what I once felt in the Anti-Mountains." Jin asked curiously. "The Anti-Mountains?" She affirmed. "That's right. About 40 years ago, an incident occurred where the dragons near the Anti-Mountains were massacred by just a single person, and after that, the dragons never dared to approach the Anti-Mountains again." Murakhan shot up in surprise. "Did that really happen? Who could possibly do such a thing?" Quisel uttered the name, Vanessa. For the dragons at that time, the scent of dragon blood still lingered around her mansion. She was called the Terror of the Anti-Mountains. Outside, Casimir was welcoming Vanessa. "Please, come in. Ma'am, I am Casimir, the leader of Rainbow Tai. This is my wife, Alicia." His wife greeted her respectfully. "It's a great pleasure to meet you, ma'am," Vanessa replied gently. "My apologies for arriving without notice. I am Vanessa Olsen. Your wife is truly beautiful." Even though her demeanor was pleasant, Alicia could still feel an overwhelming aura from her. "Thank you." And inside, Runcandel was even more certain. There was no mistake. This aura, even after so long, this is definitely the Terror of the Anti-Mountains, so she's still alive. Murakhan also watched Vanessa through the window. "She didn't come here to target us, did she? Is all that gold our fare to the underworld?" She disagreed. "I don't think so. If that were the case, she would have attacked long ago. I've never heard of her going out of her way to kill someone, not even in her prime." As belligerent as ever, he was itching for a fight. "Besides me, there's another human who can take down a dragon." Runcandel dismissed the thought. "Murakhan, you need to forget about your glory days. With your current strength, You couldn't fight Vanessa even if you died and came back to life. He retorted defiantly. You won't know who'll win until we fight, right, Kid Jin? Jin calmed Murakhan down. When has Crystal ever been wrong? Just listen to her for once. Hearing that, he sulked. Kid, you too. Just wait until I get my power back, and we'll see if any of you dare to run your mouths. At this moment, he fell into deep thought. Maybe she's the person father sent to test my strength. Could Sir Casimir have told my father about the one-move duel on the pirate ship? Just then, Z entered and said, Sir Jin, please come to the garden. Miss Vanessa, our guest, is looking for you. He thought to himself, if that's true, this is going to be a problem. Outside in the garden, Casimir was playing host. This is a tea tart decorated with figs, green grapes, and walnuts. I heard that recently, people have to wait in long lines in front of the bakery to buy this. I hope it suits your taste. Vanessa smiled modestly. It is thanks to such generous patronage that I am able to enjoy this rare delicacy so easily. He remained extremely welcoming. I can only thank you for your kindness, she replied gently. Don't be so formal. As long as it's helpful for the pregnancy, I'll be satisfied. By the way, Sir Casimir, could you leave me and Sir Jin to talk alone? He was startled and stepped back. Yes, of course. Please, go ahead. Vanessa looked grateful. Thank you. She got straight to the point. Sir Ken sent me a letter telling me to come see you. Jin understood. So you were really sent by my father. Even though you're hiding your power, I can still sense an extraordinary aura. How have I never heard of someone of your caliber, someone so strong as you? Vanessa gently reminded him, this world is a vast place, isn't it? That's why people like you can exist, right? Swordsmanship, magic, and even spiritual energy. He spoke calmly. It seems my father trusts you a great deal. He must have told you everything. Vanessa lifted her teacup. Sir Ken trusts me enough to entrust his own life to me. Jin immediately confirmed it. Then the rumors are true. The dragons call you the terror of the Ante-Mountains. She seemed nostalgic. The terror of the Ante-Mountains. Well, I prefer to remember the time I was called a Black Knight over that trivial nickname. Vanessa still remembered the Black Knights. When someone becomes a Black Knight of the Runcandel clan, they erase their own existence and devote themselves to serving the family. The clan acknowledges their contributions as achievements so honorable that their names are engraved in the family shrine. In the history of the Runcandel clan, the previous generation of Black Knights were the strongest, the ones who helped the Black Knights and my father conquer the Black Sea. They are the strongest people in this world. Lady Vanessa is one of those people. Jin knelt on one knee respectfully. The reserve flag bearer of the Runcandel clan pays his respects to the great sword of the family. She seems surprised. It seems you know some etiquette. Pick up your weapon. On my way here, I saw a very beautiful island, so I will punish you there. They moved to an island in the sea, using only a small boat to get here. Jin held his sword and asked, is the punishment a duel with you? Vanessa smiled and replied, that's the plan. On the way here, did you figure out what your crime was? He shook his head firmly. I don't know. She wasn't angry. I like your straightforwardness, but it seems I'll have to punish you for that very straightforwardness. Did you really think you could land a single hit on Sir Ken? He was speechless internally. I knew it. Casimir told my father about that. Vanessa had drawn her sword. The way to prove your innocence is simple. Show me your strength and take responsibility for the arrogant words you spouted. Jin frowned, confirming to himself. So she's really here to verify my skills. So he asked, don't tell me the condition is that I have to defeat you. Vanessa laughed. I don't even think that's possible. It's impossible, no matter how. Just let your sword touch me or my clothes. But in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. His gleaming sword grazed past her. Vanessa immediately made her decision. I will acknowledge you. After that, she sent Jin flying with a single move. He landed softly and retreated, then immediately leaped up again. In a flash, he appeared right behind her, making her realize, so you can withdraw your sword at will. Did you just use the sword of the Underworld King? Very interesting. I'm very curious about your shadow energy and magic. Jin parried her sword strike. It seems my father told you everything. I didn't expect you to know about the sword of the Underworld King. Vanessa replied calmly. Not quite. Did I say she trusts me implicitly? He's still scheming. I knew this wouldn't be easy, but I never expected she could deflect the Pluto sword so easily. The two exchanged blows so fast the naked eye could barely follow. Vanessa looked impressed. The Pluto sword is a sword art that controls lightning, a unique power that only those of pure-blooded Black Runcandel lineage can wield. Her gaze was incredibly sharp, and she noticed the attack coming from behind. This optical illusion magic too, and at the same time, a dark aura genuinely materialized from Jin's right hand. Vanessa mused, he certainly knows how to fight. She praised him inwardly. Very good. What will he show me next? Jin leaped up and vanished in an instant, lunging toward Vanessa, but she managed to dodge backward. A magic orb appeared in Jin's hand. Vanessa was slightly surprised. Light magic? I have never seen this type of magic before. The space around them seemed to fall silent. How interesting. She tightened her grip on her sword, unable to suppress a smile. He could easily defeat most 9-star knights. In the instant Jin lunged forward, Vanessa narrowly dodged. Now I see why. Then she landed a solid punch right in his back. That single blow easily sent Jin flying. Ken is so fond of him. He staggered back dozens of yards in pain, using his sword to break his momentum, and coughed up a mouthful of blood from his internal injuries. Vanessa calmly approached him. You said you were 17, didn't you? I can't believe. You're this talented at your age, so much so that I can compare you to Luna when she was 17. Jin wiped the blood from his mouth and asked, did Luna ever land a hit on father when she was 17? Vanessa replied, no, but she managed to do it when she turned 18. He frowned, understanding now. So this test is also to compare me with Luna. If I can't prove my skills to Vanessa, I'll have to be prepared to lose an arm. Come to think of it, this wouldn't be the first time I've lost a limb. I just need to prove myself to Vanessa. The woman across from him smiled faintly. She walked calmly as a rain of swords formed overhead. If that's your trump card, you need to use it carefully. Jin smiled gently. Please, take your time and enjoy the show. War God's Art, 4th Sword, Erosion. As the tip of his sword gently lowered, just like that, countless swords materialized from the magic circle. Jin grinned at his opponent. I have plenty more to show you. Countless sword tips on the ground radiated brilliant golden lightning, forming a large magnetic field with Jin at its center. Vanessa was genuinely surprised. Channeling lightning into the ground? This feels more like magic than a sword art she had expected to witness. The techniques of those who ruled the world 5,000 years ago. Not some cheap trick used by mages. If this is all you have, I'm disappointed. But unexpectedly, a sword erupted from the ground beneath Vanessa's feet, radiating incredible pressure. She dodged it with ease, a delighted smile on her face. He's full of interesting tricks. A dark shadow was seen, dashing forward as a large magic circle appeared behind Jin. Compared to what the War God brothers had demonstrated, this power was nothing special. He charged forward with Tess, but he still needed to make a clear statement. Jin and the Fire Phoenix merged into one and soared upwards. The swords on the ground began to vibrate, reacting to more and more lightning, until all that could be seen was his figure flashed by even for a dark night. While dodging this blow, countless lightning bolts were striking. 3 techniques from 3 directions rushed towards Vanessa, certain to reveal an opening. But she just smiled. You think I would dodge? This attitude made Jin pause. Vanessa has drawn her sword. Lightning power, you're making me interested. He found it extremely unbelievable. Did she intend to block all these attacks? Just like that, countless sword strikes were unleashed, blowing away both the lightning and the phoenix. Jin reacted by unleashing a barrage of fire power, powerfully striking towards Vanessa. Then the flames were met by a sword strike that split them in 2, but it revealed a gap where Jin was appearing. He leaped into the air, his sword already drawn. Vanessa was slightly surprised. It seems you know how to use your head. Had I known, I would have brought a better sword. The sword intent around him was dark and oppressive. It was the hero's single-strike technique. Jin decisively slashed down, soul slash, but Vanessa fearlessly swung her sword up, the shocking impact creating a massive explosion that blew everything away. The sword in one of their hands cracked into pieces, then exploded, sending shards flying everywhere. And it was Vanessa's sword. Jin managed to land, panting heavily, though he looked exhausted. She didn't hold back her praise. Very good. Your father told me to punish you, but with this result, I'll have to give you a reward instead. Hearing these words, Jin understood that he had passed the test. Night fell, and the 2 of them drank together by the seashore. Vanessa praised him. You're quite good at drinking this poisonous liquor. I heard you drank the mandaksha. Jin wiped the liquor from his chin. You praise me too much compared to you, Vanessa. I'm still far behind. May I ask you something? She nodded. Go ahead. He asked curiously, how did you meet the family head? Vanessa put down the barrel of liquor. A long time ago. It's a long story, but I'll tell you. I was an orphan, living with my only younger brother, until one day a swarm of fire dragons attacked our village, trampling the villagers and killing my brother mercilessly. To get revenge, I roamed the Ante Mountain range, where the fire dragons lived, and I killed every single dragon in the Ante Mountains. But I still couldn't find the one that killed my brother. I stayed there. If a dragon came, I killed the dragon. If a human came, I killed the human. I slowly went mad. No, I was already mad. I killed more than 100 dragons, but that one fire dragon never appeared. 15 years passed like that, then Lord Ken came to find me. A overwhelming power. He was the first human to defeat me in 15 years. After subjugating me, he led me to the place where the fire dragon resided. It turned out to be from the bloodline of Kaden, the guardian dragon of the Jipo. Kaden was also there to protect his descendant. Lord Ken held back Kadun so I could fight the fire dragon with all my heart. During that time, Kadun was severely injured by Lord Ken's sword and was forced to retreat. Thanks to that, I was able to defeat the fire dragon, and after that, I became Lord Ken's knight. Jin listened to the whole story, so that's how it was. Vanessa brushed it off. That's all in the past now. But I did say I'd give you a reward, yet here I am rambling on. Take this map. Lord Ken gave it to me and told me that if among his descendants there was one who was worthy, I was to give it to them. Jin smiled and took it. Something so precious? I am extremely grateful. But this map is, she explained, it's a map of the Black Sea. He was a little surprised. The Black Sea? I heard that's where demonic beasts pour out like a flood. No nation has ever been able to map that area. Not even Jipo dared to even think about it. Vanessa smiled confidently, but Kanan did it. This is also a top-secret mission from Lord Kirin and me. Please use this map to overcome the new trial. Jin looked at the map. If it's a new trial, there must be something in this red-marked area. She pointed it out to him. That's right, you just need to eliminate the demonic beast there. I heard it's a creature that the witch Helaram once raised. Vanessa returned to her wooden cabin when she suddenly noticed something. The tightly closed door was now slightly ajar, and someone was sitting inside waiting. Vanessa wasn't surprised. You're getting better and better at startling people, aren't you? Sending a surprise letter was one thing, but this time, you came in person without any warning. Kirin asked directly. So, how has the youngest kid been doing lately? She smiled and sat down. It seems you've really gotten old, to the point of being this impatient. He deduced, you two must have talked for quite a while, right? Looking at the bruise on your face. I understand. Vanessa feigned defeat. All right, I've already given him the map. Kirin was a bit confused. I didn't think you'd actually hand it over. She exposed him. Haven't you already predicted that this would happen? He was surprisingly understanding. Who could have known? But anyway, if you've given the map to the youngest, then you've completely given up hope on Luna. In Kirin's memory, you, me, and all the Black Knights once placed our hopes in Luna. If we had cared just a little more, Luna wouldn't have given up the position of family head. Vanessa calmly said, back then, we could have entrusted the family's affairs to her and just focused on our own work. I am just making sure that Jin doesn't follow in Luna's footsteps. Rusa seems to be watching Jin very closely and is also preparing all sorts of things. Kirin frowned sternly. If he really needed protection, I wouldn't even bother. If he can't subdue the family on his own, don't expect him to fight against our enemies, Vanessa retorted. But what if Jin also becomes another Luna? What then? He smiled knowingly. Isn't that precisely why you gave him the map? Meanwhile, Jin was taking the map to his destination. He checked and compared it. Murakhan waited for his answer. We've arrived. Yes. Today is May 15th, 1797. He flew in the air looking around. This is the Black Sea. Jin pointed in one direction. There's the pillar marked on the map. But Murakhan shook his head. No, that's not a pillar, kid. That's the nest of the flying monster Conchia. As soon as they saw them, the flock of Conchia birds flew over to attack. He proclaimed coldly and arrogantly, how audacious. One of his attacks blew away an entire area, along with that flock of monsters. Countless rocks and debris rained down, and Jin was a bit surprised. Murakhan, it seems you've regained quite a bit of your power. He glanced back with a compliment. It's nothing compared to your growth rate, kid. To recover to this extent after having your heart shattered, I'd say you're doing pretty well. But still, the recovery speed is too slow. I need to find a way to regain my strength faster. His powerful dragon feet landed on the ground. Murakhan explained, we can only fly this far. That poisonous cloud can even melt dragon scales. Jin wondered aloud. A moment ago, they touched the poison cloud and were fine. He transformed back into his human form and explained, the monsters of the Black Sea have poison flowing in their blood. Just assume that every living thing here is poisonous. Around the walls, strange purple flowers were in full bloom. Murakhan exclaimed, your father was really something else. To go to all the trouble of coming here to draw a map, even dragons fear this place, Jin wondered while reading the map. It's really true. I wonder what he did in a place as treacherous as this. He put his hands behind his head in frustration, thinking it was strange that he had to destroy a monster that Helaram raised. Getting involved with that woman is the worst kind of bad luck. He then paused and asked, you know Helaram? Murakhan recounted, of course I do. 1,000 years ago, she was already famous for being pampered by all the evil and vengeful gods to no end. Jin paused. The books all say that every disaster in history was caused by Helaram. Is that true? He explained, yes, she looks human, but in reality, she's a half-demon with a lifespan comparable to a demon's. She herself is a curse. When Helaram awakens, even the gods don't dare to carelessly choose their successors. When the demon beast King Organ defied all curses to be with Helaram, I truly had to admire him. Even though you and I are both immune to curses, it's best not to get involved with her. Anyone who angers Helaram never meets a good end. Jin teased, this is the first time I've heard you sound scared of revenge. Murakhan jumped. When did I ever say I was scared? I just said that getting involved with Helaram brings endless bad luck, so it's better to be careful. They didn't notice the monsters that had surrounded them while they were still talking. All right, I get it. But what I'm more curious about is why my father and the Black Knight knew this monster's exact location but didn't kill it, only marking it on the map. Murakhan was speechless. I don't know either. Just then, the pack of wolves leaped to attack, and Jin's sword slowly unsheathed. He calmly faced the charging pack of monsters. With just one move, he unleashed countless slashes in an instant. The monster's blood splattered onto the rocks, and as it dripped down, it emitted a purple-green toxic smoke. Murakhan pointed it out to him. Look, didn't I just say that the blood of the Black Sea monsters is also poisonous? But I didn't think it would be this severe. The two of them arrived at a section full of thorny vines. Jin checked the information. This is the place marked on the map. Murakhan, you wait here. This is a trial meant just for me. He immediately agreed. All right, but are you sure you'll be okay in there? It's full of sharp thorns. He waved his hand and went in. I'll be fine. I'm going now. As Jin passed through a path of thorny vines, suddenly a shimmering purple butterfly flew by. One, then two, then three. They fluttered all around the plants growing in the cave, surprising Jin. The feeling inside is completely different from the outside. Suddenly, he noticed something moving. Jin looked suspiciously at the thing in front of him. Why is this thorny vine so big? On top of the pile of thorns was a large fluff ball, and then it suddenly raised a small tail. A creature resembling a giant cat lifted its head. He stared in astonishment at it. It seemed to be a giant cat, and the ball of thorns was its toy. The giant cat was looking curiously at Jin. He was also confused. Is this the magical beast I'm supposed to defeat? It looks more like a mascot than a monster. The cat's large, round eyes stared intently. Jin remarked, "It's actually pretty cute." Then he spoke, "Hey there, little one." Suddenly, he saw the cat's eyes darken. It leaped onto some vines and disappeared, leaving Jin stunned. Did it run away? A body that big is scared of me? Is this really a magical beast? So, he gathered his strength and jumped up to try and follow it. Jin looked around. Where did it go? Suddenly, he froze in shock as giant balls of vines continuously appeared before him, came rolling over, landing directly on Jin's head. He immediately struck out to destroy the bundle of vines. However, just as Jin cut through the last vine ball, a giant fluffy tail slammed towards him so fast he almost couldn't react. Jin had no choice but to use his own body to block the attack head-on. Afterwards, the cat flipped high into the air, kicking a spiked ball down at him, while it landed gracefully without a scratch. While Jin was still tangled in the thorny vines, the cat had already vanished. He collapsed in the thorns and mocked himself. What a disastrous start. This creature isn't running away, it's utilizing its own territory to the fullest. I can't give up now. At first, I was worried about how I could possibly take down such an adorable creature. Jin's hand erupted with fire magic. Clearly, I was worried over nothing. I'll just force it to come out. He proceeded to burn everything. Jade Wind Flame. The massive blaze spread rapidly, causing the cat to flick its tail impatiently, its eyes now showing clear irritation. The flames burned through all the vines, spreading at a dizzying pace. Jin walked around with the fire as a threat. You'd better come out now before I burn this entire forest to the ground. A cat's paw actually stepped out, and he calmly faced it. Finally showing yourself? Then let's fight for real. Unexpectedly, the cat acted weak and pitiful. But Jin stated firmly, don't you dare act all pitiful. It seemed a little embarrassed. The cat stretched its body, revealing its enormous size. Looks like it's ready to fight properly now, huh? But suddenly, its eyes transformed into purple spirals, instantly affecting Jin's mind. Memories of being bullied in the past flashed through his mind. The days he was brutally beaten, the pain from both body and soul was seared into his memory. The cat let out an excited cry, having found Jin's weakness. It raised its claws, striking down decisively to finish off its opponent, but in an instant, he reacted and countered its attack. Jin warned, I really hate illusions. These half-baked mental magic tricks won't work on me, but the cat's wounds were regenerating at an incredible speed. He also noticed its regeneration. He'd heard before that some high-level demonic beasts possessed this ability, but this time, let's see how you regenerate when I end this in a single strike. The cat's fur bristled as it sensed the danger, and when it looked up, countless bolts of lightning were raining down from above. It angrily raised its claws, frantically swatting away the waves of lightning. Then, the cat saw a streak of light rushing towards it. The electric shock struck it before it could react. Jin raised his sword high, bringing it down and slicing the cat in two. First heroic art, Stone Soul Slash. He calmly declared, rest in peace. But just then, he saw the cat's body seemingly reattaching itself. Jin was stunned. Impossible. No matter how powerful its regeneration is, there's no way it can piece together a body that's been torn in half. What was father thinking when he told me to defeat this thing? The immortal cat's eyes glowed brightly. It could not be killed. Jin assessed the demonic beast before him. From what I know, not even the beings known as the Kings of the Black Sea possess such regenerative powers. Not even the dragon race. Even someone like Runcandel, who has an absolute recovery ability through time reversal, has her limits. Perhaps this isn't a power or ability at all. Dark clouds gathered in the sky as Jin stood in the rain, assessing it. You are not regenerating, he affirmed, but rather, it's cursed. The witch HEIR, your master, placed an immortality curse on you. That's why you can't die, right? The cat lay down dejectedly, crying weakly with tears in its eyes. Jin looked at it in silence. Have you been abandoned here for a long time? You don't seem to have any will to fight left. He asked, this forest is completely burnt down. Where will you go now? The cat clearly didn't know the answer. Jin felt a pang of regret. I'm sorry. I came here to complete a trial given by my father. A descendant of the Cannon family cannot defy the orders of the family head. The cat suddenly stood up, letting out a questioning meow. It kept meowing as if trying to say something. He found it a bit amusing. Sorry, but I don't understand cat. Seeing this, it turned around and flicked its tail. Are you telling me to follow you? The cat led him to a cave, piquing Jin's curiosity. Is this your home? He suddenly noticed a flask in the middle of the area. A wine flask? This is the Song King's wine. So this is the reward my father prepared for this trial. Jin uncorked the flask. The cat also approached to get a better look. Curious about this wine is brewed by the descendants of the elf clan. When consumed, the message its creator wished to convey will echo in your mind like a song. He drank it all without hesitation, understanding that his father had left a message for him within it. It was as if Ken was speaking. Your fate has been decided. All that remains is to wait for the arrival of Luna Danon, daughter of Ken Kandon. That is when you will meet her. Jin closed his eyes, taking it in. So, father originally left this for my sister Luna. The cat, seeing him lost in thought, let out a meow. Jin offered the flask to it. You want to try some too? The curious cat licked a bit of wine, and a message appeared before its eyes as well. Follow the one from the Kandon lineage who found you. The cat seemed to taste freedom in a field of flowers. Outside, Murakami was killing time by napping and snoring when he suddenly heard someone call. Murakami, he shot up, startled. What is it? I thought you'd take longer. Turns out the monster was Suri. Jin stroked its fur, a little surprised. This little fella's name is Suri? How do you know about Suri? Murakami explained. How could I not know? Helleram's blood jade cat, Suri, is famous. This isn't a monster, it's a blood jade spirit beast. He struggled against Suri's affections. Get off me, will you? He managed to say. Organ, the beast king, he gifted it to Helleram because she couldn't ride horses. It seems it has been lonely for a very long time, Jin asked curiously. But why is it called a blood jade cat? Murakami asked, puzzled. Kid, you mean you've never seen its blood jade? He tried to escape from the huge cat paw. Let me go, you big oaf. I thought it was being so docile because it had accepted you as its new master. Jin looked a bit dazed. Blood jade? At that moment, Suri seemed to recall something. Its body began to glow with a faint red aura, and it then spat a blood jade out from its mouth. Jin picked it up in confusion. This thing? Murakami explained. That's right. When you infuse your mana into this jade, you will become the master of the blood jade cat. The moment he channeled his energy into it, the jade emitted a stream of pinkish-red energy that connected to Suri. Its enormous body began to dissolve into smoke, getting absorbed into the jade. Murakami walked over and said, It's done. Now that you possess the blood jade, you can at any time summon Suri. Try infusing mana into the blood jade again. Jin did as he was told, summoning Suri once more. He stared for a moment, assessing it. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? It looked. Jin hesitated, smaller than before. Murakami explained, a blood jade cat's size changes depending on its master. Without a master, it's as big as a house, but once a contract is signed, they usually shrink. It seems it has accepted you as its master. Jin was overjoyed, cuddling the shrunken Suri, who looked much cuter. All right, you'll be with me from now on. You're now Suri the Black Schemer. I'm counting on you. Meanwhile, at the Blue Sea Archipelago, on island number 32, a brilliant golden light illuminated a pile of ruins in the middle of the island. Someone was tied up, and dazzling golden lightning flashed all around. It was Yulian, who had just been tortured, and Joshua was standing there admiring his handiwork. Another bolt of lightning struck, making Yulian scream in agony. He gave a satisfied smile as if admiring a masterpiece in the making. Everyone gathered after Jin returned. The fruits of your trip to the Black Sea? He took something out of his pocket. That's right. I wanted to show everyone. Enia was excitedly curious. You must have brought back something incredible. Like a rare weapon, perhaps. Jin took out the blood jade and infused it with mana. A large figure appeared, causing the girls to gasp in astonishment. Guy Canello recognized it in amazement as Helleram's red jade kitten. The girls couldn't contain themselves. So cute, Julie and Enia exclaimed. It's so adorable, he explained. At first I thought it was a monster, but according to Murakami, this is a spirit beast. The two girls were captivated, so soft and fluffy. She crossed her arms in understanding. That's right, about 2,000 years ago, it was a famous spirit beast, not very common back then, but you could still encounter one if you had connections with the demon clan. Murakami also raised a red jade kitten once. Jin turned to him, a little surprised, and asked, "You raised a red jade kitten before? No wonder you know so much about the contract. Why didn't you say anything?" "I didn't think it was worth mentioning. What's the point of bringing it up? It lived a full 100 years and crossed the Rainbow Bridge long ago." But Guy exposed the truth. It's probably hard for him to talk about because he cherished it so much. In fact, Murakami's current cat form is based on the red jade kitten he used to raise. Jin teased, "What's this, Murakami? So you're a sentimental guy after all." Then she became pensive. "Anyway, I thought the red jade kittens went extinct after the decline of the demon clan," he recounted. "Suri was cursed with immortality, so it can't die even if it wants to. That's probably why it's still alive." Guy looked understanding. Witches are just the type to cast such vicious curses, and it's possible that one of the disasters HEIR caused was specifically to place the immortality curse on Suri. Jin was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" She explained, "To create an immortality curse, the number of people used as a catalyst must be at least 1 million. Those words sent a chill down his spine. Murakami added, "Moreover, the fact that the curse is still in effect means that HEIR is still alive somewhere. If he's still alive, why would he abandon Suri in the Black Sea and even break the contract?" Hearing this, Suri became incredibly sad. Jin quickly stopped Murakami. He flinched in embarrassment. "Sorry, I spoke out of turn again." He walked over and petted the cat's head. "In Suri's hideout, I found the Divine Lord's orb that my father left behind. I don't know the reason, but it seems my father discovered that Suri had been abandoned, so he prepared it for my sister Luna to retrieve." Murakami didn't see it as a big deal, but in the end, you were the one who passed the trial, and you're the one who brought Suri back. Doesn't that mean, have you been acknowledged as the successor? Jim was also uncertain. Who knows? Father always loved Sister Luna so much, but after she gave up her position, he became completely indifferent. I could be abandoned just like that at any moment, at any time. He remembered that moment of humiliation. Jin Runcandel, from this moment on, I officially exile you from the family. Considering your efforts, I will not kill you. He clearly remembered the cold feeling of the ground as he collapsed, when suddenly a voice snapped Jin out of it. "Young master," Julie gently recounted, "this servant wouldn't dare to speculate on the patriarch's intentions, but it seems he never truly hated Lady Luna's gentle nature." He was stunned. He turned to look at her. Julie petted the cat. This child was cursed with immortality, wasn't it? According to the original plan, it was supposed to be Sister Luna who overcame the trial. But if so, how would she have subdued this child? Perhaps the patriarch wanted a successor who could open their arms and gently care for this child who can never die, just as you have done, young master. He then recalled the moment he was acknowledged as the heir. Right. Jin felt more at ease. That's very possible. The cat relaxed under her touch. Later, Casimir reported, "Recently, the compass detected some unusual signs, so I came to report to you, young master." Jin listened. "What is it?" He pointed to a spot on the projection. "A contractor has been repeatedly visiting the Azure Breath archipelago of the Hoopester Federation. The Seven-Colored Sparrow Squad conducted a search of the entire archipelago and pinpointed that person's exact location." He frowned and asked, "Where is he?" Casimir pointed to a spot. "Here, on island number 32. Upon investigation, this island is owned by the family of one of Runcandel's guards. Jin was slightly startled as he realized something, and the man continued his report. "Considering that guard is a close confidant of Joshua's, this island can essentially be considered his." He clenched his fist. "Joshua, is he hiding a contractor on a deserted island? I must go there and see for myself." Lightning struck from the sky. The boat rocked amidst the storm. Murakami looked dizzy. "What the hell is this?" "The weather is absolutely throwing a fit," Casimir explained. "The sea around the Azure Breath archipelago is always like this. There are constant rainstorms, strong currents, and lightning frequently causes fires too. So it's not a suitable place for people to live." Jin also looked around suspiciously. Surely Joshua has a reason for hiding a contractor in a place like this. He patted Murakami's back. "Are you okay? How can a dragon get seasick like this?" He wiped his mouth miserably. "What can I do? It's probably a side effect of regaining my power. By the way, if you meet the contractor, what do you plan to do?" Jin hadn't decided yet. It depends on his attitude. Casimir pointed ahead. "We've arrived. This is island number 32 of the Azure Breath archipelago, but the sea is too rough. Going further will be very dangerous." Murakami, looking pale, reminded him, "Kid, bring out the furball. It can get us across." He was a little surprised. "Suri can swim?" he explained proudly. "Of course. It can cross currents like these with ease." So Jin summoned the cat. Suri, can you take us to that island? It nodded sweetly and picked Murakhan up. Jin also hugged its fur. Suri immediately stretched and leaped up, diving straight into the deep sea. The little cat swam incredibly fast forward. He was also startled and gripped the fur tightly. Even though it was the sea, it still dashed forward at a terrifying speed. Murakhan, he said weakly. I told you so. He screamed while swimming at an unbelievable speed. Hold on tight. The two of them reached the edge of the island. Jin immediately began to observe. So the contractor is here. Suri, you go inside. Don't get caught up in the battle. Murakhan glanced at him. Kid, one of your swords is vibrating. Jin was a bit surprised and gripped the hilt. You're right. Why is this happening? When he drew it, the blade emitted a strange light. These are patterns. Murakhan also stroked his chin thoughtfully. This carving, I've seen it somewhere before. Is it a copy? No, it's a little different. Crimson Gate is resonating with something. It's moving on its own. In the direction the sword was pointing, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down. Jin immediately realized there was something on the other side. Jin and Murakhan walked through the dense forest. He pushed aside the leaves and looked up. Murakhan was the one who realized it. What is this? Is that a god's tomb? A god's tomb. That's right. This is the tomb of the thunder god Gram. Jin remembered this name clearly. The god of thunder, Gram. He and the god of war once spoke of being blood brothers. Crimson Gate is called the Wind and Thunder Sword. For what reason? Because it contains the aura of the thunder god Gram. So was Crimson Gate given by Gram? No. It is the sword that sealed his power after killing Gram. Jin couldn't help but marvel. He never expected to encounter the greatness of the Pluto clan in a place like this. Murakhan also nodded. He knew Gram was dead but didn't think his tomb would be here. He found it even stranger, but why would Joshua hide a fake contractor here? Not far away, someone was drawing a bow, and a beam of light shot out from right behind them. A powerful arrow was fired, accompanied by a spiraling gale spell. Murakhan had already detected it, and obviously, so had Jin. One of them destroyed the arrow, the other deflected the whirlwind. He silently assessed. The arrow was made of lightning energy, the sword aura was poisoned, and it was combined with wind-type magic. The ambusher came out directly. I never expected to see you in a place like this. You have no idea how long we've waited for this moment. Jin turned around and thought to himself, as expected, they're the hunting dogs of Taimyun Marius. After the nanny died, did Joshua take them in? And he looked affirmingly at the other person. That one is the fake contractor. Murakhan emphasized, that's right, kid. Look at how he uses lightning energy. Yulian has arrived he is the brother of the thunder god Gram, the fake contractor of the storm god Fel. Verret shouted, Yulian, target the human first, leave the guardian dragon for later. But only a flash of white light was seen. Verret yelled again when he saw he wasn't following the plan. Who are you aiming at? Aim for Shed's contractor first. Murakhan sensed the challenge. He's a little past his prime, and yet all sorts of things dare to rush him. Kid, hurry up and deal with that bunch. Leave this one to me for a lesson. Indeed, Yulian was only aiming at him. Murakhan didn't hesitate to make his move. A fake contractor dares to charge at a guardian dragon? I'll teach you a proper lesson. It didn't even take a few minutes for him to grab his head and slam it down. With just one move, Yulian's eyes rolled back and he fainted. He contemptuously pulled his hand back, just a small fry daring to charge in. But right at that moment, something around him began to change. An enraged Verret charged forward. Enemy of my mother, today I will tear you to pieces to comfort her soul which is filled with hatred. He calmly asked while blocking the sword, did Joshua tell you that I killed Taimyun? And you believed him completely? He had lost all reason in his rage. Shut up. Jin sneered softly. How amusing. The ones who killed her were assassins disguised as Runcandel's execution knights, and on their daggers was your poison. Listen carefully. Kujin, Joshua Runcandel is my eldest brother. His eyes widened. Don't tell me you're Jin Runcandel? He barely had time to confirm. That's right. When Verret leaped down from above to strike, shouting, Shut your mouth. Jin dodged the attack. Just warned you. You're being deceived by Ratsua. But she was even more furious. Nonsense, Kujan, don't listen to him. It's all lies. He's just spouting nonsense to survive. Jin, slightly annoyed, struck Verret. Ratsua ordered Taimyun to curse me. He killed Taimyun to silence him, fearing the truth would be exposed. Moreover, he knows that I am a magic swordsman, a contractor of Sodet. If he had nothing to fear, he would have already revealed the truth about me. As he spoke, he knocked Vit backward. Kujin was both angry and confused. It can't be, but Jin had lost his patience. If you refuse to believe me, I don't need to explain any further. You just want to believe I'm the murderer out of guilt for failing to protect your mother? Or is it that you don't have the courage to face the true villain, Ratsua? She screamed in fury, summoning her power. Shut up! A terrifying whirlwind formed with her at its center. But at that very moment, Vit was struck by a bolt of lightning. Kujin cried out for Vit in terror. Jin watched, slightly confused. Fettel's lightning slash, aren't they allies? Meanwhile, Morrigan spoke up, Kid, we have a bit of a problem. Jin turned and asked, what is it? He looked troubled. I barely hit him, and he's already turned into fetal. Jin asked, stunned, what do you mean turned into? Morrigan looked up at the figure floating in the air. You've seen a similar situation before, haven't you? It's just like when that god descended into the Sanctus's body to destroy her. Fetal is now descending into his body. These words truly startled Jin. They could only stand and watch as the single beam of light from the sky shone down, and it seemed as if he could hear the god speak. Fetal, you wretched brother, how dare you descend upon my tomb? Jin realized this was the lingering will of Graham. He didn't know what had happened between the gods, but the sword was enraged, and if this kept up, everyone would be in danger. So Jin turned and asked, Kujin, make a choice. Do you want to die here for nothing, or are you going to run? If you truly want revenge, you must survive first. He gritted his teeth in fury, and without another moment's hesitation, he scooped up Vit and ran. Just then, the sword in his hand began to glow intensely. Morrigan exclaimed, what's going on, kid? Don't tell me you're going berserk too? Jin broke out in a sweat and explained, no, this is Graham's fury towards Fetal. Is there any way to stop him? I'll do my best to land a hit, so tell me quickly. He quickly thought it over. Since this isn't a complete descent, we can still do something, but I need time to gather spiritual energy. Can you hold him off until then? Jin raised his sword without hesitation. I have to try. Morrigan also unleashed his power. Get ready, kid. At that moment, a portal of energy began to form, and a brilliant bolt of electricity shot down, enveloping his hands and consuming his entire body, making his flesh and blood seem to burn. He was no longer Yulian, completely enveloped in a brilliant light. The divine being clenched its fist. Sensing the accursed power of its older brother, it pointed in one direction. The gesture, a confirmation, is that you? Jin stood face to face with Fetal. Even though it was an incomplete descent, it was still a god made manifest, and the mere sight of it was suffocating, but compared to his father or his war god brother, this was nothing. I can more than handle this. Fetal mistook this for fear. Where do you think you're running? It unleashed a storm of attacks, but Jin swiftly dodged them all. In the sky, Fetal summoned countless magic circles, coldly unleashing an unceasing barrage of attacks, but he could still dodge every single one. However, as Jin twisted his body to evade, a bolt of lightning grazed right past his face, striking the ground beside him, nearly hitting a vital spot, and the moment the lightning struck, the ground instantly exploded. Fetal sneered, you're just an insect. I don't know how you obtained that sword, but don't think that just because you have a sliver of my big brother's power, you can act all high and mighty like a true king of the underworld. Suddenly, he noticed something in the cloud of dust, and he exclaimed in disbelief, the sword of the underworld king. Jin pointed his sword at him. I received this sword directly from the one who killed your brother. Have you ever heard this name? War God Ban. He immediately denied it. Impossible. That's a lie. In a flash, Jin leaped up, his hand gripping the sword tightly. Then you must understand this power. An aura as terrifying as a god's, so stop hovering up there. Come down here and fight. And Fetal had to growl in fury. In that instant, the lightning shattered his aura. Kujin, despite having run far away, was still terrified. A true monster? Could the one I encountered in Delki really be him? He recalled the words Jin once said, listen closely. Kujin, that person, the dark Rosua Dankin, is my big brother. Rosua sent his underling to curse me, but fearing the truth would be exposed, he killed his underling to silence him. At this moment, Kujin was truly shaken. If that's true, what should Verit and I do? The fury of Graham roared relentlessly. Die, die. Jin also realized it. The evil energy is out of control. Maybe I don't even need Murakan. I can still win. The brilliant golden lightning relentlessly rained down on Fetal's defenses. Die. He growled in extreme fury, loudly shouting, how dare someone like you insult me? You're getting arrogant just because your attacks had a little effect. Instantly, Fetal erupted, shattering the aura of the golden lightning. A bow appeared in his hands. You insect, pay the price for your arrogance. Then, a feather gently brushed past his face, and Fetal looked in astonishment at the phoenix. Test, why are you here? The phoenix sneered, a cowardly god is truly despicable. Get lost. With that, it spewed a sea of blue flames. It was like a vortex trying to erode the divine being, causing him to scream in pain. At the same time, Jin swiftly dashed past and cut him in two, and Fetal completely vanished in the flames. He waited for him to perish. The true form of Lord Test resides in the fire realm, and just a light breath from it is enough to erase a worldly god. Even the most arrogant god would tremble in fear. It's over. Once one has descended into a physical body, the one maintaining that power is merely human. But unexpectedly, his voice rang out. I admit you are a rather interesting insect. Fetal merged the two halves of his body. But I am an evil god. Even if I'm torn into 100 pieces, I am still immortal. How could a mere mortal like you possibly understand? Jin gritted his teeth. On guard, this is beyond my expectations. I never thought another one like C would appear. He summoned his magic again. What's wrong? Disappointed? Come on, continue fighting with an immortal god. A large magic arrow was aimed straight at him, when suddenly another voice spoke. Immortal my foot? A shadow shot past like a demon, completely engulfing Fetal in darkness. He raised his head to look at the speaker. Your brother rotted to death in his grave, so how is that immortal? Murakhan had transformed. Now it's my turn to play with you, you little brat. Of Fetal's incarnation. Murakhan coldly sneered. You dare speak of immortality while standing before your brother's grave. Jin was startled, realizing this was Murakhan's spiritual energy release. I showed it to you when you were a child. Very well, I'll show you a little of what spiritual energy release is. After all, spiritual energy is something that originates from darkness. All the darkness in this world is born from the winds of Sodet. The room instantly lost all its color. In his ears, only Murakhan's voice echoed. Therefore, Sodet is the master of all darkness, and you are the only one to have a contract with Sodet. Swirling darkness gathered around Jin. It stole the shadows of everything else, all of it rushing in one direction. Murakhan explained, in other words, you too can become the master of all darkness. This is spiritual energy release. Jin now understood. And this wasn't even half of his true power? So, in his prime, just how strong was Murakhan? He was currently in his dragon form. From now on, I'll play with you for a bit. At that moment, Fetal's incarnation was still incredibly arrogant. How dare a mere creation of Sodet? But Fetal quickly noticed something was wrong. What? But why? Why isn't it working? He trembled and screamed, impossible. Murakhan coldly questioned, just because you can't use a tiny bit of your divine power, you're panicking, you've lost all dignity. You once said that even if you were torn to pieces you wouldn't die, right? So you've never been hit by spiritual energy before? Fine, I'll show you what it means to be hit by spiritual energy. This made Fetal incredibly scared. Go away, get away, don't come any closer. But in what seemed like the blink of an eye, his shadow was sliced into 4 pieces, causing Fetal to roar in pain. He trembled and coughed, and thinking to himself, I just need to regenerate. But then he saw something, and before he could react, a streak of light slashed Fetal in half. What is this? He tried to stop it. Don't. But his body continued to be severed by the passing streak of light. Whether it was his leg, stop, or his forearm being ripped apart, his upper thigh split in 2. Just stop it. The darkness, mixed with light, did not stop its assault, while he continuously regenerated. Murakhan sneered, oh my, you really are tough. So, being hit by spiritual energy, how does it feel? Not knowing what's hitting you is pretty confusing, isn't it? Being toyed with like this caused Fetal to break down. Stop, don't do this. Even if I've only descended in an incarnation, I am still a god. I know, Murakhan said dismissively. You're a god, so you're immortal. He clenched his fists. I swear in the name of the storm, if you let me retreat, I will. But this black dragon loved to taunt him. You were so arrogant just a moment ago, and now you're begging a creation of the gods for mercy. I told you to maintain your dignity, but Fetal could only scream, no. The slashes continued over and over until he was completely drained. After a while, Murakhan said, how boring. Jin curiously looked at the speck of light that was left. Good work, Murakhan. Is he dead? He denied it. Not dead, but he will have to endure endless, repeating pain. When he falls into madness, the incarnation will be dispelled, and Fetal's soul will be forced out. He will return to being just an ordinary contractor. Only then did the darkness gradually dissipate, and a faint light spread over the island, like a farewell to a god, leaving only Yul unconscious beside the tombstone. Murakhan reverted to his human form. It's been a long time since I've fought seriously. The incarnation is completely dispelled. Kid, for at least the next 1 week he won't be a problem. Be waking up. Oh man, my back hurts. Jin checked the guy's breathing. All right, he's still alive and well. Now, I just need to check if Kujin and Varys are still alive. Suddenly, he turned and saw someone sprawled out behind him. Murakhan, giving him a thumbs up, trying to act tough. I'm fine. Really, it's nothing. I just overexerted myself and my body couldn't keep up. Jin teased, you totally overdid it. You don't look fine at all. Murakhan got as fiery as a dragon, like he always does. I said I'm fine. I'm just going to rest here for a bit. Now hurry up and bring out the furball. Jin laughed. All right, you just rest here. When he brought Suri out, she immediately started cuddling Murakhan. Get this furball away. How am I supposed to rest like this? Ouch, stop licking me. Jin turned to leave. I'm going to find Kujin and Varys. I'll be back. He called out desperately. Take her with you. Jin headed into the forest to look for them. Kujin's most primitive method was to call for the Vit people. Jin stood on a cliff, lost in thought. Have they already left the island? Suddenly, something caught his eye. Jin spotted a boat, but the boat was too small, it couldn't belong to the two of them. Suddenly, the sound of a cat's meow drew his attention. Suri had her fur on end, protectively shielding Morkan. The newcomer calmly stroked his chin. Is that Yuli behind you and the youngest brat's guardian dragon? So the youngest runt made it all the way out here too. I have no interest in killing such lowly creatures. Where is your master? Just as Suri was about to make a desperate move, Jin appeared in front of her. He coldly demanded, "What are you doing here, brother?" Joshua looked up and retorted, "I'm the one who should be asking that. Kid, a mere trainee swordsman like you has no business being here." Jin then realized the boat he saw earlier must have belonged to Joshua. Judging by its size, it looked like he was alone. The man put on a dignified act. "It's been a while, after all. I have many things I want to discuss with you." Jin cut him off. "We've already faced each other before, so stop with the innocent act." Joshua froze. "What?" Jin decided to lay it all bare. "Just like you know my secret, I know all about the schemes you've played against me." Joshua smirked knowingly. "It seems you're holding quite a grudge. It's not that I don't understand, but that attitude of yours is hardly appropriate. I received the message you left in Kid's laboratory. A rather impressive message. The news spread far and wide, but no faction has figured out that you are Jean Grey." Jin calmly gripped the hilt of his sword. "You should have killed me back then, Joshua, the moment you cursed me." A dark aura spread as his blade left its sheath. "If you had killed me back then, you wouldn't have to suffer this humiliating defeat today." Joshua laughed, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Is that your spiritual energy? That power was originally supposed to be mine." Jin retorted with a sneer. "You're completely delusional. If you want it, come and try to take it." In the blink of an eye, he charged forward. Jin swung his sword as he questioned him. "When you went to greet our sister Luna, shouldn't you have brought some knights along? Coming all by yourself isn't your style at all." Joshua leaped back. "No, you're gravely mistaken. Just because you've obtained Solderet's power, you think you can actually face me?" Jin's eyes suddenly darted to his opponent's weapon. It was a plain silver sword, not the favorite sword that you always carry with you. An attack struck the ground right at his feet, and Joshua instantly charged in again. A powerful landing sent earth and rock flying. In an instant, he was right in front of Jin again. Joshua continued to attack while smiling and saying, "Kid, you think I always use tricks and keep people by my side? Is it because I'm weak? Is it because I can't become an absolute warrior like my eldest sister?" Completely wrong. If I wanted to, I could catch up to my eldest sister at any time. Jin gritted his teeth to block the blow. A knight is still just a knight. He continued to attack relentlessly. "Little brat, do you have any idea? In the world that you've never experienced, what kinds of things are lurking in the shadows?" The blow was so heavy that Jin coughed up blood, then he kicked him away. Even with father there, why couldn't Runcandel surpass Jippo? Why? Even though I disappointed father, he still didn't cast me aside. Even though he's not pleased with me, Jin watched him charge forward, refusing to give up. Nor could he dodge it, he had to take it head on. But Rosua struck with the force of a demon. The one who was always wary of enemies in the Garden of Swords, more than anyone else, was me. He used his spiritual energy to block the attack, the collision, creating a shocking impact. The two energy flows clashed so violently, they created a pillar of light that pierced the sky, forming a wide crater between them. Jin braced himself. It's not that I underestimated Rosua, it's just that, as the succeeding patriarch, he's still lacking. If it weren't for Sister Luna, there wouldn't be all this gossip now. He just smiled calmly. Was that the technique of the spirit sword? Not too bad. The cat was growling beside him. Jin reassured it. It's okay, Suri. Protect Morkan. Rosua laughed as if he understood. What a touching scene. Did you really think that when facing you, I would have to take that helpless black dragon hostage? He bluntly exposed him. You're exactly the kind of person who would do that. The man spoke as if they were close. Now I get it. The reason you're acting so arrogant, brat, you're convinced that I can't kill you, because if you die, I can't take the contract. Jin showed no emotion, but his heart sank. Just as I thought, he knows there's a way to transfer the contract, just like Jippo and Canzello did. Rosua looked at him contemptuously. It's praiseworthy that you figured that much out, but that doesn't change a thing. Today, you will become someone who can never hold a sword again. For Runcandel, that is worse than death. Jin's face was obscured, his expression unclear. A punishment, that's right. Rosua Runcandel, I am certain you can't kill me, but that doesn't mean you have to spare my life. The sword in his hand was once again enveloped in spiritual energy. As Jin raised his sword, a black hole appeared behind him, because my reinforcements are about to arrive. Rosua suddenly felt that something was wrong. He swung his sword to gain the upper hand. What trick are you playing? The sword aura he unleashed was like a whirlwind, but unexpectedly, it was all sucked into that black hole, like a greedy mouth that never stops eating. Rosua froze in astonishment. His sword aura was being absorbed. Jin continued to hold his sword aloft as if performing a ritual. I told you, you should have killed me when you had the chance. The hero's special move, summon black sword light. A golden gate appeared behind him. A sword descended, 2 gates swung open, and a giant figure materialized. Rasua's eyes widened in horror. Did he use the spirit sword to summon it? The massive figure stood behind him. He smiled, knowing he was taking a gamble, summoning the black sword light. No one knew who would appear. I was worried, what if it wasn't the war god? But it seems my worries were for nothing, as the summoned person slammed a greatsword into the ground. Long time no see, Brother Jin. He smiled and turned his head, sorry for the sudden summon. Brother Gammon, he said amicably, there's no need for formalities between brothers. What can I help with here? Jin gave a simple order, kill him. The person in front of me is your older brother, Razua. He broke into a wide grin. Marshal. With the blade on his shoulder, he introduced himself. I am Gammon, the 8th Battle King of the Great Light King tribe, and I have answered my brother's call. My duty is to eliminate my brother's enemies. If you have any last words, say them now. Joshua also emanated an equally powerful aura, a spirit from a race that was wiped out 5,000 years ago. I don't know what tricks you've pulled, but draw your sword, because I will kill you and then punish my younger brother. Gammon found it amusing, a non-warrior acting like a warrior. He retorted just as sharply, you don't even share the same blood as the kid, yet you pretend to be his brother. But in the blink of an eye, Jin lost sight of him. Gammon had appeared from behind. It seemed there was nothing left to say. His voice rang out like a death knell. Rest in peace. O enemy of my brother. The brilliant light of his blade decisively swung down. A single strike from Gammon seemed to tear the very heavens and earth, forcing Joshua to his knees as he struggled to block it. He was overjoyed. It seems we can have a little fun. The man struggled to block the blade, then gathered all his strength and pushed back to break free. Shut up. How dare a mere ghost insult me? I'll make you regret coming here. With that, Joshua charged forward again, attacking Gamun's body. But instead of counterattacking, he chose to whisper. I had hoped that the Runcandel of today would be something to look forward to after meeting Jin. But you are pathetic, blood of Runcandel. You are not even worthy of wielding this sword. Only then did the man see his sword was broken in two, as a great sword struck without warning, sending Joshua flying backward. He braced himself, still unable to believe it, an unfortunate specter like you. Then Joshua froze, his eyes turning bloodshot. He seemed to see death itself approaching through the dust cloud. Gammon tore through the air to attack. He let out a battle-hungry laugh, his overwhelming presence making it impossible for his enemy to defend. Joshua slammed straight into a wall, coughing up blood as his eyes rolled back. But Gammon had no intention of stopping. Another move sent him flying again. He raised his greatsword, Demon King sword style, showing no mercy even as his trembling enemy was dominated, but Joshua still refused to give up. The broken sword still parried the great sword. Then his body was thrown into the air and slammed into the ground like a rag doll. Gammon mercilessly pulled him up and punched him straight in the face, sending Joshua flying several hundred meters. The great sword once again gathered lightning. He stood with his sword raised like a colossal monument. Jin, watching from the side, thought to himself, it's over. Unexpectedly, an aura of bloodlust erupted from the dust cloud. Joshua roared as he stood up with an overwhelming presence. He unleashed his final burst of power. It was so blindingly bright that even Jin had to shield his eyes. He wondered, is he deciding to use his ultimate technique now? It's too late. Joshua. Gammon stood calmly. What an impressive amount of aura, truly a waste on someone like you. Impressive for a human, but that's all. Now, the energy around the man was incredibly strange. Jin noticed something was wrong. He saw that energy being furiously sucked into a vacuum. Is that? Jin quickly called out to Gammon. We have to get as far away from here as possible. That is the Runcandel clan's unique self-destruction technique. Not just this island, but the surrounding areas will also be wiped out. If I had the spirit beast I brought with me, we could have escaped somehow. But he calmly said, I am a summoned entity, a mere ghost enveloped in spiritual energy with no real physical body. The memories I've made here will disappear. Tell me everything when we meet again. We'll meet again. I'll be fine in La Felle Rosa, so don't worry. He paused, his voice low. Understood. Gammon urged him on. Go quickly, and don't stray from the path I showed you. He faced Rasua. Jin, my brother, survive if you can. The man's eyes blazed with fury. The final technique of the Cannon people is to drag their enemies to death by self-destructing, and Rasua's body began to glow like a deity before completely exploding. The sun-like heat illuminated Jin's escape path and also obliterated the gate summoned by Gammon. He didn't hesitate to take it head-on with his own body, opening a path home for the boy as his greatsword plunged firmly into the ground, creating a protective barrier to contain the shockwave from Rasua before the final flame erupted. Gammon smiled with genuine joy. I'll be waiting in La Felle Rosa, my brother. After that, only a scene of glorious destruction remained. Jin stood looking towards the island, now completely gone, his heart aching relentlessly. Manhwa was dead. Perhaps because he never thought the man would die so senselessly, he still couldn't believe it. Then on the 7th of October, 1797, was the central knighting ceremony of the Seron Kingdom. The name announced in the newspaper article was Rasua van Kanen. Jin clenched his fists. Rasua was alive. He crumpled the newspaper in absolute fury. One rainy night at Rasua's private residence, he sat in the cellar, his whole body trembling in fear. His hands gripped the stone chair so tightly they left bloody grooves. A bewitching voice rang out to the one who would become king of the Canaan people, as dark demonic energy gathered around Rasua, gradually forming a figure. And to let yourself get so shaken in a cellar? I suppose it can't be helped. He looked up in a daze. Are you here to mock me? The woman appeared with a scornful look. Of course, you wasted the clone that I made for you, and now you're here trembling from the consequences, so why shouldn't I laugh at you? Rasua hid himself in the shadows. Is there no other way to kill the Netherworld clan that the youngest one summoned? Hellerim replied with a loud laugh. She scoffed, foolish. The Netherworld clan are beings trapped in the world of the dead. From the very beginning, they never belonged to this world. All you did was waste the clone I created. Honestly, I don't even understand why the prophecy pointed to you. If it had been your eldest sister or your youngest brother, it would have been so much easier. Or if your father, the one who was the target of the original prophecy, hadn't challenged fate and achieved Genesis. If only he had met me sooner. How wonderful that would have been. If that had happened, I wouldn't have to be helping a fool like you. However, you did do one thing right, which was discovering your youngest brother could summon the Netherworld clan in Suri, and you found that child's location. It's so annoying that he has taken possession of Suri, Hellerim said seductively. But it will all return to you. Child of the prophecy, I will create a new clone for you. Rasua tensed until his veins bulged. How much do you need this time? She laughed gleefully again. The materials you gave me last time were more than enough. Elsewhere, an enraged Jin clenched the newspaper. He couldn't understand. Rasua definitely died 4 days ago. This article can't be wrong, can it? Casimir explained. The knighting ceremony did indeed take place in the Seron Kingdom. It's impossible for a fake photo to be published in a nationally distributed newspaper. Julie wondered, could it be one of Buvagast's shapeshifters? Jin denied it. No, Julie. The ultimate technique he used was real. That power was great enough to destroy the islands of the Blue Flag Archipelago. It can't be. Unleashed by none other than a true commoner. Quantel offered a different answer. So could Joshua's attendance at the ceremony have been a fake? He pondered. I have to check Petal's fake contract. When that kid wakes up, I might be able to get some information. Murakhan scratched his hair in frustration. This is such a headache. I didn't get to see anything because I overslept. Quantel twisted the knife. You're a failed guardian dragon. What would have happened if Jin couldn't summon the Netherworld clan? Maybe 1,000 years ago you were the strongest dragon, but now you're just an invalid, so face reality. If you keep clinging to old memories, you'll really be done for. He waved his hand wearily. I know. She reminded him. Don't just talk. How about meeting with Mia? Maybe she has a way to restore your power. But Murakhan didn't respond. Jin wondered, who is Mia? Quantel replied, his older sister. Murakhan stood up angrily, shut up. There's no way I'd call that witch my sister. Then slammed the door and left. He was a little curious. It seemed their relationship wasn't good, she explained. It seems Mia tormented Murakhan a lot when he was young. The first thing he did when he became strong was to get revenge on his sister. Jim was startled to hear that. If that's the case, would she even agree to help Murakhan? Quantel, on the other hand, seemed to find the problem amusing. Mia is also a black dragon. Could she really kill the guardian dragon who needs to protect the 1,000-year contractor? If I go with him, she won't be that angry. She and I have always been close. That night, someone reported that Murakhan had disappeared. Quantel rubbed her forehead, exasperated. It seems that fool went alone. Just then, Gilly ran in. Young master, Sir Murakhan left a letter in my room. She handed it to Jin. The letter read, My dearest strawberry pie. I have decided to go on a short but arduous journey. I wish I could have discussed it with you, but it is a decision that I alone must bear. I hope you won't suffer in my absence. I am reminded of the day I woke from my boring slumber and met you and the kid. When I return safely, I hope we can travel together as promised, just the two of us. Jin mercilessly tore up the letter. Did you two promise to travel together? Gilly feigned ignorance. No, we never made such a promise. What could he have meant? Quantel looked out the window. Murakhan. The moon was hidden behind a layer of clouds. A man walked along a dilapidated road. He stopped in front of a house and slowly opened the door to enter. The wooden door let out an unpleasant creak. The man just whispered, The product. The person inside replied with their head down. Money first. A heavy pouch of money was thrown onto the table. Is the effect just as promised? The person with their head down took out a glass vial. This is a deadly poison that no one can detect. The man growled agitatedly. Where did you get this? But the other person had no intention of saying more. The transaction is complete. Get lost. That expression made the man tremble as he replied. All right. After the deal, he returned to the inner room. On the bed was Varys, who was enduring the pain of accumulated electricity. Kujin knelt before the bed. Please, just endure it a little longer. You are the last family I have left. In the study, someone reported, Young Master Jin, we have found Kujin's location. He asked, where? Casimir quickly replied, the Delki Kingdom. After Surin's inauguration ceremony, a report was sent stating that mercenaries from the Delki Kingdom were circulating a deadly poison at an extremely low price. When our members arrived and identified the poison, it was found to be an extremely potent substance that is currently not registered anywhere at all. Hearing this, Jin confirmed it was him. Casimir frowned and reported, yes, and the fact that the Delki Kingdom is the homeland of Marius also confirms this. We must head to the Delki Kingdom immediately. On a dilapidated road, Alicia led the way to a house. This was supposedly where the mercenaries bought the poison. Jin immediately opened the door and went inside, where they saw someone sitting there. Kujin, you looked up at the three of them. Jin stated, you knew I would come. Seeing you expose yourself in a dark place like this, it seems you were hoping I'd find you before Joshua did. Am I wrong? Kujin said in a low voice, you're right, please help me. Inside the room, Varys was coughing up blood non-stop. Jin understood his intention. I see. You revealed your location because you had no way to save Varys. This is the final symptom of the mana reflux phenomenon. Her body is too damaged. I can't guarantee she'll recover. But Kujin suddenly knelt. Save her. No, please save her. Varys is the only family I have left. Please, I'll do anything you ask. I'll atone for my sins for the rest of my life. So, please. Jin showed no reaction. Get up. You will only be accepted after you've proven your worth. And this is not something I can cure. I can't save Varys just because you're begging, unless you're a saint on Vela's level. But only a few healers can treat damage caused by mana reflux in the HEIR organization, and there's no guarantee I can get her to them without Joshua finding out. Kujin trembled and exclaimed, no. Casimir immediately started planning, we'll take her down to Tan first and hire a healer for first aid. Then, we'll arrange some kind of deal with the Saints of Vankella. Alicia took off her cloak. Then time is of the essence. Let's get going. I'll wrap her body tightly. I don't know how long she can hold on. This is a race against time. Jin nodded decisively and turned. I know. Let's go, Kujin. We'll try to get her there, but if a fight breaks out between us and Joshua's minions, we might have to leave Varys behind. Do you understand? He couldn't hold back his tears, but answered firmly, yes. The four of them immediately set off. Jin watched Varys. Her condition was too critical. If we don't hurry, her internal organs will shut down and she'll die. Casimir signaled from a small alley. I see the transfer gate. There are too many eyes here. Will it be all right? Jin looked around. As expected, it won't be easy. We're already being followed. One is behind us. He glanced around and counted past 2 people. Everywhere he looked, the number grew. Well now, Kujan, it's time to test your talents. Can you assassinate all of them? He didn't hesitate to nod. I can, Jin warned. You can't draw any attention. Kujin replied confidently, leave it to me. After he left, Casimir asked, can he really assassinate people in the middle of a main street in broad daylight without anyone seeing? That's something I fear only high-ranking assassins from No Name can do. Jin replied softly, he has to. It's the only way he'll survive. At that moment, a cloaked follower lost sight of the group. The guy looked around warily. Damn it, one of them is gone. I have to go back now. Suddenly, the guy's body convulsed. Kujin emerged from the shadows, looking at the follower trembling on the ground. This is a neurotoxin. It's venom from the western desert spider. The body is instantly petrified and it even causes cardiac arrest, cause of death, heart attack. He looked at the results with satisfaction. It's a type of poison that has no effect on martial artists of 6-star rank or higher. Fortunately, these weren't Knights of the Canaan people, just some scum. In the square, a flock of pigeons was pecking at some food. The informant, holding bread, walked by when suddenly someone flicked their fingers and something landed on a pigeon's head. They panicked and flew around wildly, startling the informant. What the hell is wrong with these pigeons? Jin witnessed the scene and chuckled softly. He started. The man with the bread angrily shooed the birds away. You brats. Just then, Kujin again quietly flicked his fingers. A small green dot landed on the piece of bread, and he quickly picked it up, directly shoving it into the man's mouth. The poison touched the lining of his mouth, immediately blocking his airway. Cause of death, choking on food. Kujin then took out a flask. Finally, he approached the informant who was reading a newspaper and splashed all the alcohol from the flask onto him, causing the informant to fall straight into the fountain. You will struggle with severe dizziness. The man was completely unable to struggle. His arm lifted to plead for help, but his face was pale, with his eyes rolled back. Kujin coldly noted the cause of death was alcohol poisoning, the body floating half-submerged in the water, a drowning with no traces left behind. The people nearby screamed, "Someone's dead." In the end, only the poor little pigeon was caught in the crossfire. At Casimir's mansion, after the doctor finished examining Vis, he said, "Her life is not in danger at the moment. For now, let her get complete rest. However, she has only passed the critical stage. If she doesn't receive further treatment from the saints of Bankella, she will no longer be able to use mana." Kujin bowed gratefully. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Jin reminded him, "I've kept my promise, and now it's your turn." In the basement, Yulian was bound by both chains and sealing magic. Jin emerged from the shadows and said, "Sorry for being rough earlier, but I don't know when you might go berserk again." The contractor of Fee. Yulian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Kujin, don't tell me you've betrayed Lord Jua." He retorted resentfully, "Hua is the one who betrayed us. When you became an incarnation, you almost lost your life at his hands, so throw away that pathetic loyalty." "That's not loyalty, it's fear." Yulian obviously hadn't accepted this yet and roared, "Shut up," he advised. "If you want to live, then cooperate. The only reason you're still alive is thanks to young Master Jin." His eyes darkened upon hearing that title, Young Master Jin. Kujin confirmed, "That's right, he is the youngest brother of that piece of trash you're serving, and also the one who made a contract with Shred." Only then did Yulian pause. Jin said, "He is the one Lord Joshua always mentioned." He drew his sword. "You felt this power once before, haven't you?" The spiritual energy flowing from it spread throughout the room, causing Yulian's eyes to widen in terror. He struggled in pain, but unexpectedly, that spiritual energy freed him from his chains. Yulian slowly landed on the ground. Jin calmly sheathed his sword. "From now on, speak truthfully, or your life will end right here." After a moment, he sat down and asked again, "So you're saying our meeting at the Azure Sparrow Archipelago was a complete coincidence? You only went there to increase your power?" Yulian answered honestly. "That's right." Jin was still a bit confused. "What surprises me is, you found a way to enhance Fetal's aura using Graham's tomb, but why did you enhance your own power?" His eyes became lifeless. "It's because I am a substitute." Jin was stunned. "A substitute?" Yulian explained, "Lord Joshua prepared to steal Shroud's contract, just in case something happened to him. He planned to take my contract instead of Shred's, so he needed to ensure I had the power worthy of it." He couldn't help but curse under his breath. That bastard. How did he plan to transfer the contract? And I'm sure Joshua self-destructed and died at the Azure Sparrow Archipelago. That power was real. So how is he still alive and acting like nothing happened? Joshua Jankander was witnessed by other descendants. He clearly used some strange and disturbing trick. "Do you know anything about this?" Yulian asked hesitantly. "If I tell you everything I know, can you protect me?" Jin wasn't stingy. "If it's valuable information, then of course." "So you have your information." "There is a woman called the Prophetess. Almost all of Lord Joshua's decisions seem to be influenced by her. She was the one who told him that Graham's tomb was in the Azure Sparrow Archipelago, and she was also the one who said it could be used to enhance my power. The Joshua who self-destructed at the Azure Sparrow Archipelago was probably a clone she created." Jin paused. "A clone. Do you know how she cloned Joshua?" He shook his head. "I don't know the details. I only know that it requires a lot of people. Apparently she's using death row inmates from the Hewfester Alliance." He asked again, "You knew Joshua would take your contract, then why didn't you escape from him? Is your family being held hostage?" Yulian then told the truth. "My guardian dragon is being held captive. I have no family left. Not just my family, my entire village. They were all killed by Joshua. I must look so pathetic, just following the orders of my enemy instead of avenging them. That's why Vorus also mocked me. But if I lose my guardian dragon too, my miserable life will have no meaning left. Please help me get my guardian dragon back." But Jin stood up and said, "Right now, you are a prisoner. I can't accept that request. However, if you belong completely to me, I will create that opportunity for you. One day, you must reclaim it yourself." He turned to leave. "Until then, I will treat you with what little humanity I have left. I hope you won't disappoint me." Cantio sipped her tea and whispered, "The prophetess? So she's the one who steals contracts and uses humans to clone people?" Jin had told her everything. "Yes, that's right." "Don't you have any guesses as to who that person is?" She answered decisively, "A demon. If it's a demon lord level entity, it's not impossible. Or perhaps it's the witch Helaram. Yeah, it's no surprise if it all came from her. Whether it's cloning people or transferring contracts," Jin rested his chin on his clasped hands. "It's probably not just Joshua. This could involve someone deeply connected to the Katmia clan joining the story." "I think so too. With someone that powerful by Joshua's side, I doubt the core members of the Canaan clan are completely unaware. Whether they're just turning a blind eye or are active allies supporting Joshua, That's what we need to determine. Kentio considered that thought. If it's the latter, I wonder what Tima would think. What to do seeing his descendants become like this? Jin frowned heavily. This isn't something I should recklessly get involved in before becoming a flag bearer. I feel like it might cause a backlash beyond my control. It seems this isn't the time to use up the full 5 years my father gave me. I'll have to plan to return to the clan a little earlier. Tesk, just then Jay ran in with an urgent report. Sir, it's urgent. News just arrived from Santilo. A fire dragon and a giant black dragon-like monster just had a fierce battle. It seems it was Sir Murakan. The three of them shot to their feet in surprise. What did you say? Outside, 2 dragons were fighting each other. One of them raised its head, gathered its fire power, and spewed out a powerful torrent of flames, scorching an entire section of the sky. The soldiers on the city gate were stunned. No way, what the hell is this? Murakan was seen coldly raising his dragon head, while 2 cat-like paws scurried through the forest. Suri carried the group out of the city. Quickcantle said worriedly, I shouldn't have left Murakan alone. Jin reassured her, Calm down, Miss Quickcantle. Right now, it's certain that Murakan is still alive. As his contractor, I haven't felt anything unusual yet. She also calmed down. That's right, if he's facing Kaden, then he probably won't kill Murakan. If he killed him, there would be no one to tell him who Shrez will choose as the next contractor. Instead, he might have drugged him or torn his wings and imprisoned him, and he will use Murakan to find you, Sandra's contractor. Just then, Suri stopped, letting out a cry as a signal. In front of them was a burning city. Quanto frowned and stated, I'm sure that's Kadun's fire. No other fire dragon creates such massive firepower besides him. Kujin frowned as he looked on. Even though the fire dragon's flames have been burning for a whole day, not a single article has been written. It seems the Jippo clan is controlling the situation, he ordered. All right, we need to enter the city. There are still soldiers patrolling the city gate. He thought for a moment, then said, This is not good. Everyone didn't understand what he meant. Jin explained, This place belongs to a duke, but instead of the duke's soldiers, holy knights from Bankella are guarding this area and they've blocked all the entrances. It seems they don't want to leave any witnesses. Jin pondered. The Holy Kingdom of Bankella has sealed off the area, instead of helping to restore the city or save the civilians. How strange. They've never chosen sides in the past, but now they're helping the Jippo clan. First, we'll go in to check on the condition of Murakan. That's the priority. He was startled and called out to her, Miss Key can tell, we will take the lead. But she was very calm. Just the 2 of you? Then just watch and learn. I will open the gate without anyone noticing. In just a few steps, Quickcantle was in front of 2 soldiers. They blocked her way. Stop, this area is off limits. If you come any closer, I can't guarantee your life will be safe. Before they could finish speaking, she disappeared, and with a single punch, she shattered one of their helmets, sending him flying several meters. The remaining one stammered in terror, Who are you? He was also sent flying by a kick from Quickcantle. After that, she summoned a spell. With a small cry, she shattered the wooden gate, and splinters of wood flew up silently. Jin and Kujin went past through in amazement. After they went through, Quickcantle lightly snapped her fingers, and the cracks on the door mended themselves, returning to their original state. Kujin was incredibly curious, restoring a broken door without leaving a single trace or sound. So this is the power of the Time Dragon. Inside, the piled-up corpses were horrific. Jin replied, That's right, it looks like hell. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling out, Oh, good citizens of Stilo. In a plot of land outside the city, the fire dragon is still fighting the monster. But oh, beloved citizens, the messengers of heaven have arrived, so do not be afraid and do not despair. The despicable monster that killed our parents, siblings, and children will soon be by the fire dragon destroyed. Let us pray for the divine beings to protect the fire dragon. Jin noted the focus of those words. Prophecy? Kujin was confused. What is a prophecy? He pointed it out to him. Do you see those eyes? The saints claim it is holy power, but it's actually a form of mind control magic. It's useless against those with a strong will, but commoners in a state of shock like this can be easily deceived. The current holy king, Miklin, considered prophecy to be heresy and strictly forbade the saints from using it. Quickcantle thoughtfully assessed, Look how they're blaming Murakan for the massacre caused by Kaden. It seems Murakan hasn't been captured yet. Jin nodded in agreement. I agree, Miss Quickcantle. If he were captured, they wouldn't be causing this much chaos. He watched their actions. Why would they go to such lengths to defy the Holy King's order? We need to find out why they're helping the Zipfel clan. At that moment, the preacher again spoke. Everyone. A group of villains has just infiltrated the city. If you see anything suspicious, report it to our messengers immediately. Jin reminded everyone, we should hide now. But as they were leaving, they were spotted by the preacher. Over there. The suspicious ones are over there. Surround them, don't let them escape. Kujin acted without hesitation, smashing a vial on the ground, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. They roared in fury. They've disappeared. Find them, We must eliminate the evil intruders. Horns blared throughout the city as the three of them raced against time to escape. A mob of soldiers gathered to block their path. The leader shouted, "Heretics, drop your weapons and surrender." He didn't hesitate to draw his sword and charge forward, a brilliant golden light shining brightly. With just one move, the soldiers were electrocuted and disintegrated, but among them was one protected by magic. Kujin said decisively, "I'll take care of the last one." Unexpectedly, that person screamed, "Wait, please." The soldier pleaded, "I'm different from them." Jin also paused his attack. He pointed his sword and demanded, "What are you talking about?" That soldier raised both hands. "I have never pointed my sword at anyone who wasn't a heretic. And you are connected to the Black Dragon who stopped the Fire Dragon's rampage. Am I right?" Jin was startled and quickly asked, "Do you know where the Black Dragon is? Who are you?" That soldier took off their helmet. "I have been waiting for you for a long time. Lord Murakan asked me to. He said that Jin would come looking for him and asked me to protect him until then. I am a knight of the Dawn Council for the Defense of Doctrine." She had distinctive blue hair. "My name is Lan Salome." Lan signaled to Jin's group. The Holy Knights were drawn by the noise. "Quick, hide behind the building." Then she feigned, collapsing as her comrades arrived. A knight approached and recognized her. "Lani, what's happening?" She acted weak. "I'm sorry, those bastards got away. I confirmed they turned into that alley and headed for Sector 1. Hurry after them." But the other knight cut her off. "Lani, your comrades fell one by one, yet you didn't even bother to draw your sword. It was that pathetic belief that led to this outcome, this mess. And you still dare call yourself a knight of the Dawn Society, a protector of the commandments?" Lani gripped her sword tightly. "I will accept any punishment without a word of complaint," he coldly challenged. "More importantly, do you really think that person can protect you forever? To us, they are heretics." She angrily retorted, "How can you be so sure they are heretics, General? Right now, aren't they just intruders?" The general sighed. "With your words and actions, I can no longer tell who the real heretic is." Second-class Knight Lani, you are being placed under disciplinary supervision, effective immediately. Stand down and surrender your weapon and armor. Team 3, regroup in Sector 1 after evacuating the injured. The rest of you, with me." The knights replied, "Yes, sir." Someone came over to mock her. "I'm so jealous. She only gets disciplinary supervision after disobeying orders and causing a scene in front of the general. Just get lost and submit your transfer request already. Stop disgracing the Dawn Society." Jin observed everything. Lani, no wonder she looked familiar. Now I remember, the adopted daughter of Holy King Miklin. In my past life, I read some old articles about her. Even though she was the Holy King's daughter, she lived a dissolute life, constantly drowning in alcohol to the point that even the citizens of the Holy Kingdom criticized her. But this time, I can see the light of life in Lani's eyes. She stood up and said to Jin's group, "Retreat as soon as the training is over. We will head to Sector 1. Act while you still have the chance. I will lead you to Murakan. Follow me." Beneath the temple, flames were flying everywhere. Lani activated a hidden switch to reveal a staircase. "He's down here. This place is hidden. No one will find it." Jin voiced his question. "Lani, why are you helping us?" She explained solemnly. "Before being a holy knight of the Dawn Society, I am a citizen of the Holy Kingdom of Vankella and a child who follows the teachings of the benevolent Allah. Therefore, I must not be blind. I must not spread falsehoods. I must not cover up evil with the guise of good, nor can I become corrupt by colluding with the powerful. I saw it. Kadin the Fire Dragon, the evil entity we were supposed to hunt. It turns out Murakan was trying to stop it from burning down the entire city." Quante paused. "Murakan, is he injured?" Lani said in a low voice. "He is in danger. I tried to heal him with holy magic, but it had no effect." She opened the door to the room, and inside was a radiant golden orb. Everyone recognized his cat form. "Murakan," Lani explained. "Before he turned into this, he said Jin would come for him." Quante said sadly, "He didn't turn into this willingly. He unconsciously transformed into the most suitable state for survival because he suffered a fatal injury. Only dragons with immense power can do that. This fool, even though he lost his former strength, he was lucky enough to retain this level of defense." Jin also cradled it in his hands. "Murakan." Then she urged, "First, let's get out of this place. Hurry and heal him. If we miss this chance, he might never return to his true form." Lani showed them a passage. "Over there is a secret tunnel leading out of the city. Go now." The three of them rushed past her. Jin turned to thank her. "Lani, if it weren't for your holy power, he would have been in grave danger. I, Jin Runcandel, on the honor of both Solderet and Runcandel, swear that I will repay this debt no matter the cost." She said firmly, "I was only acting according to my faith. Fine, I will pray for Murakan's safety." He once again replied sincerely, "Thank you." Outside, the fire dragon was still going crazy, and it growled and roared. "Damn it, who would have thought I'd lose right in front of you?" Kelly, the mysterious evil woman, was talking to it. Kaden, it's been a long time since I've seen you this pathetic. It grew even more furious. It wasn't just pathetic, but it's reached a point where I can't even forgive myself. She looked up and said, but while I was searching for Misha, running into you was an unexpected bonus. If I had captured Murakan, I could have summoned his contractor. As long as I can capture the one who made a contract with Solderet, then restoring the demon god's stone will only be a matter of time. At least now the rumor about the earth dragons at B having encountered Murakan is no longer nonsense. We'll find another chance to capture him. Didn't you say he's not as strong as he used to be? Kadun denied it again. That's not certain. He can regain his power. Kelly scoffed. You think he can restore his dragon heart without the demon god's stone? It remained more cautious. I've never seen a case like this before. But a black dragon is different from ordinary dragons. Chances are he's wandering around somewhere, without a contractor by his side to restore his power. She rested her chin on her hand, looking bored. I'm more worried about the Holy King. He brought the entire Dawn Society, those guardians of dogma, here without saying a word. He'll definitely show up again soon and cause more trouble. Every time I see that guy, I get tired. Maybe I should just kill him? That guy, Miklan, has lived long enough. Besides, if he dies, he'll probably go to heaven and not hell, so it's not really a bad thing. The fire dragon whispered, You're insane. Back at Kazmir's mansion, Voris finally woke up. She dazedly shed tears, with no surveillance, and even being helped so kindly like this. It seems what Kujin wrote was true. I feel so empty. What on earth are we doing? Julie pushed the door open and entered. You're awake. I brought some hot soup. Please drink it. Your body is still unstable, so don't overexert yourself. Voris wiped her tears, trying not to appear weak. I'm fine, thank you. Although my mana hasn't recovered, my body is all right. I heard from Kujin that I'm indebted to him. Is there anything I can do to help? Julie was a bit bewildered. Help? And so, after that, Voris was dressed in a full maid outfit. Am I really supposed to wear this? Julie smiled and said, It suits you very well. Really? Stay here for a moment, and I'll teach you how to clean. Alone, she fell into deep thought again. Thinking back, this outfit, the image of ebony hands appeared in her memory. Voris couldn't help but miss her mother. Suddenly, a stream of dark energy seeped in through the window, forming a portal of space. The person who appeared startled her. My foolish little sister. Mizia stepped out. You made me come all this way. At that moment, outside the mansion, Julie welcomed the group back. Young master, you've returned. Oh my goodness. What happened to Sir Murakan? Kujan froze when he saw who was there. Voris, her eyes were also welling up with tears. It's me. Kujan ran over and hugged her tightly. Thank goodness, you're finally awake. I thought I had lost you forever. Voris patted his head comfortingly. So you know how to cry too, huh? I'm fine. Jin also smiled and said, Voris, I'm glad you've recovered. She bowed respectfully. I read Kujin's letter. It's all thanks to him. The man beside her also bowed deeply. Thank you. Suddenly, Kujin noticed her face. He asked worriedly, But what about this wound? Voris hesitated and replied, It was caused by a visitor. Julie also said, I was just about to tell you, Lord Murakan's sister suddenly appeared, which panicked Varys quite a bit. I have taken her to a temporary guest room. Hearing this, Kujin lost his composure and jumped up. A guest room? Varys couldn't stop him in time. Kujin, wait. He stormed right into the room. Unforgivable. How dare she touch Varys? Unsurprisingly, Kujin was sent flying by Mia. Everyone stared at him, speechless, while Varys looked on awkwardly. Kujin, I told you it would only be for a moment. Mia walked up to everyone and spoke. It's been a while since the Micah Desert, hasn't it, keeper of the 1,000-year contract? Later, Mia was treated to some cake, and she nodded. This is pretty good. Jin agreed, right? Lachi made it. Mia asked, Lachi, explain. Julia's dragon guardian. She looked down at the little girl. So it's you, the one who made a contract with AZ Min. Julia was still laughing and playing cheerfully. Jin observed the person before him, thinking that back in the desert, he thought he had only caught a glimpse of a figure, but it turned out to be Lady Mia. It's so embarrassing that she witnessed everything. So he asked, But how did you know to come here? Mia sat down and replied arrogantly, That idiot Murakan is already right in the palm of my hand. I placed a tracking spell on him when we were young. It's not your ordinary tracking spell. No matter where he is in this world, I know exactly where he is and what he's doing. And yet, that fool to this day still hasn't realized it. Quicanto was a bit helpless. Lady Mia, no one can understand when you put it like that. She let out a playful laugh. Is that so? It's more like an authority than a spell. Fine then, I'll let you see for yourself. I will show you something quite interesting. That idiot only knows how to fight using Shadow Force, but I am far beyond that. The spiritual energy flowing from her hand formed a brilliant galaxy. Mia said, Just by burying my shadow like this, I will always know where they are, and I can even do this. Behind Jin, a shadow began to form into a person. The figure gently placed a hand on his shoulder. You look tired, why don't you get some rest? A perfect replica of Jin, let me play your part for you. He leaped to his feet in terror, staring at the face and smile that were identical to his own. Jin was terrified. This was the power of shadow. The clone said, a rare experience, I'm sure, to face yourself without needing a mirror. But then it vanished. Until we meet again, Shadow. Mia casually asked, how does it feel to witness a phenomenon that defies the natural order? He replied honestly, I never imagined that shadow force could be used to this extent. It's chilling to think that another version of me could be out there acting on its own. Indeed, she nodded to herself. Shadow force is a power far too dangerous for mortals. I will not let you follow in Tema's footsteps. From now on, don't concern yourself with that kind of power anymore, Jin. I will always watch over you. But Julia, standing nearby, objected. You're not that kind of person at all. Mia froze. Hey, now you can even read my thoughts? Asmin, the contractor of the eye, so you've already seen something. Could she have seen the image of Tema in Jin? Could Jin be the reincarnation of Tema? No, that's impossible. Could she have seen Solderet? I can't jump to conclusions. However, the reason Solderet has been silent all this time, if that's why he hasn't contacted his contractor, then everything makes sense. Mia, confused, asked, Julia, what do you mean by you're not that kind of person? The girl didn't answer but smiled and replied, regardless, you're really not that kind of person. Jin also remembered, thinking back, Julia had called him sir from the very first time they met. Suddenly, Mia shot up, thinking that going out and talking to people once in a while wasn't so bad after all. She grabbed Murakan's cat body. But was it really necessary to turn him back to his original form? Or would it be better if she just kept him like this since he's so cute as a cat? Jin showed his respect and pleaded, Murakan definitely wouldn't want this. I implore you to return him to his original form. She glanced over with a smirk. I'm just kidding. Give me an empty room. Oh, and if you hear any screaming or commotion during the treatment, just ignore it and wait outside. In the middle of the night, a piercing scream echoed from the mansion. Jin waited in the courtyard. 3 days had passed. Throughout those 3 days, the screaming never stopped, not even for a moment. Was this really okay? Gantel explained in a low voice. Jin, Lady Missia didn't tell you, but she's not just healing Murakan, she's also trying to restore his former power. Even if she fails, his life won't be in danger, but he might lose what little power he has left. He looked at the withered leaf in his hand. She said, what was the probability of success? She replied, 50%. Jin relaxed. That wasn't too bad. Gantel still reminded him, even so, you should still prepare for the worst-case scenario. His eyes, filled with worry, looked up. It seemed like Jin was praying. Murakan, he remembered the first day they met, the touch of their hands during the oath, the times they taught and joked around, and the moments they shared the same thoughts while eating together. The happy stories from their adventures, even though they bickered at times, they always genuinely wished each other well. Finally, one dawn, the door to that room opened, revealing an exhausted, panting Mia. It was a failure. Gantel froze, his face pale, while Jin was horrified and cried out, Murakan! Suddenly, a dark figure shot out from the room. The black dragon in human form landed gracefully. He let out a deafening laugh. The roar cracked the roof and shattered the glass windows. Murakan was unusually healthy and ecstatic. That's right, this power, this feeling. This body is real, he roared. Murakan, Mia jumped down and kicked him. Shut up. Your body couldn't handle it, so I could only restore about 40% of your former power. You fool, it was a failure. A failure? You dare leave me with a failed result? He clutched his swollen face and screamed. You only restored 40% on purpose, didn't you? You were afraid that if you restored everything, I'd be stronger than you, right? She immediately sent her brother flying with a kick. What ridiculous reasoning. After all the effort I put in to save your life, what? You think I held back on purpose? How many more times do I have to say it? Your body couldn't handle it. If you keep struggling in your current state, you'll really die this time. He desperately shouted in appeal. All right, Jin said, walking over in relief. Thank you for everything, Lady Mia. She casually waved her hand. Very well. Everyone has been waiting patiently. Now I'll be heading back. He was startled and wanted to stop her. So soon? You're leaving already? Mia waved her hand. Unlike that idiot. I really have other things to do. Jin still wanted to repay her. I feel so bad. We only received your help. Her help without being able to give anything in return. She didn't mind, it's all right. As the representative of Sodet, it is my duty. Now that my shadow is attached to you, we can meet again any time. As for you, Jin, you should soon go to Orium. He asked blankly, Orium, what's there? Mia explained. There you will find a special grimoire. It's a relic left behind by Ron Jippel. Jin realized it was about the final form of the Black Heaven Annihilation Inferno, so Lady Mia also knew about it. He was still a bit worried, but ancient Orium is currently the headquarters of the Dark Magic Society, and with my current strength, wouldn't it be too difficult? She put her hands on her hips and glanced at Murakhan. I know. I originally planned to wait until you became a flag bearer before letting you go, but that would be too late. Now that this guy has recovered a fair amount of his power, you should be able to manage. Jin grasped the key point, too late. Do you mean someone else is also targeting that grimoire too? Mia confirmed. That's right. A mage I've been monitoring recently is targeting it, he immediately asked. Who is it? She spoke a name, Arya A, a person who carries a special destiny, just like you. Jin immediately recognized that name. Arya A was one of the many titles his master, Valeria, had used in her past lives. It meant the bearer of the heart of a gray owl, a name she cherished as much as her own. He didn't expect her to be targeting the Black Heaven Annihilation Inferno so soon. He wanted more information. What do you mean by a special destiny like mine? Mia explained concisely, if you are the one chosen by Shadow, then Arya is the one chosen by history. If you happen to meet her, give her some words of encouragement. Broadly speaking, she's your ally. Jin's heart sank. His master had spent her life restoring the Jipal clan's magic. So, was being chosen by history related to that? With that settled, Mia turned to her younger brother. Hey Murakhan, you should realize how lucky you are and support Jin properly, you hear? Embarrassed, he angrily retorted, you don't have to nag me. I'll do it anyway. Thanks so much. That demoness. She immediately landed a few kicks on him. Just then, Julie approached with something. Lady Mia, before you leave, please accept this. It's strawberry cake. Mia excitedly took the gift. Strawberry cake. Thank you, sweetie. Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Siblings, I swear. After taking the gift, she secretly leaned in to tell Julie, I'll give you some advice. You are exactly that guy's type. If he tries anything shady, just slash him for me. Murakhan flipped out. Hey, what are you saying to my strawberry cake? Quincy stepped in to de-escalate. Lady Mia, please stop teasing him. We wish you a safe journey. Mia smiled and waved. All right, Quincy, let's meet again some other time. Well then, take care, everyone. After his sister was gone, Murakhan finally reacted. He jumped up and took Julie's hand. My strawberry cake? I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm all right now, she replied shyly. It seems you are. I'm so glad. Jin grabbed the love-struck fool. I'm glad you've returned safely, Murakhan, and have even recovered some of your power, he replied, his voice thick with emotion. Yeah, it was all thanks to that holy night. If she hadn't intervened, I wouldn't have survived. I was nearly captured and dragged off to Jipal's laboratory. Jin remembered her too, Lani, that was the knight's name, the adopted daughter of King Van Kella of the Holy Kingdom. Murakhan was a little surprised. The king's daughter? I owe her a huge debt. I have to see her again soon, he added. Actually, while you were being treated, Sir Casimir shared some information. He asked curiously. What information? Jin crossed his arms seriously. During a blessing ceremony at the temple, Lani caused a commotion while she was drunk. I heard she even made a scene right in front of the king. Murakhan froze. What? Jin explained clearly. Right now, she has been arrested and is awaiting trial. Her life might be in danger. Inside her cell, Lani trembled, holding back her sobs. Well, December 14th, 1797, the Holy Kingdom of Vanilla, Murakhan has arrived. Why are there so many people here? Jin explained to him that it was the Advent Festival. It commemorates the day Allah first descended upon the Holy Kingdom, and it's said to be a grand festival that lasts for a whole week. Murakhan understood, honoring Allah. Huh? That makes sense, since in the eyes of the people, she is a benevolent goddess of peace. But that woman, once angered, burns everything to the ground without mercy. A dormant volcano. Huh. Humans are really good at picking their symbols. Outside the palace, the people cheered. His Majesty the Holy King has arrived. His Majesty the Holy King has arrived. His Majesty the Holy King has arrived. Jin introduced. That must be King Miklin, Lani's father. Murakhan observed him. That guy is the Holy King? Jin noticed his attitude. Why that reaction? Is something strange? He spoke with his mouth full. I mean, the other Holy Kings I've seen before, even for humans, they exuded a majestic aura. It wasn't exactly powerful, but more of a kind of divine authority that made people not dare to resist. Murakhan watched him perform the ceremony, his doubts growing clearer. But that guy, I'm not so sure. It feels like he has an aura, but at the same time, it's like there's nothing there. Jin reminded him, we'll find out once we meet Lani. The two arrived at the Eastern Allah Temple, guarded by 2 soldiers in the capital's Eastern District. How is it? Is she still drunk? We haven't even opened the door and the smell of alcohol is already hitting our noses. Honestly, if she just stays quietly drunk like this, it's easier for us guards. She's not allowed to attend the Advent Festival anyway. The soldiers noticed a cat that had just appeared, and they curiously picked it up. We've never seen this one before and it's not running away. Look at the cat's face, it looks so grumpy. Wait, what's that in its mouth? What is that? The scent from the glass vial put the two soldiers to sleep. Jin approached, pleased with the result. The kind of sleeping potion Kujin gave me is really effective. Murakami was clearly unhappy. He had just recovered his strength, only to be assigned a task like this. Are you giving them money too? Jin explained mercifully. You can't blame the guards. He didn't quite understand, but still praised him. You're really generous, aren't you? The two of them entered the room. Murakami couldn't help but complain. This overwhelming smell of alcohol, saintess of booze, wake up. Jin also called out to her. Lani, I never expected you to be such a drunkard. Lani was stunned. Young Master Jin, why are you here? He stood up and reminded her. Didn't I make a promise? I'm here to repay that debt. Murakami greeted her with a smile. Long time no see, saintess of booze. Thanks to you, I just made it through to see you. Lani was overjoyed. Lord Murakami, you're safe. He smiled confidently. Of course I am, but it looks like you're in some trouble. The great black dragon Murakami will take care of everything, so how about pouring me a drink? Just then, her tears started to fall again, and she sobbed in front of the two of them, leaving them to look at each other in confusion. Once she calmed down, Jin asked, All right, what exactly happened to you? Lani answered honestly, Right now, I'm being blackmailed. The Holy King currently appearing before the public is an imposter they set up. My real father has been kidnapped, and I don't know where he is. His eyes turned cold. Is this that bastard's doing? Booba Gaston, no, the alliance between Jipo and Kin was supposed to have ended a long time ago. At that moment, a loud noise came from the hallway, and Murakami noticed it. He turned to go outside. Kid, watch over the holy drunkard for me. Jin understood and replied, Got it. No matter what happens, I'll keep my mouth shut. But before he could leave, the wall was smashed through. Murakami looked up in astonishment to see two inhuman, muscular monsters before him. What the hell is this now? But Jin recognized them immediately, a biological android. He thought of the two guards from before. Don't tell me this has happened before. It's just like that time. Those two androids were once human, enduring the very real and agonizing pain those guards suffered. Kill them? Rage flared up inside Jin. Jipo, those sick bastards still haven't stopped. Murakami looked up and spoke. Sorry, but I can't let you live. But they didn't seem to understand and charged forward to attack. Murakami decisively unleashed a few slashes, easily slicing the androids into pieces. He coldly expressed his disgust. Biological androids in the Holy Kingdom. His spiritual energy truly manifested into a hand, piercing through the android's body to grab its core, which was completely in Murakami's grasp, crushed in an instant. With its core shattered, the biological weapon's body also withered in a flash. He seemed sullen. I turned into a cat just to avoid hurting anyone. A fragment of the core was tossed away and rolled in front of Jin, who looked at it with dark eyes. The stone still held residual energy. Lani walked over to the two corpses. She gently knelt down and devoutly recited a prayer. Oh, my poor brothers, now return to him and find peace. May he shelter your souls, may he comfort you in this unjust and meaningless death. After finishing the rites, she couldn't hold back her tears. Lani whispered in despair, The Holy Kingdom has fallen. Just then, Jin spoke up. Then make a choice, Lani. If you're going to give up on everything, I'll take you to a peaceful place to live out the rest of your life. But if not, then get up, pull yourself together, and let us help you. Lani looked up, stunned. Are you saying you'll fight for me and the Holy Kingdom? But Jin explained, it's not just because of what happened in Santil. As a member of the Canaan, I can't let the Holy Kingdom fall into Jipo's hands either. So let's consider this a deal I'm proposing between the heir of the Canaan and the heir of the Holy King. It seems she had made her decision. All right, please forgive the disgraceful state I just showed you. Lani resolutely held out her hand. I accept the deal. Lani continued, Jipo has been infiltrating key figures and organizations within the Holy Kingdom for many years. One by one, they brought everyone under their control. The Dawn Doctrine Knights, which I am a part of, is one of them. My father sent me to investigate the true nature of the Knights. That's why he placed me there, because he had no one else he could trust. From this, Jin could easily guess. So the Holy King was convinced after your report on the incident in Stilo, she replied, That's right. Jipo kidnapped my father right after I completed my report. They even mimicked his appearance, voice, and mannerisms, his behavior, and used an imposter to try and fool me, but that fake couldn't replicate my father's divine power. More importantly, there's a truth only a few trusted retainers knew. My father couldn't move his left index finger. When I saw the imposter using it naturally and questioned him, Jipo cut off my father's real finger and sent it straight to my room. Murakami remarked that those disgusting monsters have some sick hobbies, but what Jin was concerned about was whether she had kept the finger. Lani regretfully informed him that it burst into flames the moment she inspected it. He concluded it was a flame seal, a type of magic that can only be cast by someone linked to Shinu's incarnation. Only Kiliak Jipo or Kadun could have done it. Who else knew that the Holy King couldn't move his left index finger? Who else could have known this? She listed each name, Prime Minister Montiano and Kanu, along with Sir Batura, the commander of the Holy Knights. Jin asked which of them was the most trustworthy. Lani shook her head dejectedly. None of them. Montiano and Kanu, respectively, are in charge of law and administration. They were my father's lifelong friends, but when I mentioned the finger, her voice filled with disappointment. They just smiled as if to say, "You're completely in our hands now." When the most powerful people after my father turned out to be on Jippo's side, I fell into complete despair. I thought there was no hope left. Murakhan frowned and asked, "What about that Batura fellow, the commander of the Holy Knights? I've never met him in person." Lani briefly described him, saying he has long called for my father's dethronement and the establishment of a stronger alliance with Jippo. He's famous for those extremist stances. Jin wondered, is that the only reason you've never met him? She revealed something else. My father absolutely despised him. My father would grind his teeth whenever he saw Batura, even during formal occasions. He probed for more information. What about how the Holy King treated the two ministers, Montiano and Kanu? Lani answered honestly. He always had them seated next to him at banquets and council meetings. He discussed all matters of state with them, and even went on walks with them whenever he had time. Jin looked thoughtful. Then he shot up and demanded to be taken to Batura. She was stunned by this sudden request, but Jin coldly cut to the heart of the matter. If the Holy Kingdom has truly been consumed by Jippo to its very roots, then was your father really foolish enough to keep traitors by his side? The group teleported to the next location. She announced herself to the guard. "This is Lani Salome. I'm here to see Sir Batura." They were allowed through the first gate, then they stopped at another. This area was heavily guarded. The guards requested that they surrender their weapons first. Lani exchanged a look with him, and as they walked into the fortress, she hesitantly revealed, If Sir Batura is a pawn of Jippo, he'll imprison me and kill my father. Murakhan wasn't worried at all. I'm here, so why worry about being captured? Do you think those holy knights can stop me?" His words did not reassure Lani in the slightest. "Even if we escape, my father will still." Jin cut her off. The chances that the real Holy King is still alive are close to zero. They've already swallowed this kingdom whole. With the perfect imposter, they have no reason to keep him alive. Murakhan, exasperated by his bluntness, said, Hey, kid." She replied gloomily, "I know. Like you said, we have to meet Sir Batura and sort this all out." The sunset shone into the room, Batura, as if he was expecting them. Well, if it isn't Lani Salome, daughter of the esteemed Holy King and the infamous troublemaker of the Dawn Guard. And who are these people with you? She introduced them. They are my friends. His eyes sharpened, sizing them up. Batura scoffed. Friends? They're the very ones who killed my men at the Bronze Palace, and then scurried off like a bunch of rats. We were looking for you anyway, but now you've walked right into our hands. You must have finally come to your senses, haven't you? If you continue to act this way, surely you understand that your father's head could roll at any moment. He ordered his subordinate Ken, who awaited his command. Yes, Captain. Batura instructed, inform Jippo that we've captured Lani. As for the other two, drag them to the dungeons. They have a lot to talk about. A murderous aura radiated from Murakhan. Seeing things had come to this, Jin calmly stopped him. Stay still for now. Murakhan questioned him. Why not? We should take care of them before they report to Jippo. Ken and another subordinate spoke up. Who do you think you're talking to? You're awfully arrogant for a bunch of fugitives. Don't do anything foolish. Come with us quietly. If you resist, neither you nor your father will make it out of this alive. Batura stood aside, letting his subordinate insult them. Lani was overwhelmed with regret. We should have never come here. Drop by drop, her tears fell to the floor. She blamed herself. Damn it, I'm helpless to save the Holy Kingdom. And father, I can't bear this. Jin said in a low voice, Lani, look in front of you. Ken's head had been severed from his neck. It happened right before her eyes. Batura had been the one to strike. I don't know what your relationship with Ronan is, but thank you. I'm so sorry for leaving you to bear all this alone. I'm glad you came to me. You can rest easy now. This sudden turn of events left Murakhan completely stunned. He sheathed his sword and continued, You've been through so much. Batura called her name gently, Lani. She covered her face and sobbed, Sir Batura, I doubted you. He comforted Lani. What's important is that you are safe. Jin sighed in relief. I'm glad my guess was correct, but I'm surprised you recognize me. Sir Batura, I saw you at the single log bridge banquet hosted by the Garden of Swords. You were sitting quietly in a corner, and you only had one drink before leaving, so it's understandable that you wouldn't have noticed me. He turned to her and said, As for Lani, your father and I are political rivals on the surface, but in truth, we were only acting that way to maintain the balance of power. Jin realized that Jippo was unaware of this. They must have approached you first, Batura confirmed. That's right. They are under the delusion that they've recruited me, and now, the Holy Kingdom has split into two factions, Jin guessed. You mean a faction that supports Jippo and one that opposes them? He replied, No, It's a faction that supports Jippo and a faction that supports Kinzello. It's unbelievable, I know. But Kinzello has an imposter in its ranks. The current false holy king is their creation. Jin now had his answer. So Kinzello really is involved. Batura revealed more. Initially, Jippo and Kinzello formed an alliance to seize control of the Holy Kingdom, but for some unknown reason, that alliance has now dissolved. Afterwards, the kingdom split into a moderate faction following Jippo and a hardline faction following Kinzello, with only a very small group remaining truly loyal to the Holy Kingdom. Jin handed him a fragment and replied, I see. So when did the biomech experiments start? This fragment is part of a biorobot's core. When I rescued Lanny from cryostasis, the soldiers there had turned into biorobots. He clenched his fist in hatred. Kinzello started their experiments about half a year ago. The innocent civilians and soldiers were taken to Old Orium. It wasn't Zippo but Kinzello. Lanny was shocked by the data she was hearing. Every month, more than 100 people are sacrificed as test subjects. It's unbelievable. I had absolutely no idea about this. Batura comforted Lonnie. This isn't your fault. It was us who failed to speak up when we should have. Your father and I were remiss. And that's why the Holy Kingdom has fallen into such decline. I apologize. Murakan questioned him. Hey, Commander Batura, with the situation this bad, why haven't you ever asked Dankin Black or any other force for help? He retorted. If Dankin Black intervened in this mess, do you think the country could survive? Jin also agreed. He's right. Murakan, Dankin Black wouldn't help the kingdom. They would use it as an excuse to start a war. What Dankan needs isn't a neutral Holy Kingdom, but the healing power of the saints and the treasures in the Eternal Vault. Murakan sighed in response. That makes sense. Batura added, Zippo also knows about Kinzello's biorobot experiments, but doesn't seem to be intervening. Jin explained, that's because Zippo is planning ahead, considering public opinion for the day they confront Kinzello to fight over the Holy Kingdom. That's how those hypocrites operate, and an image appeared in his mind. Thinking back, those biorobots look different from the ones I've seen before. It turns out it's because they were made by Kinzello, not Zippo. But why would Kinzello create biorobots? Murakan pressed when he saw Jin's expression darken. Kid, what are you thinking about that's got you so tense? He replied, a way to take down both Zippo and Kinzello without too many sacrifices. Batura was curious. Do you think that's possible? Laney added. What is your plan? Jin gestured to his side. First, my friend here and I will go to Old Orium, take down Kinzello, and then rescue the captured civilians. There's no stronger evidence than the rescued people themselves. Batura didn't seem to support this method. Letting the people of the Holy Kingdom know the truth is good, but for just the two of you to go is too reckless. You're going too far, Lord Jin. Even if you succeed by some miracle, Kinzello's supporters will just switch over to Zippo's side and nothing will change. Jin proposed, this isn't a joke, nor is it a miracle. Lord Batura, we will use our power to punish Kinzello and defeat Zippo with the justice of Callus. Just trust us and watch. While Batura was still doubtful, Lanny spoke up, I believe in them. Lord Jin and Lord Murakan are not the type to make empty promises. They rushed here. When the Holy Kingdom was in peril, he quietly called her name Lonnie, thinking to himself, I just wanted to keep her alive and have a third party gather the remaining loyalists. I thought that was the only way to set up the decisive battle. To think that such a brief connection could affect the fate of the Holy Kingdom. Perhaps this child is the last hope Allah has for us. Batura's hands clenched as he was about to make a momentous decision. Finally, he chose, I will trust you. Please tell me what I must do. Jin instructed, pretend to be Zippo's pawn until I return and protect Lani. Don't worry about that. I am willing to protect her with my life if necessary. We'll be on our way now, solemnly uttered. I am in your debt, Murakan replied casually. Just pray a lot while you wait, and pretend that I've beaten you soundly. Jin immediately turned to look. The man had raised his own sword, his hand quickly falling. Lani said worriedly, we have to treat his wounds. Batura refused, don't heal me. They have directly colluded with the Jippo. That's the only way to explain the deaths of the Holy Knights. He handed the sword to Jin. Sir Jin, take my sword and retreat quickly. Your sword is probably still stored in the central vault on the first floor. Jin gripped the sword tightly, then vowed that I will return before the Advent festival ends. Batura placed his hope in him. Good luck to you. At the Oterium Gorge, the underground headquarters of the Dark Magic Guild, Mora looked apologetically at the chamber in front of her. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. Suddenly, the experiment chamber turned red. She was astonished. An emergency alert, the outer door flew open. The guards were in a panic. What's happening? The outer barrier and the illusion charms have all disappeared. Were they destroyed? The other one replied. No, they just suddenly vanished. He panicked. What the hell? Realizing this, a guard shouted, Intruder alert. Both of them ran in a panic to the window. Seeing the giant creature outside, he froze, his whole body trembling as if he'd fallen into an icy pit. Why is that thing here? Why has the black dragon appeared here? From its pitch-black body, streams of dark energy like an endless abyss swirled out. That energy spread out and dispersed in all directions. Dark tendrils slowly crept towards the castle. The soldiers guarding the walls panicked and shouted the alarm. We're under attack. All magic squads to your positions. Murakami remained silent, but the pressure from him grew heavier and heavier. Waves of dense black energy surged out like a midnight tide, rocketing towards the target with furious power. The ultimate dark might rushed forward, tearing through the air like a tempest. That gloomy power continued to surge relentlessly. The entire castle was submerged in a thick darkness, the light choked out without a single crack. Murakami was as calm as if he were savoring his prey's despair. Meanwhile, two guards were blocking with a magic shield. A voice rang out, unable to hide the fear. What is this darkness? Magic isn't working. Murakami's massive body twisted. Another wave of dark energy crashed down, heavy enough to crush space itself. Murakami powerfully flapped his wings, soaring high before concentrating all his power into a single blow, striking straight down at the castle. A pillar of brilliant energy in the darkness shot straight down. From the sky, massive square pitch-black blocks descended like the Grim Reaper's sledgehammers. The terrifying pressure made the very air tremble. His deep, hoarse voice echoed like a judgment from the abyss. Those who are still alive, prepare to face your death. I am your death. Jin stood below, watching this powerful display of strength. He now understood Murakami. No wonder he was always boasting about his prime. If this is only 40% of his power, then, while Murakami is causing chaos, I must use the secret passage Sir Casimir mentioned and find the captured people. Zuko ran desperately towards the source of the danger. An intruder? Suzanne angrily questioned. Are you telling me that the great barrier we erected was destroyed so easily? Right in front of them, a brilliant white sphere of light suddenly appeared. The light was so intense it seemed to devour the entire space. Murakami's giant fist descended straight from the sky, a weight that seemed like it would crush the ground. They both instinctively widened their eyes, horrified by the immense pressure bearing down on them. The tremors were spreading as the punch slammed directly into the magic shield. A piercing crack echoed out. The mages struggling to maintain it were pushed to the point of coughing up blood. Suzanne quickly assessed the situation, knowing they couldn't escape the Black Dragon's sight, and decisively gave an order. We can't escape the Black Dragon's gaze. Find a way to distract it for now. Ju-kun, defend. We must hold out until he arrives. Ju-kun immediately began chanting a strange spell, his deep voice echoing as if from an abyss. The rhythmic, eerie chanting seemed to bore into the very air. He gripped the weapon in his hand, his knuckles turning white from the force. The weapon was raised high, merging with the chant into a dark ritual. The atmosphere suddenly shuddered as a stream of power erupted, followed by a burst of crimson aura. A massive magic circle appeared, enveloping the entire row of experimental tanks. Streaks of crimson lightning shot down, flashing amidst the smoke and heat. Ju-kun looked on with satisfaction as the grand formation was completed, with energy continuously pouring into it. The body of the test subject inside began to show movement. The surrounding glass trembled and then spiderwebbed with cracks. A giant fist suddenly smashed out from within, shattering the glass panel into hundreds of pieces. Elsewhere, Jane had just arrived and immediately froze because the scene inside looked terrible. Only ruins remained, with shattered experimental tanks and the heavy stench of blood filling the air. Jane was stunned, thinking, am I too late? Suddenly, someone behind him spoke up. Are you an ally of the Black Dragon? Did you come from the Holy Nation? Jane reacted instantly, drawing his sword in a single motion. He pointed the tip of his blade straight ahead, his cold eyes locked on the other person. Who are you? She stepped forward and introduced herself. My name is Muchua. I am the Holy Maiden of the Dawn Chariot Guild. Under the orders of His Majesty, the Holy King, I infiltrated the Black Magic Society 3 years ago, and I have been operating undercover as a researcher until now. I assume you're here to find the captured citizens? Muchua immediately confessed. They have been turned into bio-machines and were taken away by Lord Kun. Jane interrogated her. How many citizens from the Holy Nation were here? She lowered her head in fear and told the truth. About 800 people. Outside, Ju-kun was struggling to hold on. The barrier was about to break. Hasn't Lord Kun arrived yet? Just as he was about to collapse, someone said, that Black Dragon actually dared to barge in this deep. Murakami also noticed that person. Ju-kun's group was overjoyed. Lord Kun, you're here. The man was Kun, the president of the Black Magic Society, laughing with excitement. Oh, what an unexpected gift. I was just in need of new materials. Not only has a perfect specimen delivered itself right to my doorstep, but I also get a chance to test my weapons. What could be more exciting than this? Even if it is a Black Dragon, there's no way it can handle this many bio-machines. The renowned Black Dragon, let's see just how strong you are. After he spoke, the horde of bio-machines simultaneously opened their mouths to gather energy. Kun threatened enthusiastically. You will regret ever setting foot in this place. As he finished, countless energy orbs were fired. They intended to take down Murakhan in a single blow. Back to Jane, who was questioning her. You created the biomachines based on the Monarch race? He felt doubtful, though he couldn't say he was surprised. But how? Muchua pushed the iron gate behind her. He managed to restore and cultivate the bloodline of the Monarch tribe, which vanished hundreds of thousands of years ago, has succeeded in recreating and breeding it. He clenched his fist. How dare they interfere with the bloodline of the Monarch clan? She led the way. Unfortunately, those who had been turned into cyborgs could no longer be saved. Jin recognized the scene. I know. Muchua gestured for him to enter. There is something I want to show you. The sight before him made him frown. These are, she said, pointing to the row of people lying on the beds. They are the ones who were deformed after the failed experiments. She ordered to dispose of them all, but I secretly hid them away. Without the mana supply device, some of them can't even survive. I tried to return them to their original forms, but I'm not strong enough. But if it's a healer, a high-level one from the Holy Kingdom, there's still hope. Please, save these people. Jin replied firmly, Don't worry, that's why I'm here. Suddenly, the inside of the cave began to shake, and the injured people started convulsing and coughing up blood. Muchua frantically made adjustments. The mana flow has been cut off. The devices seem fine. Why is this happening? The perceptive Jin sensed that all the mana in this place was being drained. The battle has begun. Take care of the survivors. Until I return, I won't be long. Although she didn't understand, she decided to obey. Yes, I understand. Outside, the dust from the biocyborg's attack had not yet settled. The female leader recited a prayer, praying for the gaze of Allah to shine upon you and the Black Dragon. What a spectacular sight. 800 biogiants created from the Monarch bloodline, and the Black Dragon couldn't even move. Just then, someone shouted in order. Murakhan, begin. The Black Dragon's voice rang out slowly. I've just about run out of patience to hold back. It roared, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that blew everything away. Khan struggled to withstand the aura in disbelief, looking behind him in terror. He trembled and stuttered as the cyborgs lost all their power, in the blink of an eye. Jin was kneeling on the ground, having transformed into his contractor form, an aura radiating from around him. You captured innocent civilians and turned them into monsters. How dare you insult my bloodline? You bastards. I will tear you to pieces. Chu Khan was stunned as he recognized the form. Bayman? That guy? Why is he here? Khan was also startled. Did you say Bayman? Jin didn't react. His hand just gripped the hilt of his sword. Today, all of you, he said as he leaped into the air, descending with countless orbs of holy light. His words were like a final judgment that will be completely erased from this world. The light seemed to bring salvation to the bio-cyborgs, blinding Chu Khan's group and was a death sentence for Khan. The downward slash was a blast of light and thunder that lit up the entire sky. In just one move, Jin blew away the horde of cyborgs. The woman was frozen, unable to believe this power. She saw it clearly as he dashed past her. A light flashed from the center of his chest, and she immediately recognized it as a dragon's heart. She couldn't contain her excitement. So beautiful, I want it. It's mine, give it to me. Give me your precious heart, Bayman. She shrieked madly, trying to tear out his heart. Instantly, a bio-cyborg attacked Jin. He didn't hesitate, waving his hand and blowing up a group of the cyborgs. He continuously destroyed wave after wave of countless enemies, kicking up dust and smoke everywhere, and Jin deftly concealed himself. Within that haze, a sword slash emerged as if tearing space itself, effortlessly slicing the group of cyborgs in two. The woman furiously cursed at her subordinates. What are you doing? Restrain him. Suddenly, Jin's voice rang out, Murakhan, kill them all, except for the leader. Its dragon eyes flared brightly as darkness began to spread. A simple feat. Only then did she stare in horror at the power of the darkness. The surrounding shadows were gradually drawn in, converging completely within Murakhan's domain. Piece by piece, the darkness formed blades that struck down the bio-robots. Piercing their hearts, the terrified little rats dodged in fear. Blood splattered everywhere. Jin calmly watched the slaughter. At the same time, she broke out in a cold sweat from fear. He had to watch helplessly as his subordinates were slaughtered. Jin spoke coldly. Surrender. You've lost. He again gritted his teeth. I didn't want to have to use this. He recited a series of strange incantations. A summoning circle appeared. Come forth, Paul. Instantly, the space around Jin fell silent. Then, a powerful tremor erupted from the ground. He noticed something below and vanished from the spot in an instant. Right at that moment, a monster burst up from the ground. Jin noted. It was about the same size as Murakhan, but why could he sense multiple energy flows from it, and what was this unsettling feeling? He landed in a safe, open area, and Khan laughed mockingly. What are you doing? Are you overwhelmed by my grand masterpiece, you little brat? This is the culmination of all my experiments of mine. It has the body of a white elephant, created from the flesh and blood of monsters, and its core is the crystallization of 5 phoenix hearts. This was created to overwhelm Celiac. He laughed maniacally. My masterpiece is Paul, an ice golem that devours flames. Murakami was also a bit bewildered. That insane creation possessed enough power to cause a catastrophe. How dare you bring a golem using a phoenix's body before the master of the fire realm? Hearing this, he froze. What? Murakami reverted to his human form. Jin, be careful. Jin was confused. What do you mean? Murakami tapped his shoulder and reminded him, don't you see? That guy has truly gone mad. From now on, I'm ignoring our contract and will forcibly use your power. Jin turned his head and asked, forcibly use my power? In that instant, he felt something strange behind him. A magic circle had appeared, and something was gradually emerging from the portal. Khan became wary. Summoning a phoenix? It's quite large, but it's just an ordinary phoenix. To fight against Pole, it needs to be at least as strong as Celiac's bellet. As a set of feathered wings gradually appeared, in an instant, he felt something was wrong. When its full form appeared, Cone stammered out a name, Tess. The fire phoenix let out a majestic roar. Murakami smirked and said, Jin is its contractor, so it won't kill you, right? It responded by powerfully spreading its wings. Khan was in complete disbelief. How could such a novice summon Tess? But the phoenix before him was too powerful to be a fake. Jin tilted his head, signaling an attack, and Tess immediately unleashed a scorching blast of fire as vast as the sea. A panicked Khan ordered Pole to swallow the flames of Tess, but the blast was larger than the monster itself, so immense it could swallow it whole in an instant. Pole desperately tried to devour the flames. Cone also had to cast a protective spell. Damn it! Hold on, Pole. But Tess didn't stop and continued to spew fire, and the massive mana consumption made it impossible for Jin to hold on. Murakami, realizing this, cried out in alarm. Jin couldn't take it anymore and coughed up blood. At the same time, Kone's protective magic began to crack out. No, it can't be. He furiously cursed. Damn it. Finally, the overwhelming flames rushed towards him. Impossible? No. Even that monster couldn't withstand it. The magic completely shattered, yet the enraged Tess did not stop, forcing Murakami to shout. That's enough? Are you going to drain his life force just to vent your anger? Please, calm down and pull back now, before something truly terrible happens. Tess finally calmed down, showing no emotion as he gradually retreated to the summoning gate, leaving behind a chaotic scene of only fire and ruins. His scepter fell to the ground, and the Dark Society was wiped out. Exhausted, he despaired. I never thought it would all end so meaninglessly. I'm sorry, Director General. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared. Don't give up. It shone upon his battered body, like a god delivering an oracle. As long as we have you, we can start over from the beginning. Murakami looked on with hatred up. What is this now? But she bowed her head respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, Director General. These words startled him and Jean. Is that Director General Kinzello? The hazy figure began to glow. What is that? It's not a firefly or something like that. Could it be that it's not human? The one named Kinzello said, so this is how I get to meet the one that Jippel and Bon have been desperately searching for. A pleasure to meet you, Bayman. I've heard that Murakami has awakened, and seeing him become your guardian dragon, you must be one of the Black Runcandels. No wonder such an outstanding figure suddenly appeared. Murakami furiously shouted, What the hell are you? So you know who I am? Who are you to act so familiar and call me by my name? He replied gently, How disappointing. Have you forgotten the one who saved your life? Murakami, I was the one who stopped you when you went berserk before being killed by Tema. He couldn't contain his composure. You dare mention that name? It seems you're just some demon who's overheard a few things. But the one who went berserk that day was. Kinzello cut in. Not you, but Tema. Is that what you wanted to say? It's one thing not to recognize me, but you dare suggest that the battle that day was Tema's fault? Murakami snapped. Shut up. You dare say Tema's name again? I'll kill you right now. And you, some lackey called Kinzello or whatever, I will send all of you to hell. Jin quickly tried to calm him. Murakami, he's just trying to provoke you, don't fall for the trap. But Kinzello simply pointed a finger and summoned a magic spell. Sending me to hell is something that even in your prime, you couldn't do. The magic orb gradually cracked and then exploded, creating a massive shockwave. When Murakami came to his senses, he found himself in a white space. He suddenly heard Kinzello's voice. An illusion can affect me? This bastard, who is he? But first, there's something I'm so curious about that I can't stand it. Have you really lost your memory? Or have you rearranged your memories to suit yourself? Do you really? Do you think the one who went berserk that day wasn't you, but Tema? These words made Murakami panic as an image flashed before his eyes. The image of a person lying in a pool of blood. His voice still echoed in his ears. That day, I witnessed everything, but it's all right. Everyone has at least one truth they don't want to admit, like a demon's seductive whisper. I understand. You, because of the pain of losing that friend. The whispering voice stirred his memories. It must be true. Murakhan looked up, trembling. His facial muscles convulsed as if he were enduring excruciating pain, and when he opened his eyes, his pupils had turned to frenzied gold. The black dragon's madness was unleashed once again.